30 years. We've seen a lot of changes over the past 30 years in our parliament, and we've grown from strength to strength. We are already going on our 32nd year, and we have a speaker who has seen all the parliaments, who understands the dynamics of all the parliaments of the Fourth Republic. There's been a need for him to address and engage with members of the media, and that's why he's extended this invitation to you. And I must say that you have showed up in a very impressive manner, and we are grateful to you for coming and joining us. As is our custom here in Parliament, we start our events with either a Christian or a Muslim prayer. In this case, we will start with a Christian prayer, and this will be offered by the Deputy Clerk in charge of Information Management Services Division, Dr. Mrs. Gloria Ekwia Kumewu. She will give us a Christian opening prayer.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we just want to thank you again for another day in your presence. We want to thank you for the gift of life and for bringing us this far. We give you all the glory. Even as we gather here to deliberate on issues of national importance, we give you your seat, we give you preeminence. Please have your own way and take your place. We pray that you give us the wisdom in governing this nation, that every divided heart will be mended today, that there will be healing in our nation, that we will maintain our place as a leader on the continent and in all that we do. We pray that this session will come to a successful end, that brains will be nourished, there'll be a lot of communication, there'll be a lot of discussion, and we all live here with one voice and with one mind, raising high the flag of Ghana. We pray that you take your place, share the occasion, and give us the grace and the peace we need. This we ask for in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, we pray. Amen.
Dr. Kumewu with the opening prayer. The Clerk to Parliament is Kwabena. He's out of the country at the moment. And when he's out, he's represented by the person that's next to him, Ebenezer Ahoma-Jetro, who is in charge of Corporate and Financial Management Services. He will welcome us to this afternoon's program.
Thank you very much, Kate. Right Honorable Speaker, colleague deputy clerks, colleagues, coordinating directors, and staff of the Parliamentary Service, other invited guests, of course, leadership of Parliament here present. I see one of the leaders walking towards the podium, Dr. Kessel Atufosen. I also see one of the whips walking towards the podium. You are all very members of Parliament here present, distinguished members of the media. Let me, on behalf of Right Honorable Speaker and leadership, welcome you to this all-important forum. As the information was rightly put out there in the public domain, Right Honorable Speaker has deemed it fit to call on you this afternoon to be here present so he could relate to all of us some very important issues which border on matters of significant national importance. The idea of choosing this medium is in recognition of your crucial role as distinguished members of the media. In fact, let me put it this way, your constitutional role as a bridge between the organs of state, various state institutions, and the public. The bridge between them, because you are more or less the conduit and the channel through which critical information which is useful as far as our public discourse is concerned, the governance process is concerned. You are in a better position to relate such messages to the people, the good people of this country, far and wide. Various villages, hamlets, where Right Honorable Speaker and leadership will not be able to travel to, at least. You have your machinery, as it were, in place to be able to reach out to all of them. And so, Right Honorable Speaker considers it very critical, and that is why this moment is here with us. It is our expectation that this opportunity would afford all of us, the needed space to be able to appreciate in perspective a number of issues which are in the public domain. It will afford us the opportunity to be discerning enough to make intelligible judgments in furtherance of the building of this nation. I don't believe it's an opportunity to apportion blames or to put out there who is right or wrong. It is simply to give out information which is necessary for our national discourse. And in that regard, I thank you all for coming and welcome you all. I believe we will all grant him our ears. I thank you.
The Right Honorable Speaker, leadership of the House, honorable members, distinguished members of the media. They say when the old lady calls you, you usually do not know what they are going to say. So you will hazard all kinds of guesses until you hear from them. Usually it would be to give you nuggets of wisdom or to caution you about a direction to head in order for you to prosper in the land of the living. Our old lady, in this case a male, has called us and we've come. And so we are going to listen to him and hear what he has to say. Please, with a round of applause, help me to welcome the Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic, the Right Honorable Albert Sumana Kingsley.
Please, kindly be seated. I believe I'm too young to wear the hat of an old lady. I don't have that wisdom of the old ladies. Let me also add my voice in welcoming all of you to this afternoon presser, and I will do all I can to be as brief as possible. Beloved Ghanaians, democracy will work only if we fight for it, says President Barack Obama of the United States. I swore an oath to uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will do right to all manner of persons in accordance with the Constitution and the laws and conventions of Parliament, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. I concluded the swearing of the oath with a call on God to help me. I'm very confident and have faith in God to see me through these dark days of Ghana and our young democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start this presser by disabusing, setting the minds of Ghanaians at ease. There is no constitutional crisis in this country. I repeat, there is no constitutional crisis. The Parliament of Ghana is working. Let nobody misinform or disinform you. The democratic system we adopted and enacted as captured in the Constitution 1992 in various laws, processes, and practices is what has been triggered, and let us allow it to work. Democracy is about the rule of law. Let the law work. Adopted and enacted recognizes the cost of operationalizing the system. And challenges and problems will arise. The system has put in place mechanisms, structures, and processes, procedures, and rules to follow and apply to disagreement. Convert the challenges and provide solutions to the problems. This is viewed and applied. There is no crisis in the country. I have served Parliament and the people of Ghana for over 32 years as a politician and over 42 years as a public servant. Cherish the role Parliament plays in our democracy is to leave Parliament a strong institution than unelected. Parliament is alive and working. Dissolved, prorogued, prohibited, or terminated. The plenary sitting were adjourned indefinitely to take decisions created by a stage by the MPP members who were available as a agreement. The cause of the disagreement, which led had to be resolved with time, more leaders than those in Parliament, and by the lawful authority, the Speaker of Parliament. Let us stop pressing the panic buttons and fear and allow the system to work. Anger, which rather inflames the situation. There will be no democracy without patience, discipline, collaboration, the love for one another, consensus building. One may ask, what led to this disagreement? Following a statement by October 14 on a matter he considered to be of on the 15th of October 2024, comments thereof by other members as permitted by the I communicated the findings of my end as Speaker of House on the 17th October 2024, the contents of which has to be a ruling. The Honorable disagreed vehemently with communication as the Speaker of Parliament and proceeded earlier action he had commenced in the Supreme Court about 2024 to prevent the Speaker of Parliament making any pronouncement on the subject matter of the statement case at enforcing until the final determination by the Supreme Court. The rest, we say, ladies and gentlemen, be in my official capacity, I am mindful, but it must be said, there still be not just legal questions, but more has profound implications for our democratic stance. At its core is the very democracy. While many legal arguments have been advanced of the court, I recognize the political and governance implications have not been addressed sufficiently to enrich the national discourse. It is my considered view this should also be vigorously articulated to give a holistic approach to resolving the issue. As one of the protagonists in this matter, and a long-time practitioner, it will be a disservice not to respectfully draw your attention to some of the facts, principles, and ethics of politics and governance, the practice and procedures of Parliament, and what is generally referred to as parliamentary law, to throw light on some aspects of the matter and to clarify the considerations that underpinned my actions. The current brouhaha may be likened to a power play between the arms of government, and has the potential to undermine our democracy, authority of Parliament. Its outcomes, constitutional order, and the democratic system have toiled, sacrificed their lives, and shed blood for decades. Ladies and gentlemen, acts of the judiciary and executive, and as the workings of Parliament, pose a direct challenge. Jurisdiction, authority, powers of the esteemed institution of Parliament, which is the repository of the sovereign will of the people of Ghana, increasingly becoming clear, and the executive are seemingly to weaken Parliament. Name voters in the 2020 presidential and parliamentary election is clear and loud. People. The decision is obviously for a consensual and collaborative governance. Government. The majoritarian system, where the minority have a say, but the was rejected by the voters. For inclusivity, collaboration, parties in Ghana, resulting in the composition of parliament to the voters is the better way forward for. The expectation of the voters is the constitution of a parliament where the national interest as against partisan or parochial interests. This is the context and the peculiar situation you have to preside over as a speaker. In the Fourth Republic, in fact, in the history of Ghana, to work with a president who belongs to a different party, to work without a majority party, but with an evenly divided parliament, 137 apiece. That is, decision making has therefore not been smooth sailing. As a Speaker of Parliament, I hold in favor of the national interest, but sometimes bend backwards to accede to government requests. Government has been given the mandate to govern. Understanding and let the board of the parliament and members of parliament to provide procedural rules of it to actualize this goal and to provide for the possible as envisaged in the Constitution. These include an election of an independent president, somebody who contests as we have now, and presidential candidate can be elected by the vote of Ghana. How is he going to work with Parliament to get his or her business, that is government business, by Parliament? We have a minority government where the voters president, but he has a parliament, and that is a minority government. Majority members of parliament to always approve his business for him to govern the nation. We can also have a coalition or a merger of parties government, and the familiar one we know is the majority government. These are possible governments constitutionally guaranteed in Ghana. In the current hung parliament, the new standing orders of parliament had to cater for such a government by a number of provisions in the standing orders. We also provided provisions for all the other options of government that I just explained. For instance, a day which we called a decision day has been designated in the new standing orders, where the Speaker, in consultation with the leadership of the House, will set aside to allow members of parliament who are ministers and deputy ministers the opportunity to be present in parliament, to be counted in support of government position, to ensure government business does not suffer for lack of government members of parliament in parliament. Despite the above, often the number of government members present still don't add up due to the nature of the duties and responsibilities of ministers and deputy ministers. The NDC members of parliament, however, understood the situation and on a daily basis cooperated with the MPP members of parliament to see government business through. In spite of this, the NDC members are said to be saboteurs of government business by the MPP members of parliament and the followers of the new patriotic party. Those of you who cover proceedings on a daily basis are witnesses as to how sometimes I have to look at the members of the NDC in a very stern manner, which made them give in to their objections, just to get government business going. Ladies and gentlemen, the powers of the judiciary ends where the nose of parliament starts. The Constitution is very clear on freedom of speech and of proceedings of parliament. Articles 115 and 116 grant members of parliament privileges and immunity of speech, debates, and proceedings on any matter or thing brought by a member in or before parliament by petition, bill, motion, or otherwise. And I want to quote the two articles to you. Article 115. There shall be freedom of speech, debate, and proceedings in parliament, and that freedom shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of parliament. Article 116. Subject to the provisions of this article, but without prejudice to the general effect of Article 115 of this Constitution, civil or criminal proceedings shall not be initiated against a member of parliament in any court or place out of parliament for any matter or thing brought by him in or before parliament by petition, bill, motion, or otherwise. This means happiness in parliament must remain in parliament. So the court must and has always been hesitant to interfere in the proceedings and decisions of parliament. In the celebrated case of Tufor versus the Attorney General, the Supreme Court affirmed that happiness in parliament are a closed book. Despite these provisions, the courts are replete with debates and proceedings of parliament. Most worrying is these proceedings are initiated by some members of parliament, even leaders of parliament, who ought to know better. Parliamentarians who are to be loyal to parliament rather than to the Supreme Court run to the Supreme Court at the slightest opportunity to use the Supreme Court to undermine parliament. This might be one of the reasons parliament and members of parliament are not respected and treated with disdain. This was exhibited by the president's refusal to even receive the LGBTQ plus bill duly processed and passed by Parliament without any legal basis. The judiciary is supportive of this conduct by the receipt and processing of a suit on this subject matter. These are dangerous precedents in our democratic journey. Both the president and the judiciary have sinned against the Constitution and must seek the opportunity to confess and repent to be forgiven. I am confident the battles we are fighting today will make our democracy stronger and more vibrant in the future. I believe in the supremacy of the Constitution. Mark my words, the supremacy of the Constitution, not the supremacy of the judiciary or Supreme Court. I also believe in a vibrant parliament that is respected and accords its due on political questions as long established by law and decided cases. A parliament that understands, reflects, and embodies the will of the people and defends its constitutional prerogatives only works in the interest of Ghana and Ghanaians, not a rubber stamp parliament subservient to the whims and caprices of the executive and or the judiciary. Again, I strongly believe that Parliament was one of the institutions President Barack Obama had in mind when he opined, while in Ghana in 2009, that Africa needs strong institutions and not strong men. I'm happy he didn't add women. Parliament must be strong to perform its legislative function and the indispensable function of holding the president to account. That is the oversight function. No other person or body has the gravitas and constitutional mandate to do so in Ghana. The public, media, civil society, and other partners in governance can make constructive inputs and criticize actions and omissions of arms of government. But these bodies are not constitutionally and legally structured and mandated to hold the executive to account. Parliament is elected. It is, at its best, the will of the people, legally and constitutionally structured and mandated to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, my dream, therefore, is a patriotic one. The existence of a firm, effective, efficient, and responsive parliament whose members place national and constituency interests ahead of narrow, partisan, or personal interests. At last, this is yet to materialize in Ghana. Parliament weakens itself when its members keep running to our courts to settle or seek favorable determinations of not just legal matters, but essentially political and governance questions. It is my strong belief the matter before the Supreme Court can be settled within Parliament through matured deliberations and compromises. Please Please, make no mistake. Not all the strong men President Obama warned us about come in military uniforms. Some come dressed in suits. I hope in my lifetime, Ghana shall have a parliament and a speaker who are truly independent from Jubilee or Flagstaff House or any headquarters in the conduct of parliamentary business. Let me state unequivocally, Parliament owes its duty to the people who established and elected its members to serve and represent them. The wheels of Parliament will continue to turn, and no person will be allowed to disrupt parliamentary proceedings or to undermine the democratic mandate of Parliament. When I ruled in January 2021 on the issue of which side constitutes majority and minority in Parliament, the ruling was in favor of the majority group then. It was not an act of lawlessness as to cause constitutional crisis. When I ruled in the matter of the vacation of seats by Honorable Kennedy Ajapong, Honorable Henry Korti, and Honorable Sarah Adjoa Safo, the question of the interpretation of the Constitution was not raised. When my predecessor declared the former seat vacant in 2020, applying the same provisions of Article 97, the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court to interpret and enforce provisions of the Constitution was not invoked. Peace reigned in these instances, and nobody cried and ran to the Supreme Court under the guise of constitutional interpretation. If I may ask, is it a legal matter for the Supreme Court to decide as to which side of the House constitutes the majority or minority? It is for good reason that justice is said to be blind, and further, that justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done in all cases, not in only those cases to which some people appear to be sentimentally attached. Fellow Ghanaians, I respectfully call on the Supreme Court to apply the same swiftness with which the motion ex parte in the instant matter was granted to the case involving the President's refusal to receive the Human Rights and Family Values Bill passed by Parliament, which has been pending before the same court for almost a year without being heard. Ladies and gentlemen, consistency is not just an ideal, but the foundation of life. The court cannot enjoin 4 members of Parliament from serving their constituents for 12 weeks, but was very eager to deny the constituents of Assin North their representation because of the issue of allegiance. The court cannot deny the constituents of Sal the sanctity of representation for years. The court cannot even see that the Constitution itself permits a denial of representation within 3 months to the holding of a general election. It's in the Constitution. Ladies and gentlemen, the Parliament of Ghana shall commence sitting as by law prescribed from tomorrow, November 7th, 2024. I have earlier instructed the clerk to Parliament to transmit the LGBTQ plus bill to the President for assent. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I'm aware of the business the government wants to transact through Parliament. And I'm willing to cooperate and collaborate with government. Despite all that I have said, Ghana first. And all Ghanaians should bear the President, Parliament, the judiciary, and all our leaders in prayer for the betterment of our people and country. With this, I thank you all for your attention. Assalamu alaikum.
The Right Honourable Speaker of the 8th Parliament with that address. May we please be seated. This is the Speaker's press conference, and he will now take questions from members of the media. We will take them in tranches of 4. Please, brevity is the name of the game. So you get up, you tell us your name, your media house, and then your question. In order for us to get as many questions in as possible, one man, one match it. And please, the preambles, let's just use them. The Director of Media Relations will assist in this particular endeavor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, my name is Ibrahim Al-Hassan. I report for GH1 TV and Star FM. Okay, so one man, one question. Mr. Speaker, I just want a clarity. Have you re-instructed the clerk to resubmit the Human Sexual Rights and Ghanaian Family Values Bill to the presidency, or you relating to the old instruction you gave which was rejected during the transmission?
My name is Kwabena, TVXY Power FM. My question is simple. So tomorrow as Parliament sits, tell us exactly how the sitting arrangement would be. Because what we've been hearing is that the minority then has its majority, and would they remain as such, or there will be a shift? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Kweku Asante from Joy News and Joy FM. Mr. Speaker, during the proceedings in court, the Attorney General had cause to say that you had committed a crime by illegally procuring the services of Mesa Sori in litigating those matters in the Supreme Court. Specifically, he puts out a letter that has been signed by the PPA CEO rejecting a sole sourced procurement that you wanted to do as regards to Mesa Sori. Please, can you respond to the specifics and allegations that you had committed a crime in that regard?
My name is Havila Kekele, Class FM. Right Honourable Speaker, there have been several occasions where members of Parliament sometimes through disagreement with some of your rulings or pronouncements on the floor use certain words at you. How do you feel about some of these things?
Mr. Speaker, we will respectfully take a fifth one. We'll take a fifth one because of the brevity of the question, so that we can get as many questions in.
Thank you very much. My name is John Ansah, and I report for GBC Online. Just to reiterate the points earlier made by my colleague. Speaker, as we speak today, the media, we are somehow confused. You address MP as a minority leader and or a majority leader. You are told that, please, that's not my title, or they'll just cut the line. Please, can you settle this debate for us? Who is the majority leader today in Parliament?
The Right Honourable Speaker.
These are very interesting questions. The first one is easy. It's a fresh instructions to the clerk to Parliament to resubmit the bill to the President. I'll leave it at that. The second one, please, it's not part of the duties of a speaker to decide where an MP should sit in Parliament. It's not my duty. That determination in Ghana's situation, in various parliaments, these things we are talking about, majority side, minority side, don't exist any longer. That's why in my ruling I use the term old school. The British model, government, opposition, benches, and a carpet in between them. And so when you are shifting your political leaning, you have to cross that carpet to the other side. And that is why you have the term carpet crossing. Our parliament is not arranged in the form of government and opposition. And Ghana don't like the term opposition. So we decided to adopt the terms from the United States of America, majority and minority. So you can even sit anywhere. But the numbers determine who is majority and who is minority. But in our parliament, the practice is for those who constitute majority to sit at the right side of the speaker, and those who constitute minority to sit at the left side of the speaker. That is because after independence in 1957, we adopted the Westminster system, which is practiced in the United Kingdom. But we changed that, even to the extent that the arrangement on the floor of the House is in a horseshoe. So it's not always the case that the people to the left side are all members of minority. That's not the case now. And there's good reason behind this. As in the textbooks. The determination, therefore, in our situation, as to who constitute majority or minority, is a question of numbers. As to where they sit, is the determination first of the political parties who influence who should lead the caucus or party wing in Parliament. They, after various consultations, decide that these 5 people should occupy these positions in leadership. And so they are given the chairs in front. Then in consultation with them, the 5 leaders, they determine who should sit behind them. Because as a leader, you need somebody that you have trust, confidence in, who has the capacity, so that when you are in some difficulty or you have a challenge, you can just lean over and listen to his or her whisper. So you have a say as to who sits behind you. The speaker is not involved in this one. The whips, particularly the chief whips, lead in trying to identify who should sit behind. And it also has to do with years of experience in the House, and also the issue of gender and other professional backgrounds, until you get to those who are at the back. Even though we don't sit on benches, we still use the term backbenchers. Speaker is not involved in this. After they have agreed on it, they then get in touch with the Parliamentary Service through the clerk, who will get his officer at the table, together with the marshal, and they will get the names, print them, and place them on the various tables as decided by the various caucuses. The Speaker don't come in this. Please. How can you call Speaker to come and decide where people should sit? It's not part of my duties. Number 3. With you. Go and look at that letter. He's the Attorney General. He did his service in Parliament here. I was leader then, when he was doing his service here. Yes. So I know him very well before he became Attorney General. Read that letter carefully. And that's one of the things they are missing. There's vast difference between Parliament as an institution and the office of the Speaker. The Speaker is the party before the Supreme Court, not Parliament. So as Speaker, when the Attorney General is taking a different position from my position, I should still contract him as my counsel. I will leave it at that. Once I'll meet the Attorney General and I'll tell him my peace of mind on some legal issues and pronouncements he made at the Supreme Court. You know, Attorney Generals must be respected as learned. But it should not be part of what Obama referred to. Not me. It will not work. Number 4. As for the terms they use against me, it's part of the hazards of the work. We're doing everything as leaders, not to bring up our youth to believe that indecent, intemperate, insulting, and offensive language is the way to go. But people interpret freedom of speech to mean that freedom of speech without responsibility. You can just use any word. But you know how offensive it is to you yourself or your parent when it's used against your father or mother. But for me, what I believe in is that you reap what you sow. That one, nobody can run away from it. I think the last question, I answered it. As to who is majority, who is minority, I made it clear to all of you. It's not a function or duty of the Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. We will take the next tranche. I see Ahmed, the Director of Media Relations, is working to do that. Again,
thank you very
your
much.
name?
My name is Ahmed Usman Khalid, Imam Zakaria, Gurguruwe. No, I have to plead the Constitution. Please, I bet mine. Yes. Can you open Article 1 or 2? I just want to quote what the Chief Justice read in Supreme Court in the absence. My name is Ahmed Usman Khalid, Imam Zakaria Gurguruwe. Oh, a freelance journalist, not from MPP headquarters, please. my school fees was paid by the speaker, so. Council, Article 2. Yeah. I just want to read what the Chief Justice read in the absence of the speaker. I didn't want to paraphrase. I just want to read. Article 2. She says this way. 1. A person who alleges, I'll leave all and come to surplus 4. Failure to obey or carry out the term of an order or direction made or given under the clause 2 of the article in this constitution commits a high crime under this constitution and shall, in the case of the president or the vice president, constitute a ground for removal from office under this constitution. Right Honorable Speaker, this was read before an open court, Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court was saying that it has instructed you to adhere to its orders. Failure is that she's going to apply Article 2, Clause 4 on you. That even the president or the vice president, if they go contrary, or if they may refuse to, follow the order, they suffer this particular punishment. Right Honorable Speaker, have you gone contrary to the Supreme Court orders, ruling, or judgment? Thank you very much.
Okay, my name is Evans Ofutilabi from TV SYZ and Power FM. Mr. Speaker, we want to know whether the 4 seats which were declared vacant still remain vacant.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Simon again. I report for the Accra Times. In one of the interviews, former Majority Leader, Honorable Chairman Ansah, had with Joy News, he said after your predecessor, former Speaker Michael Kwe, gave the ruling in 2020, he disagreed with former Speaker Michael Kwe, and you supported his stance. I want to find out why did you go back to support your former predecessor when you expressed disagreement with his earlier ruling? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. My name is George A.C. and I'm with Ghana Web. By your ruling on the 17th, the 4 MPs were supposed to have vacated their seat, and the court has ordered them to come back. What is your instruction to the clerk and those who are responsible? Are they going to be allowed to come into Parliament or no?
Thank you very much, Rather Honorable Speaker. My name is Nana Kweku Bofa, and I work with Opimso Radio in Menchia, Kumasi. Speaker, you have been accused of interpreting 1992 Constitution when you declare the 4 seat vacant. Speaker, I want to know, did you do so? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. I think we've taken the fifth one. And so, Mr. Speaker may answer the 5 questions with Kweku Bofa's own on whether he misinterpreted the provisions in the 1992 constitutions when he declared the 4 seats vacant. Mr. Speaker.
Well, you're talking about the same matter using different words. But that is before the Supreme Court. And I've given instructions to my lawyers to handle that. So that is not a matter for me to comment on. My lawyers are handling that. So all questions we're dealing with those issues before the court will allow the court to handle that. What I would draw your attention to is that the practice and procedure of Parliament is unknown to many, including the court. And anything I do on the floor, I refer to the standing orders. The courts can declare the standing orders as unconstitutional or unlawful or whatever. Until that is done, as the presiding officer, I'm bound on issues of procedure, proceedings, and practice, apply those rules. And that is what we did. That is why in my statement, I drew your attention to the fact that what I did on the floor was just sharing of information, communicating to the members that this issue that was raised, and by the standing orders, I have options. Could have set up a committee to go through it and submit a report. That report could even lead to legislation. Or I could go and inquire into it myself, and then come and inform the House of my findings. That is in the standing orders. That is what I said is being construed to mean ruling. In our parliamentary practice, you don't make ruling when statements are made. Statements are commented upon. But the nature of the subject matter was debatable. And because of its importance, I had to give room for many more members to comment. But in trying to comment, they debated it. So that was what happened. But I'm clear as to my rule. Just inquire into it, come and share with the House in the form of information what your findings revealed. And that was all what I did. I did not make any order. Go and read the proceedings. I did not make any order. And for my friend, the veritable Honorable Oseche Mensah Bonsu, I'm sure he showed you the evidence where we had that discussion. He disagreed, and I supported him, and now I have made a U-turn. I thought you should have asked him when my predecessor made the ruling, whether his side disagreed with him and allowed the same member, who is now second deputy speaker, to continue to sit, or his seat was vacated. Did they agree with him or disagree with him? You should have asked him. So that one, he will need to produce evidence to show that this is what happened. I don't know where we sat and held a discussion, or it's on the floor and the official reports are there for you to go and read, whether I got up and in my contribution disagreed with my predecessor. That is for you to make your findings on. And what's the last question? I answered all. Yes. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. We'll take 2 more tranches and then we'll be done. We're doing well so far. The Director of Media Relations is still going around with the microphones.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. You said the President and the Judiciary have sinned against the... My name is Oyene Pons. I work with Adom FM and Adom TV. Now you said the President and the Judiciary have sinned against the Constitution. Would you tell us more on that? What would you say that will be the things or the acts they have done that will constitute, in your opinion, sin against the Constitution?
Good afternoon, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Mia Yukwioka. I work for CTFM and Channel 1 TV. Now, Article 112, Clause 3 of the Constitution, as well as the Standing Orders 53, have been invoked by the NPP caucus for the third time this year, whenever you adjourn the House indefinitely. Now, we want to find out, is this an abuse of that provision, and what has been its impact on other legislative processes? Thank you.
My name is Emmanuel Akoli of Peace FM. Speaker, a number of people have described this eighth parliament as very chaotic, based on events that which happened when this parliament came into being and what is happening currently. Mr. Speaker, how do you see this parliament? Are you proud of the eighth parliament? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. My name is Kwabena Martin. I report for Original TV and Original FM. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know what influenced your decision of adjourning Parliament sine die the last time we had our sittings, and what will be your decision if the same situation which happened the last sittings continue tomorrow?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Clement Akolo. I report for Parliamentary News 360. I also double as the Communication Officer for Parliamentary Network Africa. Mr. Speaker, you mentioned that both the President and the judiciary have sinned. And when you look at Article 122 of the Constitution, it talks about contempt of Parliament. So if they have sinned, do they fall far of the contempt of Parliament, and what are you going to do about it? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ben. I think that's the fifth question for this tranche. I get the feeling that this could be the last one. Am I right, colleagues? Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, if you may answer the 5 questions that being referred to.
Two of you raised a question about the sinning of the President and the judiciary. Please go through the Constitution or the laws of Ghana. There is nowhere where the President can refuse to receive a bill passed by Parliament. In fact, the crafters of the Constitution are so careful that they even took away veto power from the President. So in Ghana, our President cannot veto a bill passed by Parliament. It's clear in the Constitution that the President will receive the bill passed by Parliament. If he has concerns, he will communicate to Parliament that I have concerns on this bill that you have passed within 7 days. Then he has 14 days to put across those concerns back to Parliament. And Parliament is called upon to reconsider the bill, taking his inputs into consideration. That is what is in the Constitution and the laws of Ghana. So if the President refuses to even receive the bill, what has he done to the Constitution? You understand? 2, in the Constitution, the President is permitted to refer the bill to the Council of State for advice. He didn't even do that. So the term I even used is very mild. In the case of the judiciary, a bill is a bill. It's not law. It's just a bill. This is a draft that is being discussed. The judiciary is going to do what? Be part of the law-making process. Tell us what to do in the bill. It's only when it's passed and assented to by the president, then it becomes law, that the judiciary can come in to interpret and enforce. There's nothing like that. And this is something that immediately, with supersonic speed, it should have been jettisoned, not entertained at all by the court. Now what it means is that anytime any bill is before us, and we are working on it at this stage, anybody can just take it to the court. And that will mean that Parliament will have to stop and wait until the final determination of what? What are they to determine? Please. We are doing this for Ghana, and not for only today's generation, for generations yet unborn. We are building a durable, sustainable governance structure that gives certainty to everybody that is the rule of law that prevails, not of man, or the rule by law. The two are not the same. When you rule by law, people are not certain of the law. And so even investors run away. And as a leader for so many years, from 2001, I've been a leader. I can mention so many serious investors who say they will not invest in Ghana because of uncertainty of the law. Attempts to invest here, you definitely have branches of the law, and then the courts and the system cannot tell you what the law is. And they lose a lot. So when you talk about unemployment, underdevelopment, and the rest, now who caused it? Leadership, I believe strongly, is cause. Everything else is effect. Even though followers matter. Followers matter. And that is where, in fact, we applauded the efforts of the president when in his inaugural speech, he talked about us being citizens and not what? Spectators. Today, Ghanaians are now more spectators than citizens. I think you have to wake up and become the citizens that he called us to be. That is where I'm moving towards. I don't have any ill will or malice. No. I don't have any ambition. If there's honorable Bobie or whatever people don't want, please, that one, I can assure you, I'll go and relax. And my holy village is always there to welcome me. I don't have any problem at all. But once I sit here, I take the decisions and I'm responsible. Nobody else but me. That's why I started with my oath. I swore the oath. And at the end of the day, when I'm to account for my life to my Creator, nobody is to do that with me. I'll be alone. And I'll be there. Those of you who will come later. Because I believe in life after death. In fact, we are even told that place is better than here. So I have no problem with dying. I'm always prepared anytime to die. But you will come after that. And you will come and meet me there. Eh? I'll tell you what seniority means.
The Right Honorable Speaker shall live to tell of the good works of the Lord.
Hey, there's one on
oh, okay. I have indications that there are some two critical questions. So
yeah,
maybe after that, yes, then we can quickly go away.
Oh, recall. I can't say it's an abuse. The Constitution permits them to do what they do. It's just that, please, don't only think about today. Also think about tomorrow when you are doing some of these things. And for me, as I sit here, I thought the focus of those in government shall be about government business, not even the position they occupy. Which is more important? It's government business. As for the position you occupy, if you work well, you may even get a higher position. Eh? It's the good people of Ghana who will decide. So I'm surprised that some people are focused on that one. But tomorrow, you will hear from me.
We are bringing proceedings to a close, but I see
our
that
parliament so far is transformatory. In fact, this is a parliament, I've been from the first to the 8th. The first was foundational. And the late Right Honorable Justice Daniel Annan had to use all his experience and wisdom to establish the parliament. And so he started by transforming the rules that we inherited from the 79 to 81 parliament. That's the Third Republic. And also putting the structures and personnel in place, creating the opportunity for further training, education, and the rest. He did that. The second parliament, led by the late Right Honorable Peter Ala-Jete, focused on trying to strengthen the second speaker, I should say.
Second speaker, third parliament.
To strengthen the institution of parliament. And you recall sometimes he had some rough edges with the president. No wonder he lasted for 4 years only. And it established a 4-year term for Speaker of Parliament. The fourth was trying to stabilize the third speaker. And that was Right Honorable Ebenezer Sechi Hughes. I worked with all of them. The fifth came, and that was our beautiful lady, Supreme Court Judge, Justice Edeline Bamford Addo. And she, with her experience from the bench, focused on the rules and dignity of the House. So you could see her dressing, her posture, her patience, and everything mattered to the institution. Then, the next speaker, that was my brother, very good friend of mine, who was my chief whip, became my deputy leader when I was the leader later on became first deputy speaker and became speaker. So he used his experience in the House and his connection with members, particularly their dealings at the Parliamentary Service Board, to initiate a lot of things. And then our professor came, who in the 1990s used to come to the workshop of Parliament to take us on issues of governance and the rest, because he was lecturing at the what? University of Ghana, the Political Science Department. So we studied together. Okay, how many from each side of the House? We discussed that. How many minutes per person? We discussed that. Then I just come to preside and enforce what we have discussed. That is why it's difficult for us to be sitting at 10. Because sometimes I have to get them to make sure that there's some peace before we go out there. This is what we do on a daily basis. I just don't come and preside and impose my ideas. Even when you go to voting, we agree. We will oppose. If you give ayes during the voice vote, we will challenge your decision. We will count hairs. We will do secret voting. We will not allow public voting. We discuss all this. And so even some of the discussion at that period, when people, leaders go on air and go and reveal those conclave confidential information, what is that meant to achieve? I should not invite them to discuss things with them again. And what will happen on the floor? In spite of all that, for 4 good years, 4 good years, people are still not appreciative. And I am the target. Hey, this is my God. Hey, he's a living God, though. So please.
Mr. Speaker, we are live on GH1, GBC.
Oh, you are live.
And I would crave your indulgence that we take. I've seen some crucial questions that I think must be asked so that we can round up, so that they don't surcharge us for spending too much of their live airtime. And so we'll take the final tranche of questions, and then we will bring proceedings to a close. Very quickly, name, media house, question, no preamble.
Thank you very much. My name is Ernest Kofiedu. I work with the Daily Guide newspaper. Right, Honorable Speaker, at the last adjourned date, you said that because of the issue of composition and that of the fact that Parliament had the correct number to do business, but didn't have the correct number to undertake decision. You are recalling the House tomorrow. Can you tell us whether these issues have been addressed and whether there has been meeting between yourself and the leadership of the House such that tomorrow's recall will also not degenerate into that confusion? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon. My name is Prince Asari from Pen TV. In your speech, you just said that you expressed concern about the fact that members of the House now are resorting to the Supreme Court to deal with conflicts that happen in the House. And you believe that that wouldn't help. Now we are having a conflict now. And I want to know that how do we handle this conflict resolution process and who is to initiate it? Because you said you have been doing this for many years. So how can we come together and solve this impasse?
Thank you. Let's move on.
My name is Isaac Andor, a freelance journalist. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In your speech, you indicated that the matter before the Supreme Court could have been handled internally through dialogue and compromises. Please, is it too late?
We are rounding up. Is there, have we satisfied you now from this corner? Okay, I think we can, no Jara. I think we can successfully bring proceedings to a close with Mr. Speaker answering these questions. But I must also indicate that, Mr. Speaker, that TV3, 3FM, Joy FM, they are all broadcasting live. In fact, I have received City FM, GH1 TV, and I think, is it TV? They are all live. So today's been one of the days that we've had the most live coverages, and we are grateful to you. Before the Deputy Clerk comes to say thank you, just to let you know that we are live on all these channels and on our own channels as well.
By knowing the nature of the disagreement, would it have been solved within one night? No. Because I've seen that the nature of the disagreement goes beyond the house to the powers outside the house. And so we needed to engage many more people to be able to resolve the disagreement. So you need more time. And since I couldn't estimate the time, I decided that it should be what? Indefinite. After we've resolved that, then Parliament could be recalled. If people were mindful that there's some agency for us to resolve it, they would have come together faster for us to talk, negotiate things, resolve it, and come back. But I tell you, apart from some senior citizens, patrons of the country, who actually got in touch with me, the leadership of the MPP members have not gotten in touch with me. They haven't. My good friend Oseche Mensah Bonsu spoke to me because he wasn't even around when this thing happened. And we discussed this and I threw more light on it. And he said, oh, he didn't know before granting interviews. He said those things, but now he can also say, I should bring my official report, you know. So, to the best of my knowledge, I don't know of the resolution of the disagreement. And so I don't know what will happen tomorrow. But I will be available to preside. You understand? And so that is the situation now. The last question. Proposal. Proposal. Well, am I now to propose it to you and Ghanaians? Or I should have been making the proposals to the parties so that they can be negotiating and compromising? I think that's the best way to do. And I'm expecting that, in fact, I need to praise some leaders because the first to get in touch with me, I think, was Apostle Nyamiche and the boss of the Christ Apostolic Church. They were the first to come to express concern and we had a lengthy discussion. You know. Then later, a delegation of the Council of State also came to meet me in the office. And when I explained all the situation to them, in fact, many of them were really surprised because what they heard on air and what I told them and said they could cross-check from the proceedings or other things, they were really surprised because they didn't know that was what took place. There was so much misinformation and all those, and I don't want to go into those details because they are before the court. At the end of the day, the judgment of the court will set a lot of precedents. But don't forget, the law is that the Supreme Court can always differ from its earlier decision. That is a danger. So for a purpose, I can give a judgment and ruling to favor the situation. Tomorrow, I say, no. No, I disagree with that. And that is permitted by law. So when you tell me that, it means that the Supreme Court is supreme. And so when it orders, I must obey. When I know the same Supreme Court can disorder, you have to raise a question back. I'm a lawyer by profession. And the first time I appeared in the Supreme Court was 1983. 1983. That was my first case in the Supreme Court. I don't know whether those who are going there now were born, but it's okay. The last one is when I was young, I think when we were in the senior high, we were not calling it senior high, we were calling it secondary school. There was some song, it's too late to say that you are sorry. After you broke in my heart. When I needed you to satisfy my soul. You turn your back and said,
now, I think we should add singer to Mr. Speaker's because the skills keep adding as we go along. I said he was an old woman in an old man's skin. He refused, but... And so I think that you'd all agree with me that we've had a very fruitful good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, may I also acknowledge that Daily Graphic Online, Class FM, Channel 1 TV, Onua TV and FM, newsalertgh.com live, and many other news portals are streaming live. Like I indicated, we are truly grateful
that what the people of Ghana set for us is for collaboration, cooperation, and for all of us to work together to ensure that democracy succeeds. So on behalf of the Right Honourable Speaker and on behalf of the Parliamentary Service, we wish to thank you all. We are grateful to the Right Honourable Speaker for this opportunity to speak to the people of Ghana, to set the record straight, to let people understand that Parliament will continue to sit, Parliament will sit tomorrow, and Parliament will continue to sit until the House stands dissolved on 6 January 2025. So on behalf of the Parliamentary Service, on behalf of the Speaker of Parliament, the leadership of the House, we say thank you to all of you for attending this important program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I welcome Mohammed Nagzi to the podium, and Metro TV, thank you also for going live.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Almighty Allah, we thank you for a very important program that has come to a successful end. We pray that this important message delivered to the country will promote peace so that we can live together as a great country. May the Almighty Allah guide us safely through these important upcoming events, which is the general elections, so that the country will remain as one united country, working together. In the name of the Almighty Allah and the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والصلاة والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Amen.
Coordinating Director in charge of Research and Library, Mr. Mohammed Nagzi Hadi, with the closing prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Mr. Speaker, and his entourage and members of parliament will leave first, and then the rest of us will follow. So please, let's be seated. Let's all remain seated while Mr. Speaker and the big men and women leave. Then we will follow.
So normally it's the speaker's communication that will come. If he has a concern, if he has gotten any letter from the president, whatever it is, he communicates. But it doesn't give the platform for scrutiny. It doesn't give the platform for the media to even ask questions. And it's very hard to have a serving speaker being interviewed. And so this has been a good platform, especially in the times that we are in, that we will need clarity. And if for preliminary purposes, I think the speaker is the embodiment of the institution Parliament in Ghana's governance process. And so he addressing the press now has been very, very opportune, and we see it as a good step.
One issue that also caught my attention was the fact that the speaker was not too happy about the fact that anytime there's an issue, members of the House would immediately want to resolve the issue at the law courts. To him, they have the necessary procedures and processes to handle such, issues like that.
Yeah, so that was very well articulated by the speaker. One thing that resonates in the House is that Parliament is a master of its own rules, and the House is built on consensus, especially in this current dispensation of a hung Parliament. And so the Speaker coming out with this is very good. But again, we also note that this Parliament has been one of the biggest tests to the Constitution and the fidelity of the law, because the Constitution is meant to be, the law is meant to be tested by the people. And so issues like these are, in as much as there might be some similarities with past events, these are novel issues that are coming up. The declaration of a seat vacant prior to an election and all that. And so I feel those going to court have been able to test the Constitution and are testing the Constitution. But I think, like the Speaker said, on many instances, the House and the two sides jaw with the Speaker every day through pre-sitting meetings and all that. And so it would have also been good for us to handle this. But here is, for news purposes, they are also giving us content, and they are giving the nation an education, because if they had handled it in-house, we will not be here where we are and will not be able to have all this audience that we are getting.
I'm curious to know what will happen in Parliament tomorrow. Would you want to speculate?
No.
What's likely to happen tomorrow?
Well, I wouldn't want to hazard or speculate, but I believe that even the sitting happening tomorrow would be as a result of some members appending their signatures to a petition to call on the Speaker to recall the House from recess. And by constitution and by law, the Speaker is bound to recall the House if he has more than 15% of members appending their signatures to a petition for the need for a recall. And so, and I mean, tomorrow I don't see any chaos happening. That's one word the Speaker noted from the beginning, from the onset, after he noted that in his oath to the office and oath to the nation, he pledged his allegiance to the Constitution and to defend the Constitution, and that is what he's doing. And again, to stress that the Parliament is not in crisis. Parliament is not in crisis. And so tomorrow, I believe, I mean, tempers will cool down. I mean, tomorrow wouldn't, I don't expect a showdown. Mind you, government is expected to also present a budget for the first quarter of next year. And members of the NPP caucus who are with government and who ostensibly will be aiding the finance minister to present the budgets would need the buy-in of the NDC caucus to approve the budget and do other government businesses. So I don't think, I mean, we'll have that posture. If anyone wants to prove a point, I think the points are being proved already. And so, yeah.
Thank you so much, my brother Augustus. And Augustus is one of our parliamentary correspondents here. And so, like we brought you earlier, we brought you the press conference of the Speaker, and this had to do with issues happening in Parliament to the point of even one of the issues ending up in the Supreme Court. But the good news is that the Speaker is saying that Parliament is going to resume sitting tomorrow, and so they can continue with government business and ensure that, you know, we continue with our democracy and, of course, development in this country. My name is Gifty AJ, and we brought you the live proceedings in Parliament here in Accra. Back to you, Soyoko, for the rest of the production.
Aha, I am Nakado Ghana Limited. Your work as well, just up hospital. Yeah, you might be in Sassi when you money. Yes, I see dying. Yes, also yes, surveying. Nature in Sassi soon crata. Yes, also the infidel high. Oh, yes, surveyor around. Now, baby, the age you bar, you bring you be a mount. There was Sassi or me, baby. You will be what danger. You will be out to group. You will be what you do, you will be what akuti. Upesoni nakado Ghana kasa. Frey wa umayin so 0536 943494.
Yamakwa baba nakado Ghana Limited. Yeton sase. Yesi adan. Yaya adan ho krata. Oba hanu mo a yebete so ama wo. Yasase no langard ni so. Se wo usika nso kra na oba. Yebebo modern ni ahwew. Watua ne kakrakra. Se mpo wo ye bodwo adwuma. Se uton pia water wo ye de yo ni wo ye bia no. Behwe ne ate so ama wo. Wo se ukura usika nso sika boten so ba nso ebehwe na ya hwe ne aye ho adwuma ma. Yasase no langard ni so. Aha no ntokwa ya ni asase ne sa eni hanomo. Na se ye mo asase ne nso a ye behwe ho ahu se ubenya wo krata a wo de dache obibi ni abetumi aye ho adwuma.
Within the big mama. My battle assassin. Me papa signal na me sakai. Assassin so da form ewo nakado company. Assassin for 4. So when we say so pa ye ma obi. Na what check kakra. Enti papa na me sakai. Ti obi ambra. O ma gine die. Obi ambra. O ma gine die. Obi ambra. O ma gine die. Nakado company.
Matter a forces from the Kwakuguo is gone. All right, so let's go to Kwabena 2 is one of the seats are a shaky BP sa green Kwabena is turning green. Green is so green is so was na sum puton puto unwaze na sum puton puto Dome Kwabena el clim and ra one also show strength ewo eye Dome Kwabena munya Teresa Awuni video a me so obi a what Teresa Awuni e videos ni bia no mo na mo aboaye and ra el clim and so Akrugu also show a matched strength. The issue is say NDC for constituency by constituency. Ya catch them. Almost me a soldier for 2030 at one constituency. At one constituency, NDC for Moya Bayer Yamfan say Bayer 10,000 or 15,000. Sabunya mu jira street mu a soldier 430 omuntimi nyahwe. And we have been telling you guys, stay in the street, don't move. Adaya to abono, stay in the street. Emo bia anka ntra sa oto aba kofie obua eni mra biem, eni law biem, eni Ghana constitution biem sa oto aba wia kofie. Stay. Say even 2 days, when I do any, so also one now, obedient to be for so. And you may come in, Ubekosu, some man for another 2 a man for the Musu, Air Force as Okoda. Air Force, 2 years for so on Goda. In the Sabia or Kankwe South, that's the NDC for Abwa or Moano, Abochenku, Unipa 10,000, 15,000, Air Street Ma, Air Force will be Gofi. Aha, and Yamra. Emo bia nhurehura emo bia nkankyera say oto aba akofie onipa obi obeyi ni tia free Ghana Police Service EC ana ene state institution abeka say bia no oye collaborator o person one MPP fo wiem oboa. Don't listen. Me ka kyerɛ mu bio eni emra bia mu emra bia nkyekere Ghana ni bia say oto na ba wi a onkofie. It's a lie. Stay. And it is true. NDC, PNC, CPP, other political parties. Stay. More beer movie. More beer and beer. Hold each other's hands. Be your brother's keeper. Stay on your grounds. Don't move. Kwabena say about boy elections na we no. Don't move, don't move, don't go anywhere. That day we will supply water, we will supply food, we will get cars, yeah, best supply Diane. We will move from one street to another. We will make sure we protect our sisters, we protect our brothers. Nobody should move. Eni mra bia mu sa to aba wia kofie omoboa. Be a law-abiding citizen. Go there, you vote, stay. Men call any grounds with any weapon. Men fa aba, men fa se kain shawo. Stay. We are Ghanaians. Stay there. Stay there. If they decide that day, wamukum a year 10 in 2022, wamukum 50. That day, if Ghana will be the same, but don't take anything along. The only thing you need that is your weapon. Go there, show them that this is my weapon, this is my bullet, this is my bomb, this is my machete. Let us all agree to protect our thumbs. For that one, we can assure the government, we can assure Akufo-Addo and his wife, we can assure Akufo-Addo Kuromo Chebihine, we can assure Gabinum, we can assure them, their family, we can assure them, their friends, we can give them a full assurance that we will do it. We will stay in the street. Nobody is going anywhere. For that one, we can assure them. Obianko baby ha. Yewoheya. Emran ni baby asa na abekere me time a. Just ada ya to aba no mo curfew. Say bosses obianko da. Ye no so mbetimi a ye behwe. But emra bia ni ho. Emra bia ni Ghana ha. Ye beto aba no. Constituency bia wo bia no. Okankwe South NDC afa. Nti obi bia wo tie mo Okankwe South. Oto aba wi a stay in the street. Enko ba bia se ho bi enkrofo bi free ba bi ba. Mo nkyere wo mo se eho and a momote. And you're replicating every constituency across the country. Would you stay in your constituency, defend your constituency, defend your party, defend Ghana? Se obi amowa enkobo obi. Police for ne no mba ya adwuma. Uhu bibi na won te ase a fre police ni ne oho no bonamane say oh wa hunu say ni Fiwani, the only solution now for them so mbe pade ni titru ni Ashanti region ni nkwaya do mbe fa so ho. They don't have the numbers. It's never true. They have the numbers. In Inquire do Fasu Ashanti region. We will hold them, lock them down. And my culture, no. The only thing we need on 7th December is courage. We don't need any gun, we don't need any machete, we don't need sticks, we don't need stones, we don't need anything. But if Akufo-Addo is a man, na say Akufo-Addo timi replicate ye 2020 say omo bonipa ba ko peku say tuo say 10 Akufo-Addo ne mama no etiemi they should advise him say Akufo-Addo ene ba omia ema obi abusua bi su a omo so be su they will cry. But we hope that their friends will advise them. You better call police station. You turn 1-1. You are you better kai. You better call collation center. You better bobo figures ano. Regina, esro easy figures ni body awawini quietly. Obia koni fie, obia koni baby. Obia no obia ni asem ade a ye hwehwa no but say ebia kwasia bi te eya Jubilee House was matese bia takra this seat ekọ intima soma sojafo every cantonment say omonko takra de no hani agise bia ebia sojafo bia be bongo kan bia be 10 and you be best aba. But sir, so you have 4, 5, 6 normal traffic pick up muko, but nobody is moving. So Jania and Kobe be a general. Already know your complaining say soldier for any elections, any BBI. Our internal elections, and your soldier for any BBI. We are party executive member. We are part ni soldier ni eba police station wa stay strong. Said ya no e wa Asin North no Asin North obia mo obia mfa bibia mbo obia ni nyina ne say the opposition parties led by the NDC ejina wo mo nan so we yampre we yampre enya ntokwa yetu abanu wie wa Asin boko din NDC wi ni ye obia ntutuo obia ntoaba obia ba ni fie quiet eno ano no se MPP na wi ni ya obia beba ni fie quiet eno ano no but nobody should allow any military person to invade a polling station and polling station biano mu make sure say more than anipa by 100 200 ewo for the NDC every polling station because every constituency biano ye nikura no ye wo baya anipa bi about 5,000 10,000 we need them in the streets. Every polling station must be covered. Every polling station must be covered. Nobody should allow anybody to intimidate anybody. This is Ghana. Ghana is for us. Ghana is not for anybody. All right, so yanko dome Kwabena. ensem ni bia enra or file we
and we are sending signal and warning to the Electoral Commission that we want free and fair elections. They have transferred some illegal names into the voter register. We have written about 2 letters to them, which they have not responded to any of the letters. Now that we have finished filing, we are telling them that we are waiting for the response, the letter that we have written to them. If they don't write back to us, we are going to advise ourselves. And then whatever we need to do, we will take legal action, legal means, to make sure that they take all those names out of our register. And we are sending signal and warning to the Electoral Commission that we want free and fair elections. They have transferred some illegal names into the voter register. We have written about 2 letters to them, which they have not responded to any of the letters. Now that we have finished filing, we are telling them that we are waiting for the response, the letter that we have written to them.
Aha. And every NDC piece biano, you catch them, don't show timidity. Show strength. We have the numbers. Trust me. We have the numbers. Anywhere, anytime, any day, we have the numbers. Ghana. Etayechi. Ghana sunsum. Epian krofo efri abaimu. I don't wish for one party state. But Akufo-Addo and Bawumia a curse onto this country. I just hope and pray that one day MPP Benya may be quality leadership. Membompa as MPP, no, never. Because you ain't me nyai on my way so my NDC in kwa. Thank you. Mame yes idea we Ansah na yako. There be we talk about your friend is say development, but me said that I am Wajuma Ansah ya Babe starte yes Ajuma we. Kwame for allied health if no not to amame quick one. Let me just work on it. Fatu say if also mbeko demonstration. Ati Raphael says good afternoon, Bobie. All right, thank you, Ati. Chale munja this MPP guys. You see, most of the area about Accra FM page na mumba be di matem amundi di matem kwa. No class na me catch them. So you don't need to. Karestman Blay, Monsieur Niga. The second says good afternoon, Commander. All right, please, I'm just waiting. All right. Enti allied health professionals. Now, almost say almost posting yemfa omonkoye enti the basic so picketing mon pacho mon yewe I see effective Monday 16th enti allied for no at the shim 16th no allied health professionals no at the shim 16th no at the 17th for na NDC so the ashim normally ashim the following week ba could be so ho yes said ba no almost the abashim almost the bashim almost the bashim organized labor a quite dodo camera and him kakra Okay, so a coalition of unemployed allied health professionals. Coalition of unemployed allied health professionals. Na nyame adma Monday 16th anopa nonkron omo jinemu e Ministry of Health premises. Na me ka se allied health for no mamoma obia meka ntem se munyai no mo ne bekasa omo boa musikwa so na mo call health ministry wo no so mbema police for abebomo a momo mum provoke o no momo aha se di omo peno no sa na omo peno ti sa na mbe ya ma omo se mu tie mi a minim organizers no kama frɛ mo nyame ya adom na adwada na mo kwa mamon sai o mu betra ponko so na ayi e frɛ ne sɛ sa ayi yohonu be skills kakra ama o ma hunu sɛ position mo de ama no oni agro no mo de nkrama bia betwam no ma hyɛ da hyɛ bibi ehihye wo muti enya adwuma omo signals ni nyina asɛe police service signals ni nyina asɛe enya adwuma omo boa ayɛ hihye wo muti kwa enya adwuma ebi batrewu kroma police ni kura tuo kura night na bullet nim we animsem obi anim omo boa ntidwada Coalition of Unemployed Allied Health Professionals moko kamo asem makatira Ghana ni bia say to make sure say you be exposed to omachire wiase no make sure say moko demonstration mamo mfa bibia say obi ko demonstration okura ba na say okura there be obi aso alert international media friend ya unim no make sure say bibia ni wonsem there should be a reason why here is a Ghana for ebu efu ntimon kwa adwada on police for bebomo a eye pa ye here we need those indicators a good omen momo mebomo ade tia NDC jirem den so thank you edamase Ansah Kwame mede ayibi ato me pacho me ba mede anaye ayibi to page ne so mede anaye ayibi ato page ne so and before your friend say campaign bi omo ye campaign bi se ma ka cha mo say galamse asem no me ha me hu bio enra ne kwa me ne no mo ye me pa cho onwe na ye oh ye page no bibia na so ana me de send wa if you were I send me phone you cry assemble ni hi I was so anyani anyway makachem say galamsey no me ha me hu bio me nka ho asem bio because ene say kudo no kuchiaye GJ na omo nyina nkomo no is so sad ya ka kira aban yire no ho na de obeye bia onye na Catholic bishop abegina ho ya ka kira aban yire no ho mensa adewe simple enra mebusa omo enra so follow me a mebusa omo Kenashigbe. Moti media coalition no. Gwayo for emamo fuel coupons 100 million. Moko je some de ko aprobo e Ghana. Report kura munyaye no. Mama yehu. Mo anko so no mo ache coupons na dia. Ka kire ye. Say oh, ya je ye no. Ya anko. Enyo omonko a. Upon Kruma be ka kire say omutwa 10 million Ghana cedis. Meboa. For media sensitization. Enti ye no so ehwo asem ekosi sei. Munka kire am se yenka. But mo de mo kwa pro no. Say Gwayo ye Ghana entity. To your taxpayers ye mu 100 million, full and 100 million. Se mu yusu eye VJet kra. Ebeso. Ebe biaka. Ti mo kwa probo nyina no mo report no am de buy no. Ewe. Yeah. Mom kan kire ye. Ana mo gina wana aban Garam say no say you see kwani aban yem pesa. Because mo kwa say munya fact findings. So obviously no mo jot ne ma ba ko mienu. Mo fa nkira mo say fa nkira mo. Bibiani ho. Okay. Say ekuhudu ya asofo ya nra wene omukosi ayi. Mo so ya suma ma mo ko site. Eko bompaye. Empire no mo ko boy no. Resource anyame ka kire mo no. Mon kan kire ya, mo se mon ka. Ena aban de akwaso enye. Ti wo kwa site wo no se okwa akobọ mpaye no. Na adwene be ne wo trimu a wo de kobọ mpaye. Ye no so ko kan twintwan. Me ne uti wo sesi e. Minua. Ene press conference ya ayi Mia College GJ ni na sefo okoye. OSP last year July report ya wodi aba about Galamsey. Was the land commission for na yes ade no. Lands ministry for na yes ade no. Municipal and district chief executives be ya mo investigate wo mo. Charles Bisiu ayi a friend say edubu ahe. Wo mo nyina ho. Moko ya press conference na Davi abain de mu he de ya ni nye ho
na da se Galamsey fo omo lawyer panyin ne Gabi all the
Davi
ya do excavators on the fresh you release
excavators OSP report ro mi bo bi nyam nam troye anya me sa Thompson e troye enyo obi a na troye a state institution report ya wa tro. And come on, press conference and say, if you mean well for Ghanaians, come on, press conference national. Nenke kuramo. No more peja. Edi actually we are seeing in our say. Akufuado. When I was at OSP office, our report on Galamsey ni.
And then I for.
We want you to act on it. Ni ahunu semwe ni avre. Na mko jina abaye ndia we ye pa dia yempesa. Abaye dia oya no. Abai when you say the oil we sell by no. Abai finance from Abai so there sir. Abai there sir there no. And Abai finance from Abai yempesa there no. Abai jai. Abai there oil no yempo. Abai oya enye you. Ah. Ne ayamia. Report wo. Mo se bompe. Bobie akwa ka ho asem nti no report kra mu na redi bio amai na onyame ohwe ye nyina na mko gira ho we nkrofo sponsor our press conference no ti o manya kakra tafre o manya bia dia wi o mu de o mu wi a kwhwe fufuo bia mko di no osu no enya asem kuma fa so bia ni so ayi ya friends akoya no ya langadi ya o ye GJ president Jomfo. Say oh tonsase. Sir. Jomfo. Oh, unim Jomfo. GJ president no. No tonsase. Langard for no ka ho. Jomfo. O se batakari sa no. Nanko aye say tab. Na say me madam bi kasa so chare ya da Jomfo hwa me kakra Jomfo hwa me kakra kakra am say Jomfo akola we. We dey give you. for we are going to scar. Jumbo. Jumbo in our Gagos ladies car. No, Ansah, Jumbo. Yeah, Casama. Oh, we are so in your bonnet. I don't Ansah as a journalist. I said, we no report to my paper B. Send a young crusading guide for no. Oh, Jumbo, what do you for? Ah, okay, yeah, you know what in KFM. Jumbo, we don't mean him no pa. I don't know about any multimedia or maybe no. Nim ne pa ai wona mo bro sia de akwa wasra we hia srada Jomfo o ton sase hwe ensa sia Jomfo beton no kroma busa no o ba ka kire wo nim ranga bibia o kroma Jomfo wo nyetu bam so I didn't win him crofokro. Yeah, me say no one special duty to me guarantee no mean fee because all my imagine say omo bedi and wan grow bio. Say odim de omo ye. Press conference we omo nyina ka bo ma wie no. Omo be ka say omo per budget. No ma say dia aba pro. Ni akotwa 20 million Ghana cedis. No ma chedi. Omo di na esa no, I say, I say, I pictures. He was say, na him for na yesa. I for na yesa. Who be say?
Oma hu sa ban for so ba. Nti ne yenya e ba. Ni e dia sha ban no for no ba ne kon ho.
No, I know so much kakra. No more didi kakra. Yo. And not the only Kenya Ansah Samens.
Eh, so no, this is man.
And not there. Right there, Samens. Hey, me tear says Samens. Me himself or your Casamens as some wompe. But Samens me tear is what Kenya Ansah some we are check. If Rada Opunu to Kodi Gabiachi, a London done no bodyguard, him the tree left, him the right, him the left. Now say Gabi now him to Edina Chisano. Gabi watch the Dako. Now him to Dina Chisano. Ubenya problem pa.
Na
my radio or Kasai.
No saying.
Oh, was saying the way a Akufo-Addo air fight here at the end in the Ninya Galamsey no. People like a Samuel Jinapo, any lands commission near the idea and cases I'm bringing and if Akufo-Addo are serious and Kawasaki woman dada, which I think is a very good call.
Na just answer when na can on the station so also on my money TVs in this week.
Oh sir, there be also omuna and kana woka and so omuna asema ya ka free if you to pay.
They say yeah say eja on it a devil echo dine. Say TV no. Omato Magabi.
Almost makes you
Debbie Anna. I'm so sorry about to my questions.
Oh, my pamo. Oh, my
yes, yeah. What's that called?
Is here you? Never catch you as a new label. Why new label? Because only Massa had a Gabi. Oh, or no him to go Gabi a china, and I'm saying, hey, Samensi.
As I said, there, and young call, share. If he's a Gabi Beto station, my point. Nkofa o de oba na ba ba na echi on be pamu it city there TV no
Friako you have read Friako TV Friako TV
oh ja we be say morning show on baso in ma pamu obi
oh but media Samens Kenyans as much but not there
asem we me say matena o TV so aka and I see me me kasado me free hog
David enyo no na eka una wo kanti enye on kwame asem ne no kre if only you what the operation Vanguard 400 Galam stop say 26 or say and I do my operation when your resource enye service commanders na say hold one responsible send it 400 senke work saki wo mu nyina
Kwabena a soldier for no mkoye operation
Vanguard
any a police for no sa intermission to say omunyina millionaires
oh
omunyina milo be
inter ministerial committee no omo asem ewo OSP report no mu
me say omokra de na omo ya kronfo galamse yes no
oh no more going now press conference no me ya no press center sa press center we say obi di kosua na hira ko bodua to say obedira na di ntru na nka bia se dua ni bia apaya bua bo because am ko jira wa asmo mo ka no mo nim say ye boa no oka na camera siri so no anyinya nanim no akekare nanim no oka asem no ba ni tiri mu pa no onim say asmo me kan di enya no kore enya fa yo me dia me mabre mapaba ade documents wo ho cases bebre wo ho and galamsey fight no when you don't start dealing with kingpins individuals udiagro go to the site arrest 10 boys the kingpin or tene them no another 10 boys you from kumapem apembeba yes you go to the site but when you start dealing with the kingpins like Gabinom Ekwawusi see police for mpanimfo ni media mpanimfo wom kwa Ekwawusi for interrogations bema the whole Ghana enko tufo to gba fede gamanche omo nyina sori wo Ekwawusi so se bema so wan kire ye nkrofo kura eni ekroma ye nyina ye nkwa ha na Ekwawusi a kire se media for eye Bobie eye kwam kwache eye afri fakatachie eye kwam sefa kan eye kwaku baako ni ache ye umonse after their sister omo bush one kra no they will start running away they will start because omo hwe anibra a free street no mu eba no a they will start running away we ya here press conference and over budget we me enche dam ko kabi na say yen kantiao why yen kantiao so ladies and gentlemen, we have come here today to tell the government the galamsey menace is really affecting us. Our future is in danger. The future generation. See, I know the okay will be amiable. So, thank you. God bless us. God bless Ghana. God bless everybody. Crack. No, okay. Kasi asem pa no so da ho. Asem no kura pa no e da ho. Reports wo ho, tapes wo ho. Munyi tapes no van go investigation asem enyi. Hey, I mean the man Ansah nyina adwuma. Ayi ya fra ne say, "Oh, Ansah, omo ye campaign bi." But you some de eye Kintamponov. Video no MC ni video made ma ho na yi ba omi akosia nkramofo asem o ka kire wo no oh ya boda ba omi akosia nkramofo o se nkramofo time ni no but yenkotie Ghana ni bia ntie eye Kintampo North MC police fo ntie oh ade aye me ya ne say me ofa opon pepra on na CDS da bia Bobie na enye dampare minim ne ga kro se ne mama ne bi ni makope no se de o minim otan kro minim ade kro amaye no se anso kofi bu achi wo fa asintin na da bia na ni abre me so a be me mfa no but sa dabi oh but oh chama me ya adwuma wo ana onim oh Kintampo in my farm. Kintampo MC no. Akosia Fulani for walk Kintampo. Oh, my dear Nefrizi. Ye, phone you will be pep for you be mammy, me dear my bro. I foresee Beton me, Fakoto. I foresee about me, name your best Okoto, iPhone 16.
Dollar do 17. And
now cry me for ATM wash.
Even me bank card, I done NHIS card.
So what do you call hospital? And the baby cry. Sir, any doom. Oh, Famame. Kintampo North MC, you know. Akosia Fulani Fua wo Kintampo catcher almost say. Konkoma for any your friend say. Konkoma for ne Gonja for empese omubehunu Fulani ni first lady. Into our catcher Fulani for wa Ghana. Say omo ensore.
Was it Konkoma for person behunu?
Ombehunu Fulani ni first lady. One Samira. One Samira. Yeah, na dia kura kwesen here kon concern ni dia ya wo bro. Ini emehu. Na se me ka bibi. Ana omo ma police for say ye fire omo no. Ana omo say da ma police for aba. Ana omo say da ma police for efra akwa no. Omo kwatro akwa no statement ya na omo agya no. Bobie Ansah afa ni ombe ye meeting anadwo. Ekwa be ne mfa ne mfa so yenye ni sei Akwete Dr. Kwete IDEC say asojafo abopo say omube take over December ombe take over power Akwete yeno so nasojafo abe issue statement Dr. Akwete bua Yanka bibia Dr. Akwete yanka sai ni ejai. Meanwhile, they go to seminars preaching about false publications and the implications. Into your microphone bi wa implications no enkoma wo mo. Say Bobie ni list to ene mensa implications no ekoma Bobie ene mensa ene list to enom ene hontonom. Yeah. And right now, you have your friends MPP, MC, Kintampo North. Why? You're in term of the minya time, no man, I'm there, me, have me. Oh, near the Sabu of Maya, and you. You're the Sabu of Maya, and you're fat. Nyade papa. Pam just saying, yeah, no, mommy, I'll move you on. Well, in your time, there, your Juma. Kampesa, the same thing about me, Equasia, Islamic clerics be, and no catcher almost say, say, na Drusu Sacramoni, so, Ebedi president, na Omunia Cremoni, any. And the whole country is quiet from the Christian Council to Ghana Police Service. It's like, Bobie Beka. I'm going to say Bobie. I'm going to statement. No one do was here. I Johnson also me. That useless guy. No. That useless guy. I'm going to say Bobie Nenka. No more the cast a Bejra Johnson so me. Say Vice President Timia Kosia. Yenye nipa baako yeninyi yimu wo maimu no o ka kire nkremofo se munuanie enti monto abama no na nkremofo so time so mbe take over Ghana nie
na nya bia na post ko gina yimfie ka se we de modie na abai
obia nka hwe say I'm boarding a Kintampo North MC and wako free Fulani for do matrase and all ball mamane na say ade we national security for video we yes omahu kandapa samre we enka say offer sa akwa we nka mo yi nadi
we your friend is saying Rwanda conflict
we foi ngati tundo yes medica no wata haja we foi ngati tundo yes medica no wata haja samira eborum lato mawne namuso na matwa na misma kale
for the first time.
And no matter what of account of lot anything tampo. Around there.
Now, wait, the Comayeti.
We had the Yelton and the Yelton and there.
A year mum and a year one.
We come and work a while enemy.
Yeah, and the year one.
We have to work a while enemy.
Ubia, when you're full and in your Ghana.
We like to pull on the Ghana.
Now, pound to meet you, say, for 2 about a year, Kudia.
We shall allow the hell of people while the yard vote one against every people. I go and do.
Not walk of us, can we be
then I don't like. I want to die man.
If you say,
we
some opportunity,
we do allow that.
We must be that.
We have father and kept upon the market.
Send your kind.
We don't really
going to 4 crown person, more moving ban or bakers, yes, sir.
We then including Gonja, what a Gonja can let you either any Sakit made the lado. Concoma, Funon.
Inti, Mumma Nina Hopa.
Nahali, Gaston, Hankilo, San at the Italian laser.
Inti, campaign no, I am.
We campaign on your telemarket.
No fool any folk and
we and football began a fool.
Cassanchram.
Nahali, Column and Ball.
Cassanchram.
Column the Bandra and Golden Dream Ball. We and got to put on a yes, Medica, no what the Haja Samira, the Gorm Lato, Mountain.
Number so, number 12, for the first time.
And no matter of bottleneck of account of lot everything tampo. Around there.
Now, wait, the net for my yeti.
We had the Yelton and the
But a Kandapanum, any Akufadunum plan. And a damparino so say you knew I know boho.
Matisse, where the Maman Chetty for Matisse, Ghana Police Service issued statement declaring a certain young man wanted.
Yes.
Minimum Pakro. But I saw in the video, no. Now he was threatening some of the government officials.
Based on what?
On the Ministry of Obubo to say Minister for Interior on Adia Electoral Commission Obia Cafe. Now Omojin say 2020 DC you know Omukum nipa no Oman Cafe no so Omojin say Ombesa na SCBO in 2024 Mudi agro in Tokosia Ombe bomb who have a bomb nyina true. So that is basically what the voice said.
Okay.
And it's a condemnable statement,
which I think is needless.
It's needless. We condemn it, even though if you put what he's saying in context, you can add some weight to the. He has a genuine concern.
Yes, but the point is, for we Ghanaians, we will defend ourselves against Akufo-Addo militants if they try the 2020. For that one, no Ghanaian.
Fact.
Yes. Everybody will defend himself.
But
Akufo-Addo man omobeye casualties.
Exactly. But the Ghana Police Service issued statement declaring that young man wanted. Fine, fair enough. If they think say he went overboard, fair enough. It is in the same vein the Ghana Police Service, we demand that the Ghana Police Service also issue an arrest warrant for this MCE.
Debbie,
Kwabena, no, any,
almost no cry.
Dampare.
Dampare. Say, Oma render useless by bringing you. You're in a blow man, say. And I you so I promise some so obey you man palm. So,
Kwabena, you see, let me assure the Ghana police, say, they are going to apply the laws of this country truly and fairly against all offenders. Anybody who makes a statement that destabilizes or has the propensity to destabilize the peace and security of this country must be treated equally. ya tese nkwase nkofo gyina platform so
Meba what ye abronye on Wontumi FM
da bi mentie Kwabena met de mate brand champion kwasa asem okogina fidie so platform so kan me deba ena Lord Comey so de okokan ache eno so enkoda nchen ya nte Ghana police for nka baako yam fa say anodom pre o se hwan ono so kokan ne de ena o maka ya nte Ghana police for nka innocent young man are making a statement out of frustration. More declared wanted. Kwabena, say a feast and ekoi, some ekoi. After near do the heat of the election, so we are now entering the election season proper. And within this election period, if the Ghana Police Service urgently say they are going to apply the laws of this country impartially, and yeah, they will have us to deal with. Kwabena, some of us are willing to stand up and defend people.
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense because the statement this guy, the MC is making specifically serious.
He mentioned the Gonjas, he mentioned the Kokombas, telling the Fulanis that the Gonjas and the Kokombas, they don't have your interest. In the Fulani Gonja, what will happen?
Kwabena, the conflict up, how volatile that place is. But conflict, look at how long the conflict has been going on. The last thing anybody wants is to incite any ethnic group against one another in the northern part of Ghana.
They are doing it. The MPP is doing it.
And you know, if some of these reckless and irresponsible statements, the Ghana Police Service is pretending as if they haven't heard and they are quiet.
When you say 12 o'clock news will be on fire, tape no pay around and up by 7:30. When you say Obia and what to say they want to tape no was.
Kwabena, you have a bomb mate.
And no man said that the pious are did the another.
Debbie,
pious
they are the same question. Okay.
Pious they are no beko prison. Or no need they are no beko prison.
Pious they are on question. Okay.
Oh, no beko prison. And sit no we lose where we.
What to me?
Anti pious me pious.
What's the send for Ako Australia and Chihuahua? What's the quarter for beko US?
Debbie, what they are for? Pious said to me, Afa Obisa Oyemum. And what do I call only the mama channel? Akwabaku etwa mumbi. Na emum no as a referee nanye. No okocha bro didn't be referee the boy. I want the ahomete aka as a referee ade. Adema abrofuna greba so no. Omo si ase say. Womu busa enkola nsem. Avedo busa say what is your name and no abokwaku be. Where do you come from? Atiavi. Oh, Mama, what is your name? Who favors Brasatuma Paul? Oh, Bob, what would you right? And me Pius are 70. Why the first young guy who be called jail? Yami advance to 25 into another 7 years. But this guy,
is it the statement, the propensity, the intensity of the statement, the timing of the statement, the type of tribes. Unim say already, there are tribal tensions in the northern part between the Konkombes and the Dagombes. There are certain tribal undertones already there. It is the last thing anybody wants to do to incite or fuel these tribal tensions. And it is reckless, irresponsible, and no statement that has been made so far in this country, in these elections, has a propensity to undermine the peace and security of this country than this statement. So the Ghana Police Service must act.
They won't act.
They must act.
They won't.
Then if they are not going to act, then they shouldn't dare arrest anybody in this country. They shouldn't try. If they don't arrest this MCE, then they should not arrest anybody for making any statement.
Say he to the bar. What they will do is they will invite him and tell him you go. Oh yeah, friend. No. Sasa ana kwa no koka say MPP for mo asoja fo nko mo galamsey site no. Sa na mo ye tam mo mu shu nkwasi statement a ye titi bi ma wo mo mkofre Suleiman say onye survey enka say Bobie na edi first no. Na me na edi first a wagimi anase me ka cho so wo ye gimi for say me the taxes me taxes na no yire ne o made to aduane di. And if you are fooling now, some man can't just say you were a fool. Other ya way a penny when you know Jimmy, a man can't just wedge me. Inti almost said that coffee aquana say omra. Now, aquano court to crown processing you. Court, crown processing you. Court, man processing you. We so also the abeshim. Abron yet won't to be FM say, or mass in Sekai, Bia. Na about 20 the basic
Kwabena abronye the way Jimmy for munya na se Kwabena nti abronye ni po betimi ekuta sekan kra abronye ni po betimi ekuta sekan
I say a man for catch almo say enka one day nka omo say dem biem na bia abronye ne ebia e friend say aboa papon na nka omo yi ndis for so bia be 2 ebia was street mu ne de sekan aso bia ansem na ye bochenkuna pipe ni en hwa de enko bia be steady
Kwabena he unim he Kwabena NPP4 omani da swa ne say oh your security agencies your police for your military for no enti eba ne critical la ye the soldier for no ba ko gina mako shoot akum nipa akum kofo Kwabena Kwabena me ni say e wo NPP4 tirimu say e ban tokwa pepa ombetime gina ombetime omina be dwane me ni say when people ni be team say ban tokwa pepe it was shit in so they can face anybody in this country me ni why as I so watch the fool way o de ne kwan why Anthony Kabu ana why
omuni ma gina won crofo tirim they have no clue
munyina yarefo ma wiya Ghana ska dia mofo America kra ya ka ntu America kra muntimi ntu enti Kwabena eni o mutirim say e ban tokwa say enti Kwabena eye on say I say you say you know I say incline ni obi be kon tokwa no ma me kan fa hu nhye wo mu me mbo henya
ba kronka fo mo hoden hey
ba shemi kwa me ni fie
ba jibo
sa na tokwa na wi you know enti yenya sa na emfa hu na Ghana fo mboto hwe wo minim Ghana fo ni bra break this elections
e ma na bebo wo Emma Ghana for ma de on be ye enkrofo we no omu bi da
na mo
anyway so the point is Ghana Van Dam says Bobie and this issue must issue a statement condemning the reckless comment from the MC. That is the only way the issue will travel far and any action taken against the MC. If not, the media will give this issue a blackout. Nobody cares. They should give it a blackout. Who cares? Na BBC wa Ghana yasi Bobie emenkwa. Yeah. Ebi kra na me no street ni mu chan o. Na me yasi me fa ho. Akufu adonyo from multimedia. Bobie enye mumi enyini mfiri ha. Bobie enye last minute ro na yesu kese. Manasa azuri. Yeah, they on street in mo. Me 2 a.m. cry, me to street in mo. 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Me to street in mo. Sa me Bobie me nko baby ah.
But Kwabena before huntobe bam no. Ma me fast security issues we know. Me
no, special
on that.
Special adjuma. Come in bounce one more say adjuma no.
Okay.
Yes. No. Me trimpa. You have a breaking story that hunto akwaba. Bokore. Okay, so we will deal with electoral commission issues, but I don't know whether you want to say something on Enema Abobosono quickly.
Sir Thompson Becker security once a media. Meaning I know the answer. Moka man can be Becker,
because and you said you might say in your time, we know be any answer. Your time, and
I no pay NDC for a call across Central.
Yeah.
How many police for Koye about Nyamia Adumo Adab demonstration.
Yeah.
But initially, no, na opposing for one person, yes, said the Omodi and Crawford be coin for me or more. Now, I'm more frustrated. Omono. Say, yeah, na, oh, Mabunu Kobi, ne say, demonstration. Na police for Dimrika. No Marco Court. Or more Chaya, dear Betchamo demonstration. No Marco Court. Now, when this minority in Parliament, so more Bank of Ghana demonstration. Now police for frustrated. But way, NDC national chairman can't say. One man can say, because he keep permission be crowd. One now see date in the crowd, the police for no more tea, one from him. Send me at my Tuesday and this year demonstration. More member must stop here. Must stop it. More member must stop it. And in Yamia Dumwa.
You know, discussing by campus at 2 in
security around until Yamia Duma a dabnada no. Demonstration basso. Now in terms of security there, the truth of the matter is say or more so be a national security form here in charge of crown or more double thing. And you can't apart no babesia man so full
of a person. Massa,
you I could follow a commander in chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. Sawabro Nikutan naked pictures. Any videos. Commander in chief of Ghana Armed Forces.
Offer. Pesa.
Anyway.
And then also sorry, KCV the my Pacho, quite a form.
You I'm say issue way medical at home kakrebi but enem pese me nyabotena me bie mu ye. It has to do with what is going on within the various security agencies. The Ghana Immigration Service, the military, and the Ghana Police Service. And we'll deal with the immigration there, no, a doxopa, and I have a lot of we are for a mediama producer. Something is going on very strangely in the Ghana Immigration Service. Some incessant transfers are ECOSO or Ghana Immigration Service, unprecedented.
Really?
Sir, I mean, security agencies there, say they can transfer you at any point in time.
Okay.
But there is not a timer. Yet you may transfer a large number. It's like almost half of current service personnel have been transferred around the country.
Is it illegal?
It is not illegal. Okay. It is not illegal for the Ghana Immigration Service to do transfers.
Okay.
It is within their powers. They are an employer. Sebi ene o employer ka say, oh, there's nothing wrong with that. But there's a problem. The problem is say when the employer is a high-level security agency, play a crucial role in these elections, then the timing of such massive transfers becomes suspicious. So that's the first signal. Number one, the timing. What is triggering this incessant transfers less than 2 months to the next elections? What is triggering that? That's the first question. Number two, I've shared some documents and I have audios, radio on say security service for no. You transfer they transfer them with radio the radio communication signal comes first before even the hard paper. I have all the radio communications. I've given some to your producer. If they can play a few. Okay. If you do a critical analysis of the transfers now, they've targeted places like Aflao, Kulungugu, and then the Banda area. Baby, okay, 2020. I say look at here. A soldier for course, it had to take a sailing to go there because they have some Voltarian settlement along the Volta River over there.
Yeah.
And Paga. So places are they perceive say a honor the settlers no a year, you know, perceived to be NDC. Now movie only Akan officers to those places. Now they move the non-Akan officers from those places In the same way, say almost all Voltarian immigration officers at the flower border have been transferred out of the place.
Really?
It is a who could do a flower who can for immigration officer.
No,
sorry.
Can you give us evidence?
Well, I've given it to your producer.
There is so many materials to which one on front to because maybe
so you can put the list, and then you see, and then you can play some of the radio communications.
Which ones now person umbo?
A dozen. I didn't have the chance to label which of them have, but in all the transfers, there's a trend in the transfer, so you can play any of them.
Okay, so now let's deal with the document issue, right? So Kwame, for document chrono to us AMI. All right. The directorate, the management members. So this happened on 30th August 2024.
Yeah.
Ghana Immigration Service headquarters. Okay. So it goes on and now transfers and reassignments. So the underlisted junior ranks have been transferred or reassigned to the stations stated against their names with immediate effect. All right, so you have
let's check all the officers that have been transferred from Aflao.
Okay, so we deal with Aflao first.
So you see, first one, Inspector Raphael Acrobeto from Aflao to Mamponting.
Yeah,
you know free ho. You come to Inspector Asamoah Nutifafa from Aflao to Kumewu. We call the second page now.
No, the same page now, and you have Moses Ofori.
Inspector Moses Ofori from Aflao to Brekum.
From Aflao
to Brekum. Okwa Xavier, the second page, you know.
Yeah.
Xavier Makumato from Aflao to Drobo. You know, so that is for that is for this particular page.
Then Xavier Makumato. Okay, so
yeah,
so this page in here is done. It's done.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it's done.
Okay.
So on this page, but most of the info is on the radio. We know.
Okay.
You can play some. You know, just take one randomly. Let's play. You can pick the signals. So when you do the analysis.
Police officer be asking ya boss say I've also been transferred.
From where? From where?
Now him say Odowenya say honor that one that say him fan no want me trying to respond.
No, I'm not transferring from where to where.
And to be trying to respond. But boss now no answer ya was I've also been transferred.
Come now me say oh dear you be police for no so.
Yeah. Okay. So one Intel what is the motive?
So one, they are moving all the airway officers from places the borders perceived to be where the Voltarians or airways are, and then they are only taking the accounts with the perception said the account soldiers will not allow
security personnel
will intimidate. Said 2020 to intimidate other the citizens, the inhabitants. In fact,
so you think, sir, the immigration department, yes, sir, basically because of the elections.
It's basically because of the elections. Then let me give the second most important aspect of this whole thing.
But what about say? Okay, you have 4 beef flower. You didn't come on ponting. If you honest, man, ponte one or you want the boy in this year, how can you know?
No, it's not about that. Say, man, ponte one about that town. Man, ponte will be on crossing from one country to another. A flower no muji di say, will be crossing border. Abba. And now say will be to border town or intino any
because so Pagaya border town.
Pagaya border town. Border town. Bandaye and Ewe settlement along the Volta Lake.
Okay.
The voter Ewe settlement from Kwan.
Okay.
And a Kulungugu.
Kulungugu, yeah, border town. Border town.
Yeah, I think so. I think I need to check.
Yeah.
I need to verify.
Okay, so yeah, one of the radio messages now the mine. Let's quickly. Yentie omo nkomo ni bi.
Officers and men are kindly invited to stand by for a message. Your attention, once again grateful for your attention. From the Comptroller General of Immigration, the Directory, all management members, all regional commanders, the Commandant, Immigration Service Academy Training School, the Commanding Officer, Acting Fosu Tepa and ITRA, all sector commanders, all departments, sectional and unit heads, headquarters, Roger, info all controls. Once again, from the Comptroller General of Immigration, the Directory, all management members, all regional commanders, the Commandant, ISA, the Commanding Officer, Acting Fosu Tepa, and ISA, all sector commanders, all departments, sectional and unit heads, headquarters, Roger, info all control. With a subject, transfer, reassignment. Subject, once again, is transfers, reassignment. Subject, is transfers, reassignment. Grateful. Now the message. The underlisted senior officers have been transferred, reassigned to the stations stated against their name with immediate effect.
Accra FM. Accra FM.
Once again, the underlisted senior officers have been transferred, reassigned to the stations stated against their names with immediate effect. Roger. Name number one. Deputy Commissioner of Immigration. Deputy Commissioner of Immigration. Samuel Amadou Bastin Tale from once again. Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Samuel Amadou Basintale from Bono RC to headquarters. I repeat, name number one. Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Samuel Amadou Basintale from Bono RC to headquarters. Name number two. Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Enoch Ano Abrakwa from Bono East Regional Commander to headquarters. Name number three, Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Peter Edu Apia from headquarters to Bono Regional Commander. I repeat, name number three, Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Peter Edu Apia from headquarters to RC Bono region. Name number four, Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Thomas J. from GAR Operations to Regional Commander Northern Region. I repeat, name number four, Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Thomas J. from GAR Ops to Regional Commander Northern Region. Name number five, Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Justice Bosumtin Ayensu from Deputy Regional Commander Ahafo to Regional Commander Upper West Region. I repeat, name number five, Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Justice Bosumtin Ayensu from Deputy Regional Commander Ahafo to Regional Commander Upper West Region.
Okay, so Ansah. Yeah.
So
this
we're
is
one of the tapes for the senior officers.
Okay.
Say man, there are ones for the junior officers.
Okay.
They are moving the people around. And
but why do you think say where issue?
Kwabena what him say? The Electoral Commission wrote to all the security agencies to submit a list of special voting for their officers 1 month ago.
Okay.
Into all the security agencies, including the immigration, have submitted their special voting list to the EC and the places they will be voting, taking the special voting. So Officer Owo Aflauno, his name has been added to the special voting list. Officer Owo Aflauno, his name has been added to the special voting list for our flower.
They no transfer. No.
And now what 1 month ago, now what transfer any panel to Paga? And I said Banda. Until on the day of the special voting, no. How does this officer travel all the way from Paga to Aflao to come and vote?
Okay, so Ansah, mame en nye ikakrawa. What cross check whether the EC and the security agencies no are special arrangements where ebia enipano yes or register will be a applause special voting on or better, but for whatever reason you transfer and call a BIM fancy ebono, right? So a BIM arrangement be obono yeah a bebua must have for it me at 2 or more.
I have cross-checked that with even the immigration, they don't have any such arrangement.
Okay, fair.
There is no such arrangement. In fact, and that is why the officers are complaining. Say when them saw by transfers why now transfers? Now we trying and may register for special voting. My officer our cry.
Okay.
My register special voting our cry. O say my transfer edoko banda. Until join the special vote, you know, how do you expect me? Because that day I'll be on duty there. Into what arrangement have they made? What is the motivation behind these transfers? Is it that Omujidi said because they've lost the security agencies and so the voter register no transfer go for you know and you're creating a situation where the security agencies no can't mean to about. They can't vote properly. And the omoye main voters register the same thing omoye the security agencies also on the special voting list. And I will urge the NDC to pay serious attention to the special voting list. They shouldn't just focus on the main on the main voters register. They should pay serious attention to the special voting. Because they plan to do a lot of damage. Because Omanim say, in fact, most and Kwabena Unim, the special voting gives a signal for the elections.
For that one, yes, sure.
Once you lose the special voting, forget it. Forget it. It means even if you win, it means they won't protect you, no matter what you do. So what they want to do?
So which means who information? Am I the same with the police service?
Yeah, all the security agencies across. Ukwa, the military, the police, there is massive transfer going on currently as we speak in all the security agencies. Because they know, say, they've lost the security agencies. So let's create a situation where these people will not be able to vote on election day. Let's make it difficult for them.
But it affect you also. That is the layman's question. Like,
you see,
Sebasa say enye yenkwane ebeya.
Kwabena ono ade na be boa na se nko onye. Wonim so ma kwan na to obeto atia no. A police for omushu, omu cap 20 se captain and ebeya omu kan. Issues about security agencies no Kwabena promotion issues Somebody it just the military move because of unfair promotion. Because of unfair promotion on military. It's the same thing with the immigrations. I have a list of so many officers that they've sidelined. People who are due for promotion, they've sidelined all of them.
I see.
On political grounds. And our creating apathy. Personnel demoralized security agencies, especially the junior ranks. They are demoralized. And all of them are waiting to show these people a very bitter lesson. And BB created opportunity so that they will not be able to vote on election day. So we've asked the security agencies, especially the immigrations, because somebody in the can say they should be able to tell us what alternative arrangement that they are going to put in place for all these officers that they are transferring. They should be able to tell us. Some way, somehow, they can manipulate, move some things around, and win this election. These elections is only going to be won. This election is only going to be true. Is only going to be peaceful if it reflects the true will of the Ghanaian people. Medical Sunday warning at the ama. One more, we will make it church say, and I won't have power today or tomorrow, and we are going to do everything in our power to win the next elections. We are going to do this. We are going to do that. Kwabena, there is something we call legitimacy. Legitimacy doesn't come from the Electoral Commission. Kwabena, say coup no esi ni je no. Even though it was a coup d'etat, the military junta enjoyed the support of the people. In Niger, even though it was a coup d'etat, the people, because the people supported the coup and the coup makers, the coup people are still in power, right? That is what we call legitimacy. Because it is only the people that can give you legitimacy. Electoral Commission doesn't give legitimacy. Legitimacy comes from the people. And he said, Electoral Commission for GD say, Yabaka, Swaby, any security agency for near so well, Yama trouble, maybe one night, Yabet declare will be what I say, Dr. Bamia, president, Mutiagro.
So, with a yes submission, yes, the kind of messages are mean you're not ordinary citizens. So,
yeah.
Some are police, some are military personnel sending me messages with the kind of transfers which they don't understand. And
Kwabena,
the entire idea is still how they can use it to manipulate the elections. I'm just thinking through.
Yeah, they have so many games up their sleeve that they want to play in this election. Because I might test what test now. And we said the usual game they played in 2016, 2020,
say
win M1 too. They say no. What they want to do is say again you bet me Ghana for be brain ya quite twaba. Because yet me reduce the number of people going to the polls are. And you bet me one cost second round the crown, I bet me the one team. Any this the military near the day. You know? Because but Kwabena, it won't work. It won't work. They lost this election in 2022. This election, you lost election in 2022. And you have to lose election. So,
Obi, officer, we are sending a message. You say, Bobie, I know a number of officers who come from the Fidiase Asokore constituency, who didn't go to the constituency in person to transfer their votes, but it was done for them.
Yeah.
What did the organizer say? So some of the people's voters no omo transfer no even though
one quiet transfer
but who ya
transfer omo person security agencies for the better back. They don't want them to vote because omo neto first special voting no and a special voting no results ne so omo kotu we are among the security agencies. They're able to know where the thing is moving towards, and then they all rally behind who the winner is going to be. That's how it happens in most elections. And you know, after the special voting, they know already the security agencies, because national security, they have all the intelligence. They know who is winning the elections based on the outcome. Because these officers, apart from say, we are uniform now, the ordinary Ghanaians. I'm more born in our Bunebia Komubi. I'm so sofa. I'm so you don't call drum.
I'll come back to you.
And you know, Kwabena, all these things affect them. And to tell we are. It sends a signal, and all of them then rally behind whoever they think is going to win the next elections. And to one we officer, command could be a few, because they know where the election is going already.
All right.
So that is what they are trying to avoid, and trying to make them, frustrate them and prevent them from voting, and make sure that they don't have the opportunity to vote. Come now.
Okay. So Kofi says, Bobie, they have sent some electorates from, they have moved some electorates from Kwabena to Ayawaso North constituency. And as to whether those people are MPP or NDC, you can't tell. Now another message here says, good day, Commander. And now Banda Town has pockets of villages that share borders with northeastern.
See the letter about say the NDC for requesting any common sense. BEC, common BEC, cra, common BEC, crano. Ya kwani ya kwa kwachra. Wa ya kefuwa de ba. Region bia wa de ba. District bia ya de ba. Each district. Any part of do I register for WAEC examination. District bia ya de ba BEC. Ansah ya de akọ regional office regional bia de ba. Ansah na national nyina ya kan bom je mensa. Se nyetri mu pofun ena ne asare bossman ne MPP for maboa. We ya de a wose no kwotu hupum 6 hours. Enti NDC for say se mo ama wo mo samre no a hard drive no mo nje nko. Enti mo mo samre yisi se ne yekoye meeting aba 4 p.m. ena mo sole ye. Omo ko share dem ma ne boy 11 p.m. Omo pie ba ya. Omo so mo nkombete wo mo nka. Okay. Ansah obeka ho ho nti aye 276 okay. Constitution says to 7 hours yo. Na sorry na enra wo mo di mi na mo de twa no. O mo de hard drive no mo NDC forecast o mo nje no. O ya sorry boss me ni mu ana ya re ho. O ya je me se ni mu ana ya re ho. O mo se Hey, I'm very yesterday. Erade. O na just akwakoya. O mutimi koya meeting 6 to 7 hours. O ba here mu ne hia.
Yes, well, thank you very much. I think, Madam, my position now is still not going to change. Whilst we were waiting, we had some caucus conversation, and the issue was that yes, in order that you come up with a summary that will reflect what is on the pipeline, you need time to work out this. Some said they will return their drive on the part of New Category. Yes, well, thank you very much. I think, Madam, my position now is still not going to change. Whilst we were waiting, we had some caucus conversation, and the issue was that yes, in order that you come up with a summary that will reflect what is on the pipeline, you need time to work out this. Some said they will return their drive. On the part of New Patriotic Party, we will keep our drive. And we hope that the one now given, or by tomorrow, we'll have the copy so that our IT people can then look at it. And if there are any issues, we'll take it up. Thank you very much. On that note, we will leave and wish you well when we close this session. Yeah, no, the CDP. Oh, now please. Oh. Yes, well, thank you very much. I think, Madam, my position now is still not going to change. Whilst we were waiting, we had some caucus conversation, and the issue was that, yes, in order that you come up with a summary that will reflect what is on the file drive, you need time to work out this. Some said they will return their drive. On the part of New Patriotic Party, we will keep our drive. And we hope that the one now given, or by tomorrow, we will have the copy so that our IT people can then look at it. And if there are any issues, we will take it up. Thank you very much. On that note, we will leave and wish you well when we close this session. Yeah, no, the CDP. Oh, now please. Oh. Yes, yes, well, thank you very much. I think, Madam, my position now is still not going to change.
Life, your friend is say Facebook, Tanko Nade hard drive now come as a boss man.
I think, Madam,
what the aqua comma, any, ain't it on a suit no? Aha, on what they command no. MPP for the only problem be our major dear, ain't it Tanko the aquama as a boss man, Muni bay cuckoo. When you pay cuckoo, and what the aqua command no any. One Facebook, I have who, and you may cost with Facebook, any TV super, any what they are come out. It's a simple hard drive no NDC force or munche. Oma reject it because omu here summary. And then summary no and a national each constituency 270 say Sababa Kahu 276 constituency no. Any pado say. And each constituency, Ghana voters would say, and air to a ba. Our constituency be a my say, a my say. First time voters, yes, say, a simple. We are regional farmer ye. Electoral Commission ko ye meeting. 7 good hours, omobaya, omunishe. Ed Emma, just political parties no. MPP for the akonko, omofuaso. Because omunim say, Dr. Peter Piahinum, as I boss manom, and one more maka, one mugu one mono, agenda baku, and a woman any day, one more air ye. And to woman how be a any, Eddie Emma Womuntino, old woman rejected, one more day call. As and when electoral commission, Eddie, your friend is say, some never bread woman, some no ever bread woman, one more dear, or my job, dear they call. And a Juman a draw so but Mama me bear 10 minutes. Namine openia general overseer. Kwame, one right here me who. Okay, general overseer or that open arms ministry. Nature says Saint Sack. Me no kwa kwotwetwe kom and na wama yen central for shame dear. Who should Ghanaian vote for? Why na was a Ghanaian voter? Eligible voter. What to aba? Why na was a what to aba edemano? Enti mama me just few minutes na am right ba. E be to so the free electoral commission one mo. Saint Sack. Papa, are you ready me ma ha?
Mejo so wo mawura de me Jesus Christ dinimu. Na me de enchia efri ni nchen ebre mo ne matiefo ne mahwefo enyina.
E da se. Say yenso, yensa kan wa wie. Ya e no bedi enkomo.
Good.
Enti mo yensentwefo nhia mu die. E de be potin ani mutiri mu po.
O se tirimupo ni nyina ne se. Megidi se omo edimachi omo follow me there e Ghana ha de adom ene humobru mu ye na ran wa Jesus Christ wabeji oman wadi oman hunhum se me hwe oman so abru ni be cancer spiritual president the past 9 years ndi bibi a ekoba nyina no bibi afa Ghana ho asem bia meka abato nyina e bedru so ameka 2020 abato no the cansem be brave flaba besi ende nyina ntina we so my me press conference this a free June mpo last year ABC na kanwa 13 and 14 13 press conference mako na maye yeah ni nyina afa Ghana ho na mjiri sa about 2 weeks ago kra no mene mo microphone no bi ekasai anopa Saturday ekasai Emma ye sign crack e can say any behwe na bi kra na this week kra na masan so no makasa achirechire mu nti ade a enye said edikan no medical pacho nipa ne bi wo ho a omoti so obi kasa omunya o masem asofo na ebedru se ya abato ana asofo bi asoro na kasa me pa omo chopi me kasa asofo no me de dwumadi amaru na seska de ahye me nsa the past 9 years no biara fa Ghana ho no ho asem ba meka education meka obie ni wa galamse ho asem kura waka che me da bibia meka ho asem tina abato no so beduru no na wo se me ba san be kire nsemu e ma Ghana fo ehu wo enhihye ye kwan a eda ho so
enti papa ye mra ensem no so who should Ghanaian vote for when titiri bay na se presidential candidate bay and I was a Ghana ni eto aba e de ema no
yo me ba kire no masan me ba ni mu no masan kwa kire say enhihye ye ene bibia no ne akosi ni se e was a Ghana for to aba no e ma John Dramani Mahama ene NDC party no enhihye ye ne akoduru no
se eno no we NDC ni na wo kan we ya na se nyame na wa bie wani se osofo pon osofo kese e na wo kan we
me de me ya urade Yesu Kristo ni nko mu nyina akwa bro me ya ketwa na wotie me nsema me kan mabro ni beka se introduction no me se mfie nkunu ni bibia e fa Ghana ho no me ka asem bie be si Ghana ho no me ka empo akwara bi ka akwara bi a chimote school rasta ho asem me ka ho asem emre bi a Accra girls na chiriwi asem anything bibia ba Ghana ho bia meka nti enye abato ho na afi na wo mo a nyankopon bi o mani a ye kosoro ba me nya o mu bia pamcho bia mfa me nto osofo bia but Ghana bibia fa Ghana ho no meka ho asem
nti papa ma mi misaw waka se the political party any candidate here was say vote be ato abama no ye NDC and then John Dramani Mahama eno no ntinu nyina so ne sei
yo me nyina so ne se o man ye o ha se se ame no wo kasai obia o ye panimu wo Ghana ha panimu hunamu panimu bia obia nimme obia nim se dwumadi agise dia hye me nsa ne fa Ghana ho no abribia no me di no kure ene ye adwuma onhihye ya eda ho a wo mo ankasa nsusu mu no wo mo nim nhihye no nti men say mbre no 2020 elections no ba be kono me ma Ghana fo ni wiase fo nyina ete ase se ye wo nhihye ye wo ho a sa nhihye no wo se John Dramani Mahama ne NDC fo wo mo edi so wo mo di so a ebesi ama Ghana fo ato aba ama ho ena wo ma ni hihye no so wo ma ni hihye no so no me san so ba abonte ma Ghana fo nyina te ase se enam so wo ma ni hihye no sunti no wo nim so wo ma ni hihye no sunti no abato no ebekọ Nana Danko Akufo-Addo ne ayi ne baomia ene NPP aban no na hihye ba ko a wo mu ne se na e wo se enka NDC koya nka John Mahama koya enka NDC fo no ena nka befa bibia na mmomu no nhihyeɛ no kyiaeɛ no a wɔn ani so no nti deɛ ɛbɛma ghanafoɔ ne wiasefoɔ nyinaa gye ato mu sɛ nea meka no yɛ nɔkorɛ na yɛn nhyehyɛ wɔ hɔ a meme se wɔn nyinaa anim na meka asɛm a me nɔkorɛ na ɔsɛ meka sɛ metwa toro a memenya asɛm nti no ɛne ne sɛ saa ba no a yɛbɛto no ɛyɛ ndc foɔ no bɛlusu John Dramani Mahama obelus
na no ne yɛ 2020
asɛm na me wɔka no on belus
okay
na nti John Mahama onjai na me so on withdraw from the race no na on fa ne support nyina nko emwa presidential candidates no the parliamentary candidates no if we say as at that time no na ndc foɔ no wɔ overwhelming NPP foɔ wɔ overwhelming majority no on fa nkonko boa wɔ mo na biribi besi wɔ elections no mu na ne be ma amanfo nyina hu sa so me kan no kore say for the first time no be hu say NPP for no be lose o mo seats no ama NDC for no abe win seat no ama akoye pe akopai our parliament akopai na impo awosenka NDC NPP for no lose majority no but o mo lose a 79 panimfo o mo nim no liman aban no parliament no wonchwonchwe kakra bai but say nam say urade person e ma contem Ghana etum pontem nti on pese beba no de mama amanfo ohun say ebe pai na NPP fo anya that the slimmest na omonya majority no na omaka eye the say John Man Akufo-Addo ene Chetabaomia oma wulu ye to aba ne ba mu pepepe ana me se mo nkokodo mo kodo so on belus nkokodo so mo san so lusu nti ene kokko ba say
so uhu 2020 say John Dramani Mahama na obelusu
nti hye no da ho nti me kan pen nye se me hu me de omo no omo hu ba me de nhye ena nhye no so omo so nim say nhye no kore na me ka sa nhye oje achinyi kwa nipa ni so de obaye achinyi bet kokko mo nim say sensagde nso no kore na no aka nti nhye na me to aso kan say wo mkokko so ombe san lusu mkokko no mo san lusu ye ana me ka kire in short NPP for no so say Akufo-Addo no mo so kwa wo mo so nhwe so mbedi nhye no so wo ma ni nhye no so aba de bota chi de bebo ba nhye no so mo disu no say one eye wo mo flagship programs ni bi one district one factory ni sa na mani nyina nhye me na ma nhye de atoma parties ni da to wi obeka say one district one factory plan for food and jobs and man e no ehye wo boa if some your document bi ai wo say how to increase productivity and end unemployment in Ghana. Say Ghana bituma page adwuma kese pa na adwuma ye ni panyanye no atwa ntimi ye de kokoma hom ye to aba ni wie no a ekopepepe wie nhye first ne say ya to aba na wie no o say na Akufo-Addo ne MPP for no wo me nyina ye the same na se esum ema urade not necessarily so mba me ho no me fa ho ye na se esum ye na se esum no wie pa Ansah na Akufo-Addo no be sisu no e wo se yenye no ye ni sisu wi a wo so mba na yehia na fe implementation America mako yi bi one day say one factory plan for food and jobs but your kwa be fa so be implementation ye trans yenye ye na Ansah ye to aba no wi ye o ma muya ye na Akufo-Addo sisu wi o ma muya na nhye sisu wo se Ansah no be yo mo flag bearer no nhye da wo se hwe na o mo hwem na nipa so o mo yi no eno so ishia no ba no mabuso omabuso
papa ma me obi the message bi aba se ye nyina ye nim 2020 election die siye se senka nukredie mu a ke betimi akase John Mahama wan lusu na nadu wan nwi
mame me pa chew form de no to on be send me program no kura Mr. Yes Mr. Yanya exclusive ni nwie Mr. on be send no kura
okay
nipa kro wonim ni a oka no onim me kira ne dintra onim ni a oka no wati asie dunketia interview no asie dunketia aka ni pen so omoto aba ne wie no no so omaluso omo ni nyina so no omo ye omo findings wi a omo de bre no ono hwe na otimi hu se eni nyina so omo ko ma chajuji kata chajukura so kan so omo ni nyina so nti no okọ to ebisa no oka so waja ne fie no mo ma me say program nti message na
entino
fatu nchen
papa yam entino
na men kire mu mesini ntra
entino kire mu besi enne press conference
nti me yam program ye na exclusive nti we de call so sa na mo no de fatu nchen kura on be say program no nti na ye share no nti na go me pa cho de hwa Jaw mo dem please.
Oh, yan to aso. Yemre na asem
question crown to me.
We dey yemre na asem po no so.
You know me media person na me bi kra na o yakola. O yenye program ni.
Mate.
Nti nhihyaye no en say come be fa so mbe yi o mo flag bearer no nyina wo nhihyaye no. Ana e kire wo mo say senene kufu ado na mpifo no mo ni nhihyaye no so a na ye nto aba no. Rather no on be break the 8th until say you break 8 no meaning the first person I can say asem no ne ento aba no wie until eto aba no wie ye no epe e no mbu nhihye no so na kokodu so so mu yi o flag bearer the flag bearer no so mu yi no nhihye mu no na o say ne nekufu ado oyi eye alanchire maten na kwa no so no nko mo fa so eyi ni say na e wo say bawumia resign Bobie resign na Kufuor ado fa lanchire maten edene ye ne vice president into afa ne vice president anka this year January sanka na Kufuor ado ngo tifi nka lanchire maten na president na nka lanchire maten no na ono fa ne vice no na be na running meet na nka omo abreak 8 no into what happened was last year no ekoba na ombu nhihye no so no ewie ye no omono amfa anye adwuma no na ekire se womono sede NPDC ene Mahama ombu nhihye no so na enunti ekoko ba se ewo se NPP ne eye nanado ene ekono they can the same thing say some bubu sa so dia no ene this time so aba edibo tachi no so no o se edibo ba nti no way say ewo so so no eba nti that's one aspect eno no ena eno so san efri hobie mu a na ewo se esan eba Ghana yabato we no said the makan ejina o ma enhira ene no me papa ene bone nti yan yabato ye ne US ye ne pepepe my program aka ho asem kura ansa na US for ba wa beto se Kamala Harris me twa kwa mo nto aba no ma no de nto aba no ma ne se o ma natifo no wo mo ho sebi tumu ne basa o mo sacrifices into wusha yenye what do you call it abortion right say yentu nsentuguo no ni moja ene nipa no yusu sacrifice ne ade nti eno gira ho ma bone so gira ho ma no me nti me gira ho kan se mo nto aba no ma Kamala Harris da ana Ghana yenso ade no so yensan hwemu yi tamu ba umia ya omode no baaye no makanda de hodo anya fi na America ono so obonsam ko na okotunu nti makanda da eyi no se Kufuor ne ba umia ends the occultic system no ana occultic system no so eno so enya de a edi enhira eba ukomu a eno me na edi o wechi nti mayedada na Kufuor no ba umia ends the occultic na the occultic symbols no rings no nyina aba fine into the eno sign eto nchen ebiem so a de obesan ahu na approve the American nyina ne say my year program dada eye baumia the special aid we the special aid we no omji funu boso omni ko funu ahom baumia ne ko pam nipa na omo data mo ho na omo hwe funu nyina akra no ma me nyina kan ho wie amo etoto eye edan nu mu amo ne na yire kokoko share edan nu mu nti ebe see media no super pe occultic behavior no samanfre baumi akoko ye ya wo ya no me duwachi and the second one enso so baumi asan ye no yenim say sasem ndi kan ye no me santimu bi haram e makramoni say efunu ya de funu no obeto epum no ni efunu e be hye dan mu oba kristo mu so a e kristo mu so ade a ehu
okay
say yebe dida efunu na oni efunu no say samanfre adwuma eno so ede no me eba awurade so ana me san kire mu say baumi akro na ade ba ko asan koye no me san ede na chini ni say baumi akobosomfie o se ase ade a wo ye kremoni a onim tumfo nyankopon ekiri eni so be kobosomfie san so ana wo ye kristo ni so a eno so emusubode kese se wo be ko eye bosomfie baumi akoro ne nampa bo obi ahu akobusumfie tutu nsa egubusum so ema komfo eye sebe de tunukom de tu so okoji tumi nti kramoni nkoji tumi emfiri eye de sen komfo ho bonsam ho o kristoni enkoji tumi o kristoni enkoji tumi emfa mfiri eye obonsam ho ma urade ho ndi sane ma nyina no eye bone ya nipa ne ya nomi edinachi nti na abato no me se enhyira ene nome no nti baumia ayade ama nome sasa dinachi nti so okoto abanoma no na so akwa eye sa ebone no na me sa kan tim ebiem akira manfo se me program ba bi am dem sa to me se yempa manfo chew obi wote asem ne sa na hwan na sofo na wan hwe yie go kan se me ba nti sent sack wo de si abutre na din ko YouTube ubo sent sack st.sark ana TikTok sent sack sa short form st.sark ana TikTok no ana Facebook Sensak Media ubo unse at least by 1.5 years ni no sansema me kan nyina no ma chirechire mu kakra and about be see the edru enei.
Okay. Okay. Papa bibi wo hobia ma de besoso ana mpacho bibi wo hobia ma de besoso.
Okay, in some de ho ebi ho
se no wa kire ne mamu a de ntia John Mahama ne NDC na was a Ghana for Abama no nti na bi bisa se ne krakra no bibi wo ha de be
bibi wo ha metima san kan.
Okay, na ye family wiye why.
Good.
Okay.
The meka aye hia ebiem so eye meka ho asem kire ho eye free education ho asem aba no. Aha. Say no baumia NVP for no wo mo no e dey create problem ekese wo mo kra koye clip bi wo hwa vote for baumia and protect the free education. The person ma Ghana for United States say no say no kre enye no say na di na true constitution no ene wom Ghana for United tum say mro bi dura yenye sa education no infin kwara mu company fu nti bedru ye no and this ni John Dramani Mahama ene ehya Ghana ma ye nyina ye hu ye ya secondary school for no first years no woman no enya dia na day students no sorry na day students no mun to school fees o sha se ni nyina buy o sha se so obezi si adan e blocks no nyina buy kama ene o sha se na fofia ntrata no free so na owoso no mpo a o kan ye no ye wo clip wo ho a o connect ma be hu se na kufu ado na kasa be kan se free education na John Dramani Mahama dia ban ya de papa o be kan sa asem no ena 2017 so mo ba power no eye first budget akeno for ata ready no ewo parliament no o kirekire mu se free education ewo ho no de o so be ye atros eni ti de hu se ni se adan no o mantimi ankoso ansi ena ma education no enkoso se ni si kwa akoye de sen red gold green basa ya nkwada ekura se bi wo mo kura no 3 weeks pe no mo koye o ma anya exams enso so wholesale promotion nti ni ampese me kasi mu dwan ne se so obi kase owi beba be twa ayi free education everywhere enye nokre.
Okay.
Na enye nokre na enye ne nakufu ado susu na de bae obetoe.
Okay.
Emo no aso ba be kan se ya de pa emo no government no so be kan se on ba beto aso ndi so to abama John Dramani Mahama ne NDC na o ma constitution o mo hwe o mo di so o mo hya ase no o beto akoso aye ama de na kufu adunum omo ye ya omo metro aso edansie ni nyina afi no ba be ye na ayeye sa asem no so enye nokure me kire musa
yo papa ma bacho ma me na wase awie yi emra wanya ede amaye na ne ma wacheche mu ede ama Ghana-fo enti abusuafo Saint Sack ya ono ye general overseer Open Arms Ministry ena eno no edi nkomo kakra na yento aso na yemfamfiri hono na yemfo 300.5 FM Citizen Show su eni enti no yento aso emfamfiri hono na yenkwa yanim enti se de medical ya canon ebe premisar me NDC amanyoko watweyem hard drive no wo sa kan nti de ekosi ne dinada ne say certified voter register no NDC for ensankan menko manim ento aso enko parliament ne ne SCC ewo parliament na ade ba ko a Ghana ni bia wo se oti ase ne say na akufu adu ya na ka kire Ghana for say we shouldn't be spectators. but yenye citizens yenye omamba party memfuo so ahu na emom ne yenye spectators but say ne yamisa na nado no asem na okan no na asem no yamisa de bia ye tie asenya san opese ye spectators opese ye spectators no citizens e wo Ghana ha se Ghana na ye dia no because e ma bebre kwaso it doesn't make sense ade ba kwaso wasa wo hye ne nso ne say ade bia kwaso wo parliament ma afenyo markings ene ne nkrofo no eye party ni decision bibia afenyo markings eye bia wo bu speaker ni mutia ene de onam ho a wo ya wo kwa wo ba ni nyina da no eye the whole NPP party leadership no eye wo mu decision eye o mu decision eno no na Akufo-Addo etimu bi eye meetings a wo ma ye akire wo mo say ekwan we na yo se mo fa so enti se backben say omo ntena nifa so as majority caucus wo parliament dia walk out any parliament okra enko Cynthia Morrison ujina afenyo marking sechi na anu ya na wo ye interview bubom sesu you see politics hwe we obaje na yes gracia atu agu kwa obaje na yes gracia no atu agu kwa emra ye na kwa parliament no parliament proceedings no Ansah no the last time amukọ ya speaker declare seat ni vacant no e wo Ansah dim ukọ parliament ukọ as what yentina wo memu emfa mra enhye yensem and these are the same people so omo ya lawyers omo ya lawyerfo omo ye lawyers afenyo markings ni sa MPs majority of them omo ye lawyers bebre practice law bebre so nye omo ye lawyers constitution no any parliament standing orders bibia wo mo te ase but say what to omemu na wo say wo bebu mra so wo fa mra nya atuma wo bebu mra ni mutia wo betietia mra so wo fa emra nya hwe dia na o man wo leadership na wo ye no na NSA na wo mpani dia na wo ye no na NSA wo mpani dia na wo so ye leader na NSA emra no sebe ye no mu ordinary Ghanaians ni emra no enwe ye but because of the over top ntino wo de emra no chese wo de enkan wana enti wo de emra no wo de enkan sa wo de wo no wo de Ghana ye mo dia mo na Ghana ye mo dia. And I keep on telling you people say 1992 no ka President Rollins etiasia e wo senka Ghana ade eche ye ko nenim kwakasa papa nyankopon wa wo ball no bo different ko senka papa we de bia ye ko ne nase ne ye ko danase said ye who Rollins e wo military regime pa na se ni hu bi e na Rollins ye se na Rollins ye se no me catch the Ghana for say that time no say Akufo-Addo na ye military leader enka Ghana no nka nya Ghana nka Ghana te se Burkina Faso enka Ghana te se Togo enka Ghana nya Ghana biemo Ghana no a ye no at a point and ye nay 8 years ni na president Akufo-Addo ne ba umia o ma gire Ghana ma asay bibia ne adea enka African country bay and na sen Ghana ebani democracy rule of law ye de mra eye adwuma se ka mami kan bi ye de ye adwuma and in NDC political party ni de e wo se ye sumu ni ye hoahoa mu because ye nye leader che se emra na obebe to ye no da bi da edi no opponent onu de edi no emra na Akufo-Addo be to ye no in as much as he is the president of this country samra no onu ni MPP de endi wo mo na emom ni opponent e na edi wo mo enti no esa se mra ni ndi no no de bibia no wan mra ne ka about sebe enkwase asem ni nsehunu a wo mo edi a efa wo mo ho na this back and forth nyada no Chief Justice when I walk also constitutional crisis in Ghana, Supreme Court na also constitutional crisis, not Speaker of Parliament, not the Parliament na also constitutional, Supreme Court Chief Justice when I walk also constitutional crisis in Ghana has say. Because ye no na ye wachi no, mama ya dwunu kra ye hu ne ye kwa ye ntehwe ase. Ofa ofuna obo about the constitution, this article, Diana, Ghana Marano, Eka Edifa Parliament proceedings, MPs, one more class independent candidates, Diana Marane Eka na ayi na ba. Now what kind? Clear, Edia Bena, Obi, and so a independent candidate. That's walk or kwa jam de ma political party bia Diana Marane can na aba ni read. Simple. And then Ebeko Supreme Court, the Chief Justice was say, Sir Emrana, you did declare seat vacant in the crown, as someone bahon, just a young can like seriously. And then for the past 1 month, Mama Ghana ye ho Ghana ye he. It's Ansah de where ya sem. Emran ye de ye juma standing orders ne de ye juma emran ni emran MPP mu first time mu yusu ye mu de ye juma Professor Mike Ronokwe what the sam mrakuro we say ye juma e declare for minister seat vacant e me wiase nyina hu ye say Andrew Asiama e ye MPP member of parliament while violating party ni constitution while violating parliament standing orders emra wo de ye adwuma enti MPP mu first time samra we mo de ye adwuma endresia mama parliament wo biem. Secondly, o predecessor aba aban bagbin aba emra kro ye da ho no mu ye ya parties AUC parliament AUC aban bagbin de akwa ye adwuma da MPP for se wo mo ntiase na na meti say ayi parliament akwai me buka neze ya ni tiri nyina ye fitai kura wo parliament what say kura o MP Kati Hammond ye be impeach speaker o impeach speaker say speaker for parliament mumbra mansi wo first time mansi ho eno say MP say o muntimi for me korum enu nti wa suspend sitting no indefinitely. Mwana musha chire ya press conference say mu invoke edebe ateke hwan to force parliament say o mo recall parliament. Muna musha chire ena mu invoke standing orders say what parliament ateke hwan na mu invoke na moka ena speaker ene parliament yese mo mbra man si parliament ho. This same speaker so ko dru hwan mo say ma enu enti no wasan suspend sitting indefinitely. Mu gina bonte say ekwan bia mo be fa so mo be ma speaker ba parliament no animal kingdom ana enti no we MPP ni a we MPP ni enti we bisa say de mo ankasa mo mpanimfo yiye nyansa be pa ni wom nyansa be pa ni wom nyansa be pa ne wom de mo ankasa mo party fo yiye ya enti ye kire mu say emra ne da ho no mu plain emra kro no Professor Mike Ronokwe yuso sa emra kro no it's honorable Abagbin yuso oye lawyer afenyo marking ebra Abagbin started na parliament one mo na me nye sure kwasa wo kra no wo ba be ye politician Bagbin Atna parliament no I don't think so afenyo marking na wo afenyo marking wo namwe na wo be ko parliament speaker no wo kasai also parliament asem na aba enti yenhia yenka yekoni ekokohia asem na yeka no so won tiase and now this Cynthia Morrison di wachi kwa no sumu MP wodi ni di wachi kwa so onyina wo no mu bi enti Cynthia Morrison ne ka ho wo parliament one ma wo ye majority Cynthia Morrison wo na anu yai yankopon na di wo ho afofie nka wada ne funeral ka wo hye mochire ahwo na watete na wa hye rig ejina ayi afenyo markets nsem a kwase asem a waka dia fa afenyo markets wo be se a week or two ago nsem of Cynthia Morrison kwase asem a waka dia fa afenyo markets wo enya asem ketua and then these same people no Ghana for enti ye jimi ana no I say we ni ekosu ya the question is say ye jimi ana ye jimi for any ye nkrofo because so what MPP say na so gina parliament pa na obi say won say wa to abade ma say NPP akwan so represent we jimi ana wa to aba wo de yi nipa ne say won represent o constituency no the question was obi say won say we jimi ana enti na we nipa we say onkon represent wana ujina bonte na wo to ayampia ena wujina bonte na wo kamera ena wujina bonte na wo kasa obey impeach speaker of parliament speaker aba waba we call parliament waba call parliament what is it about baby a wo kwa kwatena na say baby akwa kwatena wo businesses a wo person mu discuss mu deliberate on them go to the parliament here say and I'm try speaker and send faso and I'm try speaker bonkum so and is a man try speaker and send faso there and your parliament wo menko and your speaker ye be impeach no see impeach afem your markings can you pay was and can impeach no Ghana and your president Akufo-Addo but Ghana for your cowards ye hufo ye timid Jimmy ye timid because niema si under president Akufo-Addo pa yetimi atena ho pa ma na Akufo-Addo etwa 8 years no wo se wo memu pa no Jimmy pa e ka se wo memu nkrofo pa Jimmy pa wo hwe neighboring countries a ade abechie yesi wo ma yesei ade abechie so ma yesei a ekwan a amanihunu amaninya ya president Akufo-Addo Dr. Mamadou Bawumia ede Ghana fo afam no omo famu kwata Kenya fo etisi monte so mani pawuye mani pawuye nkwase taxa wo president eniema no so Kenya fo sori si abonte na no wo ko ho no de ye fam no Kenya fo mu numu kwata Kenya fo numu kwata o but yetena Ghana ha no ma tolerate sa eniema we sa for 8 solid years abanya the first time ono to opposition say oman ni mu ni pani adumaye oman ni mu ni pa ebre enti oba beji oman oba ye any 2 years omi aduma ba ko pe the first attempt so obegu enuma amanko from pimpim enuma abo wo mo what is happening our Ghana parliament and then Chief Justice Supreme Court say we are in constitutional crisis because parliament echo off indefinitely but mono so am Supreme Court one mo na mo cause so sad constitutional crisis no Ghana mo mama me videos no ya call parliament ye dey can free speaker by no so ho ye start and speaker by no so speaker koi wo gina bonten keti amon papa panu mu awutiri wi nyina ye fita wo nwini se wutiri wi adwen ha from the initial request for us to consider 5 items, this second request added 17 more items. And this request came from the MPP members of parliament, and it was signed on their behalf by the second deputy majority whip, Honorable Alex Tete Jodubois. Unfortunately, the signatories who made the request have not shown up, and therefore matters that they wanted us to handle, which are admitted for the consideration of the business committee, are not on the order paper, and in fact there's no order paper for today because the business committee could not meet due to the absence of the people who requested for the recall. And as you can see, one side of the house is completely empty. In view of this, we have, as usual, got a quorum to sit, but we have no business before us. In view of the failure of the business committee to sit as a result of the refusal of those who requested for the recall to show up, we are compelled to once again adjourn the sitting of the House. Knowing the challenges we are facing, it is not advisable to be adjourning from day to day. And so I'll proceed once more
to adjourn the meeting indefinitely. So from the initial request for us to consider 5 items, this second request added 17 more items. And this request came from the MPP members of Parliament, and it was signed on their behalf by the second Deputy Majority Whip, Honorable Alex Tete Jodubois. Unfortunately, the signatories who made the request have not shown up, and therefore matters that they wanted us to handle, which are admitted for the consideration of the Business Committee, are not on the order paper, and in fact there's no order paper for today because the Business Committee could not meet due to the absence of the people who requested for the recall. And as you can see, one side of the House is completely empty. In view of this, we have, as usual, got a quorum.
Businesses are who do not MPP for no. Every call Parliament back no. Say Omumbrano businesses near. Request for tax exemptions for the designated beneficiaries under the One District, One Factory program. Ghana Financial Stability Fund, an international development association facility of $250 million US dollars, $250 million US dollars, and then other bills. Yeah, and also Environmental Protection Agency Bill 2024, Social Protection Bill 23, Customs Amendment Bill 2024, Budget Bill 2023, Ghana Boundary Commission Bill 2023, Interstate Succession Bill 2022. So urgent matters for consideration. Where any urgent matters for consideration, and no entino MPP for us every collie. Parliament say almost so emra, but no more could do one mono. Dada mafo, Omu papa any dada mafo ya itimu ya de. Omu jina bonten omu to ayampia so be impeach speaker. Meti fie me hwe de konso nyina fa max gira bonten ensem a woka se NDC for 1% first quarter 2025 budget say yayi budget reading presentation beba so Parliament enunti abaya dwumayefo omo percent 2025 first quarter ye benya sika tuamuka enti na NDC for yesa bill be free senior high school policy ho NDC for 1% beba so afen su kra mo se de ba ko bi su kra one district one factory NDC for atena se ehunu se omo ye bill no omo ma sa yi na ye friend se no kra no ye de request for tax exemptions no and emma beneficiaries no mo bebie factories ni bebre nyuma bebu afaso abodam nyuma bebu afaso 8 years ni mo beto unemployment rate 14% and mo dey do 17% and I say 30 days to election no and one district one factory mo ba be bia menyu bu nkam dey afaso NDC fuosu alaje lu mahama na advert bi o mo ye sabres na about sanitation obi jina gata bi ho mo ka advert no obi jina gata bi ho na odwon so saa na sabi obi anadwuru mu kan fa ba e no de ko bo na chi wa boda ma ha na odwon so so yen sem ke kase ya yen kwani yen kwhwe majority leader Dr. Kesa to forcing majority leader Dr. Kesa to forcing ne nsem na wonu su di tudwa omo ko Parliament omo ntimi inform korum enti dia wase kwasi nyina ne se was say speaker say indefinitely one more crown on back recess 14th year and then it's MPs ni bi omo kan say and then omo call parliament one taxpayers money
campaigns and reported to duty this morning. Suspended our campaigns and reported to duty this morning only to see that the MPP members of parliament who actually recalled parliament, we noticed that they failed to show up. This morning at about 7 o'clock, we showed up at the business committee meeting on the 6th floor only to notice that the MPP members of the committee once again failed to show up at the business committee. I personally called the committee clerk and I was informed that she is out of the jurisdiction and no one has reached out to him, to her, to program the business of the day. I was worried and reached out also to the MPP side and to have an indication as to what their plan is. No one responded. I am deeply worried and deeply concerned that the very people that requested for Parliament to be recalled failed to show up. Clearly, what we are seeing here is an abuse of the Constitution and the standing orders of Ghana's Parliament. The NPP Minority Caucus have indeed caused financial loss to the state and to us, the NDC members of Parliament, and to the people of Ghana. We say this because these recalls cost Ghana money. This is not the first time that they have done this. They've done this a couple of times, but we see nothing than disrespect. We call on the people of Ghana to see the behavior of the MPP and punish them accordingly. They have certainly, everything shows that the MPP are tired, they are fed up, and they are not ready to work for the people. They are ready for the people. They are bereft of ideas and they are short of vision. They cannot solve the suffering of the people. All what they do out there during campaigns, in spite of the hardship, is to sing and dance Osisifia. That's all what they do. In times like this, when the ordinary Ghanaian is struggling to survive, they are dancing and singing Osisifia. 100 NDC MPs here today out of the 137, and we are determined to do what is right. But colleagues, let me make this point to the people of Ghana. Let no one deceive you that the NDC is here to obstruct the people's business. No, we are rather here to work for the people of Ghana. We ended our campaigns and reported to duty this morning only to see that the MPP members of Parliament who actually recalled Parliament, we noticed that they failed to show up.
Na shimu party mu president yaguno mu leader of the party yaguno no amonam nyame na shira yen na shimu ahwe entokwa afono wo mu enti se ato wo mu ne akeka ene arewie akeka ene arewie ujina parliament ka se just 30 days to election no mo ba be ma tax exemptions e dia ma enkrofo bi no ma be district factories were district na esanso mo be factories ama enkrofo anya bia ye ndc fo ya enti omo mpese parliament wono mo no omo be ma asumdua ba ho mo ma minti afenyo markins minority leader eni afenyo upo ni aka idie we are minority leader.
Our tradition is to respect rule of law. NPP, our tradition is to respect rule of law. It's out of deference to Mr. Speaker. That is why we did not enter the chamber. That we should share in that chaos theater with them. Never. Never. We will not. MPP will not. We will not. Therefore, don't be swayed by their lies and their propaganda. What Mr. Speaker did today amount to supervising chaos and bringing the image of democracy to disrepute. Clearly, the NDC is on a war path. They want confusion in this country. They want lawlessness in this country. And all these are being supervised by Mr. Speaker. Yes. NPP, our tradition is to respect rule of law. It's out of deference to Mr. Speaker. That is why we did not enter the chamber. That we should share in that chaos theater with them. Never. Never. We will not. MPP will not. We will not. Therefore, don't be swayed by their lies and their propaganda. What Mr. Speaker did today amount to supervising chaos and bringing the image of democracy to disrepute. Yes. Clearly, the NDC is on a war path. They want confusion in this country. They want lawlessness in this country. And all these are being supervised by Mr. Speaker. Yes. NPP, our tradition is to respect rule of law. Yes. It's out of deference to Mr. Speaker. That is why we did not enter the chamber. That we should share in that chaos theater with them.
NPP are law-abiding citizens. Avenue Markins, law-abiding for and 2020 muku nipa 8 Ghana. Mo. Ye free 92 kura na soja ni kura na ye president kura nipa ba kura mu. Mo. NPP aban, law-abiding citizens. Mo. NDC for na hye chaos. Mo. Muku nipa 8 2020 nipa 8 so ahu ene wuye nipa 8 ene ewuye entene ya na meka se woda so te Ghana ha sei pa na se de asi 8 years ni se wonya party communicator ya to V8 ede ama wa wudem se wonya party constituency executive police ya ma school feed ya woye ya wo de directly wonya bidie na se wo ye nurse ni wakosuku awie da so ti fie 4 years ni woni adwumaye wo ye teacher ni licensure exams watwere 4 times ni woni adwumaye wo ti fie kuna no me ni me so for me papa hia ye ose na ama first pa ye ko Dubai ni take no mu a ni China no mu a Emirates Kumasi for me business women foi traders so o ma ye mu mani enso wose na ama me se me ntanko 6 months ma ko baako wose sa wotena Emirates mu a owunu Kumasi ni dwade ni baako wa babo so kofa ne ma abada enti se sebe wani mie na se wani ntia un show maturity eda so wo Ghana hanom na wodi we machi a ene miti Honorable Mutale Muhammad o se parliament na no mo ba ya no mo no afenyo makins mu gina bonten to ayampia no Ghana ya boka close to 1 million Ghanaians. And do you know what 1 million Ghana cedis can do? Do you know what 1 million Ghana cedis can do? Crisis a Ghana womu aka 30 days to election. Ye wo dum so mu. Sometimes me ten crofo no mo ka ye go to abama mahama na won san fe dum so we ye jimi fonti na wo kasa. Enne me catch we jimi. Enti na wo kasa. So baby wa no pa ka say ye san ko to abama mahama no fe dum so mra. Hey, ye work a few weeks 30 days to election. Ye wo dum so enne dum so me se na no me free hand ma me dru fie na ye dum light omu dum ni ti sex a e be 3 am no ma so me se na me ba wo free ka boat one mo ba village one mu nyina o ma dum light. We are not talking about because we are fed up. Ya bre yetimi tolerate sane ma we nyina 8 years ni dia aka 30 days. Enti wo dia woni mu nyansa Ghana fo enti sabi enipa ni mu nyansa wo Ghana ha hwe nipa wato abama wo mu the Afenyo Markins here or Parliament President Akufo-Addo ye behind it too. Dr. Bobie they are behind it. The omo ye or Parliament na asa omo fi say omo the speaker ni mu ye fom na speaker oyo omo poison o omo poison papa no nyame nko na di ni nwafu ko mu kunu nyame na di speaker nwafu fie mu ku papa no nyame na speaker agye no ene waso som so se Ghana nti Ghana first your loyalty no enye President Akufo-Addo enye Dr. Bamia o enye any political party onye leader bia o eye the constitution enunti na dia mudi speaker fa so nyina 2021 dia mudi ni fa so nyina nka mu kuni nyina echi no Ghana first Ghana interest first to work tolerate musa for years ni speaker ti me ma ruling na Joe Wise above over 10 who speaker so na so speaker ti me ma ruling na wa oni ho sabe na no omu kunu nu a no oja yansan na Joe Wise over 10 speaker ruling mutimi twa baby pons ehye wig edi nose mask ehye edi kwesi parliament sa adwo asafo na nya adwo asafo ni nyina no na MP NDC force so mete sa fenyo mark na ka say I Council of State Elders any chief any speaker shiai me de minyamre tina me ye late because na me pese me monitor bibia na me ba say de mo dan mi nchire mu hima ma be chire ma wate ase o say Council of State Elders no any speaker shiai Emma speaker ti ase say I ono onye ruling bia enu enti no obema NDC for akotena minority side na MPP for abetena majority side afei speaker ne o say dey Christian Council for say if on so shiai speaker ka kire o mo say onye ruling bia afenyo markets speaker anya ruling bia ko pe wuni ana wo si Supreme Court speaker anya ruling bia no e dey na ade ko Supreme Court mo ye mpanimfo but mo ye niam te say ase enkura bia sebe o autism for nkora it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Say speakers who are married on the Council of State for any share no. Gabe any other leaders members share no. Speaker catch them say onye ruling bia. Speaker catch them say onye ruling bia. Na speaker catch them say he will do the needful. Na Supreme Court ruling no. Wonko frɛ ma me no na ɔma mo nkonko tena hɔ de mu ye de nka de akye na nka ne Chief Justice Tokunu na nka ɔte adwam na mo so mo tene nsa nifa so na NDC 40 ni bonkum so mo piri Parliament standing order so constitution emra ne de ye adwuma wɔ Ghana ha sei emra ne de ye adwuma wɔ ha sei Prosper Mensa o say thank you ohima more fire come for the graft. I like your boldness. Keep okay. Some time I said, Kelly Asha. Now, yeah, she gumwa 8 years. Will be in your folk. 30 days. I can't be an abbey. Won't mean your folk. Dear abbey. Maxwell at Paguli was they are behaving as if they are first class citizens, whilst others are second and third class citizens. But it is the speaker I blame because he was the one who has pampered them. Can be as one of your first class if we be second class and third class for. As a woman, one cry this message ye buy Maxwell Pabli. As one your first class woman, ye ni palma. Kelly Asha was the MPP are insulting all poultry farmers in Ghana by saying the promise of Muhammad to give out chicks to interested farmers is a foolish promise. Poultry farmers and every Ghanaian who eats chicken must vote against them. Okay. And what I always said that you are braver than all the men who handle the show. Hey, we are sorry say, Michelle Gumusa, David Agbanyaga, and so Johnny. Prosper Mensa, was it your stupidity, arrogance, your immature is destroying the party. And one party there, so I'm a good party, no. And hey, we need there is Victor, okay. Or see you MPP minority as are not serious at all. Look at their faces. Okay. Vivian Opon was it the MPP members only singing and dancing. What was CCTNB? Me kwaba afemi fa course kaka 0302208090 0302208090 mo ma destroy Ghana awia wo man mo na mana mo bo nyame na shira yen na shimo nyame na shira yen. Oh, hello. Hello, good afternoon. Hey, Papa, be serious. Hello, good afternoon.
Nanama.
Oh, Odoyo.
Nana, original new Tantana.
Original Tantana, Yankwa.
Nana, Massa, will be the test message by say we are brave. You are more than brave. O kano kure, fititi minimum. Nana, Yakupo Shra Water.
Amen.
She said the woke, Mamintia Namomo, any guitar crash, Amai, Niasmo. Mamma, you can say, Felicia, guitar crash women's organizer, Mitiano. Nana, MPP for you conform Mutimu Yadin. She wouldn't say, Abambabe, Eka, and I said, or say, Bibi, at your parliament, 1 or 2 points. Na oba ye no na the deputy no a reverse there or no Abambabe no a ye atu hono oba ye no anka ofiu or try say nanka wo boa MPP iti ye mu bi say kwa na efi say aban sa ne ma no mo ye nyina ya wo de ho bribe na bibi sa but o papa ne very calm wa o ye ni bi accordingly when na o mie wo mo ketekete no hwe de wo mo ye mu ka se sa ne bobra Mukasa Sani Ebu Mai. I don't know Mutimu ya this MPP. Namu nyini wa mai ho. Na o mai pese kone nim. Namu chi o mai sai. Afa nyama ke se. Wamo ebu edi mraso. Nam NDC mum. Ena ND mraso. She enye ize se. Can say majority obu mai. Na minority. Omo akonya ye can say Speaker of Parliament o. Nyankopon. Nana ene se ye. Anya sa. Anka nkofo di omo di be ye Ghana ano. Nyakopon ne ma NDC ponya Speaker of Parliament. Nana metia obi bia.
Me da semifa next caller. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, afternoon.
Afternoon. You me David Bebe Adenta.
Yo David yankwa why?
The Speaker of Parliament here numpa. Yes, you possible. Yeah, because the same way say wanjina say election way yes atua. The same thing before they say omo just before Supreme Court into no mudi assembly be Supreme Court and the oya no dey for until to say Bemba and the obia ni organize say obia ni oya Bemba say we na e Bemba and the omo Bemba every Bemba.
Me da next caller good afternoon muntwitwa ni tienti ana bebre nkasa. Hello good afternoon.
Hello good afternoon Anama.
Yo yenkwai.
Me din do me go kan go south and na we wo bo adwuma ba na kaka me kan say minimo say Supreme Court for person omoje Parliament adwuma ni ye kan won dia menti ate kra so obia ye ne de na fi de mumu fi mu dem aba obi dem enti person mu tata say judge for no apana amount for so mu ni aseba speaker betumi akoyi panel ni bi say onu epe panel open atem na ba na atem so ana yamu ye de enti ate kra na yamu chomu JM Baba na Ansah Papa Abediemu. The Minchia incoming MP for Kanko South NS Adumako.
Kion Yadase. Hello, next caller. Good afternoon.
Fine afternoon, madam.
Yo, yankwa why?
I'm a part of from me Paul, me free Kaswa man from.
Parliament was na dikanfo yanko.
Sa me dancing, I mean share bebre adumapa muni wenu mu ye bobi Ansah no ye ma no ye damo ati nyame be hira mu why
yo
MPP for dia mu da mu bibi na ha mu pa eti ye da mu asema mu
yo
omu be this year there omu koso ba kra omu be wi
me da say next caller good afternoon.
Good afternoon Nana.
Yo yankwai
Nana on say the course of our parliament anymore. Oh, see, members of parliament, I got just 1 month to general elections. Zembra na yensama emma discuss the business of the house. Omaba ya, you didn't show up in parliament, expecting the speaker of parliament to call you from your office into the chamber. Sanka oba mpona nka na and this is for kompona anka ebia speaker okobeka bifufo. So RPP are showing arrogance. Now me blame Katie Hammond. Katie Hammond said that dead Ansah Ben Pano. Oh, say, share interview me here. The journalists are pushing him to the wall. They are asking a sensible question. And you attend the issue. Nana, The EC, they don't have any locus to deny the NDC the actual voters register. It is their responsibility enshrined in the Constitution of Ghana to give the voter register to each party or party in the general elections. So the body being paid, why are you hiding the voter register from the party are waiting? Nana, the being paid, adding a boss Manasari, the Mensa, adding an old Danny responsibility. They don't have anything. Because what is happening, starting with UK, start careful every year, Donald Trump coming, and the wind of changing, starting from Europe, every time about Africa, JM is going to be the next president of Ghana. Hello,
next caller, me for 2 calls now. Media baby. Hello, next caller. Good afternoon.
Nanama,
Miss Sister.
Akumapani, the freedom fighter, voice of Sosumadina.
Yanko.
Nanama, me say. Hina na HSMP posa. Hina sama no. Aya Kwabena boydo ana. Ana aya na se ya ku adonko. Eh, after bibi chesi omo. Na mo fra setina. Na mo se jane. Anapa we, me ko TV station bi su ko program. Me ka che Ghana for se hwe. Opportunity anase odo nyankopo eyi atre Ghana for. So Oma MPP on second term you Oma hang parliament. Ama wa Oma ntimi afa japade amfa mbehye ye kon. Ansah Ghana for bi ankwa ankoton andisika. Na ekire no enne omu ka wiye no nyankopo ehwim akonya efri omoto ase didende no ma Ghana for emfa no se eye asresem bi keke omo fa ni serious. We kire se nyankopo nfa eda Ghana so ankasa bonsam nyankopo ka kire bonsam ne man se onu de ne nsada no so no ontimi omo ko kenkan John 8:44 e dia no ka ye Bible mu no mo hunu se nyankopo nsa eda Ghana. The wind of change is blowing near esiwo America no Ghana for omo hunu se esiwo Ghana because America kura omo ho ato omo no omo se omo economy no enye turumu omo mpe enunti no omo pamu Harris no every ho yampamba umia ene Nana Akufo-Addo sa because maumia oya Muzad Sabina oya ceremony ayanyi baby ofri ene oya ceremony ochina oya Kristo no ochina oya busumsumni yanim yo summa amanu summa kafaru
Midase. Last caller, hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yanko why?
Mpacha uni abe mala party me make us free da kuma.
Yo, Yanko.
In fact, I feel we part there. Especially na MPP amamu we pan. In fact, nana yeah. Say to me to aban we in Friday this so I feel in fact, the Bible. Just 2016 and I'm a bank assembly Bobie and assembly Juma. Na materials I ton first na e wo form. But see no. Ma and see kwam koto ye material ba could be here. The price in the washroom. Tin pagana for choice and through be I say. Omombua na MPP abankwa eni kwaso mu ba power club. Na nkofo no mo fu eno mudi nam. In fact, say two about man for ya feel card in fact you next year 2025 there. In fact, the Bible in Jaja, Miss Regana for Mufa Kuma Pani Odo, Santa man penny that thou is your be I John Mahama Chila Eja. On to me Mbua, non to me no many year my and yes I
me found see 100.5 FM suni ya hwese benya NDC benifoni bini no mo edi enkomo enra de see ye e electoral commission no hard drive na wo mo anje no akwa akosisei na emomu no asempo baako mo constituency executives na every election me dey make na makwa mo opponent candidate fiere ma akogigi sika mo kwa na makwa akogigi sika na mo adi na ma tom peace mu parliamentary candidate ama wo mo no na ma ta wo ma chia wo ma wi abani mu no because 2020 bebre sisi ye constituencies bebre ho a omu MPP timi wini ya eye NDC constituency executives na ebuom ko gi sika ya tititi bi constituency executives a mo afra se afachira mo to mo PC edi gisika mo hweye because the ekoso ene e parliament no say 2024 election say President Mahama ewini na say parliament ekoye ya paya mo bebre pa mo bebre pa say maje ne koye ba ko mienu a I tell you mo bebre pa penti say mo se mo pe win change ne dia e mo fa constituencies ni nyina mo parliamentary candidate no mo fa mo consi form na mo nkonkoden na munya more seat e wo parliament munya more seat e wo parliament ayesa NDC ebe ha mo da achen enu na me ne Kwabena kasa asem we say wa ha the esi wo parliament ya yenya speaker of parliament from opposition party 137 senka NPP for nya this opportunity a enkwamba ye this country aye ungovernable e de amamo NDC for se MPP for person le wusunum afenyo markens num na wo mu leader ye president Akufo-Addo enum ni Dr. Bobie no mo executives ya I tell you say enkwamba ma memwo na funumu e wo Ghana ha enti election na mo kɔ no a NDC for mo kɔ no mo MPs no mo hwɛ ye say mo be nya bebre ne 140 kura 145 a munya nya sa mo be bre papa enti you say ma me video no you na me ba na aka chem so be ba mo dai bo ampan so dai bo no wo bo me pa enti me kwa ma no so no ade si ye e wo Parliament House Electoral Commission free political parties ni nyina say NDC rep our core no Dr. Rashid Tanko Computer Deputy National Director Election and IT waje ye no sa return ye hard drive no edema Dr. Sari Bosman enti we de nya Dr. Rashid Tanko Computer ni nkwatwetwe nkomo ni emisa na enu ade core doga wie ma ha mo akwa bade bakra kasebo eso
media is
nyam kopo na domo ala kwantina ja ye sum Ghana enu a Yanyantesa mo kwaje certified voter register e dey electoral commission ho e dey na kosi ye
almost say around 4:30 say young brother certified register ni ya ko ho na meeting start around 4:30 ko 5 na mo jinansa kasawi na see young brother hard drive no register no soft copy so e be so mo say na register we kasa sa you were silent about the figures, not the register. What is happening? You have not given us the breakdown of the figures. Just say how many voters do we have, especially transfer voters, proxy lists, any special voters list. Need to know about 5 of them. No more the breakdown. Then also total registered voters never to about December 7 on the May won't cover any now see NG register register there now the May yes NG register no see we there yet body on the Yama Yama fine Yakwa by the time you do here over I didn't know on our platform your presidential platform no be May your country and your platform there you're spreading because media will now so who but figures now obiabeti learning say never about December 7 nipa do we no beto aba these are the regional breakdown any there any problem there no see okay say they any there your mom 30 minutes to 1 hour on the call for 5 figures never so then yet na see that was around 7 yeah yet na see na could do 11:30 p.m. no more oba no na see or say or she's apologizing because I didn't know want me yet because omukwa don't say I didn't one by entity so young kushi this is kina omwia no ombefa I didn't know the way they are here to yempane you register you had to have you there who we are then you have a baby because they say when you say I didn't any complete because you can't give us register without statistics any summary
one of the and one of Kaze, Lord, we are not bounded by any law. She was just talking rubbish. But, yeah, say a kayasam. Because we are not her children. So you can't talk any rubbish to us. And so we walk away and left her and told her that, look, we are not taking the thing until you give us that figure. Because we will go to election without knowing the figures. So that's when we ended the thing and left.
Okay. Now, said you one more can say, and yamra, and ya share, and nimrem say, or break down. No. The first time I'm requesting BB and answer every 4 years via a election. No. The Electoral Commission we invite political parties, and say certified voter register, Media, break down, yeah, the mamo constituency, nipa say, regional nipa say, national nipa say, special voting, no. And idea what that die, and answer this is the first time NDC will make this request from the Electoral Commission.
Winya, we, and yes, say, ye request. It is incumbent on them to give us the start. Last IPAC meeting, they call Alisa Hotel. No more, almost on the revised provisional register. No, we say, statistics, my statistics in now, never register. No, so no more first, and some no more hard drive. No, almost country say, Abano over to Abano, number, then number 2 about number, first time voters, number. And then total registered voters, and a number, I want to say 18,772,261. You breakdown in and some of my hard drive. And why is it that they couldn't give breakdown? Why didn't they do it yesterday? A question may be so that one was there a law, there was no law. I mean, this 2020, you go to Abano, or Electoral Commission website, who breakdown of the register. Total registered voters, any breakdowns in other areas, no, and in now on the website. Which law did they use to make or come out with the ballot statistics? Almost use to call ballot printing. Which law did they use to do it?
Now
hypocrisy must stop.
Okay. Now, that breakdown, somewhere near. It was so be voter register no, and as a hard drive no, it was so certified register no, the amount no swana.
Say no, you my certified register. You must give us the statistics, the breakdown. That would accompany it. They will get to know the totals in that register. So when you go and open it, and we analyze it, and we are not getting this one, they will call. Tell you that your figures are not tallying up. It's not correct. That's
okay. And it's me fan say our mama break down. Say be an ingo pram. Eni padu do say na to aba ho. E ma ye say, e me ma ye say. Enti se mo de certified voter register no kwa na chese mo de compare. No ma hu say e accurate esi so e pepepe.
E no na e kan.
Okay.
That's what, it makes it easier for us. What do you say?
Okay.
You can ubet ma I say register no na omodimano. These are the figures in it. Also, and yet one register they will hard drive no. One register plus about 5 different lists. Also, you will transfer list a womb, proxy list womb, absentee voters list a womb, exception list womb, any multiple register womb. Apart from that, yes, how will be a friend and name reference into a womb. So what was that? One polling station, about 5 or 6 documents they were inside. So in the episode say, my breakdowns of figures for all these lists and make kind.
Okay. Oh, but say where there say exhibition exercise now you know provisional voter register no mo ye no mo de ma mo dia and I say you say omo ye first one no o ma ye na second one so mo de ma no o ma ye ni nyina
omo ye ni nyina no na e tia say no oba the country say be ma o register certified register no kofa gavel na ba or portable no bam say where finish me say then na finish where register who cry na obo gavel no need total register no now say finish Mr. Jimensa that's why me say no media no omo kwa omo boy because anka media won pisa madam what is certified register total voters for this country for the 2024 general election saying she didn't know here I don't know what's on him.
Enti say no enwa na omo koye meeting be 6-7 hours amu free one midnight no ne kura no omo say
omo ba apologize omo ba be omo pampacha my say we dia you should forgive them because I didn't know omo say entimi yes here it's taking time. They have to take time and analyze it or see ombe will be among in the register before they can generate it. I say Jesus Christ. So it means you are foolishness.
No, who say also on by your day and son, me, I break it also on by your day.
Omumba ye queries in now, Muka ye analysis in our register now, and son on by ye figures in about. Let me say Jesus. So, when Okwa is fooling you in that commission, to come and let us all of us come and sit down. Now, Kasa say God has helped you to do this. How can you use God's name in vain like this?
Now, said you almost delay taxes 30 days. So, Muko, you should bear 1 week. You know, the Brahma and Hamu, and Mary Musa.
Oh, there is other means of checking it.
Okay.
As we are checking it, we are checking on the backside.
Okay. Okay. Where the mammy found we see na Parliament, the aquasi, where there many bibi kakra fefru when I mean, we only say and so. Well, my na I used to Parliament in a Parliament and you recall no more koya. One call, and don't know where the many bibi dear na candia for home.
So we dear, well, you say, NDC, say, a majority. So your Parliament in the Yokotina majority, I answer everybody. Anybody be because there be Speaker of Parliament, they follow you. If no okay. If he says anything in Parliament, that's what we follow. And so we're waiting for them, our colleagues to come in and hear from the Speaker. But they refused to come, so there was no quorum to do any business. So he has to adjourn indefinitely. Who loses? That's the kind of absurd ruling that the Supreme Court has created for this country.
Mamina was say a Emraya when ya at the Amay. Now, Omamudes be, and I say, Ya Mamudea, Mumfamra Meje, a breakdown in a hard drive, and the Omamudebia.
Oh, Mamma did almost see and check over on me there for my so.
But you are Monka. Okay. Dog, I am Mamina say, Dr. Rashid Tanko Computer, a deputy. Director Election and IT NDC 4 team no team so mu gina mo na so a wo ye adwuma pa Divine Nkroma Director of Operation PPP enra no our electoral commission ho utimu se enakora afa ne na wan sore ntem because enra odu fie na 2 am ambo Oi if you phone so enra na wo electoral Divine good afternoon akwa abanso
Good afternoon Obiade
Any Obiade my Joso and one more electoral commission. Now Monsa come hard drive.
Dedika Mamin Chetty.
Okay.
Maminti Chia at your phones, Namimbo Abaso. We're a strong woman.
Thank you.
Shoe now, I shame when I yank shoe.
And that's some good too.
Oh, send years so. When I so come pepe.
I hear Mukakra.
Behind the bay, but also I dare no so say. Yeah, greasy name watch it. What to me don't I shame it? Why are there?
That's it.
Unim Ghana and somehow Ghana hapa, but you know they say Kasaho because baby your mind keka kono. So you are careful or you need to see na ebebo o mind no. Na emfi baby a you need to better tie no letter commission or the jat to o mind mu.
Oh, so ha wenika.
Me ha many. She so bi oni mi bia me mako ipack mako easy meeting. But if some me say adaje atro more than 3 pages just about what happened yesterday and then publisher it should tell you say a lot happened and enye adia eyefe. The kind invitation ye de bre no say yembra electoral commission so it came rather too late like I to say I hope prebi
okay
and a buy no mo catch say yembra electoral commission by 4
and no na invitation by
e ba homache no
okay
and no see yembra electoral commission by 4 representatives of various political parties no yembrana omuni ending kita ho nti edu ho no etwen ya ehu yan say all the directors and then senior officers of the electoral commission abetnas en omo introduction
including police for ni soldier for anomo ho
omo nyina en introduction any political leaders ni media o say me ha maninka ma me no betnas no it was more or less like a press conference.
Okay.
To tell the general public through the media and then the political parties are stakeholders, major stakeholders, say the certified voters register, which is the final voters register, so they are to abandon. I am ready.
Okay.
Now, your idea be see that. And they say, all man speech na no the gavel, the judges, the no. Or the ball was say, "Pine, it is finished." Where we,
hey,
internet say, finally, upo register no nie. And no more say political parties based on your position on the ballot, no. Your body and abejo, hard drive. But before, not political parties no no. Ebia mama musaso. Say mo pese mo.
Just say ono card we be kan wie na no the judge for you ni ball pine. Where we ti beju hard drive.
Beju hard drive. Intino political parties for year say Samaka. Then the director of election services was a services elections whatever deputy. Agent was saying yeah nothing about be imagine the drive no. I to say the whole thing was choreographed.
Okay.
I to say shed up ashesheno adwuma and bo adwuma no. They didn't want any interference be bejineko. So edu NDC for so no. Alaji Tanko. Ena Oman is also say or asemka because I didn't so aboni din and almost see okay on kasa and not say summary statistics in Kahwa onje omo ignore no tio omo ignore no mo botra no and other political parties. I remember movement for change for rep Eman is also say ono so asemka odo so ba no say no already no the integrity, the credibility, and the reputation of the EC no. I be questionable Ghana for be brave. Enti no mo ma omo fasamba se betumi a omo produce na enye se be fi ase na e call radio so na bonte ho na e kwakọ chire yensem. Enti ma me no hu say there is wisdom in what the political parties were calling for. So immediately and ma me ne ka chire is okay. Ye ma no some few minutes.
Okay.
Into only director of IT no omo kosoro na omako print the abre so na see so we dey obetimi aye na man famba mo na ma friend na dey simple
our system mu dia say print out there
enye asembia nti ete ho na wa o ni yakobisa o say o mo twɛn beba na 2 hours o enche bia ye dey ba 3 hours o enche bia 4 hours yakodu 8 hours na electoral commission ameno obia mpie ye obia so nim de ekoso nti avidi omukura na omu ni electoral commission for no kona krana na omu bo show no kra omukura na mabre MPP for no mabre no mo ka say na mo detaining e wa hasa
8 hours me fi electoral commission ho no 11:49 mo ko ho 4 p.m.
me ko ho 4 tell me by 2 meeting 4 o'clock. Now we call 4 p.m.
Okay.
So from 3:30, me could do on me.
And the meeting started 4.
4.
Okay.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 8 hours. Nijinem. Yantishi. It's your own one. I'm a man so back. Okasa for just 3 minutes. Less than even 3 minutes. Or buy no. And the IT director, me ma o the CEO no hu ni. And the IT director no fa. Efra Mike say or apologize. No apacho na data no mu nim say so na say ni si. E wa na manager Mike ni finish.
Wa mananka sakra.
Wa mananka say wie no J Mike no say give it to me let me talk. Sa no ye. O ijiwie ye no. E na o say uni bibi. She wants to state on record. I want to put on record, say, there's no law a binding electoral commission say produce any summary statistics via, and that's all ma obia statistics we be and ebia or prepare later ready on the memo. But today no kasano. She doesn't owe anybody. Into Ukraine also hard drive on Onjako. Pa no close me.
Na 8 hours no question dem ye.
Oh, me see. Let us omo your calls. Let's instructions if you baby say forget your mo. Me fear mo. Because omo any need to one see oba. And now who say omo to one mo no sorry. Omo to one mo omo sorry. Obi ankashi. Sa.
Ebu abo mo.
Ebu abo mo. Unto buy no be spend 3 million. Owie no. Obi ankabi. No sorry.
What's in your bind? Enye
mandate say obema mo. Na see that in the record of EC. But ade ba ko no one country Ghana for me be catch now. See, media the kind of disrespect Madam Jean Mensah Ediama Ghana for no. Any yeah, no, I'm telling you, we don't have to tolerate it. And moreover, yeah, new students no ni abekasa rough. No afa no wedi. Sebi you. Onu ni ma osho school. Ao chomo suku fees simple. Send your person in kasa me nyi dis odom kasa kra sa akrom betna sene na ya adwen. This woman etwitwi nani aitso fita on for bia asem nya hwe. When we left the electoral commission, we were all peeved. Say by what release here 12 a.m. and a year coffee. But you know the bigger question, or see any mandatory so be declare or they've driven name or be declare if anything the summary statistics. What she doesn't know, no Koti, is that's how it's been since time immemorial. After a giant time, and Charlotte say no credit say this is what the history has recorded. So anytime we be almost certified results, voters register. Ebema political parties, just like what happened yesterday, on your press conference, and then they announce. So in their announcements, they give statistics and numbers. That alone is even enough. That's how come nobody asks for any shit to be
okay.
But in the case of what happened yesterday, they were evasive and they were vague. So when you say press conference engagement told me that there was not a single mention of one figure. 0.0, and I will be sir now they are not maybe, and then we have this data. But in the past, sir, after this is what happens. Or best sorry, no, I can say, yeah, the certified voters register name political parties, but this is what we have on it. No indicating maybe a total valid registered 18 million. And my say, MMI say, proxy voters say. Transferred votes, you say, no, I'm not breakdown with that. So there's something on record for you to match. And I say, to compare with. But in the case of this one, what am I saying? I don't understand by GG Drive. And you know the technological axiom. You say, garbage in, garbage out. When you give us a drive, you have given it to us individually. We don't know there will be there. So when you say right in the office, na no hearing to movement for change for almost fix it on my hard drive no laptop ni mu na MBA.
Wow.
They had to call the deputy election services director whatever to get it resolved. And you know there are certain traps for the political parties. So see how the drive na ma no. Some of them are now the kwa. There when they benchmark how they compare the actually say we will see. Because you know what eventually will happen. Imagine say I'm out hard drive. Now Kofi. Okay, no dey 15 million. Okay, electoral commission say okay 15 million. Now need 18 million. It will be assumed say we no temper with data no and as on don't say akoka. Again, how do we know say the NDC kita no the same thing NPP kita the same thing and CPP kita. Obia agene dey no dey Kofi enim dey also. And she doesn't owe anybody, not her. Then transigent and belligerent post channel were taking one. Nobody will tolerate such things from her. Mami can say, Bible can say,
anything that looks like witchcraft based, fight it. Don't allow it. Ma mini nyama no e na chembe yi. Etumi bo mine, say your mind. Because the position she has taken now, I to say on Fiobia yesterday. Unimade bakwe doni on me and mommy I was doing this right up. It was because I asked myself, imagine electoral commission mami we are unstable in decision making. No, I can't wait. Nipo I catch him say me kofa brem. The next moment or semi farm.
After best 6-7 hours.
8 hours no semi farm. Now election day, we decided say or declare results. No, sorry, no call. Look at what will happen. Now they back I'm observe I'm a person country the youth of this country. I'm telling each youth, Obi Otiminka Oyebebunu say from the 6th, 7th, 8th December ebe to abawi. So Oyebebunu na Otiminka na bebia wo bia border town. The exit and entry points bia of this country bia, we are asking the youth of this country to protect those places for us. Obi obetwam obi amuhwe nanim because I think Kofubia Omadwin say omubedi bone odwane afi omamu say because some of the things they do you ask yourself say so man Ghana no odwen ho na wo ka ho a will you behave like that so ma omu a so that period no you blocking airport so obi eba na say unim say oye state official a odi bone a ye mani ntwam. We must do the right things. Because electoral commission, I'm telling you, so many things are going amiss, have gone amiss, and eventually, if we are not careful, this woman at the Ebeko Bebia, Yakwa Enko.
Okay.
Now, Nim, Andra, Yakovi, Yano, na Mitnasia, me say, it's Mammy Weeper, into what be now your opportunity say, Mona data, and a data source. So, why is it so difficult for you to just agree say me my data like me provided this statistics because note this when we were doing the Alisa Hotel events IPAC meeting now what media so we invite observers for international community so mention at every point when it was even provisional when some my figures at every stage do you remember on memo 18 million when I say when said the final certified one none of them say they don't to commit themselves figure back say now electoral commission I had to say on you be a coconut crana no my margin so midi bonnie sabon near my name
okay
in the printing of the ballot Obekatimi
Sanka me kwaba
na semena ba na semere wo
yo kasa wo de ye una wo coin to de in the printing of the ballot yemko
printing ballots na here printing no me kasi mi so so kire obi hwe adebi koso what kind animal farm poker minima ko gande wa kan say 2 legs bad or say 4 legs good. Some people are more equal than others, and under this electoral commission by we what I've observed in this they undermining state institutions by using their party foot soldiers and apparatchiks to foment trouble and destroy things.
I am a training no some my minister.
Me menti brofuti se misiana I am me de fa frame. Hwe on say you see ye kwako police the printing of the ballots no party be presenting agents too. You start here no 26 you start here na
October
ntokwan kakra ne menti me wansi because utimi ko printing house bi you see be ma onfa o book no enwuram no say sa electoral commission kasa my krata bi e betumi da compare constituency yi no
okay
udu ba bi a we so mpini but they ba ko discover so be ko ba bi a national security any NI before. And you know what is so dangerous about Sankrofono? Who is a police for who? The police for no more name tax. Unim needing. So do you born in Oboa? Ubeti report to IG, ubeti report to station. Almost national security for NI before no. The only thing they have is a tag dom come so national security. No picture, nothing. ɛna ɔde aba hɔ woyɛ adeɛ na ɔbɛ interfere ɔsigyae mempene mɛbo no hook you.
Hey.
Yes. Now you ask yourself, it's the electoral commission for emergency meeting between the security agencies, the political parties, and the printers, the printing companies. You know, committee last week. And then I mean Thursday. You call no Monday was a Tuesday. Sunday we. Sunday you call electoral commission office. And you see a coding come. Could you imagine say all the stakeholders are invited in now? And Crofona mo cause confusion no mo ye national security for NIB for no oma meeting bi be electoral commission almost because of their modus operandi no ehun hia omo de my say they won't show their face iti ye ko agreement na setting rules and regulations no some rules and regulations one na be binding on because obi ni hobby oma ntibi but hwe yama oma security sem na mamu na cheap na kobi a ye opiki intelligence there e ba ne say no brandish ne ho na on nam no sim national security no na ka opiki intelligence how do hu sie na wo monitor na akoye report mo de mo na mabeji aginam it imagine it means that at the printing room no MPP or the agents to aba was also the national security for two aba and or the NIB for two aba in MPP government in kwani passes. Yes, against the rest. Imagine.
Intimidate you.
Don't go here. Why are you asking questions? Why are you doing this? Why are you going here? When you see something, now observing no obi intene also. See, electoral commission mo obi in time. Obi ni asem. But oye de ho tena na nim bete. De betumi me dem pesa me kan say. De aya na adwi nyina ne say kokwasa na election no oma pascal de afa baby na the mandate any the microphone will no oma sabet no it will never happen.
Okay. I was for Akwagan Godwin Akwagan, your deputy national communication officer de ma NDC or wajoni ye Akwagan memo akwa bewie
me dofo pa bibia boko me soso meje woso
yo na ene me muti say he said eja opposition for am majority.
Aye. Na say my medical so mo abaso na opposition po na ho FSA. Ene nyame adom na say wa ban ba power dia na chere say ye okra.
Ma ban ne de he.
Na say the opposition for so ba power.
Oh, see ye pe change because they do any there.
Nti change na say some of friend that. Okay, the change here.
Change here. Me a floating voter but me pe change.
Nti nyina pe change.
Nti say change ni body and
change ni body and say o skin no be say
because they me see di many part 2.
Omo
na Akufo Addo aban so we disappoint me no. See them di many 2 no so na me feel say paradise ni no one Ghana 8 years
no credit say enya wonko a.
Nti no.
Na bibia obefa bia no omo a omunsa esi form no. Omodoso papa no two ways about that. Maminchia menua divine so na me hu na che na production team so mechia obibia. No crane say I cannot speak better than divine. Especially when enra in some way see electoral commission for aso ye no no enimsem me me asumsem.
Okay.
Inti esi woninima nature say ono can give us a better picture than yet see. Make akwa say enra nwumre na me share news night ewo TV3 and omuka so breaking news na bibi so electoral commissioner on person mudi tujwa inti reporter no ohona o breaking news because that news night program so it started after 9:30 to 10.
I started 10
to
Thank 11
you very much. I'm telling you all your live broadcast no Ansah na mi nua tanko ono wo ho say Oma Babetina electoral commission from 4 o'clock. Abi divine from 4 o'clock.
Yeah, 4.
Yeah.
na omo query electoral commission about presentation awaye ne your friend is saying ne data are more for the register krata bia nka ho information bia enka ho. And I was like enumere 10 enumere 11 seven producer sorry yes or kwakwa aba no. As at the time my interview ne ekoso, according to friend is a media general for reporter no, or say it's been 6 hours. And ye program ya can be na say Kwame Kwache any production team eka say they are fact checking it and now so mo hwehwe normal bo ametie fuetie anabibia. It wouldn't even take 30 seconds, 1 minute. No more yedi atum na yetie. Inti eba ne saying ena obia wankasa waye ade hu adwuma. Wama yen copy. Wo master copy. Hwe ye phone ye use yi. Se okwakọ frɛ obi na se o type on content friends contact total number of contacts on your phone who won chen ho say 3,000 eba won chen ho just by the of the contact obo say total number ni na oba be type ni pedi aye eyi inti say wo data wo na be register aye na ye bisa wo say adi a wode egu hard drive so amaye yi eye nipa ahe enewo adi so na it will take you 6 hours say wo kwakọ hwehwe aba ye bisa say emema no eyesei ema eyesei na no so it take you 7 hours yes so bisa say muna moka say ye betu kwan enade ye betuma ye proxy Ansah ne yakọ proxy nipa dodo sei ena wenya fama yenya and also 8 hours you can't produce them na se NDC ekogina baabi ekoka say mo register no it's not fit for this 2024 elections. How do you prove it? Simple WAEC question. Is this data worthy to conduct the 2024 elections? Anna? What shows that it is ready? Whilst Wankasa, you cannot confidently tell us the number. Let me also thank Divine for setting the ball rolling on this one, because Sanke ye NDC and ye start here and ye can we are ye beka so ono kwa NDC for no money electoral commission Debian Tokwa and all that. And now I saw a lot of the political parties arguing it. PPP did. Alan did. For the first time, CPP for were arguing over data on Manfa Amaye. The only people on my cast on the Kasa NPP. In fact, others said, say, young fa idea way in free her enco. And Metinamo me country and say, Yakwako temper with the thing, ye di jamu. Muye ready with the information near Babefa, Nina Yakwako she. The divine kaka who cries, it didn't come out yesterday. Say, Afra Franto, a bieni diano crana, ya local, it's a fact, you can check. No, bieni diano, 80 anchor or the coy, and no sense of the buyer, and Quebec so one cassa jeje. And Numa and combat bought a dear Mayeno. Into a tier for ye Messiah who some few questions. Who are commission working for? I thought to say the electoral commission is a public institution oye adwuma edema Ghana for. Why does it look say Jean Mensan there I had to say the oye adwuma no ama onu wankasa ne ho ana say oye adwuma edi ama na nado danko akufuado. That is how it's looking like. Etosumienu, why is the Electoral Commission not transparent? Mwabudin bako Electoral Commission yeni na yenim eye fairness, eye transparency, and integrity. Where is your fairness? Where is your transparency? And where is your integrity? So one share here. Now dile chini ni suba yechia. No wakwa kunyano kasetia. I am saying this because last 4 years, baby maminu ejina ye declare results. Ebesi ne. Nobody has been able to communicate to us. So bekaya almost set a conference center up. Emma mu media phone nyina mo call ho say aha ena mami ebe declare results ewo. Pato mo call ho no na samaipo eni ho, and you can bear me witness, and every media house will bear me witness. What they did, and they say omo ka say ebe ma mo link no ma fa no live. But where the declaration was going on, nobody knew it up till now. The background of the place that they set up and the background of America Sefi, totally different. A Banisena under Jean Mensa, baby Ababe declare result to Krano. Nobody knows. India China to say the divine air came. Your quality elections. No sending prebin chain. Our laboni here. No decided say oh na me declare ewo. Even when the coalition is not concluded, what is going to happen? I am just psyching our minds for a lot of things. O my Ghana ye woman wo. Obi amfa ni botom sika anto Ghana na so anchechere Ghana amayenyo. People fought it with their blood. Ghana, people fought it with their blood. I can mention the names of the 3 who fell at the castle gate. The 3 who were shot and killed because we wanted independence. Are they sacrificed for us to get to where we are today? Bible po emiye hu say ne ode ne kra eto ho no obesan so wafa. Okay. Which means to say if you lay your life down, it will be a memorial. That is why 2024 elections, you know, yenkono a friends say ahongono so. Secondly, na divine eka about the day of the elections and people want to run out of the country and the youth should be able to position themselves and all those things. Sure, it is not the borders. Obi fie to us so ewa. Ufie cry, you will not be allowed to get out. I'm pressed. Unkwa kodru border. Border na kasa undru ho. Obi fie obi fie ho. We all share borders. We all share walls in this country. Inti never think police ni anase military ni a unim say oba be defend won kwase asem no. Ono so our family. Ni family enya baby inform nan NC ya. That day obema we excuse duty ebeka won ko. Say driver crowd need driver that day. Driver so okohwe baby oni ne yere ene ne ma ebefa. And don't who him driving na one kasa wo jejereje. You see, we are pushing this country into a leveler.
And then me show mama na ya Class FM show. Kafra, ya be fie.
Mama
na ya Class FM show ewie.
Hwe Ye drum pempen so if you have not able to tell ourselves the truth. Na pretense ebem. Na ye ka say ye twen amane huru. Ye huru na peace council for ababejuna. It will be a joke.
Okay.
Peace council for na nkaso munya baby emfa omunan no ensi. No ma mpeso ma ka say omu ba be frɛ obi say obi emetenase. There are some basic things aye hia wo elections mu. Na your friends here can be about ballot printing and idea. Divine, thank you so much. See a ballot printing under normal circumstance, you the data and the printing. The data must be out there. Ye nim say Okaikwe North. Total number be 57,000 voters and omo printing ye kwakoye. Akwako started printing, and this is the level of tolerance all the political parties, especially in opposition, have gone through. We have been tolerant. Under normal circumstances, this data should have been out. Ansah, you have started printing. And one good news, though bad or unfortunate.
And they said, data say each constituency. Okay, so na summary year
summary near G and the better all that.
That's a year printing.
And no ne say yajia to mu say ejuma no betumi akoso. Though we don't know the data, no, we'll see how to manage it. But under normal circumstances, this has never happened. And sanka data no ba out and sani yasheso because Osha constituency be to say Amasaman, large number. The printing can never be like your friend say Kwame Agboja constituency, which is less than 30,000. Total difference. No, and so obia de no when the printing na wo ye ediamano. Say na be ya ye nya excess printing. That is the whole idea. Ye nim say from Swaba, and nunti ye to me. A printing or say 5% extra because we be to me see obi ballot paper be to my say so baba jeff for and all those in the end 5% na dia to so we know the data but enuntina make us say we have all been tolerant nyamiadom anase me nka say nyamiadom an unfortunate situation happened where Ekuadonko passed obi more na mane. But enam or time and now said the effort to say ye number 8 to near best sanity no or sorry and I say munya printing because you don't call anka obi ebusu eni wu a obebo wa mane ansa na wo hunu so wu enu ntina ohini bi betumi ewu ye nka so wu enso so ebia wo mo mo nkonwa no hunim se bi o she fridge mu. However, Ebeka say, so these are some of our traditions that we follow. Even procedurally, I say, ultimately submitted death sets at the mouth, death sets to tell you, say, Mami, any who be on today na ye. But on one case out to a radio, so any day, or be shifting number 3, ababe number 4, na number 5, ababe 6, na 7, other 8, better than 7. You get it. But it also means to say you are coming to start printing everything all over again because
they say yeah mama akwa file there exactly we print almost 80% and you know just say you ba be shino as I print out for meanwhile nipa here we win in the presidential candidate am say to abakra we are 10 vote kro munya
me dey mean ko Ansah
but you bet me say sika millions
yes.
Hey Ghana they have money pool.
Na say printing presses ni nyina no mo percentage o mo je free o mo hontine ye say ye 1,000 times okra na musika ye oniema bi ho si wo Ghana na wo su no bi sre ni nkwan ma yede. You understand? Let me use this opportunity main country NDC for floating voters omo pepa so mbekwa koto aba 2024 NSA. These revelations are ebasono should be able to tell us something. Obi etumi eshiame. O say abane de yebeto amamu. Na mu betumi abon ho bayana. Yebeto abamo. but betuma bo ho bayana. This has been a conversation. Mami nyina we sura men kan kire mo say we are always one step ahead of the Electoral Commission. Always. That should always tell you, say, from day one, register, we were able to pull it for them to go back and say, infumswa ewum. Ye auditing. Nemum yankasa, ye kwa sesano, near diaba. Since then, omunka figure bia emechre yembio. But at least, every Ghanaian should be able to know, say, yenim de yenim figures are ekraye, and we know what we expect from the Electoral Commission. And now, that was the same thing. So this assurance is that NDC, young koda, so that other political parties are, say the hardships in Ghana is terrifying. One more omunim say, sensai and sisa ama. One should ya ubekuma no more avino. This is the time for you to have that assurance. Say yenai. A crime be aswa. Yebe defended this process from reprinting to the various regions, to the constituencies and the branches. We'll follow through. And systems, any training, so yedi egu kwemu and no. Ena ama jinmensa wana against ono de krono ena oba be bono aye ni hu a ontumi emfa figures no emma bonten. And let me address the Peace Council. Hwe kwasi ahwa yentia so mienu 2020 mutia ye hwa so Peace Council for se kasok se friend se jalabia ese se yombe se say it is one Ghana, it is one nation. Last week, John Dramani Mahama a campaign. Peace Council for Freno say omni nanado akasa. Omni baomi akasa omni na banti John Mahama jawo campaign. Na ye meshia na yentoto enema se nebeya will assure you of your friend say you will be assured of your support and cooperation. Ye jai campaigner ye baye ye bedru ho baomia wa Ashanti region ye campaign nanado ewo western region ye campaign John Mahama because of obuo a odema Peace Council asofo ni no is a mwankasa crooked life and a mo pesa mode disrupt the campaign. But let me tell you in all honesty, these things has ended. Peace Council Kroya and Omoko your friend is saying speaker ho last week somebody no kwako kasa yema ajobreo Emma Ghana leadership of the current minority Ansah hoda they left it omoko say asofo echi enne yakotra parliament den see omuna mienu kra anya den ensi ho when all this nonsense is going on. Nani pasa me kasa. Nani pasa me yeshe hai. Yen na yen pa Nyankopɔn tie o. Nti bia endru ho. Na se dru ho a enna me hu say ye wo enkrofo a anka omope say ye grow asafo because omu nintuma. One more ntoma an kompeso mo de kire e wo bedwemu no. Omu nanka ye grow asafo a anka ombeka say da bi emwa. Nti anka yenko baby papa okay. And you know, if that is what they want, we will not call for it. Okay. But we will not pray against it. If Electoral Commission issue, we say no. And the other political parties no more jay no more return hard drive no. And I say, omo kipi. NDC for one say omo kuta omo die. Okay, so the NDC for the decline yes okay omunje. But for me there was a reason why I'm a G here. Okay. Some say the Electoral Commission or Supreme Court. Yeah, discuss about disqualification. Sometimes you have to gather evidence. It is one of the things I exhibit my ekoji. Apart from that, depending on the stakes in the whole exercise, you are able to tell the need. So sometimes you know now the one you know what to me they are reference.
Okay.
Because and then obejina so say ohwehwebia mwanje. So we are waiting. Someone so dey omo dey beba. Na mo dey compare no who say the way na emuda hokroji. Nti eno ano dey political parties nyina no ye except NDC.
Okay. I was on to Accra 100.5 FM Suni. Na and some no wuti bia na ni enya na chese sese no when you akwane dia political parties ni dia especially NDC no they are on their own no
ko IPAC dia IPAC so ko do no na ka monitor I wish say mun na mo be so ohonum clearly no political parties no nyina no they are all appendages and stooges of
I probably for some power but breaking it down kakra mama
they are appendages of the MPP for the use
simple so
MPP for the use nti eba no IPAC meeting sometimes you see it won't say a cancel na sebi o efa amay your hone development wa no ma say asem no poto because it's not about elections for them and it's not about national development. It's about
because election
it's just about defending EC because so many MPP for Accra na
parties na ehia no NDC for a demand summary statistics no na sa parties for no omu defend EC
there are some central for ni bi koya obeba LPG for ombe critic confusion sa
on the sapaludi enim
omo na omo coordinators in so for smaller parties. Like, but the point is that we are at the point where say obibe no to say or manipulate akwa kweshe problem poor ayase sebi you an animal to him. The truth will come out and also then we be brave na sebi you oti wedi jimia obi a pretend so hu say we jimi when it matters say almost looking for serious people la ube hu say won kan hobi ho no be hu say we jimi so allow in Janisa, at the end of the day, you will see the serious ones.
Okay, young for parliament in some no. Near dear chira ne. Metia MPs ni bi omo kan se na sa record na MPP for am kono ne kra ya mo kan kra be 1 million Ghana cedis di o man betimi lose. Divine nyina na ye follow the ekoso few weeks to election some kra mbeko break be 14th of this month. The NS ni the previously seen can you na bom unim say me ma won jampen ko me pese list we ka easy asem yi bi because
na I'm in check for na me na mabaso ne because me dey ba no se ka keto bi na me ka no ni nyina ne say and they will say the Nyamiasi pa.
Okay.
I'm on my way. Say Nyamia di Huafufi. Wama and ne Yahu and Ansah Sebi and Kwasiafo. Na the Vansa Holy. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, dear Waya, one dear Bakwa Waya, or my democracy. And I'm demi kebe bona basu yo na ekwame free bawa pa on say afenyo ma kan press conference bi what ye na mini ampacho otie no ene unhu say unia no
o pese bi na tema mini na tem da
oh ba se say ono na money is a walking insult. You don't need to insult him. He is a walking insult. MPP has now glorified fools to the extent say Ansah for who till say MPP for nyina no, it has come a time Ansah for no have gone to sleep and Nkwasiafo no are taking center stage. It said the Bible can't say be say addition and I'm from and enkwa etia konkoso ɛna bible na asa ka sɛ wayi nsɛmpa no wɔde nsɛmpa no ahinta anyansafoɔ ɛna wɔde ahyɛ nkokoa ano sesei no yɛde party no ahinta anyansafoɔ ɛna ɔmo ayi ahyɛ nkwasiafoɔ and for the first time Kenya Japan no be a me ma pen asem da but utie Kenya Japan asem a oka say ye na ye late enti yen kopa chew na utie afenyo marking asem a oka utimu say no wonder say party no editoriated to this level and he's blaming everybody except himself. Why in a troll letter say young recall a parliament? So how ready were you? Oh, arrogance, you found more brow, you fat a hand time and more bra. Akaka bensem. Banana, the way you wouldn't say was support from penning 40 president Nuntina. Yes, sir. Oh, yes, say, Senyansani Suma Bakwasia. Yibuni Yansani.
The resource never chess.
Till some me to way. Say Jimmy Sumamia, no matter how wise I am, because Asema or Suma men what Jimmy and Intino Mekwa the same thing. A big grandpa. Fanny say, oh, Kokasa, oh, mammy, yare. Ozakola, o Kodaika, o Kodine, Mameka. None of mammy, I catch and say, Kokache, or say, oh, Maminiho. Of course, Mamma Mekancho say, Uniho. Mamma say, me Mekancho say, Uniho. Enti, a bit me about say, Obe Suma, Ubia, Sebu, Unim Ansah. Dear Osuma no ebetimi aka se o kokase mini ho ebikura akufo do nim nyansa o de yemfa ne se akufo do nim nyansa senko Osuma o se che mensa bonsu a for some time I've never agreed with him nene ne nyadwen but sebi what okodua yi ne minika meta okodwo mempenase mempene ne ye but sabi nyansa fie nyansa se ye fantena se ne ye fa ni asem na me fan krokro na me ne de obi kura nya de keke krampo no uni bi we ya ye leader kwase ampani jimi fo saa we leader o e wo mrase bedwam. See how the party has deteriorated.
A ruling party.
Of a ruling party. Who na wo adwuma bi a wo se wo bedie afa wo ka ai ena your friend is saying nka one day one factory no kra ho mra bi nke passe ya nke be fa nkofo bebrebe adwuma aka one man tamu afra bam one fa ni pa adwuma nipa ne de ebufuo areho apinisie ekoto aba tia wo afa na wo ba dada or nipa kro no say ka be fa na adwuma afa no mark how many people have you employed from your constituency? How many people? Oh, sometimes ore mame enna speaker say na me mo na baso se sie no obi ehu omokwase a sebio omoye obi ehu omugimi a omode timan mu anya bia no enka wo bai no wo frɛ say yemra ye friend say yemra meka ye humom ne yenya yi no na enka wakɔ behind the scenes kra ne omakɔkasa ndc for minuanom ebi a sebi yenim say ye be co position there na so mom yemfa animotie efa co position NDC for omonye nipa omo asem kura kan eden hwe minuate ha wo ka say chese me bakura no I say they are very magnanimous enti we be buminemu a enka fenyo ma kinema buminemu odini jimi ai mami ko buminemu. This is how to be a leader. It may pamo say chairman sa akoye yi hotena ni nyina no meko di nyina ba ira posini miensa. Jimmy we
abomunka ho.
Abomunka ho. Ana wacha ebo tabi so. Sorry. No dey nam. Ena so no. Na Jimmy sa. okakura ne yiri nyini Jimmy sa me na efe na afenyo no na ne nan na kwa na oba na da bia ne nan kwa o se shu kura na ne nan kwa afenyo suenyansa ne jai Jimmy no we obra ye boy obi e tro ni history o. Ask yourself, say, what history are we going to read, or your daughter or son going to read about you? This is the worst history. Ghana, your republic, yimu. Say, you were once a majority leader. And parliament, you know, that same 8th parliament, you became a minority leader. It is your history. But if we are Nyansenia, Sebi yawo enkofo bi wo a woni ne kosia kan a ye frɛ bibi bofo kasam lusu but or some glory bi. There's this English language che say woni na sia kan wadi ntwo but okọ with the nyonyam say enura Trump winning election no na Kamala wonye na adwen say obeba bontia be giatum say Trump are winning, but utie ne concession speech na wagiatum say America mem have there because she was impressed upon say yen America for so we lose abattoir there was a we say I was a ditum say we lose yanu na ema ye democracy no eye krogin. What you say? Enti no ewia se sabi enye de bia na obedi bem. Ena sabi asema wa ankasa wo ye lawyer ni a wo di asem court. Me ka say MPP lawyer ni abon a. Omuni mu mra o. They don't know anything law. They only know the judge. We have no court ya okoye. Onim tokonu. Ena onim Godfred Odame say Godfred Odame one judge for no ena ebo your friend is saying omoye fix match fixes. Enti no Ansah na tokonu kura ba be transem ni so no wadi asam ni wodem eno wa ba be kan akere wo mo. Enti wo ko even expert no na onim ne ebesie na kanya asem a obi anim say ye say okwa file stay of execution e was say order from a court or there should be an order. There had not been an order. Now you want to stay it. Not tokonu so no ono so na adwene mu ohanti no osema stay. Ovia ya tokonu adwane akotena America. Uni so akotena America. Okopene holidays. Wo say wo man akotena obi mamu. Etu ko na America for judge for no adwene mu ohate se de wa adwene mu ohana. Eka obi man so be your officer. Unya ska kra untimi fa si da o mamu. This obi man so no akoto obi ajapade. Na mo akotena mu. Uni ukunu ya appointee Akufo do appointee. Uni say ni ukunu appointee. Your secretary to the NACOP. And I'm as a NACOP needing Narcotics Control Board. Nuclear secretary. And I say authority now. Now a commission means Narcotics Control Commission. But the commission is different from the board. Is that not so? Okay. Board. I say Lands Commission and Lands Board department. Different from here. Yes. So Ukruya appointee. Etino ufi say wa ban ibegu. But say woni nyansa Tio Dora Wood. Kufo na appointee no. But ohwe ne ho so yie. Ye se enwa ohun ne ho so hwa e na odani tope. Jo ma ma ne na anya adwuma Professor Miss ne na anya adwuma. Obi Kwabena Dr. Kwabena of blessed memory. Okoka Sam, there are so many ways in killing a cat. Hwe de Ghana for the year no. Anu pokura no case o enye se no ni case o just say sa brand na mo tete odo sa na se bi ato da pa na mu twaye eso asem a owura Kwabena ebie na no kan ya se bi wani Tudora Wood atem wanya na hwe enu ani se okoka say there are so many ways in killing a cat keke hwe se ne Ghana for twi na boso na no ya kwara me kan bi wo the friend is saying a modern Ghana statement now truck keke no amafo twane ma odisa dia ahometie akowum
And then Tokonu would have a chief justice. Even your predecessors are not proud of you. Former justices of the Supreme Court are accusing you of the low weight, low IQ. What do you know from adie kotoko fa kura shem? Anu nti afa no ma ken no. It is a rule of man. Oma to rule of law atwene. Rule of man. Winnie Bakokos. Me emfa akwanya bia so ne emfa ntiamu ne anya de yepe. Asema okay me pacho parliament no has it called the parliament back? On say afenyo won say wagimi. Wagimi. Tisue nyansa na me the Proverbs chapter 6 says ebetu omofo say okwadwofo akufuado. Yeah, wo point you okwadwofo afenyo marking. Yeah, afenyo marking akwadwuro nti ene omodi akwadwuro saa koye mi tinya che a omontimi amamra se bedwam a ene enyansafo no akwakotena fie no akwadwofo munko entatia na nyankopon kan entatia kese mu ewo wiase nyina de wo sopa na se wano akura te se entatia ne ba moka na kese wano ye fia na yese wa adwene tio contact yanten ne kosua na akwan kese aboa kete wo wiase mpo onimnyansa cha afenyo makin aboa kitikiti a oso ne ketua no eni oso no enyepe onimnyansa cha oso no akufuado entatia na mumu no yese ko entatia mahama nchen kosua na akwan ne hu nyansa da bi mahama de oso kakra ko entatia asiedu nketia nchen kosua na akwan ne hu nyansa party no enye obi akeke ene edi ne leader enye obi akeke sabi nipa hunu bia mo se woye minority leader na MPP akofa ne se woye minority leader nipa hunu bia keke ofui bia esan say you say oh woye lawyer ni we MPP lawyer enye mra na onim judge na onim
okay
etimedi manu si na masabo speaker abaso se ene so woye ne senator
ana dia o dia
senator
dia dia say ya
ene sini na dai sini na wie ya ba
dia say dia kwaya ya sani akwaya ya no dia
okay mami infanto aso en free ho but si infato ho bi enkeka ka ho kakra ansa on the 6th of your friend is saying January 2021 abra ye call parliament ye kwako swear in members of parliament na ya swear in the Speaker of Parliament. This hang parliament issue no eba no se mo be kaya NDC for ye di kan kotena majority side. Sa time na the leader of the NPP you say chairman Sabunsu. Omo ba yo mu hu say NDC afa your friend say because we did that not because of the majority minority issue. Because na court bi susu of kekusa omode krata bi eba say ensese swear jachikwesin in intino we had to smuggle have a strategy which was led by Haruna Idrisu to get a bus a biam parking a car yenfa sa strategy no enku raho yen raho even before a clock rano ebeba
me bona baso
of course inti eno ne this strategy no echo inside and your small girl that equation so yeah then about inside
oh there be enamo man in rem
oh but because of the you know mama kan say otiase and ye orem yako na ne kwotena the right side of the clerk because at time na ya appointed your friend is saying speaker so the clerk was the one who was going to supervise everything yako na right or say chairman Sabunsu bae who see it right one kasa I'm not catching in microphones say enkotena left the minority side na ya start proceedings because ya nhye bibia ase a wo kwa kan asema kire hwan inti entrance ne nhye eyi one difference between yes
one nyansa
inti omkotena ho no eno mudi kan e ka say edikan no omenya court summons so court summons no so no so every time ye the rule ye on the same set ni time say minim say Cape Coast airport e wi near this any free Cape Coast any time e be through parliament na re ko bato no yan fan to nchen
Kwabena
Ghana court SMCC o ena yes ye ma papa yi enwrem na osem chairman saban no bebo ni nkuro say because of this letter na say papa ni PN say yes when in yes said that we'll go on, we'll swear him in, we'll do everything. And no need sa basa basa ye no ebaye. Ye wie and I'm so okay. Yen swear ni in na yen twa issues ne so. And the case okay, see swear ni in e wie dia. Yen twa bani en fa nyi speaker. And no na MPP form team minority. E hu resource a speaker enya ye no. E bi da ne mwa. And started somewhere in papers saying, and you see, this 8th parliament has taught us a lot of things.
Yes.
For the first time, a speaker, you need number cry because kinda and I'm punching away the papers na akano. And no call them so muka negotiate near here. Senede Niamano Bessia Fako. Or say, Chairman's bones, or say, had the yin to me in Casa say me ewaha. But yankase agia tum say abambagben ewini yenswe ni in senebe ya ebetuma kwakọ swe president no in say or say chairman sir in the first instance no went to sit at the minority side.
He did.
Sankanya sa anka nanado danko Akufo-Addo we couldn't have sworn him in because as I say chief justice as well speaker in na speakers because the president might be sworn in front of the parliament.
Yes.
Inti yasi we ohona speaker ewi ni ya. Omo printe your friends a picture abambagben picture. Edibe from your friend is saying Michael Kwe pictures pictures in the yes or no. You what you say? It took the wisdom of Oseche Mensah and the leadership. Na semu kwako yi ankaban we ni ho. And nona for the first time military for a taking over and people don't know the implication of that. As at that time we didn't have a president. Yes. We didn't have a speaker and military has entered the speaker. They have taken over.
Technical coup d'etat.
Technical coup d'etat. So these are lessons that must be taught people like Apenyo Markins. Sure? Apenyo the oye no is because of the embarrassment. So Seche Mensah has led a house of peace. And na ye know edia mau. And you can't handle it. And the soberness, the humility to sit at the minority side and negotiate, only sa ability to do that. Many no so every honor. The attack of the speaker no every hefa. This is the same man.
I'm so being pitching no.
Oh, I'm gonna try. Now, minority side also want to be met now. Now, I'm pitching no fee. Oh, I'm pitching also. I'm in Ansah.
Jimmy na make no. I don't so. Jimmy ne Dawson.
So, I'm pitching over.
They are going to impeach.
Me patrol yankani pass.
On no conda atamos ase. Oswa drill ship. I want a pempe man a pempe mo pay.
Now you so.
Ekoto ye no.
Ento obese so. Commander sugar factory.
O dey train. O dey train. Na atamos na dey drill ship chena. Afina me sha ase. Esrawo. Afina me sha ase because this is very critical.
Everyone see.
And I may say oh there be me mama no see. You see in the first instant speaker 137 yes a majority party and a extra speaker nifaso but he was able to accept and convince the NDC say fine but the yedru say and there's no majority party but as long as independent kwakwa we mono yen from majority group na yentumi enkoyenim. Speaker was the one.
Okay.
Yes, you understand.
Yes,
but people were very angry.
Yes,
but he was able to calm the situation. Secondly, your first letter was on 22nd, based on Article 1123. Mama Speaker 5 agenda.
on 24th ɛna mo san so amend ye ɛna mo di 17 ɛno na saa tax waiver ne na do busuafo a yesi empeso mbetua tax na de enti no yemfa omo tax enche omo na obi a oba be repair hospital de yesi wentri a ontumi nyini niema AC for drug ebe car ye friend say habo yesi mwantua ye mam eduro ne begu ha pro Ghana fo bewu kura omungu but ebusuafo de ye de aba be ka ho ama ye 17 plus 5 o hwe sa nyema nyina no obisa ho se mu a mo se ejuma ewo mo ni so a mo pese mo ye. You have 5 agenda that must be executed. You have added 17 because of sitting place in Tino. O say ejuma no, you have abandoned it. Say obi a minority and I say any group decide they say they want to recall Parliament. First, Speaker must accept to say agenda odi aba no nyansa ewom. You cannot arbitrarily say you recall it because you have gotten the number. Whatever the situation is, Speaker say mumia yenko. More 5 plus 17 agendas are munim say ebe ehu be hia mo no. Because of sitting place most month na ho. And no sa business of government no emu. Sabe wotina fie na government business ankoso a who will be held liable or responsible, the minority or the majority? And if you look at what happened today, after forcing the current majority leader, debia yeba speaker and I say yeba beko parliament biano business committee etnase e decide say agenda no then na agent the na yenya no ene and I say the eno no mehwe so e dia ye friends order paper ene dia ekeka ho moko ho no ya tena ho sa speaker ba betena se mo mai amma ato forcing efa phone efre the clerk of the friends business committee offer no eno so ono do available na ni office no ebeba ye frɛ unua bema winiba MP abranti ochi pimpinis apanya markins ye frɛ ne sɛ bema na wo hefa momma ne anya dwuma ne ye frɛ omunyina from the minority leader right down to the last person. Nobody picked their calls, but they were in Parliament House. And as Speaker said, mo na mafre Parliament enayaba bibi eya beye ewo the floor of Parliament. You cannot be in your office and be throwing salvos and throwing whatever you want, tantrums and all that. And na ye koye and that's also the Speaker empire born in fe na de hey what bompaye my president, bompaye my Ghana, bompaye my chief justice, bompaye my Ghana for nyina owie ye no and no sin krofo a omse eba be business no omo amfa business bi amba omo ankasa omo amma intini ntumi entwaso intino indefinitely no Parliament is adjourned again. And you see, when you want to recall Parliament, adjournment a minimum of 7 working days. So 7 working days, so Parliament doesn't work on Mondays. Which means to say next week I be muntu mean for Parliament. Sene mo gather signatures ni na kra na. You cannot call it next week. Exactly, because there's 7 working days minimum.
Minimum of 7 working
minimum
days.
Of 7 working days. Internet says ebeko next 2 weeks. Na NDC for mo yenye constituency se mo pese mo gi ye seat bi. Yenya constituency. Emetna mo ye friends irresponsibility we ho.
Mo manchia.
Mo manchia no yete ho. Enu nti no because 3 weeks minimum no 3 weeks to elections no ye close to Parliament. Se ne be ya obi abeko se okwa ye na adwuma. And 3 weeks no it falls from next week, which means it says a Parliament a bit to me science waba dia to abawi practically
practically they are to about a year. No, you to December a year. 10th December or 11th December, if it's a Tuesday, they can even call. Send a niema akawetire no umbe to me a year and send a swear in December, January 7th. Inti why na more necessary? The press conference Jamari ya wala wo. It's no. Okay, say nya kwan bi oni e ba. The press conference oye no so no. His irresponsibility, I will address those ones. Okay, me na masi divine 1 minute obeka bibi. Why the time aso? Only in 1 minute kasi afenyo mark ejimi. Me too kasa. Listen, o ma ya na hajo. Only me 1 minute. O ma ya na hajo. Me can say MPP4 some tie asem no mo tie kasa. Omuntu sa afenyo mark ansana. Omo to me like make a crowd money nra utie speaker assembly oka etie o see assembly ba nyina de ntia oye brofo do sani die sini die de ntia oye sa de knows because na all person on creative room na resolution nin komo bia o bia negotiation bia enkoso na obia akomanto ne yem. Because say the posture of Nanado in the Busia for the MPP for we arrogant, disrespectful. When say of all the people are back when boy say Omubesia no. When say specifically they ask about Afenyo marking or see one friend da, one ban or engaging da. I saw 4 moments no send ye because they feel too big. That's the nature of these MPP people. When is Omubobia? And because of that, you see it, and then Namamu Bibi say na utuni for no Jimmy no pusana showa. Okay, my time is up. Lawyer Francis Xavier Sosuabo Nyum Onuya 2000. Mempaba. Oh sir. 2000 no ebi. Onuya mempaba. Abusia for me twa me ho na memra. Me nko break na memra yenko peska na memra. Na dia aka. Mempaba why? Ujimi. Manum bia ye benemu a. Kani me tutu ya na me nkuma bo asese de. Petro esa kum mania G. Give us P capsules. Give it to me baby. Give us core capsules. And man, meme nyina akoko yade amamanya yem timotete womono yedru manubi amama demme ho. Give us core capsules Mrs. Moya thing. Give us core capsules. I give it to you baby, you give it to me. Never give us in no amen ni jia bebufiam papa na bema ka give us P capsules and ni give us core capsules bomunom dia na eni jia ni ahoden no. Is weighed by their lies and their propaganda. And men what if you do what you do give us core capsules. A painful about one more menu for one and what you do me nunca home. I will just to be a motivation. Give us Herbal Center, Teshi Mobile, and Teshi Adriami. Phone numbers 0543 222 470 and 050 68 51135. MD Ajay, a dreading they want lawlessness. Don't come yo, don't come me. KG Estate and Investment Company Limited. New estate lands. It's out of sorry. Corporate bodies. Some of you will see me at you. We are carpenter. Driver ni. Just for kaka create bibra. Na be chia sas. Diaka no. Ya spread ya. Some full plot, half plot. Even share mount. Litigation freelance. Yes, sir. Ni bi work. Chopoli. We will not city wadamo. Sagleme. Affordable housing projects in Chewape. Shilo City. Agoto. Odingo. Pram. And old Nigo beach lands in Yinano. Ya was wo hodamo. Ensuing kania nyina. Awe ya sas so dada. Obambo. Very tight and much Paris stones, cement, building materials, land registration, land surveying, architectural drawing, KG Estate and Investment Company Limited. Accra, a flower quantity that they failed to show up. This morning at about 7 o'clock, we showed up at the business committee meeting on the 6th floor only to notice that the MPP members of the committee once again failed to show up at the business committee. I personally called the committee clerk and I was informed that
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Jubilee House was a matese bia takra this seat intima suma soja for every cantonment say omonko takra de no hani agi se bia soja for bia be bongo kan bia be 10 hani ebi be se aba but sa soja for 5 6 normal traffic pick up muko nobody is moving soja ni enko ba bia gina ho already no ya complain say soldier for any elections any BBI our internal elections any soldier for any BBI we are party executive member we are party ni soldier ni eba police station wa stay strong said ya no e wa sin north no ase north obia mo obia mfa bibia mbo obia ni nyina ne say the opposition parties led by the NDC ejina wo nan so we yempre we yempre enya ntokwa yetu abanu wie wa sen boko din NDC wi ni ye obia ntutuo obia nto aba obia ba ni fie quiet enwa no say MPP na wi ni ya obia beba ni fie quiet enwa no but nobody should allow any military person to invade a polling station and polling station biano mu make sure say more than anipa by 100 200 ewo for the NDC every polling station because every constituency biano ye ni kura no ye wo buy anipa bi about 5,000 10,000 we need them in the streets. Every polling station must be covered. Every polling station must be covered. Nobody should allow anybody to intimidate anybody. This is Ghana. Ghana is for us. Ghana is not for anybody. All right, so Yanko Dome Kwabena. Semnibia and rap or file we
and we are sending signal and warning to the Electoral Commission that we want free and fair elections. They have transferred some illegal names into the voter register. We have written about 2 letters to them, which they have not responded to any of the letters. Now that we have finished filing, we are telling them that we are waiting for the response, the letter that we have written to them. If they don't write back to us, we are going to advise ourselves. And then whatever we need to do, we will take legal action, legal means, to make sure that they take all those names out of our register. And we are sending signal and warning to the Electoral Commission that we want free and fair elections. They have transferred some illegal names into the voter register. We have written about 2 letters to them, which they have not responded to any of the letters. Now that we have finished filing, we are telling them that we are waiting for the response, the letter that we have written to them.
And every NDC PC biano, you catch them, don't show timidity. Show strength. We have the numbers. Trust me, we have the numbers. Anywhere, anytime, any day, we have the numbers. Ghana, Etayechi. Ghana, Sunsum, Epian Crofo, Efri Abaimu. I don't wish for one party state. But Akufo-Addo and Bawumia a curse onto this country. I just hope and pray that one day MPP Benya may be quality leadership. Membompa MPP, no, never. Because you ain't mean on my way so my NDC in Kwa. Thank you. Mame yes idea we Ansah na yako. Debbie I can we talk about your friend is say development. But Meseda I am Wajman Sani Ababe State yes Jumawe. Kwame for allied health for not not to a mame quick one. Let me just work on it. Fatua say for also meko demonstration. Ati Raphael says good afternoon, Bobie. All right, thank you, Ati. Chale munjai this MPP guys. You see, most of the area about a craft and page na mumba be di matem amudi di matem kwa no class na me catch them, so you don't need to Karestman Blay Monsieur Niga the second says good afternoon, Commander. All right, please, I'm just waiting. All right, enti allied health professionals now almost say almost posting yemfa almost koye enti the basic so picketing I see effective Monday 16th inti allied for no at the shim 16th no allied health professionals no at the shim 16th no at the 17th for na NDC so the ashim normally ashim the following week ba could be so ho yes said ba no so the abashim the best almost the best organized labor. A quite dodo. Camera and Nimkakra. Camera and Nimaka. Okay, so a collection of unemployed allied Health Professionals. Coalition of Unemployed Allied Health Professionals. Na nyame adma Monday 16th anopa nonkron omo ginemu e Ministry of Health premises. Na me ka se Allied Health for no mamoma obia meka ntem se munyai no omo ne bekasa omo boa musiku asoso na mo ko Health Ministry ho no omo so mbema police for abebomo a momo mum provoke omo no momo aha se di omo peno no saa na omo peno ti saa na mbe ya ma omo se mu tie mi a minim organizers no kama frɛ mo nyame ya adom na adwada na mo kwa mamo nsai omo betratra ponkoso na ayi afrɛ ne sɛ sa ayi yohonu be skills kakra ama omo hunu sɛ position omo de ama no oni agro na omo de nkrama bia betwam na omo ahyɛ da hyɛ bibi ehihye omo ti enya adwuma omo signals ni nyina asɛe police service signals ni nyina asɛe enya adwuma omo boa ayɛ hihye omo ti kwa enya adwuma ebi batrewu kroma police ni kuratuo kura night na bullet nim we nimsem obi anim omo boa ntidwada Coalition of Unemployed Allied Health Professionals moko kamo asem makatira Ghana ni bia say to make sure say you be exposed to matire wi ase no make sure say moko demonstration mamo mfa bibia say obi ko demonstration no kura ba na say okura there be obi aso alert international media friend ya unim no make sure say bibia ni wonsem there should be a reason why here is a Ghana for ebu efu ntimon kwa adwada on police for bebomo a eye pa ye hia we need those indicators a good omen momo mebomo ade atia NDC jirem den so thank you edamase awuse Kwame mede ayibi ato me pacho me ba mede NIA ayibi to page ne so mede NIA ayibi ato page ne so and before your friend say campaign bi omo ye campaign bi sema ka cha mo say galamse asem no me ha me hu bio enra ne Kwame ne no mo ye me pa cho onwe na ye oh ye page no bibia na so ana me de sende wa if you were I send me phone you cry assemble ni hi I was so anyani anyway magachem say galamsey no me ha me hu bio me nka ho asem bio because ene say ekudo no kochia ye GJ na omo nyina nkomo no is so sad ya ka kira aban yire no ho na de obeye bia onye na Catholic Bishop abegina ho ya ka kira aban yire no ho mensa adewe simple enra mebusa omo enra so follow me a mebusa omo kena sigbe moti media coalition no gwayo for emamo fuel coupons 100 million moko je se mo de ko aprobo e o Ghana report kura munyae no momo yehu mo anko so no mo ache coupons na dia ka kire ye se oh ya je ye no ya anko enyo omonko a upon kroma be ka kire se omutwa 10 million Ghana cedis meboa for media sensitization enti ye no so ehwo asem ekosi sei mun ka kire am se ye nka but mo de mo kwa apro no sagwa yo Ghana entity to your taxpayers ye mu 100 million full and 100 million se mu yusu eye vjet kra ebeso biaka ti mo kwa probo nyina no mo report no mo de buy no ewe ya mom kan kire ye ana mo gina wana aban Gayam say no say you see kwan ya ban yem pesa yem because mo kwa no say munya fact findings so obviously no mo jot ne ma ba ku mienu mo fa nkyere mo say fa nkyere mo bibiani ho okay say ekuhudu ya asofo ya nra wane omukosi ayi mo so ya suma ma mo ko site eko bompaye empaye no mo ko boy no results anyame ka kire mo no mon ka kire ya mo se mon ka ena aban de akwaso enye ti wo kwa site wo no se okwa akobọ mpaye no na adwene be ne wo trimu a wo de kobọ mpaye ye no so ka twintwan me ne wo se sie minia ene press conference ya ayi Mia college GJ ni na sefo okoye OSP last year July report ya wodi aba about Galamsey was the land commission for na yes ade no lands ministry for na yes ade no municipal and district chief executives bi ya mo investigate wo mo Charles Bisiu ayi a friend say edubu ahe wo mo nyina ho mo ko ya press conference na David abain dem mo he dia ya ni nye ho
na say Galamsey for omo lawyer panyin ne Gabi
only
David ya job excavators on the fresh you release
excavators OSP report ro mi Bobie nyam nam troye anya Ansah Thompson e troye enyo obi a na troye a state institution report ya wa twro and come on press conference and say if you mean well for Ghanaians come on press conference na say no nenke kura mo na mo apaja e dia kire wiase nyina say Akufo-Addo wona also at OSP office or report on Galamsey ni
and then now
you want you to act on it ni ahunu say mo ani avre na mko jira aban dia we ye pa dia yem pesa aban dia o ya no aban unu say dia o ya no we sell aban no aban finance for aban so dey esa aban na esa dia no ena aban finance for aban yem pesa dia no aban jai aban dia o ya no yem pe aban oya enye you ne ayamia report wo mo se mo mpe Bobie akwaka ho asebunti no report kra mo na read bio amai na onyame ohwe ye nyina na mko gira ho we nkrofo sponsor o press conference no ti o manya kakra tafre o manya bia dia wi o mo din o mo wi a kwhwe fufuo bia mo kwako di no osu no enya sem kuma faso bia ni so ayi ya friend say akoya no Langard ya oye GJ president Jomfo say oton sase sa Jomfo oh unim Jomfo GJ president no no oton sase Langard for no ka ho Jomfo o se batakari sa no nanko aye ye say tap na say me madam bi kasa so chale ya da don fo hwa me kakra don fo hwa me kakra kakra dam say don fo akola we we wa jibi o u fo bi akojiri o ska don fo we Jumbo we na kwa sire disika. No ton sase jumbo. Ya ka sama oh ni ase we dey nyabone. Na ton sase say journalist say we dey we no report to my paper bi. Say ni yonko ni crusading guide for no. Oh jumbo, odi jumbo. Okoye adwuma wa Tinka FM. Jumbo. Ode minim no pa ata no obere na multimedia o minim no. Na me hu no. Nim ne pa ai wona mo bro sia de akwa wasra wa hwi asrada Jomfo o ton sase hwe ensa sia Jomfo beton no kroma busa no o ba ka kire wo nim langa ni bia o kroma Jomfo wo nyatu so I didn't munim crofokro. Yeah, me say no one special duty be to me guarantee no mean fee because my imagine say omo bedi and wan grow bio. Say odim de omo ye. Press conference we omo nyina ka bo ma wie no. Omo be ka say omo per budget. No ma say dia aba pro. Ni akotwa 20 million Ghana cedis. No ma chedi. Omo di na esa no I say almost as ya twitwa pictures ibusa say na henfo na yesa henfo na yesa ubusa yi
omahu saban foforo so ba nti ne yenya eba ni e dia sha ban no foforo no baba ne kon ho
no eno so maji kakra no mo didi kakra yo eno de onu aka nyansa semu samens
sa no this is man
eno de Enradie Samens. Me tie say Samens. Me nim say o ye ka Samens asema wo mpe. But Samens me tie ni so o ka nyansa asema wi ase ache. Efrada opunu to kodi. Gabi achi. Ewo ayi landing dane no bodyguard. Him ne to left, him ne right, him ne left. Nam se Gabi na wo him to edi na chi sa no. Gabi o kire da akon. Na wo him to di na chi sa no. Wo benya problem pa.
Na na
my radio or Kasai.
No saying.
Oh, was saying the way Akufo-Addo air fight here the nani ho galam say no. People like Samuel Jinapo any lands commission near the ade and case assembly enka if Akufo-Addo are serious and Kwasaki woman dada which I think is a very good call.
Na just answer mo na e on the station so also on my money TVs in this will be
oh say there be say omo na nka na wo ka eye so omo na asema ya ka free efie petepe
they say yeah say eja on it a devil echo dine say TV no omo to amagabi almost mezi studio
Debbie Anna
so sorry ala patutu no makosi so
o mepam o ma on si
o ali ese he o sa ko we
esi bio so we catch us the ulemu grofo idi when ulemu a because ono ni masa edi gabi onam him ni tugu gabi achi nyina nam si examensi
na they say there enya nko hwe efiza gabi beto station ma pa enkofa o de oba na baba ba na echi on be pamoji city there TV no
Friako your friend Friako TV Friako TV
oh ja we be say money show on baso no ma pamo bia
oh but media Samuel Kenyans as much but not there
asem we me say matena o mo TV so aka and I see me me kasado me free hog
David enyo no na eka una ho kanti enye on kwame asem ne no kre if only you what the operation Vanguard 400 Galam stop say 26 or say and I do my operation when your resource enye service commanders na say hold one responsible send pa 400 senke what saki wo nyina
Kwabena a soldier for no mkoye operation
Vanguard
any a police for no sa intermission to say omunyina millionaires
oh
omu nyina me be
inter ministerial committee no omo asem ewo OSP report no mu
me se omo kra de na omo ya kronfo sen galamse yes no
oh no mo ko gina ho akoya press conference no omo ya no en press center sa press center o yesi obi di kosua na hina ko bodua to se wo be gina na di ntru na nka bia se duane bia apaya boabo because omo ko gina wa asmo mo ka no omo nim se ye boa no oka na camera siri so no anyinya na nim no akekare na nim no oka asem no ni bani tirimu pa no onim se asmo me kan di enya ne kore enye fa yo me de me mabre mapa ba ade documents wo cases bebre wo ho ana galamsey fight no when you don't start dealing with kingpins individuals udiagro go to the site arrest 10 boys the kingpin or tini them no another 10 boys you from kumapem apembeba yes you go to the site but when you start dealing with the kingpins like Gabinom Ekwawusi si police for mpanimfo ni media mpanimfo wom kwa Ekwawusi for interrogations bema the whole Ghana enko tufo to gba fede gamanche omo nyina sori wo Ekwawusi so se bema se wan kire ye nkrofo kura eni ekroma ye nyina ye nkwa ha na Ekwawusi a kire se media for no eye Bobie eye kwam kwache eye afri fakatachie eye kwam sefa kan eye kwaku baako ni ache ye ubonse afedi their sister omo bush won kra no they will start running away they will start because omo hwe anibra a free street no mu eba no a they will start running away we ya here press conference and over koje budget uri mi enhye dam ko kabi na say yen kantiao why yen kantiao so ladies and gentlemen, we have come here today to tell the government the Galamsey menace is really affecting us. Our future is in danger. The future generation. See, I know the okay will be amiable. To we so thank you. God bless us. God bless Ghana. God bless everybody. Crack. No ko. Kasi asem pa no so da ho. Asem no kura pa no e da ho. Reports wo ho, tapes wo ho. Munyi tapes no van go investigation asemenye. Hey, I mean the mama Ansah nyina adwuma. Ayi ya friend say, "Oh, Ansah, omo ye campaign bi." But you say me the Kintamponov video no MC ni video made ma ho na yi ba omi akosia nkramofo asema o ka kire wo no oh ya boda ba omi akosia nkramofo o se nkramofo time ni no but yenkotie Ghana ni bia ntie Kintampo North MC police fo ntie oh ade aye me ya ne say me offer upon pepra on ACDS da bia Bobie na enye dampare minim ne ga kro se ne mama ne bi ni makope no se dio minim otan kro minim ade kro amaye no se anso kofi bu achi ofa asintin na da bia na ni abre me so a be me mfa no but sa dabi oh but oh chairman me ya adwuma wo ana onim oh Kintampo in my farm. Kintampo MC no. Akosia Fulani for Kintampo. Oh, my dear Frizi. Ye, phone you will be pep phone you be mammy and media my bro. I foresee beton me, Fakoto. I foresee about me, you are best so koto iPhone 16.
Dollar do 17.
And now cry me for ATM wash it.
Me bank card I done NHIS card.
So what the call hospital and the baby cry. Still, any doom no ay. Oh, Famame. Ayi, Kintampo North, MC, no. Akosia, Fulani Fuwa, Kintampo catcher almost say. Konkomafo, ane, your friend say, Konkomafo ne, Gonjafo, empese, Omubehunu, Fulani ni first lady. Into our catcher, Fulani for, yeah, Ghana. Say, Omo and sorry.
Was it Konkomba from Bezon
Behunu? Fulani ni first lady. Honest Amira. Honest Amira. Yeah, now dear cry question here, concern idio, ya bro. In your mehu. Na sabe make a baby. And our mama police for say ye fire or mono. And almost said that my police for Abba. And almost said that my police for Efra Quano. Omuko tra kwani statement ya na omajano Bobie Ansah afa ni ombe ye meet ya nadwo ekwa ba ni emfa ne mfa so yenye ni sei Akwete Dr. Kwete IDEC say asojafo abopo say omube take over December ombe take over power Akwete. You so message of our issue statement. Dr. Akwete Bua. Yen can be via Dr. Akwete Yankasai near Jai. Meanwhile, they go to seminars preaching about false publications and the implications. Into your microphone, implications no and come out. Say, Bobie list to an Ansah. Implications no ekoma Bobie ene mensa ene a list to wenom ene hontonom. Yeah. And right now you have your friends MPP MC Kintampo North. Why? Yan in term na me de minya time no man nam de me ha me ho. Oh. Ni ade sa bu o man a enyo. Ya de sa bu o man a nya fe. Nyade papa. Pamcha say nye ya no mwame move on. Why na here time there adwuma. Kampesa the same thing about Omia ekwohia Islamic clerics bi and o ka kire o mo say ai se na drusu sekramuni nso so ebedi president na omunua kramuni enie. And the whole country is quiet. From the Christian Council to Ghana Police Service, it's like Bobie Beka. I'm going to say Bobie. I'm going to statement. No one do I'm Kwasia. I Johnson also tell me. Dampare that useless guy. Dampare no that useless guy. I'm going to say Bobie Nenka. No more the Casa Bejra Johnson so tell me. Say vice president Timia Kosia yenye nipa baako yeninyi yimu wo maimu no o ka kire nkramofo say munuanie enti monto abama no na nkramofo so time so mbe take over Ghana nie
nenye bia na protocol gina yimfie ka say we de modie na abai
obi anka hwe say I'm boarding a Kintampo North MC. And wako free Fulani for do matrase. And all ball mamane. Now, say, idea way. National security for video way. Yes, Omahu. Kandapa, Samre way, and Kayasa offer, Sako and Kamwa Unity.
Yeah, we, your friend is saying, Rwanda conflict.
We on yes, Medica, no water had we on yes, Medica, no water had Samira, the Gorum Lato, Mountain.
Number so, number for the first time.
And no matter on Botanet of Account of Lato, anything Tampo. Around there.
Na we die ne nkoma yedi.
We hand the yelter and the yelter and there.
Ye mum and ye beboam.
We come in what a wall and
Ye and ye beboam.
Captain what a wall and
Ubia or ye full and in your gun.
We lad pull on one in the gunner.
Now, pound to meet ya say for 2 tia a year kudia.
We shall laugh to the hell of people while the yard vote on one against FPP. I did go
Not walk of us can be plowman.
Then I pay I want to die my
If he said,
we
opportunity
we do allow that
be mupim that
we are father and kept upon the marketers.
Send your kind.
We know really.
Sabi gonja for crown pese mo ban obey yes.
We let it including Gonja, what a Gonja can let you either any Sakit made the lado Mauli. Concoma Funon
Inti Mumu Nina Hopa.
Nahali, Industry, Hankilo, San Akilitano, Lesa.
Inti campaign no ayeno.
We campaign on Yotel.
No fool any for Ghana.
We and a football began a fool.
Cassanchram.
Nahali couldn't be born.
No Cassanchram.
Couldn't be abandoned, golden drink born. We on foot and got to put on a yes, Medica, no what a Haja Samira, a gold lato, mountain.
Number so, number 12, for the first time.
And no ballet or botany of account of lot anything tampo. Around there.
Na we the ne koma yeti.
We hand the yelter and the yelter.
But Kandapanum, any Akufado no plan. And a damparino so say you ni ayano boho.
Kwabena matese where the mamen chetty for matese Ghana Police Service issue statement declaring a certain young man wanted.
Yes.
Minim Pakro. But I saw the video, no. Now he was threatening some of the government officials.
Based on what?
On the Ministry of Obubo Mudin to say Minister for Interior on Adia Electoral Commission Ubia Cafe. Now Mojin say 2020 DC you know omukum nipa no oman ka hwe no so mdwen say ombesa na SCBO in 2024 omudi agro ntokwasi a ombe bom ho abebubo mu nyina tro. So that is basically what the voice said.
Okay.
And it's a condemnable statement,
which I think is needless.
It's needless. We condemn it, even though if you put what he's saying in context, you can add some weight to the. He has a genuine concern.
Yes, but the point is, for we Ghanaians, we will defend ourselves against Akufo-Addo militants if they try the 2020. For that one, no Ghanaian.
Fact.
Yes. Everybody will defend himself.
But
Akufo-Addo mana omobeye casualties.
Exactly. But the Ghana Police Service issued statement declaring that young man wanted. Fine, fair enough. If they think say he went overboard, fair enough. It is in the same vein the Ghana Police Service, we demand that the Ghana Police Service also issue an arrest warrant for this MCE.
Debbie,
no,
Dampare say Oma render useless by bringing you na ye blow man say. And now you so I promise so obey you man pa ma omo. So
Kwabena, you see, let me assure the Ghana police, say they are going to apply the laws of this country truly and fairly against all offenders. Anybody who makes a statement that destabilizes or has the propensity to destabilize the peace and security of this country must be treated equally. Ya test and platform so
Remember, what's ye Abronye on Wuntumi FM?
They be minty. Kwabena met dear Mate brand a champion kwasa asem okugina fidie so a platform so kan me deba na Lord come so dey okọ kan ache eno so enkoda nchen yante Ghana police for nka ba ku yam fa say anodom pray o se hwan ono so kan ne de o maka yante Ghana police for nka innocent young man ako making a statement out of frustration. More declared wanted. Kwabena, say if it's an equi, some equi, after near do the heat of the election. So we are now entering the election season proper. And within this election period, if the Ghana Police Service agent say they are going to apply the laws of this country impartially, and yeah, they will have us to deal with. Kwabena, some of us are willing to stand up and defend people.
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense because the statement this guy, the MC is making, specifically serious.
He mentioned the Gonjas, he mentioned the Kokombas, telling the Fulanis that the Gonjas and the Kokombas, they don't have your interest. In the Fulani in the Gonja, what will happen?
Kwabena, the conflict up, how volatile that place is. But conflict, look at how long the conflict has been going on. The last thing anybody wants is to incite any ethnic group against one another in the northern part of Ghana.
The MPP, they are doing it. The MPP is doing it.
And you know, if some of these reckless and irresponsible statements, the Ghana Police Service is pretending as if they haven't heard and they are quiet.
When you say 12 o'clock news will be on fire, tape no pay around and probably 7:30. When you say be I and what to say they on tape no answer.
Kwabena, you have a Bob Mate.
And no man said that the pious did the another.
Debbie.
Pious they are.
Pious doesn't quite assume okay.
Pious they are no go prison. Or no need no go prison.
Pious they are quite assume okay.
Oh no go prison. And sit no we lose where we.
What to me?
Auntie Pious me Pious.
What's the sending fra for Australia and Chihuahua? What's the quarter for beko US?
Debbie, what are the fra for? Pious said to me afa obisa oyemu. And what do I call it? Only the mama channel. Akwabaku etwa mum bi. Na emum no as a referee nanye. Ma okotwa bro ni bi referee the boy. E ho de ahomete aka as a referee ade. Adema abrofo na greba so no. Wo mo si ase say wo mu busa enkola de nsem. Avedo busa say what is your name and no abokwaku ba. Where do you come from? Atiavi. Oh, what is your name? Who free for Satima Paul? Oh, Bob, what would you know? And me Pious are 70. Why are the first young guy who be called jail? Yami advance to the 25 into another 7 years. But this guy,
Kwabena, is it the statement, the propensity, the intensity of the statement, the timing of the statement, the type of tribes. Kwabena, Unim say already, there are tribal tensions in the northern part between the Konkombes and the Dagombes, the Gonja. There are certain tribal undertones already there. It is the last thing anybody wants to do to incite or fuel these tribal tensions. And it is reckless, irresponsible, and no statement that has been made so far in this country, in these elections, has the propensity to undermine the peace and security of this country than this statement. So the Ghana Police Service must act.
They won't act.
They must act. Kwabena.
They won't.
Then if they are not going to act, then they shouldn't dare arrest anybody in this country. They shouldn't try. If they don't arrest this MCE, then they should not arrest anybody for making any statement.
Say he to the bar. What they will do is they will invite him and tell him you go. Oh yeah, friend. No. Says Anna Kwano Koka say MPP for more Asoja for more Galamsey site no. So I know me Tamo Mishun Kwasia statement. Yetiti Bima or Mom Coffee Suleiman I say on your survey. Enka say Bobiena Eddie first no. Na me na Eddie first. Why Jimmy announce me catch us we Jimmy for say me taxes. Me taxes na no yere ne o made to aduane di. And if you are fooling now, some man can't just say you are a fool. Other ya way a penny when you know Jimmy, a man can't just wear Jimmy. Until almost said that coffee and say Omra. na akwano court kura man process ni bi o court kura man process ni bi court o man process ni bi we so onu so dia bahwim abronya te wuntumi fm say o ma sense kai twen obia na abato ndie de besi
kwabna abronya de we jimi for mu nya na se kwabna nti abronya ni po betimi ekuta sekan kra abronya ni po betimi ekuta sekan
I say amanfo aka achoro mo say enka one day nka omo se dem biem na bia abronya ne ebia e friend say aboa papo na nka omo yi ndis for so bia be tu ebia wo street mu ne de sika ahye obi ansem na ye bochenkuna pipe na ye hwa de nka obi aba steady
kwabna unim kwabna NPP4 omani da swa ne say oh ye security agencies, your police for your military for no. Enti eba critical ye the soldier for ba ko gina ma ko shoot akum nipa akum kofo kwabna me ni se e wo NPP for tirimu se e ban tokwa pepa ombetime gina ombetime omina be dwane me ni se wo NPP ni bi etim se ban tokwa pepa e was shit no so they can face anybody in this country me ni why as I so watch the fool or the coin? Why Anthony Kabu and I why?
I wouldn't imagine one crop with him. They have no clue.
When you are for we are from we are gonna scare them for America. You can't get to Mikamu. And Kwabena a new Mutirim say a band to Quasse. It's come a year on say I say, yes, say, you know, I say inclining will be back on Toquano. Mammy can find who show mu. Mimbo Henya. Back on from hoarding. Hey, why shimmy? Why shimmy? Quiet, mini fear. What's Shibo? Sana Toquano. You know, it's young, yes, sir. Na for whom na Ghana form, but to share women in Ghana for any break these elections. A man of a boom. A ma Ghana for Madion Bay and Grovo no. Omu be that. Na anyway, so the point is Ghana Van Dam says will be end this issue must issue a statement condemning the reckless comment from the MC. That is the only way the issue will travel far and actions taken against any action taken against the MC. If not, the media will give this issue a blackout. Nobody cares. They should give it a blackout. Who cares? Na BBC wa Ghana yes Bobie emenkwa. Yeah. Ebi kura na me no street ni mu chan o. Na me yes me fa ho. Akufu ado nyo from multimedia. Bobie enye mu yenyini free ha. Bobie enye last minute no mu na yesu kase. Manasa azuri. Yeah, on street in mo. Me 2 a.m. cry, me to street in mo. 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Me to street in mo. Me Bobie me nko baby ah. But Kwabena before huntobe bemuno. Ma me fa security issues we know. Me fa
special
on that.
Special adjuma. Come about some why say adjuma no.
Okay.
Yes. No. Me trimpa. You have a breaking story that hunto akwaba. Bokore. Okay, so we'll deal with electoral commission issues, but I don't know whether you want to say something on Enema Abubosono quickly.
Sir Thompson Becker security once a media. Meaning I know the answer. Moka man can be Becker,
because and easier you might say in your time, right?
We know beyond the answer.
Your time, I need to.
I no pay NDC for a call Accra Central.
Yeah.
How many police for Koye about Nyame adomo adab na demonstration.
Yeah.
But initially no na opposition for person mo ye said omo de ye enkrofo bi pe call inform omo a na omo frustrate omo no. The general secretary of NDC Yera Fifi via Vicoti nene dom akoye. And after a few hours no ma won see Fifi post say a police for anomako benkrum Nyame adomo a edabna da ebe demonstration ne be sha ase o brass sport circle na omana mu akwa kopie electoral commission office na ebekoso ewo mantam dunsia ni nyina emu na ezi Yes, say ade be ku ma ya. Eya na so confabing. Say ye na o mabunu kuo bi na say kwa demonstration. Na police for dimrika. No ma court. Omo twan de be chia mo demonstration. No ma court. Now when this minority in parliament, so more Bank of Ghana demonstration, now police for frustrated. But way, NDC national chairman, I can't say, one man can say because he keep permission be crowd. Or announce date in the crowd, and the police for no more tea, one from them. Send me at Tuesday NDC demonstration. More member must stop here. Must stop it. More member must stop it. And the Nyame adumu a edabnada
ya no ye discussion ya ban campus at we no free order
security ran nti Nyame adumu a edabnada no sa demonstration baso now in terms of security there the truth of the matter is say omo so me national security form ye in charge kra no omo da bontin enya kanda pa no ba besi ama no so full
of a person
anyway o the brother so
masa
yo Akufo commander in chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. Sawabro ni kutani naked pictures and in the videos. Commander in chief of Ghana Armed Forces.
Offer.
Anyway.
Aya. And then also sorry, KCV the mind. Pacho, quite that for you.
I'm say issue way medical at home kakra bi but enem pese me nya botana me bie mu ye it has to do with what is going on within the various security agencies, the Ghana Immigration Service, the military, and the Ghana Police Service. And we'll deal with the immigration there, no, a dosopa, and I have a lot of we are info mediama producer. Kwabena, something is going on very strangely in the Ghana Immigration Service. Dedi kind. Some incessant transfers are ECOSO or Ghana Immigration Service no, unprecedented.
Really?
Sir, I mean, security agencies there, say they can transfer you at any point in time.
Okay.
But there is not a timer. Yet you may transfer a large number. It's like almost half of current service personnel have been transferred around the country.
Is it illegal?
It is not illegal. Okay. It is not illegal for the Ghana Immigration Service to do transfers.
Okay.
It is within their powers. They are an employer. Sebi ene wo employer ka say, oh, there's nothing wrong with that. But there's a problem. The problem is say when the employer is a high-level security agency, play a crucial role in these elections, then the timing of such massive transfers becomes suspicious. So that's the first signal. Number one, the timing. What is triggering this incessant transfers less than 2 months to the next elections? What is triggering that? That's the first question. Number two, I've shared some documents and I have audios, radio on say security service for no. Transfer they transfer them with radio the radio communication signal comes first before even the hard paper. I have all the radio communications. I've given some to your producer if they can play a few. Okay. If you do a critical analysis of the transfers now, they've targeted places like Aflao, Kulungugu, and then the Banda area. Baby, okay, 2020. I say look at here. Omade a soldier for course. It had to take a sailing to go there because they have some Voltarian settlement along the Volta River over there.
Yeah.
ena paga. So places are they perceive say the settlers no you know perceived to be NDC. Now omu movie only Akan officers to those places. Now they move the non-Akan officers from those places. In the same way, say almost all Voltarian immigration officers at the flower border have been transferred out of the place.
Really?
It is a who could do a flower who can't brought immigration officer.
No,
sorry.
Can you give us evidence?
Well, I've given it to your producer.
There is so many materials to which one on fan to because maybe
so you can put the list, and then you see, and then you can play some of the radio communications.
Which ones now person ombo?
A dozen. I didn't have the chance to label which of them have, but in all the transfers, there's a trend in the transfer, so you can play any of them.
Okay, so now let's deal with the document issue, right? So Kwame, for document chrono to us AMI. All right. The directorate, the management members. So this happened on 30th August 2024.
Yeah.
Ghana Immigration Service headquarters. Okay. So it goes on and on now. Transfers and reassignments. So the underlisted junior ranks have been transferred or reassigned to the stations stated against their names with immediate effect. All right, so you have
let's check all the officers that have been transferred from Aflao.
Okay, so we deal with Aflao.
Aflao. So you see, first one, Inspector Raphael Akrobeto from Aflao to Mamponting.
Yeah.
You come to Inspector Asamoah Nutifafa from Aflao to Kumewu. We call the second page now.
No, the same page now, and you have Moses Ofori.
Moses Ofori, Inspector Moses Ofori from Aflao to Brekum.
From Aflao
to Brekum. Okwa, Xavier, the second page, you know.
Yeah.
Xavier Makumato from Aflao to Drobo. You know, so that is for that is for this particular page.
Then Xavier Makumato. Okay, so
yeah,
so this page in
here,
is done. It's done.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it's done.
Okay.
So on this page, but most of the info is on the radio. We know.
Okay.
You can play some. You know, just take one randomly. Let's play. You can pick the signals. So when you do the analysis.
Police officer be asking ya boss say I've also been transferred.
From where? From where?
Now him say the way say honor that one that say him fan no want me trying to respond.
No, I'm not transferring from where to where.
And to be trying to respond. But boss now no asking ya was I've also been transferred.
Come now me say oh dear you be police for no so.
Yeah. Okay. So one Intel what is the motive?
So one, they are moving all the airway officers from places the borders perceived to be where the Voltarians or airways are, and then they are only taking the accounts with the perception said the account soldiers will not allow
security personnel
will intimidate said 2020 to intimidate other the citizens, the inhabitants. In fact,
so you think, sir, the immigration department, yes, sir, basically because of the elections.
It's basically because of the elections. Then let me give the second most important aspect of this whole thing.
But what about say, okay, you have be flower, you don't come and ponting. If you honest, Mamponte, or you want your boy in this, how can you know?
No, it's not about that. Mamponte, when you about that town, Mamponte will be on crosses from one country to another. A flower no muji say, will be cross border. Abba, And I say obi te border town wo ho enti no ene
okay so Paga ye border town
border town
Aplau
border town Banda ye an ewe settlement along the Volta Lake.
Okay.
The Volta hono ye ewe settlement from Kwan.
Okay.
And a Kulungugu.
Kulungugu ye border town. Border town.
Yeah, I think so. I think I need to check.
Yeah.
I need to verify.
Okay, so yeah, one of the radio messages now the mine. Let's quickly yenti omo nkomonibi.
Officers and men are kindly seated to stand by for a message. Your attention, once again grateful for your attention. From the Comptroller General of Immigration, the Directory, all management members, all regional commanders, the Commandant, Immigration Service Academy Training School, the Commanding Officer, Acting Fosu Tepa and ITRA, all sector commanders, all departments, sectional and unit headquarters, Roger, info all controls. Once again, from the Comptroller General of Immigration, the Directory, all management members, all regional commanders, the Commandant, ISA, the Commanding Officer, Acting Fosu Tepa, and
100.5
all sector commanders,
Accra FM.
Sectional and unit
Accra FM.
headquarters, Roger, info all control. Roger, subject, transfer, reassignment. Subject, once again, it's transfer, reassignment.
Accra FM.
It's transfer, reassignment. Grateful. Now the message. The underlisted senior officers have been transferred, reassigned to the stations stated against their names with immediate effect.
Accra FM. Accra FM.
Once again, the underlisted senior officers have been transferred, reassigned to the stations stated against their names with immediate effect. Roger. Name number one. Deputy Commissioner of Immigration. Deputy Commissioner of Immigration. Samuel Amadou Basin Tale from once again. Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Samuel Amadou Basin Tale from Bono RC to headquarters. I repeat, name number one. Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Samuel Amadou Basin Tale from Bono RC to headquarters. Name number two. Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Enoch Ano Abrakwa from Bono East Regional Commander to headquarters. Name number three. Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Peter Edu Apia from headquarters to Bono Regional Commander. I repeat, name number three. Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Peter Edu Apia from headquarters to RC Bono Region. Name number four. Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Thomas J. from GAR/Operations to Regional Commander Northern Region. I repeat, name number four. Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Thomas J. from GAR/Op to Regional Commander Northern Region. Name number 5, Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Justice Bosomfin Ayensu, from Deputy Regional Commander Ahafo to Regional Commander Upper West Region. I repeat, name number 5, Deputy Commissioner of Immigration, Justice Bosomfin Ayensu, from Deputy Regional Commander Ahafo to Regional Commander Upper West Region.
Okay, so Ansah. Yeah.
So
this
we're
is
one of the tapes for the senior officers.
Okay.
Man, there are ones for the junior officers.
Okay.
They are moving the people around. And
But why do you think say where issue?
Kwabena, wouldn't say the Electoral Commission wrote to all the security agencies to submit a list of special voting for their officers 1 month ago.
Okay.
Into all the security agencies, including the immigration, have submitted their special voting list to the EC and the places they will be voting, taking the special voting. So officer Owo Aflauno, his name has been added to the special voting list. Officer Owo Aflauno, his name has been added to the special voting list for Aflao.
They no transfer.
And now what 1 month ago, now what transfer any panel to Paga? And I said Banda. Until on the day of the special voting, no? How does this officer travel all the way from Paga to Aflao to come and vote?
Okay, so Ansah, mame en nye ikakrawa. What cross check whether the EC and the security agencies no are special arrangements where ebia enipa no yes or register e will be a Aflao special vote no one or better, but for whatever reason your transfer ne ko ebia ye fan say ebono, right? So ebi o ma ya arrangement bi wo bono ho eya ebebua ma safo na timi ato o mo ba.
I have cross-checked that with even the immigration. They don't have any such arrangement.
Okay, fair.
There is no such arrangement. In fact, and that is why the officers are complaining. Say when him saw by transfers why now transfers? Now we're trying and may register for special voting. My office Accra.
Okay.
My register special voting Accra. O say my transfer Edoko Banda. Until during the special vote, you know, how do you expect me? Because that day I'll be on duty there. And what arrangement have they made? What is the motivation behind these transfers? Is it that Omujidi say because they've lost the security agencies and so the voter register no transfer go for you know and you're creating a situation where the security agencies no can't mean to about they can't vote properly. And the omoye main voters register the same thing omoye the security agencies also on the special voting list. And I will urge the NDC to pay serious attention to the special voting list. They shouldn't just focus on the main on the main voters register. They should pay serious attention to the special voting because they plan to do a lot of damage. Because Omanim say, in fact, most and Kwabena Unim, the special voting gives a signal before the elections.
For that one, yes, sure.
Once you lose the special voting, forget it. Forget it. It means even if you win, it means they won't protect you, no matter what you do. So what they want to do,
which means who information? Am I the same with the police service?
Yeah, all the security agencies across. Ukwa, the military, the police. There is massive transfer going on currently as we speak in all the security agencies because they know say they've lost the security agencies. So let's create a situation where these people will not be able to vote on election day. Let's make it difficult for them.
But it affect you also. That is the layman's question. Like,
you see,
say Basa say enye yenkwane ebeya.
Kwabena ono ade na be boa na se nko onye. Wonim so ma kwan na to obeto atia no. A police for omushu, omu cap 20 se captain ben de be ya omu kan. Issues about security agencies no Kwabena promotion issues. Somebody it just the military move because of unfair promotion. Because of unfair promotion, omoyeno military. It's the same thing with the immigrations. I have a list of so many officers that they've sidelined. People who are due for promotion, they've sidelined all of them.
I see.
On political grounds. And I'm creating apathy. Personnel demoralized security agencies, especially the junior ranks. They are demoralized. And all of them are waiting to show these people a very bitter lesson. And they created opportunity so that they will not be able to vote on election day. So we've asked the security agencies, especially the immigrations, because somebody in the can say they should be able to tell us what alternative arrangement that they are going to put in place for all these officers that they are transferring. They should be able to tell us. Kwabena yen tenase mankofo bin dey enye say some way somehow they can manipulate, move some things around and win this election. Kwabena, these elections is only going to be won. This election is only going to be true, is only going to be peaceful if it reflects the true will of the Ghanaian people. Medical Sunday warning at the ama. One more, we will make it threats, say, and I won't have power today or tomorrow, and we are going to do everything in our power to win the next elections. We are going to do this, we are going to do that. Kwabena, there is something we call legitimacy. Legitimacy doesn't come from the Electoral Commission. Kwabena, on se coup no esi ni je no. Even though it was a coup d'etat, the military junta enjoyed the support of the people. Beboa. In Niger, even though it was a coup d'etat, the people, because the people supported the coup and the coup makers, the coup people are still in power, right? That is what we call legitimacy. Because it is only the people that can give you legitimacy. Electoral Commission doesn't give legitimacy. Legitimacy comes from the people. And it say Electoral Commission for this say you be ko here be any security agency for near so we ma we trouble na be ngran na be declare obi or say Dr. Bamia president mu diagro.
So with a submission yes here the kind of messages are mean you know ordinary citizens. So
yeah,
some are police, some are military personnel sending me messages with the kind of transfers which they don't understand. And
Kwabena,
the entire idea is still made, you know, how they can use it to manipulate the elections. I'm just thinking through.
Yeah, they have so many games up their sleeve that they want to play in this election. Because my tested waters no, and said the usual game they played in 2016, 2020,
say you be konto kwano
win m1 too. They say no, what they want to do is say again you betimi aya ye ma Ghana for be brain kwine toaba, because yet me reduce the number of people going to the polls and you bet me aye ho an ye second round the crown bet me the ho atim ye this the military near there, you know, because but Kwabena, it won't work. It won't work. They lost this election in 2022. This election, you lost the election in 2022. And you feel about lose election so.
Obi officer we are sending me message. You say, Bobie, I know a number of officers who come from the Fidiase Asokore constituency, who didn't go to the constituency in person to transfer their votes, but it was done for them.
Yeah.
What did the organizer say? So some of the people's voters no almost transfer no, even though
one quiet transfer,
but who yani
transferring. Among person security agencies for the better back. They don't want them to vote because omo first special voting no, and a special voting no results ne so omo kotu we are among the security agencies. They're able to know where the thing is moving towards, and then they all rally behind who the winner is going to be. That's how it happens in most elections. And you know, after the special voting, they know already the security agencies, because national security, they have all the intelligence. They know who is winning the elections based on the outcome. Because these officers, apart from say, we are uniform now, the ordinary Ghanaians. I'm more born in our Bunebia Komubi. I'm so sofa. I'm so you don't know.
I'll come back to you.
And you know, Kwabena, all these things affect them. And to Amukotu to tell we are. It sends a signal, and all of them then rally behind whoever they think is going to win the next elections. And to one we officer Obama command could be a few because they know where the election is going already.
All right.
So that is what they are trying to avoid and trying to make them, frustrate them and prevent them from voting and make sure that they don't have the opportunity to vote. Come now.
Okay. So Kofi says, Bobie, they have sent some electorates from, they have moved some electorates from Kwabena to Ayawaso North constituency. And as to whether those people are MPP or NDC, you can't tell. Now, another message here says, good day, Commander. And now, Banda Town has pockets of villages that share borders with northeastern Ivory Coast. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I have some friends there. Mayor Jumeya, they have been testing me, sending me messages. And, all right. So, hey. I'm up for sending message. Now, Bobie, special voting is held 3 days before the general elections. The security forces may have to spend more for the officers to travel to and fro before election day. Okay, so as to whether they are going to provide them cars, 7 year movement be full, like a be easy amount. One issue.
Arrangement. You see, how do you provide transportation? Because the fan say, on election day, officers at maybe just say Aflao or Paga. Sa officer no, you must vote to Aflao. Officers never hono, and you mean vote to Aflao. Ebia officer back, ebia on your transfer any free, ebia banda. You transfer baku every Kumase, transfer baku every ebia western region, and a call. Who don't mean a best car bakum? Are you going to provide one car for the flower person, one car? What is the logistical demand for some of these things?
So to analysis now, as the whole ideas, they are just creating inconvenience.
So some of them will just okay. So young fan say, oh, the young fan say, Kwabena, young fan say, even muki provisions kwa mo officer no election day no ye adwuma ewo Paga. So the vote to Aflawa. Kwabena 3 days from Aflawa to Paga and back. 3 days before election day. What sort of income? Entino nipa no wabeka say Charlie minko nye away and trust and quantity kwamba na me buy ya me sabe ye adwuma because election no enye 1 day ya 2 year on to say be declare after so before, during and after the elections. They are working straight through that period.
All right, so Lewis Francis says, good afternoon, Mr. Bobie. I'm watching you live from Bosome Frehon in Ashanti region. Togbi Badasu says, action speaks louder than words. Kufuor's last days was characterized by midnight shenanigans, yet power changed hands what this crop of nation wreckers are doing is to instill fear into the people, but it won't work. All right, so Hunter, Electoral Commission, NDC demonstration, and my main call, okay, so yentie fifikwete on a demonstration basso on 17th, and this for raise and yema baby. Now the question is sa approach we a beboa, and how far can the NDC go to make sure say they see a free and fair elections, which any day will give them victory to steer the affairs of this country. You go to Fifi Fiave Kwete, National General Secretary, Edema the NDC, and ne on a police for Kushia area and Koma on a man for Eddie. Charles McCarthy is asking, Bobie, so is that radio communication of a security agency? Well, yes.
We had a very good meeting with the regional police. We had a very good meeting with the regional police bosses. And the agreement is that we are going to proceed with our demonstration on the 17th of this month. That's next Tuesday. And it's going to happen not just in Greater Accra, but in all the other regions of the country at the same time. We wanted to have a confirmation about the endpoints. In terms of the routes, we had an agreement that we're going to start from the Kwame Nkrumah Circle, proceed through to Farisco, continue through to TUC, continue through the ministries and come all the way to Parliament, and then end up in front of the premises of the Electoral Commission. We wanted to have the exact location. That's why we came in the police to come and see exactly where it is we wanted to have the termination point, and we've been able to agree on that as well. Generally, in terms of the importance of this demonstration, is to say that it is something that is beyond the NDC. It's a critical election ahead of Ghana. It is in everybody's interest to ensure that especially the register that's going to be in the center of this whole election is credible. It's one that everybody can have absolute confidence in. We've had clear instances to say that there are issues, and we are pressing for forensic audit to be done, and that actually is the reason why we want to embark on this demonstration. The NCO just rightly said, if there's really nothing to hide, then there should really be no problem at all. You should be able to open your door and say, listen, come and check and be certain that there's nothing, in order for the whole country to proceed knowing that everything is okay. So generally that's what it is. We are asking the whole of the country to join this demonstration. It's critical for our peace, it's critical for our the very safety of our elections, to ensure that this country is able to go to election and come out in one piece. It's critical. So really that's why we are going on this demonstration.
So the police have given you the all clear?
Absolutely. We had a very good meeting with the regional police bosses. And the agreement is that we are going to proceed with our demonstration on the 17th of this month. That's next Tuesday. And it's going to happen not just in Greater Accra, but in all the other regions of the country.
Ansah, Western Regional Communication Officer, NDC, Western Regional Communication Officer. Ansah, Akwaba.
Bobie.
Boko Diaminia.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, mo flag bearer Akasa say on the 17th, across the country, mo yechre ediatia EC. Nyamo di achese agro omonimu di mompe. Mo national chairman abekasa, general secretary akoshia police for and ama ose ekwamu daho. Takrade Western region ebu daho. Moya ready.
Emu daho papa. Yeah, the message now call all our constituencies na
Ebinada takra de be butu.
Mo akwashia police for bibia ye.
Yeah, the car take come police for bibia da na kwe ma oye Ebinada anapa no nsia pepepe. Le hye yendu na ase wo oye takra de mall park no de nyim wo de wona ya to safra yam branch executives. Police say the party sympathizers, not even only NDC, all minority parties. Nina, Tabi wada. They mention no. I am what Nanya Trenon Tododo. Asomjaya Ghana. Ya woma. Ya hand over the ma President Nakufado. No to Maba appointing as electoral commissioner. No. Opedo this is a good. Opedo to form. Into Ibia. Ye bibia nchen mo hu de ye nya abre na ye be che na ebna de Ghana fu ye na nya abre papa so onye MPP fu apami biara onko no nkaka che wonde ma na meka esomubua ma na menyo fa apam ne ba muntu me execute apam na we che meguo
ensemo mo party leadership are raising about illegal voter transfers and mo sa issues ni bi wo western region
across the country on your western region nkwetwe
no wo de deal wo de mo de no western region
the western region we have so many cases ye table in upper yada the regional commissioner of electoral commission one regional boss
but kabako tire
secondly bi wa ade secondly constituency afia constituency kwesimitim constituency asankagwa constituency we have tabled everything tabe sabi wara abatu e ma na yeza abatu eche mu ne Bobie ya man yesem ya ache yen kotu aba yen hu ni de electoral commissioner when si kitchen de opedo ya Ghana football Bobie
enti
about 2019 you control in 2019 the man ya kekanya wente you control about Ghana from the 1992 you started multi-party democracy and when the electoral commissioner bi aba we be declare result na loko no waso na aba we be change result waso na akọ we be change result ya voters registration exercise area 2024 so area look at the data you brought out. A national data out, it took the National Democratic Congress to come and rectify the mistakes. For an voters transfer area. The data we have, the records we have, is not in conformity with your own. Yes, the form person, what's I know you don't want to do it. About you know what about one of Utima, Empedema, forensic audit. Okay,
and which means constituencies need to converge or takrade.
Yes, to me, already more position. I want you to be kind of constituencies in Amphi, Asankagwa, Elibo Nazembra. But the 5 metro constituencies, secondly, takrade, Afia, Kwesimintim, Eskadekatan, and you met your converge or fund and takrade Jubilee for a Jubilee Park in Channel. Oya takra de mall na nyim wo ne ye da fa afia ye de bo po efijai ye fefijai ya ka fa nkotompo ya tuma to sekendi na ya kwa akatina oya electoral commissioner aseyo ya ko ya de ye no wodu ya de ye no wo ma wodu sifufu ya de ye no ye fa nan ye wodu ka apele bibia ya de ye na edibani na aboko sa won ka bi papa nche na yenyan fiwo.
But other constituencies no libo no many are so make me about fine, right?
No, you have to self when but we cannot transport them in their maximum quantity. Executives no woman wanna walk it one car, wanna walk the but the metropolitan we have the numbers. Don't be worried at all. We will show gentlemen said Ghana no opportunity no until before to form crowd.
All right. Yeah, that's Kek Mensa Richard, Western Regional Communication Officer, live in Accra 100.5. Back in the studio. Honda Kajatu.
Over. My main chia na main chia Yera Mensa Thompson. And Rasane Yera Pauli. Tema. Pauli one casa only
pa. Oh, okay.
And Yamano, belated happy birthday. na ana ya asemo anyway amisha say nana de ntia na me adoma edabnada Ghana ni bia wo so odo Ghana na ope asomdue na opese odi ne bra so se Ghana ni bia no I was so joining NDC sa demonstration nana adie ba kope ena ma Ghana se o man yeti studio ha obi ntimi mbebo nwura ha emebo yetunkuye adie ba kunti ena Ghana ha Akufo-Addo ba restaurant $6 million restaurant no obi accommodate no woni sika nti wontimi nwura ho enko kasema maduane wei entwitu adie ba ko a ema obi fruit trotro no obi fa taxi no obi fa bicycle no obi nante form no obi ti V8 mu no ema obi ti mi enjoy no ankasa hard earning income and I say ne luxury life no emra no so fapem any kabima min kabia mamu kabima min kabia mamu ni nyina so fapem any abato nyina so fapem ne na hyase eye edinchiro nwoma no a ye de kwoto aba no eye very important enti say ye ni credible voters register ye nya credible election si enya credible election ye nya credible members of parliament ye nya credible president and for that matter ye nya credible government se Kwabena sa it means Ghana as a country no ye nimba bi edi ani kire anti
your friend say election way there electoral commission they better do the election once and for all because we election bia we will do this election over and over and over again.
I think he has a point.
Yeah.
So anti credibility ni jinamra no so. Se wo ka se wo mamra ni nya adwuma dia and ye beba ne say afia bato ne yento. Se anto aba no a there won't be any parliament. There won't be any president. There won't be any judiciary. There won't be any police. Ye be ya ho se moa said okokwaye mu a do ahon timi no no ato ahye no so no awe sa pepe lawlessness there won't be any order tinana no mahemfo awosam de mu hujim Ghana ohini bia ni woni atamfo ahemfo mo matamfo do so papa se ne emra tugum sesi a sa ohini no a oye otamfo no oba be yuti afiri so abefo akunya asase kakrom ton asofo mo atamfo do so papa se wo so mfa wonyimu a emra ni break a obi ba beje wa sori abekun eni ntino so obi ade ne ho jim nana back on the de ntia I was say NDC for call for this forensic audit the electoral commission whether they like it or yes I was say baso enie yanko abakose mu kakra enche kra 2015 Charlotte Sebe ye electoral commissioner adia MPP for the work no a call for a new voters register. And in MPP for me could be a friend Let My Vote Count Alliance. I will my edition Munsan say Omundi Electoral Commission for them. Omunya to trust them. Ecosis Electoral Commission better to redeem for from. And into Omoto voter register and didn't say a ECOWAS register. Because according to MPP, no must to go for Burkina Faso, a year Mali, Niger. Cote d'Ivoire omunina ewu omode 5 pebetere no na Akufo-Addo na oye president no na yenhwe asemo nanado ekaye eye sabre no nanado posti we ewo ni Facebook 18th August 2015 and no search here ewo ho nana adodankwa Akufo-Addo say it is instructive to note that on March 25 2015 President John Mahama, then chairman of ECOWAS, intervened in a political dispute in neighboring Togo by requesting the postponement of the elections originally scheduled for April 15 to May 25, 2015. His intervention was in response to the calls from Togo's opposition parties over the credibility of the voters' register, which they alleged was bloated. Indeed, President Mahama urged the Togolese authorities to agree to establish a credible voters register, arguing that it was important Togo went into the elections with a register which is enjoyed the confidence of all parties. This request was heeded. The peaceful acceptance of the election results by stakeholders in Togo is indicative of how appropriate the president's intervention was. Clearly, what is good for Togo must be good for Ghana. Akufo-Addo asem o kan ye nie. Yenko de Baomia enso kae. Baomia Akufo-Addo de no 18th August 2015. On the same day, 18th August 2015, the Baomia so chro ni. Our investigative team obtained the Togo voter register, which was publicly displayed prior to the 2015 Togolese elections. Using facial biometric recognition technology, the system has found 76,286 potential matches of the same people with the same names and faces on the Ghanaian as well as Togolese voters registers, some 2,000 of which were present in the PowerPoint presentation. I should note that so far we have only completed less than 10% of the work on the Togolese register, and we will begin work on comparing the Ivorian register with Ghana's shortly and follow that with the Burkina Faso register. Even though our investigations are ongoing, we are presenting our initial results because time is of the essence in this matter of a new electoral register. The EC, as we speak, is in the process of taking a decision on the issue, and we have to make an input into the process at the earliest opportunity, the case for a new register. #new voters register now. Baumia. See, we're 2015. Enti Akufo-Addo eka say voter register no enye credible. Baumia ka say enye credible. Ede na electoral commission then omo eyeye. Omo ka sansem no the Charlotte say led electoral commission say. Na omo call for a stakeholder forum. Our Lisa will tell all the civil society groups in Ghana, ye invite omo. Political parties in Ghana, ye invite omo. A year diplomatic course, ye invite omo nyina, including Baumia and Akufo-Addo. Say, okay, utu say, will be a chile say, 2015, ye voter register ne enye no. Ente to abaye nti enya foforo no. Fa dance ye bra, betumre ne chile sie, enti bedwam, ye say akoko to bedwam a. Nana, as aminati obedwam a, ebi nyira. Enti electoral commission emma sa kwan no omu wie ye no na electoral commission at 5-member eminent committee so omo ntrat no mu ntieti no omo hwe omo nsem omu wie ye no then 31st December 2015 ana electoral commission omo publish here no new voters register EC tells MPP others, published by myjoyonline.com. Okay, say the 5-member panel reviewing proposal for and against demand for a new voters register says arguments for a new register are unconvincing. The EC a month ago organized a 2-day forum for political parties, civil society organizations and individuals to collect views on the credibility or otherwise of the register. The EC decided to hold the forum following heated national debate over the register after the opposition New Patriotic Party claimed it had evidence suggesting the register had been compromised with as many as 76,000 non-Ghanaian voters on it. There were a number of demonstrations, some of which turned violent. A panel was therefore constituted to solicit opinions from stakeholders on whether or not to compile a new register. Week after the 2-day forum, the panel has submitted 8 reports to the EC. Chair of the panel, Justice VCRAC Crab, the late, is recommending that EC should not replace the current voters register. The panel, however, stated that it will still continue to monitor events relating to the register. enti MPP for Baumia emo allergy ye no dey electoral commission ye electoral commission etie bedwakuo ampanyimfo enum ti asese okay munyina momra na nan mani kasem
kachem
Baumia no a oka say wa discover over 76,000 Togolese na register no wanko onfo na dan say ni nyina nko civil society group Alisa Hotel Baumia nko akufo ado ma mechirem de enti a voter register no nya credible wanko MPP for mechirem de enti a voter register no enya credible momentimi anko omantimi antumri anchiresi enti na nuna electoral commission de yes how from bedwoma dwenkyire no wie no abedwafo no anu yi omede koma electoral commission say enyina so papa bi anim si abesisa voter register no eni ntino yes voters register no. This initiative was taken by the electoral commission then. When Akufo-Addo and MPP for doubted the credibility of the electoral commission's voters register no, for the electoral commission to prove themselves, they subjected themselves to the public scrutiny credibility test. So at the end of the day, MPP for and the electoral commission and said there is no need for voters register. And that register no we declare say yeah ECOWAS register no and they to about year Akufo-Addo now say I have won with almost 4 million votes and I didn't be a president. Now from 2015 to 2024 electoral commission why a register from 2020 basin why a registration 3 times 2020 we a registration 2023 we a registration 2024 a registration we a registration we no why exhibition we exhibition was say emremu no would the copies and as a provisional register and Emma political parties and to pay the electoral commission and kasa roadmap for this election no 9th July and was an electoral commission the provisional voters register Emma political parties but abroni be ye no nim dia wa ye ntino electoral commission twenya 20th August sada no a oye voter exhibition exercise no and the provisional register no ma NDC ni political parties nana dwe omo say aye put to print omo ntimi identify omo boni omadi but NDC has been vigilant and they were able to detect and identify errors when nyina errors na NDC for identify ni bi ni say oman wu say electoral commission afa kuntuna say sumase a transfer crofo vote 243,540 the sense say me na ya transfer me vote no minim o hwe na so enim say voter transfer me na me kwa akokata electoral commission person transfer me vote ene kra no wasi ebisa me die ntia me transfer 243,000 illegally e will register we say mu eno na nchen electoral commission register we ode akono over 15,000 voters electoral commission for so wa transfer mu vote no ye nim baby o mu register ye say before I obetimi a transfer vote no I was so register o baby a kire say me register wa Accra FM enti say me person me transfer me vote from Accra FM to original FM wa je me vote ko na person a track baby am register ya be track be Accra FM studios na me register ya but in this case this 15,000 crowd no the electoral commission entimi nkire system ni data ni ntimi nkire baby a originally o mo register ya eno na nchen nipa 3,957 omudi wo voter register as at 2023 according to district level elections no okofa 2024 exhibition electoral commission register no sa nipa 3,957 which is 4,000 no omudi nim ya delete free register no omudi nim odi ano to nchen nipa 2,094 omo so aye transfer no omo ye no baby omo di so omo do omo vote konom kwa ya omudi ni ho. And
more confirming all these incidents.
More NDC for more trimu find yesu trimu for abusum kunenku. Ana mo ka electoral commission say yehuni amabi ti pese ye twa adwensi so. Nemmom said ye be na dance ye beba munti no. Enka we kra de electoral commission mo ana mo say mo woduma de ma to say let the citizens know. And ti pese TV wo de Facebook kra mo ambetimu de Facebook page na fa ne live. Mo si there be Yempenisa, Modemomla. NDC went to the Electoral Commission last Friday. Omo presenting when the Electoral Commission admitted say ampa and some Mokenya a womb, some from so when a womb. Nemum ma de said am we say yantia badwakuo said ye Charlotte say ye emie probe the voters register no ye de ye sa forensic audit no ye de ye nye enchiremu ben na wo de ma enchiremu bi ani ho na wo so betumi aye wo betumi aye already no be ka kire Ghana for say this voters register no robust credible. Yet NDC fortness no watimi discover these errors ewom what the ba no admit say ewom and to him say sa error way register him now describe this register as credible, as a robust. It means boa paye and ade shemu yen so him say osafo nsa no ho yade de why ne kire say boa paye we say obi epetu say wada unyane ne say de wada ebi na electoral commission aye no enti wo a wo kose mess no wontimi clean the mess enti den na wo se aye wo se ekofa a third party na obey forensic audit ni nyina ne say yankofa adwumaku a omunim san hwehwemu no na omomehwe register no ho say register no mfumso be ne wo mu ekwan be na mfumso no fa so baaye na yenkrakra omuwi a the same register. NDC is not asking the electoral commission say kwanakwa new registration were a stronghold and I said deleting Crawford free NPP stronghold. The same register no sani pa abobo mudi no NDC for doesn't know them which political party they vote for or which political party they belong. NDC nim.
Just do the right thing.
Just do the right thing.
That's all.
It could be say sani pa over 243 NDC for fight to omukra. Maybe on to NPP. It could be say this 15,000 and they will vote for Baumia. They could be say pa 2,000 and they will vote for Baumia. NDC for say and family home ye de penny say abane ye koto no se di ntwa ye pese hu say abane to no frenchem bibia ye frenchem ye di ntwa be atum se di nkunim so a ye mpen nkunim di a enam kro no kwa so ye pese di nkunim frenchem na Ghana fo nyina hu sampa abane moto ma ne age atum enti ye nko clean register no then the electoral commission says and say no I won't do it. Now Ebini Busa said what is the alternative? There is no alternative to this. Because nana the entire political parties like NDC, encourage obi as obi anya vigilant no. Vigilant ni nyina ne say, almost say if you see something, say something. So once ade na ekwachiwa, no atwe adwese so ni akrakra ni atenetene no. And any vigilant no.
Wait, almost say when you see something, let's move on.
Mo NDC, who share registration yase through the vigilance of NDC, even putting figures together, 1 + 1 krana won to me. NDC draw your attention throughout the registration exercise. NDC for na trase etali bibia electoral commission ya no cre na my infect the changes no. When you were making errors in your tally during the voter registration exercise, NDC draw attention now cross checking one sampa one form no ya correction. Ebe we are saying who be blame me say who you su Cora draw Cora draw and na wo di ye calculation. Yes when say Cora draw and find your calculation. Enti adenti na we registration aya mfumso ne de NDC hu ye no ye correction but where they also wonye because breaking the age the strategy ni nyina enie. This is omutrimopo omuni say this election MPP is going to lose majority seat in parliament and presidential they are going to lose, but omadwini say omode tebio intimidation ena ebe bullying crofo. Imagine so NDC for tata omobuku ni pa ba ku mienu miensa ni ntina sa kronfo na woti kumase no eduja mfi asahwa no sa kwa na okuta tu identity no won na obeka asemi so on the D-Day election
that foolish boy so
that kwasiam panyin sa no Media Foundation for West Africa man to some report ne ba na se manya more than 50%. I will see you kwasiam panyin sa no
Sulebana
yes
on to one man award the be here
more than 50. I will see them. May pay improvement. This I want to see improvement, massive improvement.
Election day, I won't tell Monka. We won't be here.
On the election day, they will declare Baumia winner. First day, the Nipa 1,000 be Pia Bontain. Abe the day. Second day, will be a plan. Only those Casa. No person me and says, Sir gerrymandering. Yeah, voter transfer. No. Electoral Commission, near MPP4. Etimi basin Crawford afed yes Crawford shedem yes san Crawford ko shedem kukuamu ne transform vote NDC ya vigilant echi san Crawford nyina enti be bia electoral commission MPP for so be wia abato through the voter transfer amfa enti we upon now say register ni kuta yen enti emfa illegal means ni transfer sankrofo no e no maye no person me say on the deed of less sankrofo transfer mu no on be bi a seat ya NDC we need 200 votes 500 votes 1000 votes ne ya transfer nkrofo ati cho makoho enti when this you strong word no ne ya nipa ni boom 2000 3000 ne ya transfer mu do makọ different constituencies sankrofo ni ntimi nto aba enti ye beto aba ni be wie no anadwo no be 7th 12 midnight no na MPP for your coalition no because you are winning majority seat in parliament. So when you can are winning majority seat in parliament then a better Ghana for United MPP for winning majority seat in parliament they automatically win presidential. Then no matter soldier for police for go no more bon crofo now me declare about me winner. That is the intention. And no be antraba being said there's any alternative to this forensic audit na NDC are requested. Because if NDC sits down, now some more active, now Saturday because NDC should not even participate or more withdraw from this election. Because at January no how many votes na Professor Mercy they were near Kufuor in 2008?
44,000.
And we are talking about 240,000 and more.
You got a response, director of elections. He spoke on Joy News with Evans Mensah, so the credit in Emma Joy FM. Hona you pick source we the free. So with what you are saying, no, you got a response and Omunyan Semuno, Omode Magana for claiming the 200,000 whatever is not true. As a state, a figment of NDC for no imaginations and all that. So Yankoti a director of elections at the electoral commission. Nidini says a bill or something. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But he'll find his way here. Then we can work on it. All right. Kame pesa me boy no na me de ma unto ebona me cyber back to Mensa and on this
on the issue of the transfers, as he rightly said, the transfer list that was given to them composed of transfer that we had done since 2020 when we compiled the register affairs. So it involved transfers made in 2020, transferred in 2023, and transfers made in 2024. These are people who have transferred to the various polling stations. They are not ghost people. They are not bloated. They are in the register. Yet we have a list called transfer list. And this time around, we captured since the register was made, that is 2020. They raised that issue and we told them that it involves other transfers since 2020. And so when we take that of 2020 from it and then 2023 from it, you come to get the actual figure. We told them that we have it and we even told them. So if you deduct the two transfers, 2020, 2023, you will get the same figure as they are talking about. So it's not a matter of it being bloated. It's not bloated.
But is it an error or was it deliberately done?
Initially, we wanted to track the movement of all the voters. That was why we did that. And we decided to give it to them. But now they say they want the 2024. We have gotten that. And so in our last meeting, we told them that that will be ready for them to see.
Now, when did you detect this?
We printed it out. We knew that the transfer list given was from 2020 up to the current year.
So this wasn't an error, was it?
As I indicated, we wanted to track the movement of all voters since 2020.
Okay.
And so we did that transfer.
So this was done deliberately to track the movement of the voters?
As a commission, that was what we did.
And what purpose would that serve?
Giving the whole thing to the parties, it will enable them to also know the movement of the voters. But if they indicated they needed to know the 2024 one, and told them, I will give it to you. It's just a matter of taking away the 2020 and the 2023. You know, get to the same level. So, on the issue of the transfers, as he rightly said, the transfer list that was given to them composed of transfer that we had done since 2020, when we compiled the register affairs. So it involved transfers made in 2020,
okay,
transferred in 20.
This is the response from Director of Elections.
Onzo Motoate. Untimi kure nyano. Uzo busana said that Ben amu dictate way. Because a would dictate way who say error. Any I didn't know how correct errors now and Babi voter exhibition exercise. I printed provisional voters register to the political parties. They didn't know that Omunim, but Omunim said NDC will not obey. And the MPP themselves, they are aware. But a common mountain, they won't talk. But NDC, and the other two German man saying, you know, so NDC American, Cow Electoral Commission will register was a robust, no, a season at this errors now. And Tiabuapaye, the Electoral Commission themselves can never heal this voters register. We need a third party. Kronone bonsamni beya jemensa ni akufua the person obo my ganentino. Dr. Kojo Farijan ene Charlotte Osaya omo ye biometric register no. Nana when you say biometric register no, na ye a third party vendor one na ekuta ye voter data no. Because ye nimse electoral commission what ye obi abetima kudin semfo, you can't trust anybody. Tinia wa international credited international organization a body one na ekuta the data no. When J. Mensa took over, was he Argentina, was he a Makwama third party? Ekuta editano, and Omukoji Yano Medebetuho. And then a register look at Omono Mope Dompen Omodeye. And NDC has been smart enough. Every move they take, every move they make, NDC for what you want. And it's evidence. Registration, even putting figures together, NDC na Yedema war. Yakwa sin of by election, electoral commission, NDC coalition would not declare results. NDC coalition would not declare results. This limited voter registration or no, or kicking in a bomb number of people register in NDC in Italy, or the two or the man, because one can any figures are by wrong. Only the ban wire correction. Now, where need you also yet because who feels away and people bet me a or Mubuada. Electoral commission pill on pill. This forensic audit, Nana Yabeye. Now, before just quick one. Yeah. Obi asanya mam says ya. Now no you call Winneba. No send NDC for the party colors. Omako titini na NDC for. Stop complaining. Wako file. Wako still party flags. Na MPP akwati. No they need akobawa. And then stop pills also by tie. Na no Tama West. Na Jamesenu. Ne bebo asomle. Omo tutuni na no mu complaining. Boot for boot, no. Do you really understand the national organizer of NDC? Orientation by now, my party for about boot for boot. Boot for boot, ni say, men ko obi bone, obi oboni ayeni bi, obi tia na so tia ni na so bi, obi ni sawo wania, tunani, enti so wote o party flagger, tene de, obu obi border, buni de, obu aboni bi. That is boot for boot. And you don't come and tell me some monka be my I won't be there to fight for you. Do it. Omuya na najua anadu so ya oyena wiaketa so na wiaketa boot for boot no na asase no. Stop complaining.
Maka omanfo se wahu se eya kransuo. Wahu kransuo. Politank ye friend papa no nie. Meka politank monye so papa no nie. Politank. 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 Aha. You know, I'm trying if you're Diasa 30 years ni na Politank de obia nim say wo mu dwumadie eso ani ya kransuo ni akura no ade papa mu a na eye Politank na ekro ai Ghana for mon sorry ai aha na de wo mu ni say Politank no ense anya libi laba libi ntino enye se bia ai tuamomo online enti mo bi mfront kan cho se ye ton Politank na tua yes can online offices ɛwɔ Ghana afa na nyinaa Polytank ai ɔmo gyina brane afei na Smart View Eye Care wɔn sɛ wuduru baabi a ɛyɛ na wama yɛahwɛ sɛ deɛ w'ani esiti ama wo so ho aha wunyini kɔ no yare awodoɔ bebree ba ani ne so enti sɛ wopɛ adwumakuo ɛyɛ wɔn abɛn bɛhwɛw ama wɔhunu sɛ yɛahyɛ me Smart View Eye Care ai wɔn assorted frames ya wɔn de ɛyɛ sunglasses awodoɔ ɛhyɛ mu na etimi ma wɔhyɛ no kama na akɔ mfidie wɔn de wɔbɛfam ahwɛ waa oh my god Smart View Eye Care wɔn ɛna ɛhyɛ wɔn ani ɛnyɛ sɛ wɔde hyɛ bi ani ɛyɛ ne ya ɔwɔ problem a fane kyerɛ hɔ wɔn J20 Westland Avenue ɛyɛ GA3871344 wɔbɛn Gimpa wɔn ne ɛyɛ Benap filling station no ɛna ɛwɔ the same street mɛkyerɛ Westland mo a mo nim Benap filling station Benap filling station no from 020 3063 frɛ wɔn mo 020 3063 514 mame enko ɛyɛ bono east namne Mustafa Suleiman communication officer enko kasa Mustafa akwaba
ja commander boa
pacho boko de
adom ne mpayebo
yo enano mo national chairman aka mo flag bearer aka mo general secretary akosia police de wo mu anisa mo se isifo sisi mo enti mo mpanimfo se nyame adma 17th brother way mu gyina mu across the country na Blue East ɛhɔ ahoboabo ate sɛ boye
yo penyin kase me da ase me den ka ma me nchia watiefo ne wahwefo nyina ɛyɛ Blue East ya krado em sɛ ye national chairman de nsɛm no to dwa no ɛhɔ na ɛhyɛ asɛ sɛ yɛkeka ho ebi sɛ wɔhwɛ a yɛ region ha abɛyɛ region baako a MPP foɔ etu wɔn ani esi ɛso paa wɔn ni esi ɛne sɛ wɔkae abra na di ntwerɛ na ɛkɔ so no yɛ region ha ɛyɛ Ansah South ɛhɔ na ɛyɛ MPP parliamentary candidate a ɔgyina hɔ ɛkɔ se sɛ baas baako nnan ɛte sɛ akoko board for a yɛwɔ listen nyina baas oberegister mo nkransaman na ɔno de esi yɛ deɛ daakye ne bedi ho nkɔmɔ efi hɔ ɛyɛ Techiman South munim ne esi yɛ nti Techiman South so yɛ krado ebre ɛha nso na His Excellency the incoming president ebe declare say 2024 abato no is going to be do or die. Inti air crowd hyehyɛ a 11 constituencies no yɛn afini a yɛde kɔ ɛne agenda 1111. Ohwɛ 2020 na you will need 10 presidential seats in Ansah North then you to be receive presidential hɔ ɛna parliamentary so yɛnya 9 ɛne yɛkyinkyin yɛn nsa wɔ Techiman South ɛgye baako ɛna ɛka 8 but this time around no say agenda 1111 no ebeko yama ya na che say eye saa ne isi person oye no etumi si hu kwan into ubisa me a na buni is ya preparation 11 constituencies no okwa chairman secretary organizer enimu di hyemu awie a omo prepare omo constituency a eye da no eso na say isi onyanye ne ya ka che so onye no a eye de mo no bo say Techiman abe wo so pa inti kakra me wakafa preparation towards demonstration
na money ewo police fuashia bibia ye boko
ne na ede nkrata ekodan police administration inti afi na ye twen say police commander no obemoye muya no akire da ye no enhia ne ndi nkita ho
okay inti brother no esuru payo edwa moko
Sabe Pepe, you say yes, you order from above. Your national executive yɛka say ntwentwɛn so ɛnyɛ saa ɛbrada no yɛbɛsi no ɛwɔ Ghana ha 16 regions no ebi nso bɛsi ɛwɔ Bono East.
Na which means mu nyinaa ɛyɛ region constituencies 11 right 11 and mu nyinaa mo converge ɛwɔ Techiman.
Saa bɛpɛɛpɛ.
Techiman hefa.
Pacho ebe converge ɛwɔ Techiman Zongo MA Park ɛhɔ na yɛnyina ɛbɛhyia.
That's right. Na kyerɛ sɛ yɛ di agorɔ a nipa bɛyɛ mpema hanu aha asadeɛ mu pia mu asi kurom.
Bebree ebi sɛ ba constituency bus biara ma koraa ɛnyɛ ne nan. So you can imagine. And at Techiman South and Crown so no, your voter population no, 152,000. Now 152,000 NDC, it means to abandon over 50,000 now you can imagine. And as I done also, and ye gather, Techiman, ye gather ye Ukuyada, Yawada, and a Fiada. Sa Emerana o ya dia, Nani Parunyano, Okodiga. If you say so, you galam say side, no, but you galam say the same you say quiet, or the DDA. Now, quiet Benadano, dear, and the Kowa de Kowa, or be a baby.
Kowa de Kowa, Moninamoho, Obiaka Semunya, Mamunya, what?
Pacho Obiaka to make a die, and say, do or die, no, a chip and a can of Fruma.
Anyway, all right. So Bono East and yeah, no. But Tommy, what ye EC Director of Elections with Evans Mensah and the kind of response or the MI about this voter transfer issues.
Bobby, I mean, listening to interview, no. I'm even shocked. I'm even shocked to the bone because me and I'm requesting for data. And I'm about the parameters of the data me pay. Say this election, because even those have registered back, the register go through a process. Every election cycle, that process ends and then a new process begins. And you know, processes are we up to 2020 no. Those processes have ended. And now about 2024 elections. And I'm saying, Mame, the data on the transfer list of voters are in 2024. Was it there be J 2021 the account me the 2022 so the account was me the 2020 the account 2021 the account 2022 the account now 2023 said the bear a bad doors no one who or say they want to check the migration of the voters. What is the job of the electoral commission? To check how voters migrate? And then the Juma idea electoral commission.
Or Kasa, what is the meaning?
Say they want to see which voters have moved from one place to the other. Is that the job of the electoral commission? To check how voters migrate? How is that your business? And you know, obviously, money list. Now, on your audit now, what's it there? Because you want to check how voters migrate. But the 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, we didn't account. We didn't now bomb into jet. Obano be complaining chirewa. What's say? Oh, Nyoka say a mistake and a mistake. Na because I made 2021, 2022, 2023 the account enti na eyesa no. Kwabena ma ya no kase bibi ha no. Bibi ha no. Ma ya kase bibi ha no. Because Yamao nipa no omo requested data. They are auditing, and on the data, and I'm say, give me 20 because now saying we have voter transfer, yeah. And I'll say, give me the data of the recent transfer that you did. What say there be the 2021, the 2022, 2023, the account answer. Because when him say what the 2020, 2024, the Enukwa Emawa. Mama, Omo all the illegal transfers no moye anything no.
Yeah.
Was it me 2021 they afra.
Memory nani so.
Oh, the brewer ni so.
And also there be me pet 2021 there no. Me pet o de ma 2024 nko ade no so akodane asem. Ah, come na kwasa asem be nyetin hu krom he.
But so when him say we are cleaner, let's do the private auditing.
Anya no ano no. We say that mean ye.
Ade no so your bottom sika.
Omo background omo say wo de yenye live telecast. No obi an hu say. Enye say this we need tro 2015 or 2016 ba omi abaye press conference say we hunu over how many thousand ghost names or register no so 76,000 oba no obeka be 10 or the 10 pen be present PowerPoint no say the aka no owi o de be ba e be sin ne e be sin ne ye hunu the aka the remaining 76,000 ye hu ye so and this for some pen sir. They want to show to everybody, say they are just not making noise. They have all the data. They've done their own independent auditing, and they think that their data doesn't reconcile with the one on the register. And yena yeba yebe be mu be hu bia we say there be me media for me Gana for hunu mu bi. Also okay, we de wate we de men live telecast no yenye auditing. Yempe se wuntime nya yempe independent auditor. Ni audit register ni hu say Asamasia or register of police station A, ni did that so police station A, ye ni didn't go to police station B. What's the mean yet? What yes saying? So, Entino, Kwabena, I think say Bonnie and conform episode mudino. Oma bomutimu person person with the bonino. But Kwabena may come electoral commission for what yes. Say election we know. They better do the elections. Yes, say so try all the ano. No what genentem. They should do these elections once and for all. Munya bi bia pepe ni abawe ni antone ba akopɛ.
No bi anko
the baby. Because omo say ebe ye gidi na say na election no na ye di ahomete na akoto a. Enne ka abano December 7th election e maso. And now omo election bia so they will conduct these elections as many times as it will reflect the true representation of our constitution.
But what I see about Kufuado and James and the team we on say opani bia wa beso Ghana mu bia mpese Ghana bebo egunitri so. So last minute no they do the right thing. And at this point even in 2008 you can trust Kufuor. There are so many things Kufuor had wanted Kufuor to do in 2008, and Kufuor told him point blank, say, Masa, my problem be a mama swame. Beslim yon kofi, ye lose a beslim yon kofi. And that is the difference between Kufuor and Kufuor. But with this time around, acquire so many best sekurano, we are prepared. I mean, that is what I see.
Kwabena, we are all prepared for that. Kwabena, say, we are all prepared. Kwabena, you see, we won't sacrifice the destiny of this country in the name of love for this country. Kwabena, if this country has to go down for us to rebuild this country again, we must do it. And you know, say, oh, one pen and person mine bo. Say, Yamoma, we are about we more, or man about body, and no money benyabo. Or money benyabo.
Where should it be so?
Kwabena, is going to be so. Yeah, no make it's going to be so.
You see, Omana already above. Do we have forests today? Do we have our water bodies? Do we have our farmlands? Do we have them? We don't have it. Nipa yankwa age na de so. Emframa ye home. Aduane ye die. Ene ensu ayenom. What say ni nyina? Now Ghana want to rebuild our country. Because we have given you 8 years to do it. Went to me and yet. Now Ghana force 2 million de ma wono. Ebrena so. Ye beji 2 million near their money pa. Ye nim so be to me aye. What's the 1 penny? Wabo man no. Near man to aso. Never. Intina me sha say me ka say ya nya forensic audit na about one ma so. There won't be any president. Say Chief Justice be fit so never say so any speaker of parliament but there won't be any speaker of parliament. Chief Justice, there won't be any judiciary. Yenina betia sim.
Kwabena, you see, and if Akufo-Addo Jane say, there's go, say election no crowd maswa. This after January 7th. Or that's your president. One more brother. One more brother. Kwabena, Akufo-Addo's and the MPP government's tenure ends on the midnight 7th January 2025. It does matter whether there has been an election
on the eve
and I make on the eve the 7th. And I make on say it does our time no. Now say there has not been any successfully held elections that has given us a precedent. There's going to be a huge vacuum, and at that time anything can happen. And the more be say a hono and who say abodam for gukrum hapa. Come na enkofa bo mo ho. You know enkofa ma bo mo ho pa twa enkofa mo. And you see, come na this election say we want this election to be peaceful, fair and transparent and quiet.
That is the
That's
Ghanaian
what we
approach.
want. That's what we want.
That is the Ghanaian
But
approach.
going to these elections, no. Me personally, I am envisaging so many scenarios. And we are going to prepare for each scenario. And each scenario, we are ready for each of the scenarios that can play out in these elections. One of the scenarios, and say there will not be any election. That is one of the scenario. The other scenario is say there can be an election, but the election has to be reconducted. The other scenario, they say we can go into this January 7th without a president. There's another, and also the people of Ghana, we are prepared for that scenario. See, at every length, we are prepared to face them at every level. We are preparing for each scenario as we go into these elections. Because we are not going to allow them to continue to hold this country. And you know, electoral commission yenentem na bibia asumdwemra yekoto abey no bia honto no kwabna enye sade a ne epo mo bo mo tirimu ensisaye mo ye scenarios so many military for any calculate the many we are prepared for each of the scenarios that can play out in this election.
Let me go to Eastern Region. Kwajo Dankwa, Eastern Regional Communication Officer, NDC. Kwajo.
Kwabena.
Boko de minua.
Minua na do no na wo.
Boko. Mo flag bearer akasa, mo national chairman akasa, mo general secretary akosia police form penninfo. Quite them. Says 17th, almost say across the country, NDC for 2 or more Montreso. Na Jemensa, ene Okunune, Nebusia Fire, or Majus Besissimo. Na Eastern region, what to say, and said to say,
Kwabena Mamin Chow, na in and correct. In fact, a year national chairman. Ekushia is not the Montaigne of the mining hammer. Lenkrata, I recommend a commission or making those pronouncements. No, Minia, as a winning and so catre. The Western amount for near do a 2 months. Enough is enough. The Western and Kofua and can near doing that one person will be a man yourself. Now, when the near start demonstrations, a quen be also a be also be abba at your more abba dom, yes, at demonstration, media, and that one. Empo, a binuma over here MPP for 9 can go forward yet. O come on, what MPP, who can PP, our come, Sanko Fono and let us say, a year president Kufuagua and Koya, a woman this year. And see, you know, the board of him, as so like, I got to Obama MPP, no, with DNA Ramo, with DNDC Ramo, with MPP Ramo, with DCPP Ramo, with Dick Ghana Ramo. And you see, Sanko for a hit that to MPP for the crime. And no woman now, you say at the Oyo, tell about the DNDC, the chief, I will go for the enemy pattern. Now, I have been a baby, that you make. I did at the EC office at them a year one number EC set. Sabi, the scope way a big obianum, lemon BBC, and I am here dying near Tivita. Here, Kwabena. Who may get this? Andrea, now, Menam, and you be a year month. Ye were a year amount from October or you're trying to bear month. Minus only one. Me Coco di big a crown or another year. Some talk area. Namasi, my main could be full cow. Million. Me wura hwa me kai kura me NBC car na manfo e dimirika e me fa de omo ba na je so mba be bibi na ni pre ba nti da be na ye ko demonstration no ye hia se mo de ka kura ba ba fa ye nkasa se be ba se be na nti afiri efi amanfo mu ni e bia ba ko foldia ni akọ EC office akọ twimomome apinta sukọ kwa akere no a ye be ye e bi na na da ko kufu ado ni e tite bi amanfo mu aya ni na nyini krom ha na nadu krom ha na ni mfuru mafie no na nadu adi hammo na nadu aye chebifo enuti enya ade e that na se ni aka the NBC form kwa na so yes that demonstration ebi say opanyin boni a o si krom mo no e gba ono so pisa panyin no se de otu bi na wo mo se won so eye o haw ni amani hunu ko dan na e kom ni amani hunu a Ghana fo na mu no enye se won ya wotite bi ni amanfo mu ni mpata mu no say how no won na mu bi won so na mu bi papa enuti o ma bo ma post wo o ma bo ma fo mu meduku o ma fo mu ko jan a eye ebnada demonstration no aye ko akoye no o mo di o mo ba jimu eti bi ni Kwabena demonstration ebe ko so benada na de ebe ye dutam me jimi di se appointmentum will be more than any other region.
Okay, so
Abontiamba, Amanfo Abeg Tirada, Manfo Abepie, no Mabe Tire, Amiako Electoral Commission Office, Akochi Mumome Ohono. Meaning say in all.
Okay, so my friend, my constituencies, Eastern region constituencies, Nina say.
Yeah, 33.
33.
No,
and move me and 33 Nina converge Ewokofodia.
You see, near everyone. And NDC Ponkwan for demonstration. Yes, something.
Yes, I agree, but technically, more leadership say and this did I maybe say a communication more other constituency leadership in Akasa.
Many can say who's a more frame man.
Yeah.
Na leadership of the region. Your name and your constituency for Asia. Ye din komo. All other constituencies will be well represented. Everything that was in the tent meeting. Look, it is not going to be a walk in the park for anybody.
Okay, so
a front place north, at about front place south, a big city in prior to for a brim, a Fazia Rebi, at the back of the air coast wardrobe, a chance across a certain month as a man just said, at there so they back in the home to whom. Befa eye Buakwa North Buakwa South, Pantiakwa North Pantiakwa South, eye to one west to one east, ebe to the mine, edeba eye Krobo, eba Apamanya, edeba lower back okre, edeba Kapim North and Kapim South. O biya bona boswo, aye na no. Ye ba be tiga eye another every abetu sabu.
Okay, so any fan a meeting point.
Yeah, meeting point, you know. Ebe NDC, party, officer, war Kufuribia, hall and a meeting, point. Na ye na ye party office ho. Na you see our party office wa non soon na obia wonko bi no aba ho na ye sia ho. Na afi ya to aso dia father principal street ewo Kufuribia. Ye free wa ye dia call easy office Kufuribia honum and you call akowie.
All right, yeah, that's a baby. Yenia Kojudankwa, Eastern Regional and Communication Officer. Thank you so much. Live on Accra, 100.5 Citizen Show. Make a man for say a year Go TV. Osman Kancha say 21st, 22nd of this month. Omde at the fair but wakwemu. And they say tia a year Go TV Plus. I now tia or say 21st, 22nd or more a year English Premier League games nina. say 85 Ghana cedis per I was over share a year West Ham said you be I do such as for now I said yeah Crystal Palace you should be to a menu for Afa no I said yeah Arsenal for so bet me at Man City any brain to one bet you on one side at the Ama Liverpool Nyamia Dumarakwa obey ye. Was a man for and subscribe to a star 759 hash. I na ubenya a year board niche papa 85 Ghana cedis 21st 22nd September Go TV Plus modem peche me kwaba me ba amo fire.
Sumrika Emra Bills was here. If you say, Asumja Wunya Wayam, Bosia Bonshaya Hudie, Edu Chum, Obi Bia Waye, and to make dear Biara Woody. Bills will be Bimao. Won't hear Susu, won't hear Awa. Now here no national ID card. Ain't it to Sumrika Freyan was 0302 200390 and now 0596 920 833. Kai say, on Mansika Krobia Batang. Bank of Ghana and Sawo Bills microcredits Jumedimu. Bills Bosia Bohon Adamfo. Kai say Jumedi in Shishaka Crown.
Feel every taste, it never spread. Top chocolate spread. Every day, it's our drink. Top chocolate instant mix. It's 3-in-1. Made just for you and I. Top choco, it's chocolate choco, it's chocolate choco, it's chocolate choco.
Top Choco chocolate spread. So when you pick the phone bread anymore, and money you come and say, now Top Choco instant mixed chocolate drink and so and you 3-in-1. Edge Top Choco, it's chocolatey. Edge, I just say yeah.
Give us P capsules. A memory, Manum Bia Benemua, can you to you and I'm in Kumabwa, say the two SR Kum Menia G. Give us P capsules. Give it to me, baby. Give us core capsules as well. And money memena coco yadie. Yadie, a mamma yam Timotete woman. Yedruno, Manumbi, a mamma demme home. Give us core capsules, Mrs. Simoye Ding. Give us core capsules. I give it to you, baby. You give it to me. Oh, yeah. Hey. Give us in no. A man need your babusiemu papa. Na bema ka give us P capsules. And ni give us core capsules bomunum dia. Na eni jenia hodeno. Wabrudo. Give us P capsules. And men are waiting if you do what you do kron efa. Give us core capsules. A pin for a batter one more menu for an inquadawin if you do me nunca home. I would roast to beer motophone call. Give us Herbal Center. Teshi Mobile. And a Teshi Adriami. Phone numbers 0543 222 470 and 050 68
FD Aje Edwedi Nkratui Atum.
Ghana for any abroche for Sabana Sase any a dine tomwa Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. I the game changer. Esanse Obibia onu omedidwa enya ne ho ahotoso. Enti se eye woni so odi hunu se obeto asase ana efie de. Bomodin se oni Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. And ebini sawoso. One more one and afa 2 expandable bedroom houses are. One more town for kra. Afa one more sasia e wo teacher manteno. Still one more gusu a one more ton. E be police station no. One more twitwa no 70 by 100 and afa 35 by 100. Full plot and afa half plotter. One more ton. E di ama Ghana for any abroche for nyina. One more say we building materials was site. We be able to menya bi e di aye na djuma. Enti Ghana for any abroche for. So we hwe nim say we beto asase ana efie de with flexible payment terms no. We beto menya bi e Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Frewamu our +233 256 515 862. Ana +233 591 010 337. Ana +233 256 700 831. Ana +44 750 887 1235. Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Start a new chapter in your life.
Accra, time now to build.
Yeah, it's
that time again. My sister says she'll again.
Let the brothers wear some kambu. From Ansah Tobu.
All the way to the Lodge Tavern at Pediase.
Class Media Group proudly present the 9th edition in the 9th month of the year.
Cross
stretch.
Yes, stretch.
Get ready. Sweat it out with exciting aerobics, mental health and fitness education.
There'll also be free health screening,
dancing competition,
wash and win competition,
and so much more.
Come, let's walk, stretch,
keep fit, connect,
have fun,
and shake off all the stress.
For participation and sponsorship, contact 0242 125 303
or 0555 251 645. The 9th edition of Accra Stretch
is a CMG-powered event
and proudly sponsored by the Lodge Tavern,
your adult contemporary alternative leisure center,
Belacqua, Take Me Along,
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic,
God is our healer,
Greenfield,
your last stop, Tango Prime Washing Powder, Spotless, Be Bright, Flora Disposable Handkerchiefs.
Choose wisely.
Choose Flora Tissues,
Top Choco Chocolate Spread, and Top Choco 3-in-1 chocolate drink.
And your Chocolati. Bloom Medical Services, your one-stop destination for comprehensive medical care.
Connect Deodorant. Connect, we make you beautiful more and more. Connect, let's connect you. Multiple quests where quality meets excellence.
Gilson Manufacturing Company, producers of IV and Kuzi Antiseptic.
Always protected. Madel's Kitchen, we serve you with love.
Smart View Eye Care,
we care for your eyes like never before. Smart View Eye Clinic, experience the difference.
And Chicken Man Pizza Man, it's flaming hot. Love at first bite. The 9th edition of Accra Stretch promises to be the ultimate showdown
of your favorite CMG presenters.
Who will pull the biggest crowd? Mark your calendar. It's Saturday, 21st of September 2024 at 5:30 a.m. sharp.
Live at Ansah Toll Booth. And remember, admission is free.
No fitness event brings thousands of people together like the Accra Stretch. Accra Stretch.
Yes, stretch.
Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show at the local level. Because you have to do no, dear more. Because you have to do more than pious. Ewo Kromo. Now, in Bakokra was Yakoka. Pious could see SHS for Gora. Or catch over there. Only more teachers. Headmaster here and down. Kwabena. Kwabena. Was it
You are kidding. So that's what he's saying. Oh, okay, you wait.
No, so I'm here
soon.
Eziat.
Oh,
so I'm going to
Eziat. We can't get enough for that.
House as much as this man. House as much as this man. When you have the time and you have an exit, or you have the opportunity to go out and you want and I mean, I have your headmaster is my friend. A lot of good friends in your school. So exia should not be an issue. Yes. So if you want it, just let house as much as this man. When you have the time and you have an exit, or you have the opportunity to go out and you and I mean, I have your headmaster is my friend. A lot of good friends in your school. So exia should not be an issue. Yes. So if you want it, just let someone house as much as it's mine. When you have the
you know your manifesto.
Me as a metina see as or catch a quality so press mammy so baby feed any problem. Headmaster madam for to be nice at Aba.
Kwabena unim say Baumiana Kasa Koso Jama 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Town hall. Or na ATL, Akosobo Textiles Limited. Workers will strike. And our workers for only able to say, these are the challenges we have. What are you going to do for us? Baumia say unim say company boy for ATL.
He says so.
On tape.
Yes.
Oh, this is a video.
Oh, osi onim company for ATL.
Say Baumia onim say nap kokuragu. Baumia ni pokotie or
Bobie, I was shocked. Inti oba kra oba be investigations.
What the Franklin Kujo? We have now found our ambassador for migration. No, Charlie, but seriously, me na minim si ebe wo miama sabe
wo mama mo bi say
there be nkwasiafo adimeninja. I never thought me mama no me papa be wo ajamia me nya nkwasiafo from Akufo Adotu. Hi.
Chese bibia omu nyina
ba kokura nkanya nsasemo
na e friend say bo an hedu cocoa board guy no mo the galam say
no, but they should do us a favor and walk away. They should leave their government. They should do us a favor. Just look at Pius. Samotumamia Eziat. Me mama Eziat sa. Hey.
Na
and you see, when in the area me ya wa Akufo ne ba omi aho. O dey say Ghana for kura ni se mu mienu mu nim nyansa. Such people like this and they are sacking no. No be who say papa he means business. He doesn't tolerate foolishness.
Kwabena na your friend is saying president na mu akogina Kumasi akatere Ghana for say Sefia SHS no enyo mo fa mo banko private school. No, because I send na change.
Listen Akwaba.
Akwaba.
So maybe I sure say na we monitor enkoma ye di no.
Monitor bia Akwaba.
And men person me time.
Yes.
But now it seems NDC is preparing across
the country. Yes. Yeah. And I think say Mamenchia for Mamenchia menuanuma bedwa for mensane unto amemo abaso as usual. You were loud outside there.
I see.
On my way here. Now my journey was far. Until my check a now, Abra, your friend is saying NDC preparation, you know, for Tuesday, you know. Idea your movie say ya cabre. Na say ya bre watch a dry na omaya nature say usisi no ho. Ejebo ejenya bedru. Nti me mane nyɛ te sɛ akyɛ enye sɛ akyɛ nti ɛna enye it's better late than never. Nti kwabra yɛ bɔ ma baso papa.
Inshallah.
However, no, we just still want to remind them say sometimes procrastination becomes the thief of time, and so they have stolen a lot of time that I think say would have helped if they had done this earlier than now. However, like I said, it's better late than never. I also throw my support in, even though I'm not a member of the NDC. I support whatever the NDC decides to do in respect of this election, especially knowing say the periperio ebeba ama sumdue so ayeden aba. But if we say asomrufi enyo ya okraman nkraman ya sebi oga na hanso doso ebi kura wo mrahye bedwam ti omu nyina ntina e wo se asomrufi eden adwo kwabra. I think say NDC as a political party, like I've always said, nyame ya aduma benada na Ghana for be hu the entire make say me na me di omo tutu na ntwie ho a in the past omo ama omo ho kwan ama ye frɛ ne sɛn na nkwasefo etimi ku omo na sɛ NDC ehu na ho ɔden na ɔde enseyo ne ne tumi nya akokurokosɛm na sɛ sɛbio akakabensɛm na ɔde na ho ɔden akyerɛ ne bɔbia ɔman yama yosɛm no obi ntimi megina badwam te sɛ nkapayos ne akwai kwabra woni pɛ ya na da biamra fini akwai a na sɛ wanya as eki de ne to hyehye ni oh Jubilee House yi oh akwai a
refi o
ko file na yi say oh tiny boy
refi o mo
oh
me refi di
akwai a wa wakote yi a mudi trumu wa
sorry dem fanche
Lord come
sani minnim obi asa
Lord come ena
onse be minnim awfo ni di
ena Brian Champon nka NDC akyerɛ ɔmo nipasu ne baabi ɔmo free ba ne sɛne ɔmo ho ɔden siti a ɛka we mu nya mɛma ko betime tie si badwam kra bi ɔmo no a akasa bi a NDC awe ne tumi ye fama mo komu timi nka ɔho eti sometimes me no baabi ana me gina na minim NDC na madwen ye me sɛ ɔmo ye nipa bi a asɛ ɔmo akɔ boni school omutimi di boni eye etutrasem no me ben omo asese mahu se nkofo we mu kura na ne yeso omo for what reason sese no NDC no ase ekamia ye se kane nioma bia na ema omo hu yehu no ase omo ade entoma foforo afira so eti kwabra mahu ni se enye repentance bia na ye hwe se oba bi ofie na farise oyetuturani na okofa asofo na omo be bompa ya se na tuturasem ni bejai na ada obeka se wasachira na adwen efiri ho Kwabena da bia na amrobes abefie no ma be wiamo da bia na nkofo abefie no ma be di bone da bia ubonse ninu ama anum na emema be bro omo no omo ayi achia na omo kɔ uko counts say the Bobie asesa o Kwabena sa Bobie sakra ya wa sakra no ade papa me busa wa semo da bia
na me crowd me se me ba me ba say yanka so ye tritire ne ya mempe emfa gimi mafi ha me ba entina me de kwakukọ takwando no
ehun hia
me oba me ho a me ne ntoa ntimi ka chense obi gimi a fa bo kwala no enkokwala obi a bas wo ye rough ke nyame adom o wa kama enye be ma fusiri so obi ye bibi kakra bi kwala no
ka fusiri mani akoto obi ani pa cho fa chame ma bondi omtrim
me
Kwabena who say
me ba kwa kuma ka kire no so obi ye rough ke tuwa bi
na for do kan sem bi say asantifo ma pa the takasa me dem pebe ma 10 gram na ohun se nya 10 gram fo nya ne nyansa
me dia ma ka kire kwaku
sa sacha na NDC sacha no nyansa bia nim nyansa nimo watimi asachra atimi ahwe nyame anim ama ene yatimi anya wudini abedi anim all in the name of wasachra akofa Professor Mills Kwabena where on my way ni sin tokese pa me ubusamia Professor Mills kan unim de ntia hwe obaye na ojai osafuma afonom no se omo ye namfo nyehwe yenyai de moadi omo yenyai na yakaye mo ho ba enu na amomo behave with this impunity
amoaye
enu nti ena se wo fa oman sika obi a waton book ya church not for sale me judge afen ya fa ne foforo kra in fact lawyer afen we wie school kra mpo de ne kotena judge adwam se omu na ten a enya de anke be yeden
tie na wo social media uko social media na MPP for no ekufa the support na ebusa say na 8 years no mu jeli say
all because of Professor Mills sa me enye nyame so mpa no Yesu Kristo aba otwe ye no otwe aba na yeden wo de wo che nyame o ka ho bi enene bone ekufa do no mu ye omo ye enu nti no Samun Satraya no nyansa bia nim, and I want to put it to you and to your faces. Sir John Mahama Subano and Professor Mil Subano nyansa bia nim. Ohiase wo ho a e wo se wo ma sabi sotro eya dia eya wo hobby. Obi den kwase asemba ofia boni bomma enkana so ne na adwene. Te se ne Farida ne nam ho ya akwakwase yite Jubilee House wo ekeka kwase asem se onyana obeya ne nedwai na John Mahama no asere no ahwe nanim a na waja no ade ebeti na wo ba ne yakoto ne mona woni wudi ni di agora mani hu se wo so boni wo utrim because intesu kokko ebi wo bi anum ene ye gyan ne atifufuo mane nya te se wo ye holier than thou wo de you are more Catholic than the Pope, you are more saint enti wo de ohutiw ni ompe bone ese ohuti ni kura me sachira ye sachira no emwame eti sasuban na NDC for eputu ni app no and only the kind of responses are omunya no electoral commission no correct. After persuasion has failed, force must be applied. That is why I have never believed in that. You say momian crocro Ansah, who is she? And I say one any kunu na mu asem ye busa na has obia begging to say on konkoya electoral commissioner na has anyone begged Ansah say ono ye person on konkoya electoral commissioner. Look at how she nearly plunged this nation into chaos. Say nyanya me and a kan yakuma and on my way and that's what I etimi kura got better fidie so kasa Kwabena in 2020 and come my way boy because Kwabena it got to a point na kapani bia no ayede na asem be adwuma. And that is why I am letting the world believe say John Mahama nya dia oyekoto abawi a obi akura be na nim say John Mahama say there should be calm. We will listen. Nobody will listen. Ono kura mpono kura yesi ne kwase ani dua ne yenti aso mpire no no ana ona ma oka it will be do or die no. Etino to be forewarned, it's to be forearmed. And I'm very happy say they have begun to notice say they have been fooled for too long and so long a time. And the earlier they repent back to their old behavior, the better for them. But ya wo revolution mu ne wo sorry obi bo ha asada ne hama no wo ye kwasia obi abon kakaso 2016 ekufo do anwene ekwan of us obeye mampani that time ye ka che John Mahama say owura obi akofa say biafo aba hwe kwan a Magdan ene kanofori atade Ghana for fa so cause say missionaries, South African missionaries begu o my way mu
mercenaries o commissioners on my cancer mercenaries I would do for
mercenaries
o commissionaries
okay ebi ana manofo fache me what man na what me atra onum wo ko che wo mo a wo se ma bon mo odo so ka ho bi o bra John Mahama wo bre ono a wo ka ho John Mahama was his own enemy until recently was say mem say ne kasa no mema abamu no enti no we tra na wo ye bote dia ana
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Yekoto 2020 your manifesto mu ye trogu ho pefe se nyame ye adoma ye ba ye be legalize okada na yekoto abano tumina ambedi ensem entimi ambaso emse mra ye ka asasem no ye nuano mo se there be ya the accident ba yes say na bompo o mo share ne say instead of say be legalize okada no you say beje mo moto no ni amamo cars enye sa na ekai na cars no mo sakai edane 419 etie nyina ye dem say sab aben bibi on beke bia eye atro na mijina shaman ha menim say 16 regions nyina mo association na nke ya ka se okada fo nyina embe hia wa shaman ha anka obi enya kwan po nante e wo kroma enso mo amabe me famo so na me de sa akwenye yi aka kire mu union say what regions ho nyina say from a shaman may declare say 2024 manifesto ye dia try to mubium say ye be legalize okada 7th January 2025 say yes why e independence square wia na mo say mo fa ahudie enso aba na ne wo hone say Abraham if you aban mu 2016 na unemployment rate 8.5%. And Ghana unemployment rate and Baumiani Akufo-Addo afro akodru 14.7%. Na nyame pe a kire ne say anka okada ejuma ni ho a anka mabunu be 1.something million amoye okada ejuma e wo Ghana ha anka mo so mo koka unemployment rate na anka by now unemployment rate no edru be 25%. Na woko East Africa okada wo ho omo legalizing omo regulating obi aye na ejuma kaba enti yebetimi a legalizing a regulating ye ma obi etimi aye ejuma no in safety and security enti ano me san hyemobo say nyame adom ye ba ye be legalizing na ye were riding instructors be pray enti ebema National Road Safety Committee enya sa riding instructors no normal by region by region ni abema mu training say na wasa wo from motorcycle no if you say obi nkwa na ti wechi no enti on beba be training mo how to ride in safety na mesremu ye legalizing so a e was say emra eda kwan hu bia musumu diso if you say nipa wo de na atena wechi no ono so owo ma owo kunu owo yire enti ni safety ehia o enti na mo moto ye okada safety safely to your doorstep meboa enti ye ba ma mo training no afa license no so mo amuni license ye ba boa mo no nya license na me pese me jina ha na me kai omo kaka say motorcycle phones so are road users. Say motorcycle we nima e was say odwin e fa ne say car na wo wenim because they are also road users. And so driver bebre on who say motorcycle we nima na say aden na motorcycle ho twe motorcycle nya bicycle. Bicycles ride at the side of the road. Motorcycles are road users like the cars that drive. Maybe a motorcycle, be riding a motorcycle. And your safety is my concern because your safety is my safety. And I was here educated drivers also say if there's a motorcycle in front of you, it has a right to be there in front of you. Now, another thing, any insurance. You legalize here, you need insurance for no better trust. Send you bet me CSC more insurance no. Send a beya BBS here. Na a cover one will ride an in right now. So okay say with the motor no yeah Okada insurance yeah mau insurance cover because according to the law it is with the far passenger commercial use and so you legalize here na a chance when you akunya say mobile for passenger and also we have special insurance package emma with the passenger no send a beya BBS here na a chance when insurance cover. Apart from that more license plate. You better have different color license plate. So your car rider, you better register a bike no for fraud. When you see blue license plate, you know. Private motorcycles may use blue license plate, you know. Okada motorcycles may use different color license plates. So that baby I be who motor nibia, you said this is a licensed commercial bike operator. So mobile reflective jacket. Send a beya obia obebia obe who say this is a motorcycle rider coming. And I just share reflective plates. Send a police way share reflective jersey vest no. Mobile send a beya najo monam bebia obia be who say there's a rider ahead of them. It didn't na yen shisha yedibeba send a beya a bebo muhobai. I feel you will be different because security is so here. I feel nipa bebre edi omuho abeshem to say Okada riders and na omodi motorcycle ni edi bone. Bebre ya kronfo and so you register munina the genuine commercial motor operators are. You better mu details ni mu bibia. Enti BBS here you bet me who said they be we on kaho. Enti san your man also you the better horse and a beya bibia be ye. Na asem there wo ho and they say na saying many companies me no akasa. Na omo ba be ye assembly plants for electric motorbikes. Etiano, Uchia, obey and work and pay high purchase now Chiaka crack. Nasa moto no and non petrol. Ombe charge battery na to ho. Into right there now battery be what? We call baby a exchange of batteries. Now you battery at the auto charge near my battery for no to be break baby kakra na what 2 hours so. Mejuma hu hia pa. Enti mesremo say ye ba ne regulate a ne legalize a ye be pese ye no mo be ye ba ho na mo so mo check mo ho mo members a omu nimbra no so no atwe omo aso se ne be ya ye nu ye ho se ye legalize ye safety and be the number 1 thing. Enti mudru traffic light ye legalize mo mudru traffic light a ubejina Meta who say mudru traffic light a mohwe naka biamba na mafam. Enti mo amoye sa no ye legalize ya o se mujai. Mo so mo bedi mra so to say all road users. Enti we de madam wase. Mo djuma hia pa baby bebre wo ho a wo kọ aka nko ho. Akenis anya se okada fo wo ho a anka wonya ka bia ede wokọ saa ekurase no baby bebre wo ho a ekwan na sei nti car fo no se omo nkọ okada nkwa na obenya se ode wo bekọ baby a wokọ enti mo djuma amoye no esombo ehia enti na NDC ye tamu echi a yaka se ye ba nyame adom ye be legalize mo djuma no se ne be ya police wo ebe jamo atata omo tata mo biom enti miniamo police wo mate ye ba ye be legalize omo enti mo ho omo tata omo biom Afenso senyame adom na eba se ye kwan foforo a wokọ ekro bebre a omo ye kwan ketwa e wo nchen tamale mpo wokọ tamale a ekwan a ye wo tamale no ye yi kwan ama motofo enti nyame adom na eba se emre bia ye kwan foforo bia ye bedwa kwan kakra se na be ya okada fo ni motofo ebetimia afaso 2020 your manifesto mu your trogu hopefe say
the NPP cannot be underestimated. You know it, I know it. They've been in existence for a long time and have been changing their names up till this day. The nature of who they are. Listen. Munjir, the nature of who they are, what they are, where they've come from, is something they are happy with, and they will be there for a long time. Let's not mimic their behavior. Let us reach into the principles and the values that emerged out of the circumstances that gave birth to us. And if we can hold onto those principles and those values, we will move way into the future and no one can ever defeat us. We will ride and override any obstacle as we did in the past. The NPP cannot be underestimated. You know it, I know it. They've been in existence for a long time and have been changing their names up till this day. The nature of who they are. Listen. Munjie, the nature of who they are, what they are, where they've come from, is something they are happy with, and they will be there for a long time. Let's not mimic their behavior. Let us reach into the principles and the values that emerged out of the circumstances that gave birth to us. And if we can hold onto those principles and those values, we will move way into the future and no one can ever defeat us. We will ride and override any obstacle as we did in the past.
This is from Mickey Atta, and it says, my visionary president, what measures is your government going to put in place to better the conditions of service of the suffering Ghanaian teacher? I've said that several of the difficulties and challenges that our teachers face, especially for rural teachers, one is accommodation. And so one of the things we're going to do is that in designing any school at the basic level,
and mankind cannot escape the constant threat of war. Africa therefore appealed to the United Nations to live up to its reputation as the greatest bastion of world peace, and demands that a meeting of this year's United Nations session should be devoted to the problem of colonialism in Africa. Furthermore, the United Nations should make a firm declaration calling upon the colonial powers to quit Africa by the 31st of December 1960. Freedom fighters also, assembled in this historic conference, must also call upon all the colonial powers to withdraw from Africa by the same date. It is in their interest and the interest of world peace that this should be so. It is folly. It is folly for the colonialists to think that they can hold back forever the progress of history. The process of change is inherent in the interplay of social, economic, and political forces. It is true that these can be hindered and impeded and even bent to different purposes, but not forever.
Secondary level, that design must include accommodation for teachers, so that when teachers are posted to school, they don't have to live in an adjoining town and have to take transport to go to and from work. Already they face an issue with the adequacy of their salaries, and so it makes it even more difficult if they have to pay transport to and from work. We'll have other incentives which will encourage teachers who go and serve in the rural areas. And when I spoke with the teachers' unions, we agreed that finally we'll do the mapping out of which schools are considered rural schools, and teachers who agree to serve in those schools will get a 20% allowance of basic salary as an incentive for them agreeing to serve in rural schools. We also
talked about cancellation of teachers' licensure exams, so that when teachers come out of school, their final exam in training school will be the process for licensing them, so that they don't have to come back and take another exam. We've also discussed with the teachers about their promotion and the constraint that is created when they get to the position of deputy director. And that is an issue that we're willing to sit down with the teachers and resolve. In many cases, I've been asked about other issues to do with premiums and other allowances and so on and so forth. And I've been constrained to respond because we know the crisis in which we find our country, the mess in which our economy is. One thing I've promised you is that I'll promise you a leaner government, will have fewer ministers, will cut government expenditure, so that any savings that we make, we can use it to better the lives of hard-working teachers and other professionals. Thank you, Mickey, for that question. This is from Mickey Atta, and it says, my visionary president, what measures is your government going to put in place to better the conditions of service of the suffering Ghanaian teacher? I've said that several of the difficulties and challenges that our teachers face, especially for rural teachers, one is accommodation. And so one of the things we're going to do is that in designing any school at the basic level or at the secondary level, that design must include accommodation for teachers, so that when teachers are posted to school, they don't have to live in an adjoining town and have to take transport to go to and from work. Already. And then I have Kofi Banafu, who says, did I hear the former president talk about restoring licenses of collapsed banks? Yes, you did, Kofi. I said that we're going to go through the processes that led to the collapse of the banks. And for the cases in which those closures were unjustified, we would restore the licenses. We are looking at a tiered banking system. One of the reasons for the closure of these banks was that they could not raise the capital reserve ratio that the Bank of Ghana had asked for, which was 400 million Ghana cedis. Now the point I make is that we should have a tiered banking system where you have the big banks who should have a reserve ratio.
Many sani akechuni amena. So ni Professor Mills ke amake ke eba kwe nungfe ne sanofia no koni wohu wona minche. Anokwale ne by president ne ke landing beach committees ba. Ni na kan landing beaches committees okay fe politics. Mafia money chuni yenshona ebanye edomo koni ebote landing beach committee mi ni waka ke nakagbile landing beach committee se echuni ojogba ni ke premix ba ya landing beach committee de ejake amele maniji fishermen ke maniji canoe owners so ke ba keke aja mofia mona eko na kano ji outboard motors ke was subsidized woke ha chief fishermen ke landing beach committees keke aja ni many bana eko kunana na pay le few mene ehani kai wanyemi nyumo ajole. May God rest her soul. Wanyemi shariaite. Ekenye chuni wa Benny Minji president. Ni agwene mbanye sho na fe ni mofia monfo ake nichumo efite amena premix landing beach committee say fe afite ame ake landing beach say chuni don the care premix ba ake ha party me keke amehu aho aha fisher folk ke outboard motors ba
send me video we obom me pa cho mo amowo ensawam any those areas no mon check mame sa video we say obom ensawam bridge obom ensawam bridge obom ensawam bridge and bridge no ne current situation e womuni the possibility say ade we bebu akum nipa no very high and I know na me receive this video we to be honest me try senka me track nipa krom because I've never used this road minim area ho ye enti mo amunim wo no mo betimi aboa me na mo check ya mame ya bese draw authorities attention to it keke I mean a good Samaritan be na onam na why video no na or they are sending and I think a dangerous kakra mama ya ntwan ma embungumu nkunipa because you see and Ghana say no yeah very careless obi betimi aso anua with car akofa so without thinking for a second say a death trap and a war sano say obom minim unimo oh okay unim area unim bridgeway
okay so hono no utimi fa ho obom road utimi fa the pa can say we kaswa okay yeah so uze ufri in some now so pese umpeso wa fa
pokuase
sa hono mo na pese nwo mu
oh okay
emfa that kaswa area utimi fa wa edp
kaswa okay nti ona bridgeway oh okay me fa order nti me mo asem anyway all right thank you so executive producer na or chair me baby ade no and we a chopper ye money pa ho ban keke and so which means municipal be ase check mame municipal kra mo ase we no obia accuse obia for incompetence I decided ehu kakra ehu mom ya ntwen na ka biti enkowuram enkum nipa na ya share on social media making unnecessary noise. This is the time, this is the hour. Yan hwena yan fix it. Ansah na asembeba aba. Grace the day tete wa shaman. Gather prosper. Okay, so gather, I think it's a gather anymore. Pop Sasu, our Temahabo for Edamwase. David Ampa Kosa is mentioned there, so I don't know they are there so link. And American minim sa roadway. Inti modi munkoma na mamu ninti said the minimum I minim sa area. So way say way obum pacho agree memorial you know way obum and Sawam Bridge. All right, so thank you, Mr. Producer. Thank you so much. Live on Accra, 100.5 Citizen Show. Okay, so another issue, and my personal authorities check my we are baby bia who follow show we know. Me pamcho kaso of your friend obom and Sawam say South Municipal. Okay, so South Municipal. And as I did we were South. And the chief executive year on Mr. on check it MIA. South Municipal. And as a death trap way. By 1 week time, na say omon ko ho say omo be fix ya. Say obonfo no esha ase eye dede. Say motim ho gu mountains because ade way udi agora nipa miensa enai enum condemn Ansah ni asase ababa be yedede very needless. And you must say when you have authorities, local authorities, then you must say see na se omo anya hwe na atorenchem sia. But the Kufado as usual onipa bewu yen saki obia the MCU say you otro obia amfa ho. Yeah, akwasi apia ewa Shaman, greetings to my mother Nana Amosiwa from Asenekropon Wawase. Georgia City say Amasaman district, right? So Ga South and Amasaman district. All right. Okay. Authorities check. Another my person may bring it to authorities notice. They should check it for us. How much will be so Sunday me Agri Memorial High School. Me patch me right. I am say the anyam na me try. Sana aviation, model sherman some na me could try Rebecca, mobile chairman. We are them try. And yam me try. Okay, so Lopez says, do we have human beings there? They are just watching on and waiting for a disaster to happen. Maunya says 1 week is too much, so this small portion to district assembly cannot do it. Just hear radio announcement answer. That is Ghana for you. Yeah, I'm waiting. All right, so
whatever is happening here, the state of the tables, I think, is very, very, very bad. So, students, that's why we are still pushing that the little or the least amount that you can give to improve the situation, I think it will do something. Thank you so much for your attention. May God bless all of you. May God bless all of you for very good. May God bless all of you. Thank you. So we have our dining hall prefect here who also wants to say something concerning the situation at hand. So DHP.
And I'm saying, it is students in Marcia, want to be and I chess in school, there was so far, say, I'm always it's a say, in one of the boy was here. I'm did now, some people is not bed bags.
Okay. Yes, thank you. So, this is the DSP. Shito, yes. Shito has also spoken about the situation. Thank you so much, brothers and sisters. Whatever is happening here, the state of the tables, I think, is very, very, very bad. So, students, that's why we are still pushing that the little or the least amount that you can give to improve the situation, I think it will do something. Thank you so much for your attention. May God bless all of you. May God bless all of you for very good. May God bless all of you. Thank you. So we have our dining hall prefect here who also wants to say something concerning the situation at hand. So DHP.
And I'm saying,
with the name, no, I suspect say be about Central Region, but minim, if say the Agri Memorial School that we all know, it doesn't matter the location. What matters is what we are watching. It's so sad. It's really sad. Oshebe bia enkola edidia Mahmoud Baumia ne kramai kra ebuomu no o man ne kramai eni di wo ho, and it's very, very sad. Christian Kojo, what else says you are doing a great job for Mother Ghana. God bless you, sir. God bless you back. Or you never go, just keep quiet. Your family said 4 more for Nana. It doesn't matter. Or you never go. It doesn't mean one day also Baba call school be. So it's better they speak up today. The fact say obi too about Emma Akufo-Addo doesn't mean the person should just look on for stupidity to go on. All right, Bismarck Atta is here. Maghreb says the table and Tamamoto Way are in the same ship. Okay, so Nimancha says there are 2 agris in Cape Coast. This one is the one right after Anomabo. Okay, so this one is right after Anomabo. So this one is Kwabena Agri. Then they have Agri Memorial. Okay, so Pacho, that is the difference. Zelex Dwayne is here. Ibrahim Adam says fix the tuning. Pacho, Ibrahim, menya technician. It's not like they don't know. They know. It's something they know. I'm not part of management. I know they do anything. Okay, so Nutifafa says good job, Commander. I love you more. I love you more. Okay, so Nana Kofi in Kingsley will be Ansah. It's true. I was there 2 weeks ago. I don't know which one. Oka Ubum Diano Ana Oka Anomabo Ediano. Which is which? So let me know. All right. So another since the school is at Anomabo. It's different from the Agri Memorial. Okay, so we have the Agri Memorial, then we have the Kwabena Agri Senior High School, and this one here after Anomabo. Our Central Region. Central Region. John Geze says this is so sad. Ivan is here on our Facebook page, YouTube page. YouTube page. Yes, Citizen TV Ghana. Wait me call now. What follow your Coffee Princess? Bobie played in. Don't go on leave. Oh, okay. All right. Nana Kofi menya. I'm say one mabu one. So I'm aware. I hope said they will attend to sa mess we. Osha baby uncle didi na obi be catch there was say enamene MPP NB kasa free SHS. Something the World Bank is telling you to review it. Also, no, review. The president himself has said it that it needs to be reviewed, and so still review here. You are just creating a bar system. Nana num Gulandin, Akufo-Addo nana num Gulandin, eco school. Say had the ya and kanana num Gulandin. Jomama Tiago Yansuna Bako Akosomo International. Ask anybody, they will tell you. Jomama Naneba Eko Akosomo International. O as Saudi Ako go outside. Educhum asesan educhum baba akope. Or school abrochiri. We do college, or school, ewa abrochiri educhum. Okay. So Daniel says they are even lucky to have tables. My daughter sits on the floor to learn all the time, complaining of back pains. Okay, all right. Okay, so let's go back to Obum. Now, then the one way different from the first one. Kind of bridge na ebuno. Okay, all right, that's fine. This is here no this anyway. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. So yeah, let's go. Yanko. Yanko. All right, so Johnson Nelson is good afternoon, Commander. Yes, I know the bridge. It is on the way to Obum from Amasama.
So you go see this is the Judicial River. The road from Amasama to Lakin to Kojoashon, Obukwashi, and then Obum. The metal bridge. Look at this. We have complained to the government. Media men have come here to witness about the bridge, but still, no, it is very dangerous. Why school children are passing here, school buses are passing here, and Minister of Road and Highways have come here to survey, but still, they are not doing anything about it. Look at this. But still, you can see the bus. You can see the bus. Look at this. Look at this thing. They're very dangerous. You go see. Even you see Ghanaians, let's see the country that we are. We are not safe. We are not safe in this country at all. We are not safe. You are not safe in this country at all. They want somebody to die before. Very, very bad. Very, very bad. Something to happen before. Why? Which country are we? Let's see. Look at this. School children passing on this thing. One day. Look at this. So you can see this is the Desert River. The road from Ansah to linking to Kojo Obokwashi, and then Obom. The metal bridge. Look at this. We have complained to the government. Media men have come here to witness about the bridge. But still, no. It is very, very dangerous. Why school children are passing here, school buses are passing here. And Minister of Road and Highways have come here to survey. But still, they are not doing anything about it. Look at this. But still, you can see the bus. You can see the bus. Look at this. Look at this thing. Very, very dangerous. You can see. People you see, Ghanaians, let's see. Let's see the country that we are. We are not safe. We are not safe in this.
Now, damn no the police for free sent police center. I said, damn the Jimmy's and no, why Jimmy? Ghana IGP, why Jimmy Pa? Yeah, Ansah, minim baby or fire. Muja, you man who know the police for the Bomana. Since a modern Kolana, my dear, way so. More municipal, more baby, and some Muja Juma. Namu wo fie no biate say adia air kosoni. The worst thing they can do, nom the police for aba obomo any other villages no ma baba bomo say ada na nemu anko adwuma. That's all. That's the worst thing Dampare can do. Obeti instructions say free lord coming any gabi we num ni perform say my directives. Your friend say, "Saboy ya nani hufi ya no nam aye." Omo national organizer no. I nanu misiano ke Saturday misiano kuma say, "Ohwe manim so odwan." Aye Saboy your friend say, Nana B ma aye IGP instructions. Do this, do that. Now dey actually. Into omo no. Omo obom any those areas, you know, they can decide say the whole 1, 2, 3 days. More municipal, more muka cars, more school, any obiajai. I mean, the worst thing. I say the worst thing is say Omema police for Ababa Bumusa and Mwanko Juma. Beyond that, they can't do anything. And Omo Fabric we no so. Ekwa Ejuma. School for uncle daddy no. Omunu nimu nyansa kra authorities no. How can you just risk your life like this? How? For all you know, municipal chief executive no. Onyasika budget ma. Yeah, sometimes look, the local authorities no, they are struggling. Police need a motor so there a year for hono. Oh, police ni no atimoto so no a ya fa MTT ni o wakwagira kwanim kwanti akwaji gisika o wakwaji gisika wie oduro wa ya fa ho na ekro no onya dey ere no onye ono oya bridge and let me tell you Ghana for mutieme local authorities no they are struggling municipal and district assemblies no sikane nko Kenoforiata Akufuado Baumia Omo Yesikani nyina Omo Yesikano they have stolen all the monies. How many years now? Omuntia a friend say common fund. They don't pay. Omuntia common fund for almost 4 years and over. They are not paying common fund. Cross check from government office. Who pay information I am farmer. This is the reality. In the MCB etini baby na de kwose no a o de kwose no kwa sika ne bi ni ho. They don't give them budget. They will come and read the budget in parliament. No ma ko chesika no ho esoro no mo di. We DC o pressure na yi wadi. Yeah, ombe pamo. Ombe pamo. Indi seja osu benya 11 cedi bi dia to nsu anum so betena fie kwade ene etra kwanu tum na etra office so sa at least ubenya friend say esimu atena wanya fuwa kakra abu ti me they say local authorities no me jai omo asem ka omo yes can wasro yes how can you blame MC DC on the no e dey no betimi aye e no tie akwa no a on say asenso bo ache ba o asai ko adwuma wei broni any even 2 days away any 2 days so they will just allow the bridge to deteriorate. Yeah, they will need huge sums of budget. Na omo etwabia ka ho. Nti we no se bia 100,000 Ghana na betimi aya wo twen amomo aye evaluation na kodru 500,000 no ordinary 300,000 aka ho. O jiska no a undi odibe yo. Ubeba cantonments no ni abayo ate a restaurant na or kwa bobra. I've been saying this. Me nipa mani mbre ni wo wiase ni nipa or yeah your friend say onipa onya ska free politics mu nipa mani mbre ne da e wo wiase no. Until so she amona yeah Gabi was ska asanti vedi atu ska ya na mbuso am say until recently Gabi ba pyramid as asempa from the shirt we got 3 days you see that Gabi and I me FX 35 Infinity me sign contract with multimedia me am nanti call car park to FX 35 Infinity na Gabi etwi Volvo say no be crampotio tia me share media for no omo boys no na Gabi was ka avedia two was ka wa was ka me hwe omo sa mo abo adam sa anyway some more kotofofro afa no mo aba nso ntimu nim Ghana the cry akoso Ghana you don't know anything. These are people who beg omo yes kano then the local government local authorities they are struggling. Common funding ko bibia anko kenofurata no wies kan nyina they have stolen all the monies mo wies kan nyina. Could you believe said last week or so last 2 weeks 144 former MCs need DCs MMDCs almost almost kwa campaign member umia because almost as gracia akem says can we almost we are they have stolen it. And when you ready, only by way she no so no abobra. How what bobra say? At least we met me catch me base for the past 20-25 years. Me sorry edware bia se me ko adwuma. How much me ko studio, we are me ko studio. Me obia nim say Bobie adwuma oyeni. You have done nothing for Ghana. Very useless people. With me be wiya koso na enra se nansa ne MPP ni bewa de one untumi kopre asantrenje adum bewa akwaka se NDC corrupt na MPP de omo corruption no ohun bi da Akufo-Addo corruption ohun bi da owiase a omo ne koto Ghana we ban mo from so mo pulling it down omo bullies our story
And now when anymore we are
why the names are Kufuor we are Kronfo.
We are Kronfo. So correct straight up.
Who does it know? Why the names are we are Kronfo?
I got our phones to be pulling it down.
I'm pulling it down and later I'm just or your interview on Top Radio.
I meet you.
And I think Top Radio for free or more. I don't know what happened. We are more on the side of Baba too.
Now what do they pull it?
Let me have more. And me here Top Radio Ghana I can't say Kufuor nigga mu ya Kronfo.
E should be akumem.
Obi aya we ya dey say pulling down.
Obi aya we.
Say Kufuor dey Kronfo na dey tete. Why name say enipa no that is how he was born and trained and or a criminal.
Wa assess gari na.
Oh my yes cano. Local say a form of course can be anywhere.
Abla omo niska o.
And I know some pine ko complaining ma obi say KM Ekrani even internal revenue IGF no mjiji no. Omo say beji kodi.
Omo say ko so kodi. Say te kuma say to abomu. Ball according to me say.
Yeah. Udru kejeti a are ho.
Eno tira MMDCC bebre amakwa amagalam say ko so no mdidi. Some mo meska. Tiani ene gangs ne ye wana. Ni amo mu tu no mo breshe. Eno ntia. Sikango. Ajiegu.
Omo say o man.
Ajiegu sankofo we ye.
Omo say.
Yetumi tu funeral we mu be wu amiasa akwa state yi. State funeral.
No, but after this government, especially Kufuor Bawumia government, obia obewu sa government we mu opposition Jomama be na gire say obeye state burial ni ade mi do wan hwe ade besinye
efuru be aza kwese zogro ba
an hwe ya e mabo be koso state house
ko ye o ne kakra na yenya no sa kwa
ye mo ye
se die no
ma say o mu ko opposition Kufuor awu na wo be ka che say former president awu o be fa ye sika e dia ye state barrier e wo kroma
na wasa je honsa
over na wo si ana here
dabi emmaso yi
debi
dabi emmaso yi
dia oni na busuafo afa no mo mfa nkoye say yi
eno kwa ye kwa koje say nyo on dia
aye no kwa no ye be mo ma ye be chom so mo sinye omo ye ma ne tra 4 meter square
o se chi ni pegum awose ye twafunu no kura chi ma ye bot efunu no chi ma ma ne sori na enisuo fa ne ni ase ye ka cho so ba wiase biewu a o mewi o man sika
obi a wo contemporaries from Nyaho from Professor from Boatin
Kofi se
obia bie na no o ye kronfo obia bie na no wa contemporaries a no mo sha se o politics mu not a single person Dr. Amwakoba Kufuor is a criminal we Ata Kennedy Kufuor is a criminal we Kufuor is a criminal how and won go na wiase obia ta
na mi nimo Kwabena ebia ye ne nya sika bi dan ala sika no omo de ton mo kra na ade sika wi bebrebe no
you know so I don't know be ni me din komo and I said the idea and say let's impoverish the people.
Yes.
So Oma bibi kakra bia
no ani aso.
And this how can you go to Kumasi 200 Ghana cedis
Nankofo
bo
because mama kuma tinkofo na kunkofo nyuma won wo say businessman ni share ba omian ba kwa no ogina ha wo kasa no
obibiri
o ni bra no de kasa o masa mema megina no wo gua nyuma
I say no well you have destroyed everything
and me be go usho obi ani mabosan no de nam kroma
so 200 Ghana or 200 and you see that is the reason why omutimi drag journalist for us.
Oh yes. Say journal come dey no.
Yeah, e come dey no. It is 200 500 da. Na ni age. Dia na fro say ai togbe ya or ai say joy say. Era no me sia ni janshi su na okọ gabi ho. Na speed o dey ko na ni.
O be so bi be ho no. Na ko teshe ya da ka ro okọ gabi ho no.
Ya ni kwasia.
Obi aba be fa uzika
do kra nyama na kukukuku how much gabi we gabi ya wasampa gabi basampa ne set fin pa
ayo se tita ya 3 days
no mote na me kwadwo pra kokko no no mo office wo ya friends GBC lemu gabi we gabi ni Derek J Derek
yes
ebe nya entokwa ewo studio ma Derek Busan said Gabi we need to know now need to know
the guy
mom I don't like this nonsense I don't like this nonsense my friend wa ga say free okono ha Gabi
we see what me aje party aboso.
That party na dey o.
Then you have these boys your friends say Samuel Kune
our friend couple
Anthony Cabo ne
abevanum.
Na me ewu na ba ko frɛ me adaya is obon person omoboa me na me kwase me ewu wo Samuel ku wo
be da boa me
wo be bia boa me
wo ba da be a wo be boa me me sie ma
obi a wo na ntiba yasempa me ma lord first side ko fi e o pyramid house
me ma me to fo wo be boa me
wo be bia boa me
ei jese kromu apa
da yo dan ka me de nto ago chechire me ma me funu na me de ne ko
ekokko na yesie na ade asase nye
Dabi ma nsie ma father can say ma president.
Dabi o na asase go nya na. Wo mo ye
dika. What do you hear o man a destroy o man for man sika success can be akwa sie baby. Just like
ana mu yin kakra ma boys na boys ye ni di krokro. Oyo na hwe o mu jimi. Wa wo sika ge betumi di ahwe wo ma wo ho atɔ wo ne wa busu atɔ no. Akodi o ba akofo botom ana oyi ni sope ma.
At least
ana wodi na chi.
Yes, obia ye abaya adwuma na ase bibi.
Everyone dey come for website.
Yeah, kakra obedi. But untimi nwia wo man.
Mo de o mu nsam no
bro. Now the president, the vice, Kenoforiata, Gabinum, was catching the states.
I know mo go. Ba ku ye otua Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. When yan who say tam.
Jinapo yeah we so we are na Jinapo ko toilets no akwa frɛ no the handkerchief akatara no
yeah la we am between go
or the katara no say ofre line no the katara no na do ese so Jinapo ko land o ya de for so be no or you see the friend name we no now no mesiano a plus 233 o hebe nim na we me hwe na na we Saturday ni eko ko buache ema e okumase na asasu buache ka asema ante see on despite mu gina o metese o ka kire obi say so nchia mi o se dio na ni bakra ba preme say ntimi nchia asenso buache na okwa wi agina no nchen na okwa wi ase o de opa chia na ma me na so me kura kwase awe
na ko chia wi e be ma mu
me nam na nim say na me ko na wi de o kire why you so buache na no afa me hu you see you can use just 4 years 8 years to gather money
dabi
obi a yadwo ministries 30 years
oni tembe ho kura wo kwakote
obi a yadwuma for almost years a teacher for sika oba ho akufo do anu aka chen say so person oye billionaire nye teacher adwuma na ese oye.
Can you imagine?
Wow.
Can you imagine?
Really?
Just so your politician.
Yes. Oba so ye billionaire.
O so your politician.
So your politician.
Now can akufo do mo.
Now we are mine no. That's all.
Na sa Ghana for president na wono de otewa wo so so Ghana for wie sika de ba ho no.
Ofe.
Ohwe ne ho yi.
Wo mu no kra no mo ye criminals chen ye.
Ah me so wa jisika de kukuro no de yo o mani yo.
Ndi se wo oyo field nyo mo obu.
Ah no he wo mu free so on fam mo. Obe kiro mo ya gani. So ho sa mo modwimi. Ana mo wie sika free bukuro mo de aba. Emra be ya adwuma ho. Ah na de be na heart attack be ba no.
It's so sad.
Omo wie o man afọ man ni sika de ko Ghana.
Say matimi awie sika aye safe. Ya safe ni de ani ene bie. How? So matimi awie sika aye safe ni de ani.
Na ye tete hu okro na nko
ene bie safe no. How?
Konfo Bobena say ye ni sika okro. Mana ka ye ni sika okro mu.
Sika no okro mu ya.
Ye tweta to ye ya yiri ye ko ho. Ni agiria mosesa.
We are not Becca Chelsea BBN. You ask them why, and they tell you. So the fact of the matter is that a form a local authorities.
Yes.
They don't have money to run.
There is nothing there.
And yet the district, the municipal, and they don't have any money.
There is nothing.
Me mini DC NMC BN yasem we ase. Because I am fair be am reno.
Omunihwe. Na omukura no sa bre me so ko DC for na so a. Ko for asala ya etwe wo mu. Eja me se omu ye galam. So omunya ye galam se. Baby a obi a o baby a yetumi tu agudie bia no se muntu.
Anyway, George Ubusam say what is the status of South constituency? The point is say no we nim say easy ISSR a constituency or my gazette as a constituency.
My gazette say an obi a candidate they am be market ya mama to abano.
Well I hope say omo be. Ade we see
under democracy that yenya nkrofobia omanya representation then I wonder me ayana nipa oyam wanwo then utibi kwa outside could trace kama institution yem frau a democrat akufado say the near money title be human rights at the end day after meme taxes and odim kwasiasem through we then he tries to do PR work just to cover up naba wo miano studio actually anyway yanko tema committee 3 ni yanko hwade and you see projects gurem there say we yen wanye
obede no
obi si UGMC was a phantom
medamase usha edwuma ya Mr. Dasu ya tema committee 3 na ya papa na nadu dan kokufado na alhaji Dr. Baumia eba say from 1992 in Bebu Watama atu amba mama toma be onaye with a factory a fertilizer factory it is fertilizer factory ya papa na nadu dan kokufado any Baumia baby in el committee 3 organizer ni da wa any no promise here say from we are ebefa nkofo 3,000 of the youth drivers home mason home electrician home plumbers home just a cleaners na bibia and my energy they say yo na papa na do dan kweku for the catcher say or the 1 year pepe be aduma no Ghana fo you can say MPP any party also will transform one obi anjindi and the minia that no be share factory na your papa promise here 1 year so maybe 3 years factory better be minia factory 4 years aye komi bibia enu ekoso bibia say edwuma bia enu ekoso wa na emom omusi factory ni enu inkitre inkusie ina ndwan ina mponchi ina sisa ya employ wa usha ade ekoso no imbebu na enye edwuma anyo na enwanu mom na enye edwuma na ya ituba hwe no bibia ekoso wa na so ye ba wo wa ye wu nkusi aye wo mo omno mo ye dwuma ye be se Ghana for say na na da kweku fado na MPP enye party aye trust them aha na kom ka so me start process na fertilizer wo go na kom am machines no na ka omu ya ba process na kanye kama imbebu kwa no benye dwuma across the country because they papa na do that kweku fado na we say fertilizer will spread it across the country. It's like Obia Benye, my majority be fit because any to Mama Libya. Minia, share processing machine now. Obe promise here say within 1 year any other will run. Minia, any Tiebe Segana for any same pen and other than Kuku for us. Nemum, Papa Oyobia, Omo Kanu Kwenche Gana on the land you Baumia. Obia ya to Mama 28 good years and then she don't die. It's your best say. Mumia to Banama John Mama. In end this ni PCB or stand over baby. Nagana and me tumpo. Nagana America beshe. Because you have a 24-hour economy. Mumia so near Soma. Minjiri say papa baby review. Ahana. No man bebu watama yenye jumaye. Na wu na me yawatre. Ni sadia Dr. Baumyadi on Bambe boy or Kwabena. It's been any. Can you be what is happening here? Tema committee 3. Na mi channel. Ebia, ye waste ni na ba. On me promise say, on me buy fertilizer. Ni enye juma e. Na so. Any issue. It's been that after us. No me too much change. Me too much on money mama. No me too aso. Bedamase. Ghana fo mi chiamu. Bedamase. Usha ejuma ya Mr. Dasu ya. Tema committee 3. Na ya papa na na do dan kokufado na alhaji Dr. Baumia eba say
for more any ahwefo mo follow across the world. These are some of the issues. Enye we nkwa wonim ade a eye menwanwa solo na NDC no minim any other political parties I would say
whether they are functioning
movement
or functioning movement force me the mo beka ho that was Ashanti region Bawumia went to Ashanti region oduru Ashanti region no ana Samuel Okunum kwa high basis so ne kabuna eye budget no
skare gu o basis
ena o mo kwa high basis ena o mo dem krofo begu na o mo eti campaign ni si abonten chia o mo ena
ano o
jump fair kejetia phase 2 esi kejetia wa enkwa chiro
ewo ha ni pa ni tia
ewo that enclave no mu a obi ani tia Bawumia timi ko sia adwadifo jomama de enu mu eya na ni tia phase 2 no se oto na ni a enie wansi ho
no maja no
wa enye na sem o twemu wo suame interchange
no
akọ magazine
na ni amọ ni ya nya he o
amfa ho onambo ankra ena wura adwoso
ilan port
ekọ ewura kumase wantimi anka so mame nwura buankra na menhwe adekra AC wanam pampa so
edum
pampa so akofa abantama Konfanochi siwo otumfo aye Konfanochi save Konfanochi project ono vice president no we said the otumfo kan ye no kwentino wo donate 1 million Ghana cedis that time indi se wajimi abodam kura ka be for say ade a otumfo ye no enke ye aban asade ba so otumfo ya mame nkohwe damage no na menhwe how serious ya damage ne tie na watwam wo ba bia Konfanochi de sekai share form no wan hwe sekai ni mpo
hwe na obeka ye de onde
sekai na hye wo no wan hwe watwam afa bantama atie si abrepo
ego ye de campe eko so ame
okọ gara okọ
we duru agwa shout
ayi di akire Canada Japan ene sa boys ni nyina omu di akire obi antimi ehunu nyansa nka nche so o miwura
munyira adwene lada
yenwura oso okọ Ashanti region ukoduru Ashanti region 3 days no sir eye wenti na mese se ekufo adokọ na meme ba
metimi aye adwuma no na be so ni sanyo ne bi no asem na kwabra we no okọ Asante mantem no eye show of force e bien ko kire Ghana force me odomo enye mo no modwene mu na bi no mo free kro no mu ankasa ofo na pone o mo ekeka wade na o mo Asante man hia enye t-shirt nti ono wo free Asante mantem no no ba no wa me kire hwe ade no waye bi ono free kro no so se Asante de t-shirt ani hia ti one day free wale no hwa yi ba Asante man wa ba be kire se me se amamo eto onu wo share wo mo friend ma ne how
the onu free ono
o se t-shirt na
ti memu o papa free ono
o papa free wo nya na maami o papa free ono ah wo didi free wo ye MP free ono wono se t-shirt ne hia Asante man
okay
eni me blame obi o free wale ba what ma say eji me ma ne nya nwanwa wo se jimie no do so ho wo mo a free ono ba na adwene mo amre
I think you are
na se wo mo ko running mate ho yeah just another me who say assistant school prefect who ya say school prefect na mu ada just omo ko na me say yes national just BN no say na wo mu ni djuma bi
say BN no Gabi akwala na Gabi akwala no
ona ko to na what the other research institution na research is me who be that say afide ye for a political party they betu dwa
there you nanka oya research no ba ku na mo ye kire se Bawumia belu
ana for mama na we dey say asumasi and the better running mate
move 2024 election na de no mo aye no a kire mo say Bawumia
o ma ye 4 times last one mo aye no wanya more than 13%. And I'm an ihuno. Okay? As Antibantima de Omuko Yeno. And you BBO. Omo so belusu heavily.
Mojasia
heavily. And until the eyes a young creative impression you go we are abani. Baby I don't know. And yes, MVP nim so ko position. Now obeso lose with a respectable score line. I say obese ko position akaza kura minya say. Baby. Baby, how many are away? Na gebe no bribe what they could do so for. So shares of one make o mom 400.
Obia send me, is it true?
Oh yes, or more 400 cedis. Na ama go for no na so
for me.
Oh yeah, a vigilance of we be. No mo gada se kumase no mko no mu yi wo mo. Bebre na no mgo so mbu hia no mu nhia mo. Che ya na go for hurriedly party for no. Also collar ne go gina so yesofo. Ni ama wa sorry title. Na ko gina mti sa no mde ye wo. The same thing na keje tedwomfo ma no so no. Omo ye so mu nhia no. Ti ye nya ma mefo bi a quickly wo ze kromfo yi. Abobo to ma fantom a mgo hia mo hotel. Ana ne so mu yi wo mo. To ma yi ma no na man na ba. To ya aware of what is going to happen. And when aba no ema ne nya honwa ema ne nya ya nso wom yemfa ne se wakọ ya dada no ano aba na 7 December by 8 results so start say ba one here will be collapse.
No, but you see, so my point is even if you know say ube lose there's life after
after we move in the
but at least ja anamon papa John Mahama, yes. They have been saying this. Yeah. John Mahama Kofi, no. Even some of us thought, say, the year was not enough.
Yeah.
But for Akufo-Addo 8 years, and I mean who say, hey, we beat me the 4 years, ASA. What the president Mills the no tone chenya, and Ansah on one day, Abba. Now, John Mahama, after going to opposition, Nanimo Benyam, aye. Anamompa otuye
say wonyuma bedu achi
aha eno na men na John Mahama sebe nanimu abanyam ewo dom enkoda ene mpanimfo nyina anim so at least baomia miawani na munya bibi se minwi ni kura no a wo kire bi mi wo fie na John Mahama ba no amu o man ni ya enkrofo betimi aka se me alternative
Kwabena wonye sade no onye kire se money I raba umyen no ye Paula kwad ayo personal assistant wan ka bia nhim na ni anada ni man so deputy governor na ni anada omo man so running mate na ni anada party a wombre ho ya na flag better do a wodi pa na what have you got to lose buza ho wodi buza ho so na ye dia me ma on the silver platter say what have you got to lose we na ho tam
nothing could be
one now so da yo when you know tam edi mu party le begu engu ame edi ebre na bibrem kumi brako say na meyewum demonstration say na meyemu ka etwifa ngofo so 1996 obekwa no me ka ho bi edi ayi pa apart from say me ba party ni na de bia me fo ayi high table ngwa na mefo to no dia he got nothing to lose to no ko do nyobe kuma say no more ana re kufa do so no ohwe ni mfie so a baby aduru no enya dia wo be mu bio ana no cheke a wasan wo ma koma so ma no ye so da nya adwese ba me mo ba ye president to ne mu wie je obetimi aya se me parking wo for wonum e ti sa no me no but die wo mu ni se wo mu a agigina mu omu gigina mu se yenye machinations na enya ma ade nkodi ba bi foforo eno na ene bu agwo ene o chiche menzani
yasi chairman senya 3%.
How chicha running mate no. And so on the chance yes baby do say bibi nyo bi ofrisirem. We are we.
Yes be na force we nya 3.
How we are range
Gabi.
All na ko church
Gabi be na say chairman sabon nya 3. Educhum nya 10%. Naponya 76.
Uradi no me napon ho be na yakono asadimento mo jo 76. Na me be bomba so me be bantem.
Naponya 76. Ana me bo so uyi wanyi report no.
Bia na tumi aye report
me no na tiwa.
O ma tra 70 o ma tra 30%. E dia come 76. na wo ti asanteman to Kumasi no na po ne ho be na ye ho
almost say almost fa say MPP say constituency say national so be something almost fa say 5,000 executives now one year from say pulling the use a day now almost here ni nyina no na che say utie party base no a party base ni pa
na party mo base
na okọ agogo no akofa agogo chairman
na
the secretary no afa the organizer department so no abuso omo je 1,000 je 2,000 na kase
Ansah lo be kan ko mai mo dia mo
e kase e pe baomia oje ne kase baomia MPP for do na egu agogo ho no so the idea is say o de yenye ne fix obi na baomia ye ko opposition na baomia kwa na de na paaba
na Kwabena we the essence of this report kwa anything sir ye the Oman institution for ye political party research say when e be bo am as your running mate ye what pressing issues
how
issues are go for we abansika ye nkonko no what are we talking about
ene me read the be from France news that there has been a blast somewhere in February what area where they suspect terrorists.
What I say? I don't know. I be no say BNI no.
Can the BNI no be
that's a bank.
There is almost that.
That's a confusing go for.
Can the BNI?
I've been boninti. What's that the investigative Akoto bank? Can I be when I be which one is
and you yeah now ko young for say a bank for na research. BNI you can the BNI na say me wi ase your mama be so ba you be say edin kwase edin no
kwase edin we no dem man look me no ka say Upper West that said okay they be a ku police for near there
me say wa enra sadansa na omukum security men
two investigation
there be ya no ya nya ho research
won say the oba be rally mate party e ko opposition mom no
as we are speaking baby omunya nsuo num taxi any ni areas omunya nsuo num BNI for nya research me ehunu say okay Ghana say no etimi cover this space nipa yemfa ne say bia 50% enya potable water
one
50 enya so these are the projections there be political party
ko choose the running mate na no na Ghana here say what are you talking about
kwasiafo
just give me any do
kwasiafo o ka so me kwasiafo a o mo say
don't touch over there
who did it dey na be o dey dey
dey why ya dey say oba be tam yes
dey dey na be o be ya dey gabi fun we dey o na be
what are you talking about
institution at the BNI
mo di Ghana sikaye ya gote ya te say ya mo say dey NPP for say o mo pe na NPP for say o mo pe na podcast
fama NPP for no mo
go che do pe
o bi fa ho
o le fa o say o be o ba ko fa kufu do na bra say running mate who guess
Dario, na BNI kra no, obi running mate, a political party running mate. Hey, what's
somebody? Na po no be na I said you on come mwe
na po muntu ntina mo de na.
Amoreba.
Sebe you abeba be pushi homosexual.
Ade so yi da ho.
Wono ana na po we ana nka o se enkola
cartoon na man kola be di won tru mu
yes napo ntrumuntu
ya no minimum a
napo ntrumuntu
alo kura di panu birimu kura still a kwala no mo he
napo ayi nidi
Matthew boku prempe
Matthew
right de wasasu kuta Matthew Bible mu
Matthew poku prempe trumuntu wono
or say hey
wait that's way what confirm we have a running
who cares about it
National Intelligence Bureau special report on MPP who cares
MPP
and you are using my taxes
to go and do the bogus thing
who use my taxes and your survey I'm a political party me ya timi tax near the akwa BNI ya the BC facilities
now you say
now what for me misika. They should come and tell us because I MPP demand woman.
I'm the foundation say you pushing of na post agenda.
Obi ka chairman of say omo bako yi NDC dia beto so mo ye NDC dia se be
na equalization
no na say you won crofo
be try wo mo so mba be for the move Alan ne run
even NDC kura no NDC run me te fa ho
na dabio eye political party na say kwakwa na sem wo dia wo national BNI no wo dia dey say
Opoku Prempeh the Minister of Energy and member of
how much percentage
say percentage
bi da wo say try no mo church do begimie fa we would we need to almost man the best society say wa
Kwabena infa na san kwase ade no wo no infa
na wo say what say wadaje akoye research say we na Ghana for MPP for na Ghana for nyina o
tobo oh wo kwai udri me cancer abia na wo kwai
oh dare da na hanu mi no and higher ni ejina ye ba ha sango for wo man say
oh Matthew Opoku Prempeh Napo 76%.
Grandi ya be go for obu ni
do 10.6.
I put you.
O say Ansah bosu 3.6.
Sa akokra bone o dia yo.
Fremo pare chief of staff. Mama me no okotokoto say double no. 3.34.
Omo no 3.
Enti ono no otaro say Ansah ho.
Oh the bracket
Joe say wusu.
What is you won be
2.27. And I others near 4. Say like 4.57%.
Yes, and Napo editing.
Now say Napo way and ya gentiamai.
And the guys almost 13% office of
Napo way and a nipa our MPP mu.
Yes, or no more pen do allow pen.
Way Napo way. Napo way.
Putu.
Napo way. Ha Napo the we hear say wo de munya na po acha obey running meter acha 2 weeks obeka nkwasi aso
obe that wo de 2 weeks dada ye be say na how man mark obeka zemu no
ono ne papa obeka agodi ne papa atem kura wo badwam we Napo we na a whole security institution
jodi esika ye ni
ye fa ye say MPP 4 running meter preferred region Asante range.
And you be no say who say Bobie no emmo number ofa onfa eno di no yemfa obi na po wan anim no Asante
there you enti obi here dey
na di o ko fa na po no na me no mabusu e wasa demantem no esa je friend na po aja koto abama ja
na po ma me firi achim
ono firi achim o ne papa wudi ma Asante man se mo so ye di na enade eni ajade enti wan na kwakwa yin say o firi Asante man dem no ono obi anim no ho
na ye tueska me say say dey we I don't know ye tueska na oman ekuo say me hwe so enema affecting crofo langards ekwa omon koya research
obeye den wa
no omon kan kire the way MPP langards ekum crofo e wo Ghana
o cha she no mfa
BNI fon koya research no mfa metudwa ekwa MPP langas ekum nkrofo won sase ho okroma omonkoye omonya research armed robbery
ekoso
rape omonya research no omofama tuja. These are the things we want to discuss as a country.
Omonya research ni
wo fa oman institution this is BNI omo fa sem papa bia nyansa wo mu ma ema me amete microphone achi en discuss uwia no abebu sam say entimu de mu ni bibi papa bia discuss kwasea me taxes ema wo bia na hokra no o fa o man sika kwasea bia
na kwasea report bi obacho
kwasea report we are
no matter put tantanta no de beto say yankan
why yankwasi report we uwia na abebu sam say entimu de mo so microphone mu a mu ni bibi papa bia aka na
wo bibi papa why you do wo oman sika de ma
yes media private
na why you do oman sika ma so ko bibi papa dan ke yanka bi no ali aka say MPP for so mo penda po so what
yankwasi asema odi
omo pa mo kon ko kosmoka who cares kosmoka who cares
omo pa ngwafa chebi hine
enu no ya omo sabo
omo atia obi
omo mejiro ne ya mo ko
obi amfa ho
na we ya asem wo so Ghana for etie na bo
as we speak now BNI for amfa research omo ya say entos say ne kra efu bokinda
yes research no
jene say ne kra then we know PFJ no say okay BNI for your research your report ni nanka Ghana radio nka wie ye no ne nyina ye discuss ye
obeye saade na ye die
na ka fan kwasi asemba be so min discuss kwasi asem
na Kwabena
ono fan kwasi asemba me min discuss kwasi asem
nipa na oda BNI na no ankasa no wonim say 6 months time obetumi ay unemployed enti bi kwasi asem a wo ye yengo Bobie a change na twa ebetumi ahwe wini ne matana so ejanze ye bobo ba ni wie ne malusu a gise be penwe mtama menka cho be mena obeye no so start ya throw handing over nose at throw in them because we enkosi aga because said them go prepare a report we even within the MPP na kro mo kan dokre even within the
when me say and obi frame free kuma say ade ni to odwa no o say Ansah bonsu frefre party mpanimfo so mo agunanimu ase
na yo de me kwa de mani age pa za
BNI fo agunanimu
we pani hunu pa
ase BNI fo agunanimu ase
am ma 3% one chief of staff wo so ma 33 asamo ja mienu 33 o ma mo 3
uwi abebusa journalism no mun raise standard governance no so me standard kura we raise ya me raise journalism
the same standard of the man no the mom
standard no raise ya no me
tufuobo
standard no kwasi standard no raise ya na me so bi dim kwasi asem
journalism no papa na ye ye ni
ya bi o ya ni ti say British for the emi aka me so me ma BBC
masa oba na ka odi asempa ba say ye court ya kwa research ye usa judge fo answer no umudi nsem no magiska enye yi a ne hu say ye tumpo
BNI is a very serious institution
na wo de BNI no hensem hu na de kwa say running mate MPP for say when ye penalty de o mansika akwa ye sa research
o de oto wa na ye BNI for akwa research say asantefo ni slimfo ni agbefo ho pa ni ditwe
na o me try sa de very simple
o de
the next year guys go for on to so
o de oto o de
la go by na wo ko fa free
o de me see at kroma na o ma be ka kire say BNI for research say asantefo ni isrimfo ni agbefo ni nkranfo for pa me ma na ditwe
wa me try won mo de o ma ye pa de o me the results number pepe
omon fere
o mani mo mo
kedi o di institutions o de oti kroma ba
and go for do
me so oti kroma o me kwa yes research no de abase BNI for research o ma ye ni na ye ti kroma na ma mo say jai na ni braba
wo se de hwe na le obeti ye se wasu mini woni yim asum
ma mo sa ade a wo mo ye ase ne say ade a wo mo ye ase ne say e de be hia pa na hia score north as we speak say emo no a ya na wo mo say emfuo no
milipede ne isane ma
o ma ahyase wo ho
bia no a wo dwene ho
ye no nye ho
ai betumi di koma ba Ghana
dabi ye no nye ho
ko nnuanye nya no ha no ye di free
ye no nye
hwe se Burkina forecast o ma si tomato factory e wo ho eni ti tomato so akọ atwe wo ha na ye ntumi nya solution
enye problem Pralugu
ko jem
$12 million
e chobi botom
wa wia almost sa chippings any cement na gu no ase akọ BNI enye ho research emi ehun Pralugu no se Pralugu no a ba omia kromfo no
wono na ka
omo ya ne sa no ho asma kwa sisei dabi
onye obetro about your moso omo pennapo
we nyina ase ane sei enti BNI fa akwa ya research akwa research enti o ma research
na me no adin be pa na bom tim so mo publish sadi wi
minim
ti o mo publish o wani age
kwa ya si se ba mo bo no BNI ho
sa na po na na se na po no ono no obema o mo tu nya 5% election ni nyina
when you 5% crash so much wo mo sole
any o ma che o mo bottom ma se sike ya
don't infame me taxes that is my problem infame taxes
as of national institution national investigation
don't use my taxes for such nonsense don't use my
the investigation
you do your internal research you keep it to yourself
in any case idea your friend running me Kwabena by appointment to flag bearer no oda so asore ya no kasa wona mayiu a mayiu eye de no obi kasa chenchire cheza no timu ye we na mo de age 2 minutes from one kasa mo fa gbera nsemu ana
me ya mo wakra
yeah party bini
saa na mo go fa ma mi o KNUST no mo go fa the picture ma me ne chi otumfo na ya so ma
wo na ma me ne so de di ni trim
eko ni trim
ya video na nti kumasi ana wa start ye presidential
na say wa chance na ya say I we friends we ya jimi
ya za video na jama mi ni sa wa say da wenya nkofo bi didachi say your friend say your excellency zamfungwa
and I'm going to say ya kwase ade na oda pro e didu ube huate adi so kofo dum na lobe ma ayo oyi
na bobu
ai kofo president kofo ka ho
de do so tifije do lobe
o tifije dum enko mu fie omuko afie na de
papa no na de bi o meme
kofo ngwasiafo ayo president kofo na esa ade no
oba be tiche wa ne mo
ayo no o tifie mu
ala o chichim ne wa
o tifie mu still ni abre mu nkofa bi mra mieni enka ba bia wadu ka ko transfer on ka ye di
all the come from abo
say na no ya ma me wuye ya me koi no mu bubu ani chie say ho a na me de
na ba no mu bubu ani chia eno no
ko ma ka che list we say kofo ye na de amon
fo ko traba bi
bra jibi fo agudu
traba bi
obi a o say my obo my me mpe nti omo ye oba de amon mfiri bio
na say me na no a wo de ogotu mampamrika o akofo me no nti bone o tu ma America ko yibo mi aya na me ma withdraw me
o ka ho
me ma withdraw me
o ka ho o ka o man no
wala jinjim ni o ma
ba bia guide we akofo
ye mo ni ye mu ye terms of feel good
kofo ka ho boni ekoso okroma nyina
akofo o be start age fire
o ka ho boni ekoso o man we bra ba bia o man
o be start age fire from the fire
o ka ho wo kofo
wa beni ye on eso so jagum
wo yo ka abonefo
no o chance no wo pie kofo jiko
o ka ayo no omo oni ayi ohini ana omo de na po
ewa
one ya friend say Guyana ohini ana omo de na po wo to omo na lobby man na po de akrofo
no mo sambe chendi
akrofo ko nti yamfa ya na mra na omra no so mra akrofo ba ko ono ntrumuntu nti e ko fa ntrumuntu no
so fa
no on confess kan fa am ka se ti kroba no ya jimi nti yankobo ayi bia na awiei na mafo ani abre yesi na pa na ekro unim kwa yase na omudi ye omutan ya ene okọ parliament akọ idum so ano no yes
ana mo
release ma media for no ana mo ka kire MPs ni se so ba obi an ka se vice president ni nie go and watch yes and then the idea we no
oh good
yes and the idea we
na said na po de so na yemre napo no campaign me no be ye betu atwekra won no kro ntimi convince no ono ankasa ono ni bedua no ntimi convince no
omo di bone o
ane de ka understatement omo e di bone no kasa omo di bone a na ta say bone bi na omo bo man no
omo say niema omo ha adwene pa
omo no shame na donkom
omo di bone
o se nkanya bisi na omo ni to be peja eno na me che Lord Paul Boache ebufu na de kasa se leadership ekobane say na afide ye dum pempeso a ya se that passport ehia se page okromu a tese ye ni pani okromu a na fe emperifu eto ya mom
PhD e ho mfa so PhD ho mfa so a enka sabe Gabi 8 million ma orders yanchi Frimpong Boating
o me fa no quick
Gabi PhD ho mfa
o me fa no quick na professor ye mre pa wo OSP office
PhD ho mfa so
professor otumi hwa akoma ho na fe wa ye mem
Gabi bedi atuo me no mo nyina the same level
I am straight
the same level but say wenum atimi for my control on my
that's a
PhD for so be no PhD
na jampo ka say PhD for ya me hia ya ma ya yesre ni edi
say PhD ni be no okromu a wo se ne yonko ne samia oku
dabi bo for the couple
PhD ni bɛn na okromo wo ska ɛkyɛ UG ahe
dabi ano no wonya sika ma na yere ka kyerɛ yɛn sɛ ɛjapade ɛta hɔ no me gyeme deɛ
ai dabio PhD ni bɛn ɛna sɛsi a yɛ ka sɛ ya yɛ bia na yɛ ka wo ska change na po
dabi
MPP
dabi we yɛ kapre dabi
PhD ni bɛn na wo ska change Samira wa nwie gempa
dabi ano no pon so kura no esi bag we watua
ko se PhD ni bɛn ɛna okromo ɛ ma me a ɔmo national organizer ɔmo so otu
otu ayi galamse ya am friend say ne brofo achiache
menini wie so Kate Jamfu a PhD ni bɛn na wo Ghana wo ska chain no
dabi
PhD ni bɛn ɛna wo Ghana wo ska chain kana de Japan
dabi enti otumi ka fon kiro bi
Ghana kro no nyina wo Bobie wanya bi ani an wo ye dede
na wo ntumi kura de ogina so ka kire se wo ka pre wo
PhD ni bɛn ɛna se ya no abrabom no ɛyɛ ma no chain untu
dabi
abronya we ya ne se apro twi tundra
wanya no tam
PhD ni bɛn ɛna okromo a na obi akɔka sɛ PhD Holland passport yɛ kyɛ PhD amosi yɛ ntiase sɛ kyerɛ me o de from Akufo-Addo no mu ba Akufo-Addo ba atimi asi hotel $6 million ɛwɔ PhD ni bɛn na Ghana ha within ne papa rule 8 years obetimi asi saa
temba ho cry de wutanya wunya bi
ayi la
to da ne book
magedo PhD ni bɛn
da bi ni ho
ɛna wɔ Ghana ha ɔso ɔno obetimi asi ɛdan a Akufo-Addo ba asi $6 million
ɛmu na nshom nam no wona
ɛhɔ
ɛno okotra se ayese 1 city 15,000
yes where hotel no nyina restaurant is worth $6 million
aboko bi Madina aboko bi
PhD ni bɛyi ɛna no PhD ni bɛyi ɛwɔ Ghana ha no obi ka sɛ Dutch Holland passport ɛho yɛ akyɛ PhD asmenti ase
wo bɛrɛ na wonti ase
wo
bɛrɛ na wonti ase na PhD ni no obra sɛ wo didi okoma obi practical su didi na bɛrɛ na aka kyɛ sɛ wonti ase
adenti na wonti ase
ana PhD for the okromo ano ya mo modane beggars ana mo pa
yati kromo a John Kuma nyame mfa de crazy ya John Kuma shachele every your friend is a circle no aba pyramid house asempa
na be program
yes John Kuma
me kai pa
ne last futuro
ayi
na Akufo-Addo mo pe na bonu a odwane ba me ho no support alan
yes
John Kuma
me kai pa
John Kuma
me kai pa
na John Kuma MPP abamu within 6 years na MPP for Kajile Ghana for so we no John Kuma e $30 million at an account.
What are you talking about?
$30 million.
Ala oti ase nya be fa de
adia ye koba ho bosia o den ko nya me no so be sia
Alexander obedo bribe nya me na nya me no se wuntumi bribe because
we ya fa ne say ya memrem sa na
ya ka wo je no na ye yi no 30 million egu on mo wo ya we say ye ko bo ho besia
yeah
enkrata be to ha be mo atro ma me hunu mu de wa na winya te asa de be scam
John Kuma $30 million
egu ho
edana ke $30 million
ai
$30 million
say obi ahwe bola so yi ono no ne pass ye tumi yi mu 1 million ye hu
sisi adapa o PhD
dabi oba adapa ni bi
yes ke gunim pass
dosu ye yi akra wa hu be 1 year and some days no hu se sika
egu oba besi am pass
na babla se me no mi ni sika 100,000 free mo be de ne yankai
wafa Esbit mi ko hwede bia 20 cities bi
ko to charge
ma abi de tell bi kura bia me nua ko wi am ne ntia da bi busa
ala wo tika bi be di o
me so abiri be
na wo de 1 million plus euros plus Ghana cedi ayira afi ene na edi akire wantumi ehu na we obi na beka cho se omo maka nyira de town ma council ni omo pass ni omo polytanks ni yi no yantumi cheke
wantumi cheke se
sika pa yakoje yesi Bank of Ghana boka 60 billion yesi ye tax wa ye hu so ni nyina wo mu nsem
iskara ko di wo mu nsem ni e ka PhD asema wo se omo anka ni ye
wana anka ni ye wana anka ni ye wo bu mu be waka tete bu ye beni hunu na mukukuro
Akufo-Addo mai SHS kro mo anwie
wonu be de no mo wie
wo mo nya sika se tam
ana mo kire se ya nwenam
entinka omo mkobo PhD ni bi mienhwe se PhD no ena manipa bob na Ghana ha
and then Kenya. Tell me PhD near or abarem 8 years here. Yes, we in one bam for so Amagana. Tell me.
David.
And yes, a four woman ya bua mapa
ya mo bro one
from Boating, ya bono, apamno, at Kennedy, ya bono, omwa nimidie, Dr. Mwakoba, ya bono, apamno.
Because also be Kenyans as much from almost one penance as
Kwasi asem
e be wi o man sika no mu peti
finito
kebere ne tie wasem
ye no ano mo yo
aguradi nyame
ase awom gusu ya
asankofo yi batch we na gase ye wo mu da ba ko ana azo mu firi ma me ba ko yem
so hu ba bi om ko bo mo ho ano a sa adwompo ne no
atise
e bo mtum se ye be say o mind se Ghana
na nkofo akobre omo ba be di bone omo tu di bone na to paper so se frere Japade book
ene me wone ye state capture
yankom
state capture no
da wo mo tu di akuke book krata so se e kwa won ye be wi o man no ani enya asofo ne won mo a imams ne yi a wo mo nim se sa krata yi da ana mo nyina o ba do mo sere o mo sere kan krenje o
nim
se mo ya kromfo
they know
mo ya kromfo moya kromfo you have to be chased out
omo ya wa ese kromfo ni wi awo man no
ana omo te ho
yes omo nim
te ho
omo nim
na omo ba omo sa de omo sa to si e bomb pa ya ma mo nya
na no Pentecost
maku se de munuma
Pentecost for so ni ekosia ba omiano a the baby e na keka kron de Ghana any future kra catch ni say ba omia oni ekufu mo ya kromfo the way am see wi awo man no enye o man no tiagro here
afenyi da me tie ni sa me se wo no emi na ba otrim ho agero wonka ho nsam onka ho nsam
wa spray
baby aye duro enye aguro afenyi enye afenyi aguro ni edi o
gifti afenyi
na won me nya me
na all cars am no so the channel katena ni o nani mu ba na wase pia na de katena ni onim pass asema make no enye fe ba make wie no akwaje de emeje
of course waka wie ya man publicity because waka de
nani mu ba na wase we asiane say I say we did on mine, but I'm did on mine.
I normally be here. I saw one the court and I say, young for man, she can go to a minute. Why you also for the board of directors for that's like a cathedral? And a reverend this, reverend that, now 58 million. More can you mean? I saw when you one.
Why are they catch himself chrono and mobile? Most of them, Williams, Simuya, Mebo, you are saying your chrono. Or my can count.
Or my can count. Yeah, maybe Chiomuka 1.
What to me, you cannot chedi. Mudi cannot do 15 baby, and after they are back, what done in the dim you. Na nye okuje twabla kwa dia fire city
what you fire plus still or so did have go to wonu mom de bia de
ono kromfo kusibuati
no de be body di kusibuati se nim say ye Kwabena ayi didi ba ko de say
criminal Kwabena buati yo se
Kwabena buati yo se de edimienu
criminal ono criminal
na wono
enra awrehosem na yasi na mo na ba court ono e wo police for
na mo no so police dey ajegu
na mo ba to police for enti Victor Kusibuati na no to be sorry cause when guess what them obi ya find out say ampa okura 210 numbers obi ya find out say okura 2 passports with different names
different Ghana card is your pick fingerprint so on what basis no to be now
abaka so wonim how
yes, how can we trust voter register like I am?
No way. When in them krum ha.
No, no.
The country where I come from, the truth is ironic. Just like animal farm, justice mean inequity. So who go say the truth? Who go say the truth? Silence. Islamic leaders, silence. Things and things, silence. Traditional leaders, silence. So who will say the truth? True, justice. We are the workers of the call. Now I am over. We are the workers of the call. One does I am over. Who goes say the truth? Who go say the truth? Oh, you need it now, see what's so. Now your friend and I come out. Only baby obekana sembia. So at one point, obet you at two. Everybody was afraid. And until I learned to my quantity again, once my boy dumping one energy. But who go tell the truth? Nanai, or say a man. Now so be a person that can wasn't because everybody is afraid. I just halfway more in it. Who could draw from you not done and see who go say the truth? Justice. Obiaja constant to grow your master to make your cacobrafo. If I need Efo, when you know yet. Now so could trata down and so be their back or why no keke. I feel it for the money more piafo, efo, no crash on my moon. I just halfway more in it. Who could draw for you now, darling? And see who go say the truth. Justice. I buy a devoted, you know. Yedi bi bebo nyande bi kanchi sa udi o ma o pipinuma udi o ma never shine and fry for sa. But who go tell the truth? Justice. He using silence, even journalists silence. Oh, then who go say the truth? Justice. Right is right. Wrong is wrong, no matter how you testify. You say you wanna get rid of corruption. Someone want to help you. Now the person become your target. Jobless, no they mean senseless. Poverty, no they mean useless. One day, them go resist.
Think about it. You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey cause some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. Go TV. Love it.
Remember you don't know. I mean, one day, and I remember a meeting a band may be here, and to four any out of four, and you'll be a petty track on beer, and chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, and the herbal shops beer. I was gonna have beer. And that's a friend. I was 0243 686861 and 0245 749206. Sankatwe FDA Fwajatu. Kaise Tabia Takumye. Bembe Bia Yetakum.
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
Ghana for any abroche for Sebana Sase any a dine tomwa Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Aye the game changer. Esanse bibia ono wo mediga enya ne ho ahotoso. Enti se eye woni so di hu se obeto asase ana efie de. Bomodin ase oni Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Ene be ni sawoso. One and afei 2 expandable bedroom houses are. One more town for kra. Afei one more sasia e wo teacher manteno. Still one more gusu a one more ton. E ben police station no. One more twitwa no 70 by 100 and afi 35 by 100 full plot and afi half plotter one more ton and the ama Ghana for any approach for nyina one say we building materials was site will be able to nya bi e dia na juma enti Ghana for any approach for so we hwe nim say obeto asase ana efie de with flexible payment terms no obetumi nya bi our Royal Chapter Property Group Limited Frewamo our +233 256 515 862 Ana +233 591 010 337 Ana +233 256 700 831 Ana +44 750 887 1235 Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Start a new chapter in your life.
The incoming president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, flag bearer, Zuma National Democratic Congress. Also, Zinchemo Bibiara, Orite Democracy. Sexera, LKM, Maniganama, Grata Shishene, economy, Awatu Pansa, in education system, Awase, friends and family government, all Kodo, the current administration, Ahocher, Mechaha Shepa, all Kodo, Eshepayin, Afraba, Obibiara, Asgana, yes, Zide, Ahochena, Dos, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, say, our everything crap to we. Erica Bob, they are build Ghana together. Support in the campaign for 2024 election. JM 2024. NDC good governance card in the good governance card. The card. Edge was there support JM 2024 campaign. Good governance card. What did you do? And Timawusi Kanyama was in the bottom. I was so agile. One pedal was a good governance card. When it's 40, 30, 10 citizens so. The bottom about short code *248* says hash. Now also ascend was it. Good governance card. After that, Johnson support JM 2024. The bottom a friend 0534 000 261 now 0531 033 503 and now 050 982 3400. You can on internet to do www.ndcgoodgovernancecard.com. My young Cambo, they am build a Ghana together with John Dramani Mahama. Nyaminsha.
Think about it. You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey cause some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. GoTV. Love it.
Give us P capsules. A memory. Manum biya benemua. Kani michutu ya na minkuma bwa. Sese die. Betu esa kum menia G. Give us P capsules. Give it to me, baby. Give us core capsules ozwe. Emane meme nyina koko yadie. Sisi yadie amama nya yem timotete womono. Yedrono no. Manum bi amama de me ho. Give us core capsules. Mrs. Moye ding. Give us core capsules. I give it to you, baby. You give it to me. Oh yeah. Hey, give us no. A man need ya bebusiemu papa. Na bema ka give us P capsules. And ni give us core capsules bomu nom dia. Na eni jeni ahwodeno. Wa brudo. Give us P capsules. And meme wadi if you do what you do kronkwa na efa. Give us core capsules. A pay for a batter one more menu for one kwada woni if you do me nunka ho. E wo drugstore beer motofonko give us herbal center. Teshi mobile. And na Teshi Adriami. Phone numbers 0543 222 470 and 050 685135.
FD Aje Edwedi Nkratui Atum.
Tusumika Emma bills was here. If you say, Asumja Wunya Wayam, Bosia Bonshaya Hoodie, Educhum, Obibia Way, any to make dear Biara Woody, bills will be Bimao, won't hear Susu, won't hear our Nanya here no national ID card. Ain't it to Mika Frayam was 0302 200 390 and 0596 920 833. Kai say, on Mansika Krobia Batan. Bank of Ghana and Sawo Bills Microcredits Jumedimu. Bills Uposia Boho Adamfo. Kai say Jumedi Ishaka Crown.
Hey, say the Mako who Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic no. Me who credit me say enunti no manya award wa. Eya world best. Obian transe Emma Dompemi ya de ka say anase me boya de enka nto dem bio.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Esanya want to say me ekuro etu no. Me enka ewo nanum. Oba na bemo pawo. Ene enyaruwan kaye.
Nansi ma me ka say ene spinal cord ho eka ye no. Greenfield adoromenti ene wasa so le gyan na so ebiem.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our ultramodern laboratory and a diagnostic machine. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our Nungwa Dogon Estate Junction. Last stop. Flower 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898.
Greenfield.
God is our healer.
Greenfield.
Your last stop. I believe.
FM 100.5. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti gara furku be punti mpunasi sokode. No wakachira katabin say you what you can say. Kwabena, keja guma mni yanko.
All right, so that was it live on our Crown 100.5 Citizen Show Wednesday afternoon. We are back here. My main car among for CMG Scatcher there. Star 413 hash and you check 5 million. Men transit. Bomodia say obey activate u phone no. Afedi me be mamu di peche. Obi abedi di peche. All right. So which one? Come 7 cities 7 minutes no na dey my na say which one na dey my. But oh a question no. So any question no. Oh, okay, so that is the 5 minutes. All right. Okay, so Yanko, quick. Yanko, Parliament now, and we'll discuss about state capture. But Mamo, what transpired at Parliament?
The Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, have been load shedding power in the last couple of weeks. Hence, the power outage experienced by many consumers across the country. If the answer is no, why the power outage then? Thank you very much.
Yeah, respectfully, let me invite the minister to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been scheduled to answer this question, urgent question, 3 times on this floor, and 3 times I've been here. And 3 times the questioner has not been available, or Parliament had not been able to allow me to answer the question. So the question, Mr. Speaker, has to be seen in the context that it is over 2 months ago, a question as an urgent question. Mr. Speaker, I'll proceed to answer as the utility did advise. We are pleased to provide the following response to the urgent question. No, ECG is not undertaking load shedding as at the time the question was asked. Mr. Speaker, consumers were experiencing outages due to a number of factors. That included localized outages due to overload on lines and transformers. Mr. Speaker, there are certain areas in this country that all of a sudden the number of people resident or the businesses that have accumulated, especially I can give an example of parts of East Legon, which was a purely residential area, now has become one of the major business districts, increasing power consumption, thereby hampering the existing lines there. So the transformers and the lines have to be updated. Outages to upgrade the capacity of overloaded lines and transformers. SEMPA, Mr. Speaker, at the time the questioner put the question, SEMPA had an emergency valve leak, which meant a complete shutdown, losing immediately 340 megawatts. That also contributed. And then, last but not the least, plant maintenance on Amandi power plant was also ongoing at the same time. The emergency outages, sometimes also requested by a great company, had contributed. So there was a myriad of factors that unfortunately had happened that were causing power outages in different parts at different times. Mr. Speaker, the reason why ECG went further to say that they were not load shedding, because most of those instances were not planned, and so they couldn't have come up or come out with a program to say that they were load shedding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, that is so. Mr. Speaker, the minister just told this House that there's no load shedding. So let me find out from him if he's aware that the company in question, the ECG, put out an official letter indicating that there will be some load shedding for a couple of weeks. They put out an official letter if he's aware.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm in your hands. This question was not asked. I prefaced by saying it was in March 13, and those incidences were not. But I also admit that what you are saying might merit an explanation. But Mr. Speaker, for the awareness of doubt, that was not an explanation at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear what the running mate said. Oh, sorry, what the minister for energy said. He said that his answer related to the time.
I asked the question. Very well. Ask the question. No, well, I'll come to you. The owner of the question, you are now here. Yes.
Speaker, let me commend the minister to start off that he gave a preamble to the question, that the question was filed long ago, and yet he gave a preamble and then went ahead to answer the question. I'm quite curious. And then when I listened to him, he enumerated changes.
If the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, have been load shedding power in the last couple of weeks, hence the power outage experienced by many consumers across the country. If the answer is no,
all right. So the whole issue is about whether we are in energy crisis or not, and the energy minister, as usual, in your problem waha, sa problem no me lose 40 megawatts. In your problem waha. Sa problem no be na jomama enyaye no. Eya jomama e man kofa a Mary plant e bae. You know ena na po edidiate na po you know demonstration or eya o sisi edum kania one day kra then no. So na po I or say Napo justify as energy minister why power outages are onone akufado they can justify. Yeah, they can justify. But obin to me ain't justify why. We must be we must find ourselves in doom so. But no dear on the akufado dear omne ya de shenti omo justification here legitimate but 10 year enye legitimate. So that is where we are now as a country. Young flow straight enko issues. Anyway.
This demonstration is not to topple the government. This demonstration is to indicate to Ghanaians the insensitivity of John Mahama's government. The insensitivity of John Mahama's government. This is not to topple government. We don't advocate for a regime change this way. We are going to vote next year and we are going to vote them out massively. That is good governance. That is partisanship. We are going to democratically remove John Mahama from power. Not do this demonstration, but the demonstration is to demonstrate to John Mahama and Ghanaians that what is going on is bad. If you are feeling the heat, like Ghanaians are feeling the heat, if you are buying electricity and they are having it for free, if your salary, you are spending 60% of your salary on electricity bills, then you understand what I'm suffering. I am suffering. John Mahama is not suffering. But how do you expect the members of the members as a collective to speak on your behalf when you decided to give majority to such a bad government, NBC? Ghanaians should realize that their term matters. Your term matters. Your term matters. When you go and vote, you have to know that the consequences are ahead of you for the next 4 years. The term the Ghanaians gave to John Mahama has shown that they should never again trust John Mahama.
The plan for the police service is that we must be able to police this demonstration without
joined by common people, and that's the action they are going to. They are sharing their individual experiences with each other. And it's not possible.
This demonstration is not to topple the government. This demonstration is to indicate to Ghanaians.
Even in 2016 claim says auto electricity na say when young Kania say obi mismanage or minor. Today Napo is justifying why say yinya lies out. So that's it. Let me just leave this guy and move on. Pajo, former national chairman for PNC and na ekronudin a title no emuye me du yana ya emame brese mebo but he is a traditional leader and now he is aspiring to lead the PNC as a flag bearer, and that is Honorable Bernard Muna. We're joining in the studios. Then we have still Solomon Wusu from Afra from Top Movement, a communication team member for Afra from Top Movement for Change with us. We're hoping Listo and Anakusipoku will join us. But let me put a Japa document in state capture. And then demonstration no nina falling under this topic. Yeah, ye be di komo state capture. Yemfa bibia and now state institutions, state hotels under threat. Yeah, yeje mama omanfo. So monfanto ampamcho na monya ne nteme mame anche mema mo hu me winners omanfo a omo wini CMG sika achede CMD sika achede. Okay, so far all right. So my main go through Ejapadia document no ye fa portion be na ya ye ho adwuma. Okay, so page aya mama pages ne emra. Mama pages ne emra. So offer a year point 1. Maybe I'm sure Ejapadia document no near the back a year the state capture. Offer point 1, economic and financial sector control. So the economy and financial systems constitute the nerves of every country. Indeed, political power and economic control are linked in such a way that any group that controls economic might of a nation essentially controls its political power. At the same time, political power is virtually a condition precedent to economic and financial power in our country and Africa as a whole. So this is the document Akufo-Addo, Staff Mafo, Gabi, Hakmoso Ajiman, Bedia Tunom, Fremont Pare, Baumianomo, the Omotrase. In fact, Baumian, the official document, Omoni the shame Mukeke as a conduit just to use him for our agenda. Okay, so paragraph 2. Our agenda for political dominance will hinge on our financial might, and that is why they are stealing a lot. They need money. With that, because Muntemiye, they apart from money, they don't have any respect in society. So they are trying to amass wealth, and they think getting so much money. So listen to them. Our agenda for political dominance will hinge on our financial might, and that is why even they have the guts to enter into NDC to control some of the people. Okay, so we therefore need overwhelming control of the key economic growth pillars. Overwhelming. Obino Kasano Kase overwhelming. It's not like anybody here just a control, but a massive one. In Tigabi Betwete, somewhere last 3 years that they will rule for 40 years. Among Fantiasia, no. It's not say Omoteso for 40 years. But they will make sure that any party in power, no, the money in their hands, no, able to me throw off year is either you agree to dine with them or they bring you down. Okay. So our agenda for political dominance will hinge on our financial might. We therefore need overwhelming control of the key economic growth pillars of Ghana. Such dominance would assure significant inflow of resources to finance our political blueprint. Again, control of key economic and financial sectors will give unparalleled leverage in the periods we may not have direct political authority. That is what I was talking about. Okay, so with economic power, we could manipulate the system to generate an unfavorable economic situation enough to make any government of the day not directly under our control to become unpopular. The importance of a significantly large and stable financial firepower to finance the execution of our political and economic control project cannot be overemphasized. So they have point 1 to phase 1 overview. The first phase of the economic and financial sector control was to be implemented in Nane's first term of office. As we get closer to the end of the first term, we have set the ball rolling regarding the objectives set out in our first document. There have been difficulties, largely due to some pitfalls in our part. For example, the control of the electricity sector could have been handled better had it not been for the greed of some of the non-Achim elite we had included as cover. Again, the way some CSOs obtain vital information easily about the Japa project has resulted in them wrong-footing us and emboldening the opposition to jump into fray. We should, however, find some ingenious ways to overcome the opposition. So, changes in the leadership of most supervisory institutions, particularly the Central Bank and the Securities and Exchange Commission, has allowed for other blueprints to be implemented. For example, the financial sector cleanup successfully eliminated most banks with hostile ownership. And as we speak,
right now no mamenka T4 they are looking forward so mu ba be gu NDK SIC savings and loans omia 4. So data bank services has been playing the role of transaction advisor in major government deals, while the enterprise group is the main insurer of the government assets. So this about the state capture. Our international proxies are also playing their parts in accordance with our broad objectives. The insertion of Kelny GVG into the telecommunication space and the implementation of Unipass at Ghana's key entry ports are other notable successes of phase 1. The digitization of payment process through the implementation of the Ghana Quick Response Codes is progressing steadily and is getting impetus from the desire of banks to entrench digital banking in response to COVID-19. The Japan Royalty Special Purpose Vehicle implementation has been slowed by COVID-19, but is one that must not be allowed to fail. So notable setbacks occurred in the power sector as civil society and opposition NDC were able to galvanize enough public opinion against the renegotiated Ameri deal and the power distribution services takeover of the electricity company of Ghana. So it goes on and on and on and on. And there are other ones that analysis now will come back and analyze it. Ora Benabona Akwaba, so I join you in the studio. Okay, so my main catch the quick Juma Bimra. Hello.
Hello.
Aja.
Good evening.
Good evening, Aja.
Good evening.
What do you do? I bet also. Sikana bet also.
Oh, me teach you.
Oh, sorry. I thought you spoke to my producer earlier, so maybe my producer knew you can speak. But that is not a problem. So I learned you have won CMG Skachedia, right? How much?
Yes, 500.
You have 500 on your phone. Yes. Congrats. How much did you invest in the raffle?
Oh, I play 10 city.
10 city. Is this your first time or you have been doing it?
Oh yeah, I'll be playing.
You have been playing?
Yes.
So this is your first time of winning?
Yes.
Oh, so since when have you been playing this raffle?
Come again.
Since when have you been playing?
Which one have I been playing?
The raffle.
I don't get you.
Since when have you been playing the raffle, the draw?
Oh, I've been playing for a very long time now.
For how long now? A year?
2 weeks. No, not a year.
That is what I want to know.
Why should I be investing my money into a close account?
Okay, you started just 2 weeks ago, right?
Come again.
You started like 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Now you have how much you won on your phone? 500?
5
million. Okay, all right. So just stay with us. CMG's catch there. We do it from Mondays to Fridays, and in fact Fridays are mega. Fridays we dash out 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. So just stay with CMG's catch there, and you'll be fine. You be the picture. You go chop. I can see you are happy.
Yeah.
At least you have 500 on your phone. You go fit buy light, you go fit pay your water bills and Charlie. If nothing at all, I go fit buy some 25 kilo rice, do some oil, then you get some frozen chicken atachi. That will be good for you. Masa, look. Of course.
You are saying what
it's better using it to buy beer.
You are saying what you'd have done with the money.
Yes, it's better using the money to buy beer.
Which beer? Tankwa beer.
All right, thank you. But you are joining CMG Scratcher there no. 5 cities. No one should process now. Star 413 hash. No one started process. No, you are good to go. And no owe them. And no answer will call. So, Chairman, state capture and now demonstration no could be. State capture and the Kufado Bawumia.
First, 2 things I should mention. Aside Mechia Menua Solomon Owusu.
Yeah.
Former MPP member. On pese monfa former nanka APC.
Ansah.
Former MPP member.
Your Excellency.
Nebuefu any party no. And then some huna party no eye. But sometimes in a banner say na ye mubi ye ni ajepa. Was that time na na catch it almost say kwan na modi e fa no emboaye no. Na in term no modidi yen e won krom. Basesia no things are falling into place. Omo na omo wo mu no. Sesia no omo ka kire senke nim dada. Nke eboa mo because ship no dey asenke dada. But we should be able to see how we will save the human beings. That is the rescue mission. Second, Ansah na Nra me babe join protest no. Na me wo Sankana.
Sankana.
Wow.
And ye call Sankana na ye Kalibi Festival. Kalibi Festival. Sa festival probably, and when I was listening to the historians, Sankana record is that slave raiders no none omo intimi Sankana for. In other places no the slave raiders were able to conquer. They penetrated and they captured. But in Sankana they were unable to penetrate. They suffered the heaviest defeat. And Sundiata Keita, I'm sure say Muamaya history kakra. Neba Samori Ture suffered the major defeat in their career of raiding people and their communities in Sankana. And when the remnants were running away, they got to Golu in the Sisala district. And Golu Fonosu etimi sea wall. And if you still go to Golu, wow, yeah, campaigns, utimi who say, omo slave defense wall. In that defense wall, no, almost etimi general wall nechi in order to repel the slave raiders. And the final battle was won in Sandema when Babatu, that the last of Sundiata Keita named Mamo, was defeated in Sandema, bringing an end. This is how. So, but for Sankana, it was like they were on a marauding crash. So the historians continue to remind us that they don't know the power of the people of Sankana. But if you go, there were natural defense system. Your friend is saying, Apim, is it your friend saying? Your friend had the saying, Tokupine, my friend is saying. Kotoko. In the rocks, no, Kotoko no na omo war. Caves were. Se ufi Sankana na ujanea. They were very wild animals. Omo mangun bay, but somehow the omunim obia ufi Sankana ukodra no mo biama.
Okay.
Into ukomwa, then they themselves will come and cover and seal the mouth of the rocks. Into opponent na bano, they don't see anybody. They see that the whole thing, one said the thing is like rock. And on one casano, then they release their pins, arrows.
I say arrows.
Then they were afflicting the people. How that became was, and then young Crawford so then omunya opening, then they will shoot at the opponent. So the people did not get to see any person from Sankana no more. Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajimai, Obaba Yeni PhD, decided to go into research and did her research thesis from Sankana and Golu. And that enabled her PhD thesis and later published here. So much that her publication attracted UNESCO to be interested in the slave caves of Sankana. Into this weekend, the Sankanana and other elders of the palace invited Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajimai and Omosino Ohima in Sankara.
Na Sankara Ohima.
Yeah. Pirima. When say Piri means rocks. Nama eye mami. into Mother of Rocks.
Mother of Rocks.
Into, they have given her the heart of the rocks of Sankana to go out there and prosecute Bibia Obetimiaye. Of course, the Greater Accra Regional Minister is the Siambogona of Sankana, and he was enskined in 2019, and PLO Lumumba was enskined Tangwana of Africa in 2022. So we did that coronation, and you should watch the beautiful scene. Titus Esa na Mami Esa. I'm sure that later your producers will put it on the show for others to see. But evidently, here we are. This was Saturday, Sunday. Na yese me. Remember, demonstrators no Accra.
Yeah.
And so there was no direct flight from Wa. When say normally on Tuesday, Monday. So there's no flight available. And I say I should take VIP bus. Normally it's 5 p.m. Then you are expected to get to Accra around 3 to 4 a.m. So we left Wa at 5 p.m. Bobie, unim dodge one, hit 3 free. Dodge one. Yes. You dodge one and you hit 3 for free. And it's better not to dodge so that you just hit. Because dodgy back way, you know, there's no way you avoid the next 3 potholes. So from where we expected to be in Accra by 3 a.m. At 6 a.m. I think Yedru Kumasi.
Hey.
Yeah.
From 5 p.m.
to 6 a.m. I think Yedru Kumasi. So in order to participate in the protest, I had to call the airport in Kumasi, jump out from the car, run to the airport to be on standby. Luckily, I was able to get the 720, your friend saying, Passion Air to Accra in order to come and participate in the protest. Yet, when the Minister for Roads was going to the Upper West region, Minister for Roads, he went by flight. How do you then get to see the deplorable nature of the roads so that you can work on it? As they say, Obia, overfull. Now, see, go to the farm, then you go and do fishing. You are in the fish and at the sea. How will you be able to determine whether there is drought or not? You are not the minister responsible for aviation or transportation. You are minister responsible for roads. And for you, in order to ascertain the level of road development in this country, you should go by road to most of these places. So I want to urge Ansah Boache, say, next time so Babeko in the Upper West region, he should go through what we have gone through. Fortunately, Ononekano will be V8, so he will be able to participate in the involuntary dance. The dodge one, get 3 for free, hit 3 for free. Onyano sir, I'm sure sir, he will come and inform President Akufo-Addo, say, some people somewhere in the Upper West region, in the Savannah region, are in dire need of better routes now among young and them, so that the people can get development. And Bobie and Ramibesi from the airport, I went straight to the protest ground. And Metimiaka said, the turnout was mammoth. It was tumultuous. And
it was what?
Tumultuous. And I'm a bro from Nenya. Oh, Nenya Mesa.
I am Missa, me woo.
Nenya Mesa. Maybe me
oh, my red walk.
I don't know. I will overcome it, but wounded the me who says here. Me who says here, a mouth. Because you need my fighting spirit.
Sure.
So, yes, see mo efi Labadi Beach. Walk through Nagana Fujina, who said the hotels are in shape apart from Lapam. They are doing some rework on it. But they are doing rework so that they can sell. They are doing rework on the hotel.
Not to operate.
Not for them to operate, so that they can now give it out to Obi.
Almost yes, atom.
And yes, or moton, Eddie Ache. Now, you see, all the way, there was no disturbance whatsoever. At the end, Mona Ghana for police. Mona Mokachire Obia say the protest will terminate at the Christ the King. And yes, sir. And Yamina Meka will be. Omwankasa in their release said that the protest will terminate at the Christ the King. And hereby, just in front of the Fiesta Residency. Baby, there is a junction before Obetimiako Christ the King.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Before the National Development Planning Commission on the right and Fiesta Residency is to the left.
Sure.
Now you have barricaded the place. So the crowd, knowing very well that we have to get to Christ the King, were surging to come forward because Munamoka said Christ the King. So fortunately, which is not normal and usual of me, I was one of the first persons to arrive at the scene, as if I knew that this commotion would come. Mekodru, when the crowd was pushing the barristers, I was one stopping the people, and they were listening to me, Commander. Now Obia ATM. Then from nowhere, pepper spray.
Oh.
From nowhere, pepper spray. Direct in my face. No provocation. Direct in my face, and of course it went out. So other persons who were affected now started saying, so they started throwing water around that area. They were throwing. Me, I was affected by the pepper spray. No, I still did not want the thing to degenerate because when you say a planet that they should degenerate the very successful thing. So I started jumping. Me who say oh Baba to be I jumped and come to you. I was running everywhere, holding people and telling them, calm down. The distance between here and then your friend saying, Christ the King, no. And what they are. So if the police say we should not go there, it's not a problem. After all, the government official too cannot even drive and come. It's all okay. The person would have also participated. Oh, there's here. So I don't have a problem. Since the Ghana Police Service is behaving like a law unto itself, we should allow them to do so. Massa, this foolishness of some police officers must stop. And the IGP must call his troops. The Diameka say if some of us also joined the security services, probably would have been COPs. What do you say? Would have been COPs. They have no better qualifications than we do. They are not older than we are. In some of them are doing, they should know that we have grown beyond it. Some of us, our societal standing is far better than them. But they should know. Say, being a police officer today, you were a civilian before. You retire and you become a civilian. They will retire and become civilians. And if they are not careful, they will have no friends. With this kind of foolishness now, because you are wearing, look, Ansah and Obaba, Greater Accra Regional Commander, no, some people have been there before.
Better people.
What do you say? Some people have been there before. So you rising there, go and check the number of people that you see. They are all XXXXS. They are no more there. Have you checked their fate and how they are surviving? You will not be in uniform forever.
Bernard, what makes you think that IGP and instructor?
So even IGP, who IGP? No? Go and check the number of people that have been IGPs before.
I don't go to IGP, I don't know Ghana.
Go and check.
I don't go to talk on street and you can.
What do you say?
Disagree.
What do you say? You are not the first to become IGP. And so no position is permanent. Some people sat there before you came. Yes, of course. So people should stop abusing their offices. Some ones of the police officers are of us. Yeah. They are just in uniform. And then when anytime you are trigger happy, you want to, because somebody is in power today, you want to use that to abuse citizens. Defied any logic. Will the police start investigating?
No.
Will they start investigating that the near pandemonium was caused by the police? Say, they are keeping quiet. I don't get it. But if the police are happy, say, does the police service generate revenue? Ghana Police Service, do they generate revenue? What you say? The Ghana Police doesn't generate revenue. So revenue must be generated from somewhere in order that the Ghana Police Service is paid. The army doesn't generate revenue. In fact, none of the security services generates revenue.
They are consumers of revenue.
You consume revenue. And some of the institutions that will generate that revenue for you to be paid are being sold. And citizens are rising to protect that. So that you being an expenditure, that expenditure will have a source that will support it. Because you are in uniform and the state has empowered you with pepper spray and what have you, you can just put it on people. Look at the number of casualties that we had. And in Kabua Bako, hit one policeman, you will see them issuing statements. And you know, I was right there with the Director General of Operations.
Okay, it's right.
Sarge, at the time that the commotion started, he was taken away far away from the commotion. When you were supposed to be the person issuing instructions so that the commotion will stop. Now would you want Johnny Akojina baby?
Oh, Chile.
Do you understand? Your people took you far. He was not near us. Commotion no subsided before they came. So you see how the world is. The persons that have been empowered to help the situation, rather they flee from the point. I was running. If you watch the videos, I was running left, right, and center, holding people. Take it easy. I did not run away from it.
The police security persons
were running away from it.
No, but Suraj and Ganese Osro, or Ganese Yasesha. I
mean, these things don't help.
So the Raj is not running away because he's afraid. He's running away because Lord come in no my friend. Lord come in yare for no da. Friend from presidency. It is Raj no o jira baby am ye prepram keke.
Why na onim Carlos von Brazil? Onim no. Say our deputy chief of staff.
Von Brazil.
Deputy chief of staff. Carlos von Brazil. Your friend Aduma boss man. Oh no.
Who do you say which make sure more because you know them no. Now you say you don't want pay to me never year mu bibi.
I tell you.
I tell you.
But
Von Brazil say me Von Brazil. You know them so well that
no, I dare not for me and Von Brazil displayed. He displayed show of maturity. Because Obia or Hono. I mean, on himself Obia Nim. I saw him. Oh, Honorable Yarga. What do you say? Fifi Kwete. Oh, Okujeto. He
no, they instruct from in there, then they come and play friendship.
You could see that. You could see that. In fact, the first batch of people that they came.
You have never trusted them.
No, of course I don't trust them. But I'm saying that the first batch of people that came, minimum biya wo mumu. So I asked whether these are the people coming to receive the petition, and one of the police officers said yes. So meko jina ablakwa ayarga, mama ayarga mo, and I said, if these are the people who are coming to receive the petition, let's go back. It was after that and Carlos von Brazil ebaye.
Come in national service for the
Maza, I don't think that they are qualified national service. I tell tell you. I said, "We mo yafa mamo denne." So later, and I'm going Carlos Bombradi by. Of course, and when he came, the way he related, the public imagery was good. But I'm saying that. So what was the stupidity of the police in this action? That they have pepper spray, so they want to test the use of the pepper spray. And I make catch Commander Ahin. As a commander, look at the troops you have brought and look at the crowd that is here. If this crowd decide that they are going to surge on you, how many bombs will you throw?
You can't throw. You
think that in throwing the bombs, we will not be able to bring down some of your officers and take their shields and probably take away the guns? But can you imagine that when you are shooting at us and we also are able to take your guns, what it will mean? So stop that thing. You go for peacekeeping, you go for international training, and this is not the etiquette that you are taught. If this is how you are taught policing, I bet you come and sit at home. We are better than you. Oh, me ni Brian Achampong on TME.
And after a free demonstration at hotel, fantastic.
Me ni Brian Achampong on TME.
Oh, say the email ya dry.
I don't think that anybody hates you, but you hate yourself.
Why?
By example, and you know where see Rock City no hotel no, and you know that Marty say what busy internet styling it into a hotel no, and you know that Marty say Okakoto Royal Cozy Hotel, affectionately called Jabba Dubai no.
A Cozy Hotel
near Papa no Mokokun ya Nansai in the Upper West region.
Wow, Brian.
Yes. And nature say you are good to go.
Yeah.
Where is this greed coming from? Where is it coming from? Abba. Sometimes you look at it and I don't understand. Sincerely, I don't understand.
The greed,
the level of avarice, greed. Wait, look. And Sembi Oha Untiminka. But Brian Achampong, at the time that he was said no, Ministry of Interior, and he called Boo Nipa Bebre in the Ayawaso by-election. So, okay.
Oh, the National Security Minister.
No, Minister of State at the Ministry of Interior. So, sir, there was a vow. Sam George and others were beaten. Obianim said NDC4. Ye Brian Achampong as Minister for Agriculture to Abamano. Oh, I know that's the same way. But to Abamano. So that immediately after that, if you go and check the support Brian Achampong gave to some of the NDC people to retain their primaries. So you have money. Now, say state hotels are not doing well. Must you buy them? Assuming they are not doing well, must you buy them?
But Oyawa said the president is incompetent to get it back on its feet.
This foolishness of say state assets are not doing well, they must be sold. Meaning, baby, if you buy it,
state capture, and I'll discuss it.
Yes,
state capture.
I don't know, baby, if you buy it. Okay, Tema Oil Refinery.
So you don't know state capture?
Maybe. Only Tema Oil Refinery. Papa now yes CEO claimed that the company was not doing well, but the emolument continues to be on the rise. The company is not doing well, but your salary increased, your V8 and the specification increased, your allowances and your travels also increased.
That's because it is possible.
Of course.
It's possible to capture, and no one will stop.
So that it is possible you Musa Papa.
It is possible to cancel. And Ghanaians, it is possible for Ghanaians to keep quiet.
Tor is deteriorating, but the CEO
was living large.
Yes. Skyrocketed.
Into Wayesa Evia. Now we see. Now we are forming a company. Now coming to buy the Tema oil refinery that or no as CEO or say it was non-profitable.
Oh yes.
What is that case? Union for
into the union for Minia Bernard Odromo,
the former CEO. Now wants to buy.
They want to buy Tema oil refinery.
In fact, company
the company 3 times. You say no union aba. No, must say company no marco change. No, must sign contract.
Some God would you of them all.
Also, no more yumbi. Minion say yana. Minion say yana. Bobo. Minion say.
Well, would you I'm
serious. And it's all same ya mo ye. Look, it got to a time now. Seminar pro. The Attorney General had to look at the agreement and cancel it and said stop the sale.
That time.
Ne bon. But Sasi you know instantly nkasesi amenu ekasenka oda fiase. Because it meant that he deliberately was running down Tema oil refinery in order to provide a platform to buy.
Do you know why on the fiase?
It's possible.
Because it is possible that the president and vice president are behind.
But it's not far-fetched. We are
they are in cahoot.
China for your baby refinery. Why would I start refinery?
How do you think that when we have a refinery that is time tested, it's not profitable? Until now, refinery business is not profitable. But you go and allow a private man to come and do a refinery. Now the tankers are back to collapse your own local tankers. Deliberately, President Akufo-Addo Abba, you appoint CEOs to the state hotels. So that these CEOs are behaving like the Tema oil refinery CEO, running down the hotel so they can sell unto themselves. In doing so, of 14 years, Okokwe Gold, your friend said, Labadi Beach Hotel, they made losses only in 2 years. Into 12 out of 14, no, Labadi Beach Hotel made profits and accounted for dividends and gave money to the state of Ghana. That money, part of it was used to pay the foolish men in the police yesterday who were throwing tear gas. The profit from that place is enabling them to be paid their salaries.
Sir, private man be far. That's kind of maybe.
So the ability to appoint or to even get more police people will be reduced. So we are not doing this.
That's a Jimmy.
This is what they are doing. So we are fighting so that some of these state institutions can continue to survive. Otherwise, Bobie, all the time you tell us, and daily graphic, almost GDP has grown by 4.7. Do you understand what it means to say GDP has grown? Let's say, your wealth has grown. Do you understand? Obia, your wealth has grown is the person who goes to borrow money.
Borrow money. Now your friends farming are you from Ukraine?
You see, the person whose wealth has grown and is increasing is that person who goes to borrow money. You are borrowing 3 billion. They are giving you 350 million Ghana cedis. And then you are not able to dollars. You are not able to meet the conditions precedent so that you get 350 million. And yet your economy is growing. Who is controlling that wealth? Sometimes, you cannot say, then I say that the economics we went to school to learn, no, we are not applying. Because to apply, when you say gross domestic product has grown, what it means is that the wealth of the nation has grown. How come that the wealth of the nation has grown, and sometimes you go and borrow to come and pay salaries?
It tells you, say,
Ain't it? So I think that President Akufo-Addo, after a protest, will take steps to discontinue the state capture by handing over the hotels back to Senate to operate. Even that, TUC, Monsore, you are too docile. Kojoban, you are too so docile. Be active. The TUCs to start now asking that, look, instead of you constituting Senate to come and manage the hotels, we can manage the hotels. And let the TUC appoint their own people and see whether these hotels will suffer the kind of losses that they are suffering. State assets we add on to, we don't dispose of. I give you two companies. Only Museums and Monument Board. They chose a young man to become the CEO of Museums and Monument Board. Meeting the interview be, or say Dana, on a nadam for be a coy baby or mode mano. Say Uncle Yejumano, Omoko Druyan and Nadam for Nibisano say, does President Akufo-Addo hate you so much? Nah, Bibia says, what are they bringing you here to come and do? His response was this: President knows my capacity, so he wants me to transform the place. Even as they have done some things that I think that is to twist our history. Uko the museums, and you go to the monuments, and you can see that when you empower an efficient person, he does a great job. Minima kwano fi bebia. So ni minu ya David Asante. Afak.
Yeah.
So ni David Asante. Yeah. David Asante was taken to Ghana Publishing Company. Okodure hano na oho eye time na ye fi was dusty. Everybody said, David Asante, ejuma bebre awa ye ama afaki. Is that the reward President Akufo-Addo can give you to go and throw you in the dust? Go and see Publishing Company of Ghana. Look at how beautiful it is. You see how beautiful it is? That young boy has transformed the publishing company into one of the nicest buildings. Wapentino, Wasisa Nyama Bebre, he has brought in new equipment. The company is flourishing. So the solution to state companies that are not doing well is that you look for energetic people who have a future and who have a vision. They will transform it, not to sell. Rock City Hotel is not making any profit.
Really?
By the evidence from Ghana Revenue Authority, Rock City Hotel is not making profit. Of course, they could be doing smart accounting, declaring losses, and therefore would not be able to pay taxes. And yes, sir. But Obianim say Rock City, as soon the only time Rock City is able to get 50% patronage is during the Easter. Beyond that, Uko Rock City and say they have less than 10% patronage. So, but they are paying electricity bill, they are paying water bill. The overhead will not reduce because the overhead will continue to rise. Swimming pool cleaning and detergents sending your man.
Now, even water bill, no, a light bill, no, as whether a legal connection.
That's right. And also, me know you are doing in that question.
Now, so Rock City, no, back on now, no, water and lighting. Now, illegal.
In the face of all that, no, Rock City is not making profits. It has never declared dividends. It is money that they are putting in. And Rock City is interested in buying hotels that are doing well, so that Obitimi at the end cover the expenses of that place. Final submission. Minim Bobie, but yeah, called school kakra. We read a book called Economics Without Tears. I think by Edward Osu or something.
Economics Without Tears. Not tears, stadium at you are try.
Economics Without Tears. Yes. If you police forward, where are they going to receive their money? They should travel from Lora to Bolgatanga, and now they should travel from Lora to Tamale. Inti Bosumdiano, These are the people who travel to go and collect money. So you put up some of these places. Until the banks in Lora will not make profit, but banks in Tamale, in Kumasi, in Techima will make profit, so that you would use that to balance off or to offset. If you don't understand this basic economics, I recommend Economics Without Tears by Edward Ozu. And that's it.
Chaze, boom, state capture.
Dear, a woman say Monday I bay movement for change. Ye launch a GTP moving pick. Invite him in a Orana Chamante, invite him, say Ombran one church. Economics Without Tears, Wakai, any state capture in no, Ebekano. Man in Yamwa because a buyer waba was that dear Japade book on all the Ghana constitution at baby. I don't know how to draw the constitution how on be a capture minor sanity. Now Obekaya a buy win the buyer at Chimota Forest. State captain answer free Senator Guao.
Yeah,
or buy yan or dear call at Chimota Forest. Anna baby and go for one buy-in or much fine. Tihono or my Benny on the plot room, minister seeing now more plot room.
I say, you know, and go through or more.
Oh, my tell you, one of the as I say, I tell you, said, oh, what dear woman, just who's your womb, oh, much as I say, one of the baby. I'll go for the Indian assassin or very resident. How would you have put any assassin or very resident? And that was the beginning of the state capture. State capture me no to so. Obviously, I could be a friend a Japanese royal. I was London. Yem no chrome ho. And don't you know, your sister $12 million. Say the could be the company in the cost stock exchange. Now,
Saskanaway.
Ayira won't go to my Guamo Moody. Omochele.
$12 million.
Omadi free. Omadi free. Ah, nanko for gunsa one prisoner. Okoria body o, Oria banche, Oria koko, Oria nsuo. What dancer one prison? Ya was uncle for ya, $1 million, besidi. Now mumu say tuyefo. Woman has also administer justice. Woman justice in the swamayo. One more for mine. That was the second state capture. State capture. You see about a sky train. Yeah, quite him send you about a sky train. Many. Yeah, quite Musabano made $2 million. Yeah, yeah, quite back of $2 million. Yeah, done in fantastic capture. Because for them, Sikasha, why you two you Mr. Sikani Beme, Sikano in the Bema, it was say a Jessica free him, and a mama Mama done in Maukuba because Nipa best or a best a good in the table so want to mean to a castle, your Casacron to mean Kabi, want to mean yes, Cacron, Tofu and Robert Crum, the better one you could for the Baba Chumansu. That is the state capture. Yet to Chroma and a PDS, eh? Electricity kakraka me nyenyim kania sanko fo ya ekofaye e rane ne se nyompe omuye no sa de bre se ya monyum ade
ya twika adadi
ya twedi e muske ni bebi afa akodi o monchen ya ti ha kind of orientas will transfer 52 million Ghana cedi from Ghana Commercial Bank to an unknown account up to date yentumi account for Saskano. Yeah, who baby? You see, your transfers come from one account to an unknown account. When you know, menu
Skana Yira,
and the Kufado, Sikana Yira, state capture. Maybe no one na walking. You see, you walk or you Pualugu Dam. Not yet the irrigation. I yen I'm a nabami in Edibi or Don Quaco Disika. $12 million and also Yira, state capture. Menu me no ti ha. Yes, ye kwa get tax. What's your tax home ra? Tax be our begia. Ne bua this or begia.
Yeah.
Yet one SML was so a 1 billion every year, every year state capture. And the SMF when the catcher says canema or more. As you see, a cool and to find the corn ho. And I know American Ibu and if it are many didn't go on or Cherabs, Musicania, Yako Guyana.
Really?
Ko Guyana, a common knowledge. Said this administration, this president, and in the Bushia, or what capture the oil sector and all the sectors of Guyana. O mana yeni sika omuno. Ya dia call state capture the Bushia on say, o major for the terminal one na nesi order dano. Baby I don't first by fuck up routine. How many running this year? The sika na bomb Magda or Ghana government. State capture. Now be come Magda on the name fronto. And a real power brokers. Eshe Kwabra na minim se ka yade ba ye huni pamobo sanko foi ya wo tibie mu ahokire omu a ana omu wia wo ye te ha anya se yade bia ba very covid state capture kroya no nyonko kofa ne yire papa o se dio wo the company abesi airport your friend frontiers na wa chichi Ghana ma sika pore $94 million na ye se ma ban Ghana government ya jabe jino only $5 or $6 million
6
and it's kana kanwe state captain ye kan wasam ubuza gwagwadma menua wase onimu ho ye busa ye fresiama transport minimo ye gobusa Paul Adamo chose minimo ye busa president ko asam ngwana mo ka kire wa sama na beji sika no na we na nkofo gunsa wo mu a ede ntine ni se ye yi omomo there is no reason why also
there we we na police ni yetimi afra wo presidency akacho say enkrofo bi ko demonstration ko bu wo mo
na
wajimi
we bosome nkura ye nyin se
wajimi no be your mind we say
na wo fatuo judiciary pada wo ma san kwa sua orders no say hey mudi o ma newu wajisika no ko anything ayese obia capture sector dia ma no tunya branch wa check ya challenge ho akodim adia na ye di ebiti no anya me so be check ya
adwuma ya di no
adwuma ya di me ye nimi ye was less than 6 months to go they be old man man apo uri aja ye be ho so ya bodam time ko me so be capture senate that is it edia man 6 or check ya tunya wo e de ka be fi
wa drop on
no wa fa phone no na Kwabena ye de bia ye fa Labadi beach o Labadi beach de bia aboma se bem room bia under order unless on person catch Labadi beach hotel no o mo de bia bedidi no no o di free no me free because de bia be ko bia why ma e de na catch say boka no mo o dictate financial chest
the place is vibrant who expatriates around
me see ni be hotel bia no a anase mu debt sa ho ya ko Friday Saturdays ya ni anena ni afifa
ya mo fa bi wo fam
o be de se o be fam Kwabena ya mo fam nya sa kuro no be bitimo
over ya fam emfa
o ma Djibouti o some ka jo agubo de no ko so ya
fam emfa
o ma Djibouti o mo Djibouti no mo ko bie sandbox e wo pona no ho na kwasi ada ko na go
mo fa wan sa asini nyi
oh my wan ko ko fo ma ye bio oh ma ye bi pa
mo fa wan sa asini nyina
but Kwabena it to be so dangerous e be man go fo yi afom ho adi yes man there will be no country because I been na me hu say go fo is bi awi a na visa o ma me chance me wi amoro de omo de
ye ne na misuro no
no but you see
say Joma nya opportunity say Alan nya opportunity first 3 months 4 months 5 months no action aman for do mo beji there will be no Ghana
there ye ke tie kufu do yes o real alternative ba be no opportunity now wa be this answer huni na ba betu praises ana me ni for me do
what I mean is say after 3 months
after 3 kwa
na bibia
1 month ni po bebre
bia be wi abi
masa
yeah
bibia be obi a area no capture because say you go for we si bia kire Ghana for say dey si bi wi sika ye tumi mema ya beti so no o manya om say tem o ko London Dubai ni America mo live it say Jeff Bezos omo no the rob shoulders today bi om here dollars na me no tia when was the last time $600 today bi say dey boy tiri so answer depreciation of the dollar of the cedi mezu bi sika mi die cedi enunti na ejapade esommo yesi yaton ye ko hwe mu nso a wosi mewu ble enne busua so capture ni mo
yes
no kwa na metia se no so fa ni wo se capture obi e capture Kwabena won capture na de koma ko fie ya parking court you say we are the best BNC adwuma no ma hye o sa ho ba oye aban foforo na ba oye ye court na don beko court no o judges ne go o ma parking they say bim so the Ghanaian must rise up when mo ma ba be nyini ada be ka kire ye ma say papa no ma mobra
ni wa papa e kronfo
complete kronfo Kwabena because omu to opposition omu ni bow why na wa buy we mu enne wo me na beti show opposition assemblies wa parliament wa na wi agba be di Ansah na wa ko ye program no mu ba di e to di krom to to
na that time asempa from pyramid ya to nsa no ma kan se Kwabena twa
many chairman se bi obisi o ba na be asie hon mo a parliament is in session e bi ma ba be kire no manyi bi atodi
o for me de minnim wo mo se you know
na san kofo ya sa be da wo ka kire se o mo ye ye first skafo amantamu a be tia se nyi
kofo time no kra de na nya abufu because kofo say time no ofo bi se kra du apraku no aboni degrees da or ye adwuma wa brochire ofa SK buafo no won chambers
that is it
in opposition ofa we ya won adwuma kakra bi o ye ofa we ya o ye say ha we gwache ja kokra no wo ye
America o ye di pa kakra
ye but when we there
from zero
and kwasiafo from top to down
campaign was from zero to hero wo mu there bi no
kwasiafo from top to down from penny to akola any yenimo mo kromo amon nam ko
mulika pre yo manya krono sika eye pure tivri na se wo security personnel wo nwene ho wo chembe ho kra wo sibi onyonko wo yemba wi man sika no instructor so koto tear gas and as a pepper spray egu innocent go for mo ye demonstration protect wildlife wo so Jimmy na ko one my dear friend positive defiance eno tie beba so sa na nye we kwa no mo capture o eja pade no ka de na ye ma na gefi so mo abadaye ono ba no de ken GVG abeshem esla
when we were fun kra che mo nyina
wo de abeshem o wo kana wa konkon pade nei
asle usinam ayi asalam down also near pyramid house
yes
na nyumrebe na asle usinam ti free MBB so no cross kwa na ni mu achemienu na ne na se fi o cross gota na ko etufo de fie wa
when
sata